Drop it. This power panel. We're going to go 2 hours of this power panel. Michael Schur, Jay Huer, Amna Nawaz, John Iadarola, and I know what you're thinking. Who the hell is John Iadarola?
I'm not sure I know.
Took the words right out.
Are we all really?
Amna Nawaz is an Emmy Award-winning anchor and reporter on ABC News. Not a big deal, please. Digital and live stream, host of Uncomfortable, program I was on, yes. And which you should all check out.
Yes.
She did make me slightly uncomfortable, but I have promised to return the favor here today. Yeah. So
I don't remember agreeing to that. And in my defense, the show is called Uncomfortable.
Agreed.
So.
Agreed. That's a great defense.
One moment when you were uncomfortable.
Okay, I say it, but really, is there almost anything that could make me uncomfortable? Every once in a while, somebody will be apologetic before they ask something. I'm like, let's get on with it.
I've done this.
Yeah, it's okay. God bless.
Firing John has made you uncomfortable for years.
Yeah, he just keeps coming back.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, so a dramatic moment in this show will be when it appears that I am massively wrong.
Ooh. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but they don't.
Okay, we'll find out.
So it appears today that we have a very, very rare situation where I'm wrong.
That's where you're wrong, actually.
Again, there it is again.
Earlier than we thought.
So
now I'm uncomfortable.
So we'll see if that sticks, but for the moment being today, we got to say it, and it's on a big issue. It's on a gigantic issue, and it actually affects the Trump administration in ways that will make me change my entire prediction about them. Whoa.
Might vote for them in a couple years.
I wouldn't go that far. All right, so, and then there are some issues in today's show where we might have significant disagreement on the panel. And I look forward to that. Okay.
And so Jimmy's not here.
And Jimmy's not even here, that's right, with drums.
Still recovering from 420.
Right. Oh, speaking of which, we do have the fun, is the 420 sale still happening or ended? No, sorry. If you just smoked your way out of it and forgot about it, well, that's the price you pay for smoking. Okay.
Wait a year.
You had a sale for 420?
Of course, we have a 420 shirt, and my 4-year-old daughter was like, "Oh, pretty, pretty flowers." I'm like, not exactly, but I like that you think of them as pretty flowers. Oh, there it is, that's right. Well, they can't see it.
Oh yeah, those are pretty flowers.
Okay, so we do have this, by the way. Ooh, what is House TYT?
What does it say on the back?
Shockingly enough, TYT.
Okay.
I'm not sure it says anything in the back. Anyway, this is for the journalism campaign. We're trying to hire brilliant journalists like Amna, and if you donate $127 in NPR kind of style, you will get this as a perk. House TYT. There's only limited time for this campaign, and there's only 8 days left because it is the first 100 days of Donald Trump that we did the campaign through. And in fact, we have a story about the first 100 days on whether he delivered on his promises or not. A little bit of a mixed bag, as you're probably not surprised by that. And so let's get started. All right, John, what do you got?
Okay, going to be starting off on a somber note. Yesterday, a French national opened fire with a machine gun on a police van on the Champs-Élysées, killing one officer, Xavier Jugele. Officers engaged the attacker in a shootout in which 2 officers were wounded and the attacker was eventually killed. We want to tell you a little bit about his background because immediately in the aftermath, very shortly after, just a couple of hours after the shooting, ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack. And I have seen reports, although it doesn't seem definitive, that there was some sort of literature found in the scene defending ISIS. So it does appear that it was affiliated in some fashion with ISIS. But the same gentleman back in 2005 was convicted on 3 counts of attempted murder. France 24 reports that 2 of the targets back 12 years ago were police officers. More recently, police had been watching him as a potential terrorism suspect, as they watch so many. Of course, it's always extremely unfortunate when an act like this happens and you find out that they were worried about this individual. Unfortunately, nothing was done in this case. Now, as I said, ISIS claimed responsibility through its official propaganda outlet just a couple of hours after. Now, what's interesting about this is that this person does seem, in the propaganda that they had on their person, to have been affiliated with ISIS, but we also know that going back more than a decade before the birth of ISIS, they had been attempting very similar acts. And so while it appears that this was an act of terror in which a police officer unfortunately lost their life and others were wounded, it also seems like in many other cases that this is a person who had significant mental issues, had a criminal past, and then eventually began to be affiliated with ISIS. They have been looking in the background and they haven't found any other outward like statements in support of ISIS or anything like that yet that could be forthcoming. But it is interesting, and we'll get into the political ramifications domestically for France in just a little bit.
Yeah, from an international perspective as to this ramifications, that's an interesting conversation. So first, I don't think it's that interesting a question as to whether it's terrorism. Almost certainly it is, and okay, check, we did it. So it appears to be Islamic radical terrorists. Okay, that was said. Hopefully that'll solve it soon. It doesn't seem to have worked yet, and even the president said it. It still hasn't worked. So I know that under Obama, these would be blamed on how Democrats are too soft and everybody else was too soft. Doesn't seem to be sticking out Trump. Trump seems, if anything, almost celebratory of it, saying that yes, this will probably affect the French elections. I mean, I'm sorry to see it happen, right? So, okay, now we know for a fact that terrorism, not just homicides, not just crime, but terrorism is much lower today than it was, for example, in the 1970s. 1970s in Europe, we had the Boss separatists, we had the IRA, we had much higher incidence of terrorism. Did we invade Ireland? Well, the UK and Ireland had a lot of propaganda and had a lot of conflict there, and obviously in other places as well. The question is, what do you do once you've labeled it as terrorism? And unfortunately, there isn't much to do here. ISIS has won the branding contest between ISIS and Al Qaeda. They used to say, yeah, I'm with Al Qaeda. Now they say, yeah, I'm with ISIS. And ISIS seems to be more connected to this than others. Some of the other attacks, like they even timed it out. It usually takes them 10 hours to take responsibility. And this one, they did it in record time in 2.5 hours. And there might have been conversations with ISIS back and forth, which lately there hasn't been. It's just BS, I guess I'm with ISIS. This one seems more real in that there might have actually even communicated. But what do you do with that fact? We're already bombing ISIS into oblivion, and we're already getting ready to, take on Raqqa with the help of allies on the ground. Okay, what do we do next? And I'm not sure there's a great answer.
Well, you make sure that somebody who was convicted of 2 counts of attempted murder is not able to buy a gun so quickly in the first place. I mean, that to me is the egregious understory here, is that this guy was out of jail. He was convicted of attempted murder on 2 police officers, and he's got a gun, and he's in the streets. So I think that's a good place to start. Forgetting the terrorism. I mean, the other thing that we've talked about this before, but can a Muslim just commit a crime? A Muslim person just commit a crime anymore, or is it always terrorism?
Well, that was more of an interesting question recently in Fresno.
Yes,
right,
absolutely.
Yeah, where they're like, okay, was it racism or was it terrorism?
Right.
I would argue that it's both, because I have a narrower and a broader definition of terrorism. What I mean by that is, I think we way overuse terrorism. So now everybody who's an enemy of ours is terrorist, and then everyone across the world has adopted it. So in Turkey, for example, Erdogan calls even journalists who write against them as terrorists. Right. Putin calls everybody who's against them a terrorist. The most overused
people against
word.
The referendum were terrorists.
That's in Turkey. That's right. Outrageous, ridiculous use of the word, started by us here in America. On the other hand, what I mean by broader is the right-wing terrorists here in America that murder cops, that murder black people in churches, that shoot up Jewish Holocaust museums, obviously are terrorists.
Right.
The same way that Muslims are terrorists, but the media is amazing. When it's a Muslim, immediate conversation, is it terrorism? And usually it's not even a conversation, usually it just is, right? And then they don't even have the conversation when a right wing does it, or the guy who's just arrested with 1,000 rounds of ammunition who was gonna shoot everybody up who was a sovereign citizen. When you're going to shoot and murder innocent civilians, and you're doing it for a political purpose, if that's not terrorism, then we should absolutely stop using the word. Yeah.
I think as they figure out, the investigation is obviously in the early days, but as they figure out what those links are here, the problem is these days, if ISIS can claim responsibility, because it works for ISIS to claim responsibility every time, whether they had something to do with it or not. as they figure out whether there was any support and preparation or training beyond just I went online and saw some videos and got inspired to act, then that's a point of concern. But the other problem is our vocabulary and the way we talk about these security threats hasn't changed, hasn't shifted from the foreign narrative. So we're constantly talking about Raqqa and the battles out in other countries, whereas most of these attacks are not happening from people who were born and raised in those countries.
Right.
Yeah.
This was a Frenchman.
Right.
Exactly.
Belgium was a Belgian national. I mean, it just keeps the German. I believe the German was a German national. So it's that's what happens.
So I know what the right wingers out there are screaming into their sets right now, or actually started screaming the minute we started the video, no matter what we were going to say, which is, yeah, but you guys are leaving out the fact that they're Muslims, and that's the real problem. But by that definition, right-wing terrorism in America is a significantly larger problem than Muslim terrorist attacks. That's a fact. That's a fact by our own government, Department of Homeland Security, et cetera, that they've killed far more people, there's been far more attacks. So is it helpful to say, okay, it's the right wing, and so now they're Americans, kind of, but they're right-wing Americans, and we should label them as such and make sure we act accordingly? No, it smears all of the right wing, and that's not necessarily fair. And the same, of course, applies to Islam when you take some individuals who did it and apply it to 1.6 billion people.
Yeah, and the thing, like, we shouldn't be surprised by this and how it changes over time. Nobody thinks about murdering people and like gets weapons over the course of a year or two, comes up with a plan. Like this guy apparently had some sort of map with different police departments marked off on it. This is a guy that's wanted to kill cops for more than a decade. Nobody does all of that, and all during that time reads no books, goes to no websites, has no philosophical interest, talks to no group. Like they all either, if they're in America, they're likely to be interested in the sovereign citizen movement, or they go to white supremacist websites. If they're Muslim, it might be some sort of affiliation there. That's what criminals do. They could be involved with gangs. They're never just they don't just go home and then sit in a chair and stare at the wall before their act of violence. They have affiliations, but as you said, we find some affiliations to be more interesting. We find some affiliations to be more damning, and so we stress them, whereas in other cases we don't. And it doesn't have to be purely, it doesn't have to be religion. If somebody shot up a school and was really into violent video games back in the 90s, that's what a lot of the coverage was about. It doesn't matter if they also had coloring books. There's certain things we focus on and certain things that we don't focus on. Some just have more immediate political, I guess, cachet these days.
And but can I just pause there? Because I think, John, that's exactly the point of this story, right? Which is that, what are the consequences? What are as we started talking about, right? And what are the decisions we're gonna make out of this? So, for example, in the US, when there was this huge IRA terrorism going on in the UK and in Northern Ireland, UK, there was plenty of propaganda against the Irish, right? In America, there wasn't. There's a lot of Irish in America, and it wasn't like, IRA, when are we gonna bomb the Irish? Look, it is intrinsic to the Irish personality to be this violent. It is obvious, look at them. They're the most violent people on earth. At that point, they probably were, right? Not because they're Irish, because of that certain socio-political situation that they found themselves in. But we chose not to do that propaganda. We are choosing now to do a propaganda about a certain group of people that are doing this, not the mass shooters, not the right-wing terrorists, not the regular murder that's going on, and all these other problems, a lot of which are much larger problems. We're choosing to do propaganda about this so that we can go to Raqqa, so that we can launch those wars, et cetera. And some folks at home genuinely believe it, and they go, oh, no, they were doing that because Islam is a unique, intrinsic problem, yada, yada.
The other problem that, especially Muslims in America face is that there are so few of us. So if you're trying to talk about 3.5 million people as if everyone practices the religion the same way and feels the same way about it, you're never gonna get there. But it's a lot easier to otherize a group that is smaller, that doesn't have the same political voice or impact or power that other voices have. You can't look at Dylan Roof and say, well, there's something in the Christian religion here that propelled him to do that, and not expect Christians all over America to say, no, that's not what our religion is about, which is the same thing Muslims have been saying. but in smaller numbers with a smaller voice.
And there are differences too. I mean, you talk about the IRA, it was much more localized to bombings in London and Brighton and different parts of, in that part of the world, whereas this has become I would say an overblown epidemic, but still it's a little bit different.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I want to turn briefly to another angle on this. Obviously, when we're talking about the attack in France, we have to talk about what's going to happen this weekend, because we do have the French election, which has received a lot of international attention in the last few months. Not a lot of attention here in the US, although we've covered it several times. And you had Donald Trump tweeting this, if we could bring it up. Another terrorist attack in Paris. The people of France will not take much more of this. Will have a big effect on presidential election. He was asked, or I believe Spicer was asked this morning, who he backs in this election, and he would not say who, which is not typically Donald Trump's thing, which makes me think that he's uncertain about how it's going to play out. If he was really sure that Le Pen was going to win, I think that he would say it, because philosophically they do share quite a bit. They've talked before. Now, there is some precedent to think that this could affect the election. We certainly have worries about that when there's the possibility of a terror attack right before one of our elections. But it's a complicated situation, and the polling has been fairly consistent for the past few months, which has led some poll analysts here in the US to say that that has less to do with what people actually believe in France and more to do with massive herding, where pollsters are massaging their results to make them more in line with some of the better known polls. But we also have the different candidates halting a lot of their campaigning and coming out with statements about what needs to happen in terms of ISIS and the threat that it poses, with them sounding very similar actually. We need to take the fight to ISIS. Le Pen saying we need to shut down Islamist mosques across France and also stop foreign travel to some extent, stop the inflow of refugees, which I always find ironic that those calls go out, even though this is once again a French national that committed this. I love when policies would have no effect whatsoever on the event that triggered them. But that is going on, and we have less than, I believe, 24 hours until the actual vote. And that is going to have such a strong impact on the future of France and perhaps the future of the EU. The idea that this could happen, and then I love that there can be an attack like this, and who benefits? Well, maybe ISIS benefits a little bit, and the far right in Europe benefits. It's interesting how that works out.
Or not. I mean,
maybe not.
Maybe not. And
certainly
I think
rhetorically they love it.
Well, but it's not rhetoric changing. It's just it's a catalyzing moment, reinforcing maybe. But yes, it is. But they've had enough time and enough events over which to reinforce that point, which speaks to why Le Pen is doing all right. Fillon is doing okay. You talked about the president not endorsing anybody, but President Obama, you'll remember him. He phoned Macron and said that he's, which makes people think that he's supporting him, which I think is a popular thing overseas. It's still a popular thing to have Barack Obama's, signature on your mailer. So I think that's important stuff.
Okay, I'm going to punch back here because the right wing instantly politicized these. Now, here in America, if there's a mass shooting, they say, don't you dare talk about politics. Let's wait till it's irrelevant and nobody's talking about it anymore. And
then talk about gun control or
then you could maybe talk about gun control, but nobody's talking about it. So it's a trick, right? And the minute that there's a terrorist attack, they will politicize it instantly. That's it. We got to act, and that's why you got to elect right wingers, and we got to get tough on these Muslims and their mosques, etc. Now happening in France, right? Same MO. And the usually liberal response is, let's not politicize. Oh, that's unfair, etc. And it's kind of complaining. That's not my response. My response is, no, if you vote right wing, it will help the terrorists. Because this is exactly what the terrorists want. Why do you think they did it right before the election? They did it right before the election because they want you to vote for the right wingers, who will then antagonize Muslims in France, who then ISIS thinks might join them. Might join them whether it's in France or actually go down and fight with them in Syria and Iraq. It's not an accident. They know that they're thrilled when the right wing wins. So don't help the terrorists by voting for right wingers. Because when you do, it continues this cycle of violence. And I got news for you, ISIS loves the cycle of violence.
But this is one of those points where we disagree that you predicted. It's happening right now. Look, France has been hit by terror attacks plenty of times when there wasn't an election at stake. And this far right populist, nationalist movement is not just unique to France. This has been happening all over Europe. And to your point earlier, it doesn't necessarily move elections, right? You saw what happened in the Netherlands, where you had Wilders on one side pushing the exact same agenda that Le Pen has been pushing. And what's going to happen in France is going to be interesting to see, because this is really what the country is about. This will rely on French people turning up and saying, we're either with the center or left candidate, Macron, we're going to say we want inclusiveness and tolerance, or we're really scared. And we really want to kind of hunker down, and our socioeconomic fears and our nationalist fears are real and big enough that we're going to go with Le Pen.
So just to address that real quick. So number one, of course, there's been attacks throughout, right? But this is the one, as we talked about earlier in the show, that is most connected to ISIS. They took responsibility quicker. There was apparently some communication ahead of time.
They took responsibility. We don't know that.
No, I know it's not a certainty.
Of that link yet.
It's not a certainty, but for the moment being, it appears based on the information we have that it is more connected to ISIS than some of the other attacks.
Or at the very least, they want people to think it is. That's why they came out so fast.
And they're politically naive.
That's true, but they did it faster.
They're politically naive too, because there's going to be a runoff, so they're wasting it.
So they want to push, and Osama bin Laden said the same thing. He's like, look, we want you to attack Afghanistan. We want you to attack Iraq, so you could waste your treasure and and you're going to bring the soldiers for us to kill. It makes it so much easier on us, right? So they tell you, it's very obvious. Some on the right say, well, if they tell you that they're doing it because of Islam, you should believe them. Well, when they say we want the right wingers to win in your country so we can have more wars, you should believe them. And that's why this happened, I think, today. Not to say that it's the only reason. Yes, there's been many attacks throughout.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to take our first break. But when we come back, we're gonna have an evaluation of the first 100 days of Donald Trump's presidency. Was it a success? Should it even be questioned whether it's a success or not? We're gonna talk to Donald Trump and find out about that when we come back from this.
I got a bunch of things to go through. No Republican would have ever voted for Bernie. He would have done worse than Hillary Clinton.
They're so miserable. All right, I'm gonna stop myself before I say things that are offensive.
If I ran for office, and that would be a trippy day, right? I'd break even more rules than Trump. If I had all the money in the world, I would enjoy that.
We have a great show for you. Steve's answer is C. Dave's is A, and the correct answer is, of course, B. You guys are the worst. Here's the story, and it's not funny. Steve is over too.
It seems just comically unfair and ridiculous. The Democratic Party just sucks right now. It just sucks because it doesn't know what it stands for. We should probably wrap it up.
Journalism, post World War II linked itself to the corporate model, moved away from kind of a more opinion-driven, kind of partisan approach to media that had dominated before that. And as the 20% profit margins accrued over the years, it moved from a working class profession to an elite profession. And as broadcast news kind of supplanted print, people became famous. And so you took 2 steps away from regular people. And the further you got away from the regular people, the less regular people trusted what they were getting. The media was clearly an elite institution. And the clearer that became to people, the less they trusted it. The cable networks are casting a broad net, so they have to hit this, that, this, that, and this all in a half an hour segment, where on the web, you can say, you know what, we're just gonna do 30 or 40 minutes just on healthcare reform, just on Wall Street, just on immigration. And the people who want to be there for that and want to learn about the issue, want to engage with it, they'll stick around for the whole 40 minutes. The people who don't, they'll go find something else. But cable can't get away with that because they're trying to keep everybody constantly, so they've got to keep everything moving. I've been doing investigative journalism for years, along with daily journalism, and I think it's important to blend the two so that you don't lose touch with the news cycle and don't go away for a year and then come back with one big piece. You can do both, and there's a range. There's the year-long project, there's the week-long project, there's the month-long project, there's a half-year project, and I'm definitely looking forward to doing a lot of that here. On the one hand, you can do the best story ever, and if nobody reads it, it didn't have any impact and it didn't matter. So journalism can't just be artistic vanity. It has to have a public-facing element. It has to mean something to people, and for that to happen, people have to read it. So there is an obligation, I think, that journalists have to get people to click on their stuff and to get people to watch it. Otherwise, it's just pure vanity. On the other hand, if all you care about is clicks, then you're going to do the easiest, cherry picks stories. In spite of the fact that people are much more likely to click on the trivial stuff, you still have to do the investigations, because if you don't, nobody else will. And in investigative journalism, so often is what changes the world. If you look back at almost any social movement, go back far enough, you're going to see a piece of journalism that opened people's eyes, got them enraged, got them inspired, got them to organize, march, protest, until they got to where they are now.
I just closed my Wells Fargo account.
I just divested funds from Wells Fargo.
I definitely urge you to do the same.
Please come divest. Divest today from all the big banks. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citibank, Chase. There are so many others. Do it. We can make a difference. Water is life.
All right, back on the Young Turks. I believe you guys came into Little Doocy, which could have several different meanings. Anyway, all right, let me read some tweets for you guys. And by the way, super chat message from YouTube. This is fun. J.R. McLaughlin says, support Wolfpack, sign the petition, donate to the cause, or better yet, become a volunteer. If you're going to volunteer for only one cause, this is the one that can help the most people, wolf-pack.com. Is it surprising that I read that?
No.
Hit all the buzzwords necessary for that to be in there.
Only slightly less surprising than that you wrote it.
No, I am not in fact J.R. McLaughlin, but thank you, J.R.
He just put that name together. People he knows in the news, people he knows that are over there.
Yeah, it's like J.R. McLaughlin, right? Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Jesus Bowling writes in and says,
okay, Javier Ortiz writes in, they never thought naming it Islamic terrorism would solve the problem. They were trying to set the stage for religious profiling, which unfortunately I think is very true. Anastasia writes, in the back of the House TY t-shirt, that's the one I'm wearing right now, should say unapologetic, outspoken, woken. Well, a woke bae such as myself would agree with that, of course.
Can you call yourself a woke bae?
I'm not
Is
sure.
that all right?
no, you're supposed
I'm
to
not sure
tell
it's
your
acceptable.
PR person to call you that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's acceptable under any circumstance.
I would just like to say, what is wrong with awakened? I love the word awakened. That's
Yeah,
good.
no,
characters.
you are so not woke.
Just keep using it.
I'm sure it'll catch on.
Yeah.
All right, one last thing. That's the donors to the journalism drive, tytnetwork.com/go. Only 8 days left, so it is time to panic. So I need you to go right now if you're at home and panic. And then donate a little bit to tytnetwork.com/go so we can hire more reporters. $15 from Barbara in North Carolina. Hey, 1692. By the way, remember at 1750, we're gonna hire a new person, and we're pretty close right there. So let's get there. Let's hire one more reporter, and if we get to 2 million, we will hire 2 new reporters. Ooh, drums. Okay.
Oh wow! So we're not waiting for the whole thing to hire the 2. It's going to be a 1 and a 1. That's a little different. That's very exciting.
It's something like that. But the numbers match. And
if we get a quarter of the way there, we'll hire 1 and they'll half-ass it.
We'll get a temp.
$15 from Barbara in North Carolina, $50 from Katarina in Texas, and $50 from Steve in Hawaii. Thank you, guys.
Can I read one tweet that was sent? We talked about this one here. This is from Lisa Mojica, and she's a big fan of mine, always has been apparently. She said, corporate media representing, ! At Michael Shore better change his panties. The door has opened for him. We talked about this at the break. We just don't get it.
Yeah,
I get
Lisa,
the door part.
I don't know. Yeah.
I get that he is corporate. I get that you have randomly decided to criticize him as feminine, okay, even though your name is Lisa. And I
Right.
get that you're progressive, but that's not the direction I would have gone with. Plus, I literally don't understand
It
it.
was so easy just to say shill. Also, there was
Yeah,
no.
how did you leave shill
How did you
out?
leave shill out? It's amazing.
Michael, your hate tweets are so different from mine. So different.
Okay. All right, what's next?
Okay. Donald Trump has a little bit more than a week until the symbolic 100 days in office mark is reached. And already, before he's even reached it, he doesn't seem happy about it. He tweeted this: "No matter how much I accomplished during the ridiculous standard of the first 100 days, and it has been a lot, including SC, I think he means the Supreme Court pick, media will kill." Man, they really are the enemy of the people. They're going and killing people now. So he says their 100 days as a standard is ridiculous. Why would you use that? I say to him, why did you use that? Because he has. He released a video not too long ago listing some of the legislative accomplishments he intended to get in his first 100 days. The video began like this.
Today, I would like to provide the American people with an update on the White House transition and our policy plans for the first 100 days.
Weird. He also tweeted this. If we could go to the first tweet, you're gonna see Trump lays out policies for first 100 days in White House. So that was an article, but he gladly retweeted it. Apparently he thought it was okay when the New York Post was using that standard. Also this, in reference to one of his rallies. No, if we could go back to 7A.
Although I like that part.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're missing one, unfortunately. But anyway, we pulled out a few representative ones. He'd repeatedly tweeted about this 100 days standard. And of course, look, he's used this. He's referenced it in his speeches. It doesn't really mean anything. And I have a feeling if Ben Mankiewicz was here, he would hate the fact that as with, that we use 10 as an important number, that 100 days really matters at all. But it's a standard that Trump himself has used. Now, we're gonna be evaluating here in this video whether it has been a success or not, I suppose. But we also have Sean Spicer, who was asked at a press briefing earlier today about this. Now, we've included the question being asked, and I want you to very carefully listen to how the question is framed and then evaluate how Spicer chooses to respond.
Looking ahead to the 100-day mark and setting aside executive orders, can you say what the single piece of legislation that you are proudest that you got through Congress that was on the president's agenda?
Well, a few things on that. Number one, we're not done. We've got a little ways before we hit the 100-day mark. So I think what you've seen out of this White House is a very robust agenda of activity. There's a lot of executive orders that I think the president's been pleased with, not only what they've done or what they will do, but what they've done. I think when you look at immigration in particular, we see a very significant drop at the border. I think on jobs, there's been a lot of activity that we've been very proud to see American manufacturing and job creation. But then there's pieces like what we did today that I think if you're a veteran who served our country, to know that you have additional options to get health care in a timely manner, or not just but a geographically friendly manner, so you're not driving hours, is very helpful and a strong symbol of how we treat our veterans. There's a lot of things that I think the president's done on veterans, on immigration, on regulatory reform. As I mentioned here, we're now at a dozen Congressional Review Act pieces of legislation that have been signed that have had, I think, a very positive impact and will have a very positive impact on job creation. And I've noted before to you that only one had ever been signed in history before. That's a pretty significant achievement for this president. And obviously, when you look at the confirmation of Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court, it's another significant one. But there's a lot, and again, we'll obviously spend some time talking about this next week. But I think we're very pleased with what the president's accomplished, and as he noted yesterday in Wisconsin, the amount that he's done overall has been significant.
So the question was not talking about executive orders, what one piece of legislation can you point to? He immediately said, we're not done, we still have time. And then he smiled in a way that he knew what he was saying there. He then went on to list a number of executive orders. He referenced that they got someone on the Supreme Court, which is true. Although I feel like we should acknowledge that they had to use the nuclear option to do it. They couldn't even get it through in the normal way, seems relevant. And then they talked about executive orders. I don't know that there was a single piece of legislation actually referenced there. I mean, he even went so far as to say companies are doing well, there's economic activity, going to that thing of Trump where if a company says that they're going to invest money or if they're hiring people, even if they announced it originally 2 years ago, that's his now. Again, not legislation, but that's what they chose to point to.
Can I just go? October 24th, this Donald Trump said, he tweeted out when he was running, he said that I will, my contract with the American voter will restore honesty, accountability, and change to Washington. And at that point, he put out his 100-day plan, 10 things. Middle-class tax relief and simplification, not done. End the Offshoring Act, not done. American Energy and Infrastructure Act, not done. School Choice and Education Opportunity Act, not done. These are all things that he said he was going to do in 100 days. Repeal and replace Obamacare Act, I guess that was done, right? Affordable Child Care and Elder Care Act, end illegal immigration, restoring community. You get my point. He listed all these things. They have listed them as the days have gone on. This is before he was elected, and nothing. There's zero that he's done, except, as you said, executive orders, which today, and we'll probably get to it later, he turned into executive memorandum, which are sort of indistinguishable from executive orders. It's the least effective, and you're right, 100 days, historians hate it, Ben probably hates it, it doesn't really make a great deal of sense. But when you run on it and you talk about it from day one, you're held to it.
Yeah, no, it does make sense because everybody knows what the president does on the 101st day doesn't count. So of course it's an absurd standard, and then the media gets way too hyped up about it. Look, he tried to kill Obamacare, he couldn't do it. Okay.
And they might try again next week, actually.
And they're gonna try again, right? And so if you're his supporter and he does it on day 107 as opposed to day 98, do you really care? You don't really care. If you're his opponent, you equally don't care. But on the issue of hypocrisy, all the things that Michael listed were acts that Trump said he was gonna do, hence legislation. They didn't do any of that. So that goes partly to incompetence. He was supposed to be a great manager, he's a business guy, and he was gonna get all this, and he's a deal maker. He was gonna make deals and get this legislation passed. They tried on one thing and failed. The other 9, to my understanding, they haven't even tried any of those acts.
We're getting closer on taxes, but not yet.
But even Mnuchin this week said, well, we're not gonna get to it before the August recess. I mean, so yeah, he was charged with something today, but they're not close.
Although he said today also something is coming next week. We don't know what that's going to be,
right,
or if it will be at all. But to your larger point, no, on that hit list of 10, he hasn't hit them all. But let's give credit where credit is due. It's not the border wall, but when it comes to immigration, it's sort of death by 1,000 cuts right now. Like a lot of the policies they put into place through the Attorney General's office, through the Department of Homeland Security, have absolutely had the kind of impact that he wanted to have when it came to the border security.
Yeah, and by the way, so further credit to Trump, if you're in his camp, he also, not only the crackdown on illegal immigration, but he did get rid of regulations on coal mining. Now that might create a lot more pollution around there and might endanger the coal miners, but he said he would do it and he did do it. So if you voted for him, I guess you're happy about that. And one thing that is actually positive, he did, at least for the moment being, pull out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So I'm happy that he did that, and he had promised that to the right wing, and both right wing and left wing are happy with that. I tend to think he'll get back in, right? But for the moment being, credit where credit is.
But that's also not legislation, so that's
exactly. Well, and that's what's so interesting about it is that the legislation, at least the big ticket stuff that he promised, the stuff that was labeled as populist, even if its effect was not actually populist, he wasn't able to do. He got the Supreme Court, but only by perhaps irreparably having the rules changed in his favor. He's done the executive orders, which you can just do. You have wide latitude as the American president to do it. And even some of his most signature achievements in that are being held up in court or were already struck down by judges. And so he's dealing with that right now. That doesn't mean that he has not been a success. It just depends on from whose point of view you're evaluating it. If you're one of the crazy xenophobes supporting him, then you might be frustrated that he hasn't done more to build a wall and shut out foreigners and scary people and all that. If you believed that he was gonna make these populist economic moves, if you thought that getting rid of Obamacare would actually help people, then he hasn't been a success on that measure. But if you're a wealthy CEO or one of the richest people, you're still looking forward to the possibility of tax reform. He has stocked his cabinet with people who are 100% friendly to your point of view. And so there, especially with the way that they've hamstrung future regulations on corporations until that's struck down, he might well be seen as a success for some of the far-reaching but less publicized executive orders that he has gotten through.
Yeah, if you're a Republican donor, you're thrilled with how Trump's doing so far. So far hasn't nuked anyone and hasn't done any trade wars, and those are things you were concerned about with a guy this unstable. And so far, he's promising you a ton of tax cuts, and he's already given you deregulation. And today in the news, there's even more deregulation coming. If you're a Wall Street banker, and then he filled his cabinet with Wall Street bankers.
Yeah.
So Wall Street is probably ecstatic and high-fiving about the first 100 days. So it just kind of depends on who you are, if you're happy or not.
And let's just check in. If we could bring up graphic 7B, you're going to see the popularity at roughly this point in past presidencies. And well, by that measure, he's not doing well. 35% is probably not where he saw himself ending up. But I'm sure he'll console himself with a brief browsing of Rasmussen, which is going to be a little bit more favorable for him.
But to be fair, I mean, was Obama much better? Oh yeah, he was 61%, much better.
Oh my God, he's lower than Carter, that wussy.
I know, but come on, to be fair, were other Democrats like the very unpopular Lyndon Johnson? 76%. But how about Kennedy? I mean, 73%.
Well, interestingly,
but Jimmy Carter, what a weakling, loser Democrat. 72%.
Bill Clinton's still higher than him there, but would become more popular several years later.
Well, there was also an era where people liked the presidents a lot. So you saw those first three: Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Nixon, and Johnson. Everybody liked them. They were all popular presidents because people just liked the president.
Yeah, not so much anymore.
No, not so much.
And you say era, but the last president was Obama, and he was at 61%.
Right.
So
yeah,
it might also be Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
Okay, let's do an update from a story we talked about a little bit earlier on this week. This week it was revealed that Exxon was going to be applying for an exemption to the US sanctions currently in place against Russia that would allow them to resume an oil deal, a set of deals actually, with a Russian oil company that could be worth literally trillions of dollars. And that, from a number of points of view, and especially here from TYT's point of view, was one of our big fears. I mean, that's a huge amount of money theoretically being handed over to people who are already, corporations who are well represented in the Trump administration because of Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. However, at least at present, it looks like they're not going to get what they want. This statement was put out by the Treasury Secretary saying, in consultation with President Donald J. Trump, the Treasury Department will not be issuing waivers to US companies, including Exxon, authorizing drilling prohibited by current Russian sanctions.
So two things here. One, I am legitimately shocked. And two, it appears I am massively wrong. So doesn't happen often. But this is almost as wrong as I was about Anthony Weiner.
You may want to screen grab that, by the way. I didn't mean just, not the Anthony Weiner part, we know that.
There's been enough screen grabbing of that.
Exactly, thank you.
So my thesis was that, hey, you don't put Rex Tillerson as your Secretary of State unless the whole point was to make sure that, and you have all this Russia helping you in the elections. The deal seems obvious here. What do they care most about? Sanctions, the oil deal. This particular deal with Exxon is a $500 billion investment and potentially trillions in revenue. So I concluded that it was that if he had any deal with the Russians, and I thought he probably did, it was about this. Now Treasury saying that they are not lifting the sanctions. Well, then it is entirely possible that I am wrong. It's not over, and this might be, hey, let's let it cool down and we'll let him do it later. But Exxon does have a contract that runs out at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So if they're gonna do it, they have to do it by the end of the year. So until this gets reversed, for the moment being, I appear to have been totally wrong about that deal.
I largely agree with that final point, but earlier on you said Treasury announced they're not lifting the sanctions, but that's not what this is actually. It's that they're not going to grant a waiver right now to any US companies, and that's why, look, it's great. They could have just let Exxon do it, and that'd be worth trillions for them, as we've been saying. That would be horrible, obviously, and it seemed like one of the big goals of the administration. But what Russia truly wants is not a waiver for Exxon. What they want is to get rid of the sanctions, all the sanctions. And simply giving a waiver to Exxon, they could have tried to do it, they could have done it, but that would be perhaps draw a little bit too much attention. If instead you simply get to a point where, as part of some larger deal with Russia, perhaps having to do with Syria, you get rid of all of the sanctions, well then Exxon wasn't given any special treatment in that. They just were, there was a consequence of getting rid of the sanctions. That is the huge payday. They could have taken the easy route, but this might be just them playing the long game.
And a lot of people, another reason why I think, that stuff that John just said is really important, but one of the reasons that I was wrong too is that I thought that by deferring to Treasury, because any department could issue the waiver, they deferred to Treasury because Rex Tillerson said, hey, for 2 years, I'm not going to get involved with any of these things once I take this job. Right. So we all believe that. But then when Treasury, he gave it to Mnuchin in the Treasury Department, it's like, oh, that's his out. That's the loophole. I'm not going to do it. They're going to do it. And then they didn't do it. But I know it must be because of what you said, John, because it's not just this black and white.
Well, but to their credit too, I mean, we're playing this out, how this might have unfolded. This is a plan that Tillerson drafted when he was at Exxon, right? It would have gone against the existing sanctions. The tangled web of like players involved in this, the outrage would have been enormous. Like no one in their right mind would have tried to push this through right now. Whether we can speculate about long game or not, I think they finally sat back and said, "There's no way we should do this right now."
If we assume outrage matters anymore, but are they affected by? Oh, people are going to be outraged. I'm not going to do it. I don't see that anymore.
Well, so just 2 points of context there. The people who would have been outraged would have been Republicans and not just Democrats. Of course, they don't care about Democrats or liberals. But John McCain tweeted on whether they should get this waiver, quote, "Are you crazy?" So
of course he also voted for Rex Tillerson.
Right, and he voted, and Rubio was against it, and other leading Republicans were against it.
And Rubio voted for him too.
Yeah, they all voted for Tillerson, but now saying, hey, don't give Exxon the waiver. And it's not that we care that Exxon makes the trillions of dollars. The whole point is Rosneft and the Russian oligarchs and Putin were gonna make trillions of dollars off of it. That's why they would have been incentivized to help Trump win. And that's where it's relevant to all of us as a country.
Well, can I go on the record as saying I don't want that oil taken out of the ground at all by any corporation?
That's also,
that's a ridiculous amount of oil that doesn't need to be burned.
Yeah, and then finally, do I really believe I'm wrong? Of course not.
Really?
He almost had me.
Yeah, so
Man.
I do believe they will lift the sanctions at some point in the nick of time for ExxonMobil and Rosneft to make that deal. But for the moment being, I'm telling you that right now they didn't lift it, and the facts in front of us is that right now they didn't give that Exxon that waiver. So if it continues and they never lift the sanctions, then I will come out and say, yeah, definitively that was not the deal.
I also want to go on the record. I was wrong. This is just in case Editor Mary is watching. It's Rosneft, I believe.
I was just going to say how good the first Rosneft that you said was great. I was impressed by you. Yeah, that was good.
I got a lot of criticism after the last story.
You think Trump's the only one with Russian deals?
Rosneft.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a quick break here and move on from this whole being wrong nonsense.
I like that you left a lane to be open though.
Yes.
You're like, it's gonna come back, I'll be right.
Well, look, yeah.
Over a long enough timeline, he's always right.
No, that's why I mentioned Anthony Weiner. Okay, I was very skeptical that he had actually sent those tweets,
Next president of the United States, Anthony Weiner.
No.
Never know.
It doesn't matter, he sent the tweets, so that is irrevocably wrong.
True. Okay.
Far less important thing.
Yes, a little bit. Okay, when we come back, if you want to talk about things that people are wrong about, first off, Trump now going again to help the bankers, so there will be no credit given there, and then a huge fight over Bernie Sanders, both in the press and perhaps here, I don't know, we'll see. We'll be right back.
A progressive future requires a different kind of financial industry. I'm Joe Sandberg. I'm co-founder of Aspiration.com, an online financial firm you can fall in love with. The American financial industry came to serve itself and profit. I believe in a different path for business. Business should be about serving people, and that profit is a byproduct of serving people well. Aspiration.com is about our customers and our movement. We use what we call pay what's fair. You as the customer have the power to choose your fee. We trust you that if we do a good job for you, you'll choose to pay us. 10% of the fees that you choose to pay, we give to charity. Many of you are passionate about the environment and reversing the effects of climate change, but many of you also may be banking at a big institution that funds things like Dakota Access. It made clear what's inherently broken about Wells Fargo and so much of the financial industry. These organizations are obsessed not with serving people, but with serving themselves and their profit. You can stop Doppel by taking your money out of banks that fund Doppel and put your money into financial institutions like Aspiration.com. You don't have to sacrifice your values to do well financially. And that's why our motto at Aspiration is do well, do good. We have a popular fossil fuel-free, firearm-free, private prison-free, sustainable investing fund at Aspiration called the Redwood Fund. And the minimum is just $100. The power and future is yours to determine. The choices you make with your money matter. And that's why we built Aspiration, because there's a different, better way to deliver both great banking and investing services that meet your needs and also match your values.
They'd rather lose to Republicans than have a progressive win with them. That's how dumb the corporate Democrats are.
It's the Democrats who lull you to sleep, and at the end of the day, they're the ones who push the right-wing agenda.
Most of the people are either unemployed, underemployed, or fucked.
This is why you lost to Trump, you fucking moron. What the fuck is wrong with you? Whoever wrote that, I'm sure they were typing with one hand and going like this with you. The Democrats are dead. The way you feel right now, that's how a chump feels. Do not freak out.
We talk about TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're gonna help us run the country.
Like this. It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us. Whoa, democracy!
United!
We are!
We are!
Too strong! There's thousands of volunteers, and you could be among them.
With Wolfpack, the mission is so clear.
Money is killing our democracy.
96% of Americans want it.
When you get the power back, oh, that feels good. This is just the beginning. Let's go get them, man. Up and at them. Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Michael Schur. Amna Nawaz with us today from ABC News, and John Iadarola. By the way, Amna, I didn't give you enough credit for being part of NBC's investigative unit when you were in Islamabad, and we did that little raid on a guy named Bin Laden, I believe.
We didn't do it. I had nothing to do with it.
Yes, no, you didn't.
Fair.
To be fair, and
Plus
you
it's a
covered
false flag.
Yeah, of course, obviously. I'm gonna take my shirt off. Okay. Plus, covering the attack on Malala, who was our first Turk of the Year. We gave her an award for courage, etc. back then.
Wow.
Yep. And the first foreign reporter in North Waziristan, which is very, very courageous of you. Here's where you're not going to catch me. North Waziristan.
Very well done. That was very, very well done. And although I was 4 months pregnant at the time.
Wow.
When I went there. So technically, my first daughter has also been to North Waziristan.
Well, technically, your first. Your first daughter, technically more brave than me. Okay, John, what's next? Oh, sorry, I meant to read the donors as I always do. My bad. $50 from Antonio in New Jersey, $127 from John in Pennsylvania, and $250 from D in California. Can I see where we are now? TYTnetwork.com/go. 1693.
Look at that.
Okay.
Look at that.
I want to see 50,000 individual donors. That's what I want.
Oh, I see. Because we've had 49,788 donations.
That would be cool. Yeah, 22. We have 12 more donors. What is it? 220, 12 more donors.
Yeah. I thought you were saying
the American map.
Yeah.
Right there.
But I could tell you where every state is. I just couldn't add all 50 of them together.
I thought you were saying you wanted a $50,000 donation, which I agree with you.
Sure.
Yes,
Right.
sure. We would like that as well. You could have all the cameras in the studio. So you can't actually take them home. We are naming the cameras 5,000 a pop. You take all the cameras, all be named John, whoever or whatever your name is, Bob. Right?
Just label them. Hang a little sign on
Yeah,
each
we
of
do.
them.
We do. They're actually on there. You see that?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
See, we're not playing.
How about this? $50,000. You get to name the next TYT employee child.
Okay, no, that's ridiculous.
That's crazy money. Come on.
The next TYT child born in North Waziristan.
We already had a bad time with that last time when we offered it. They named Cenk's first son. It was like,
Prometheus. Jesus Christ, what did you guys do to me?
By the way, we got a response to from the tweet last time very quickly. TYT Live. is from ABC News, hence the corporate media thing. It wasn't about me.
Oh, it's not me.
Yeah, so congratulations.
Oh, okay.
But it's not me. It was cryptic, but I am a hill bully.
Oh, you're a hill bully.
Wait, but you were
that's
still
kind of
in
a
that
fun
tweet,
name.
though.
I was in that tweet. I was the only person in it. But so I think it was just a general lament. But hill bully. Nobody's ever called me a bully ever.
Interesting.
Okay, that's true. Michael, not much of a bully. No. All right, and then the tweets sent in were the Mad Lib doing things one promises to do is a ridiculous standard, quoting Donald Trump. Okay. Norma says it's only been 100 days. Feels like 100 years. I'm right there with you, sister. And then Jessica Allison says, Trump can't allow the Exxon deal to go on right now. The heat is too high. I wouldn't say Cenk is wrong yet. No, well, I'm also with Jessica. Here. Excellent point, Jessica.
Of course he picked that tweet.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Of course.
Also, Jessica Allison wrote that tweet.
An old friend of J.R. McLaughlin's.
There you go. Okay, next up. The next set of Donald Trump's executive orders were revealed today, with some taking aim at some of the financial regulations set up in the wake of the Great Recession, and others perhaps setting the stage for his next big legislative battle over tax reform. Trump is scheduled to sign 2 presidential memos ordering 6-month reviews of the 2010, this is the financial regulation, law's authority for regulators to designate large firms as a risk to the financial system and to try to shut them down with minimal collateral damage if they're on the verge of failing. So one is being able to identify banks that pose systemic risks to the rest of the economic system of the United States. And the other is a system whereby money would be temporarily put into those banks so that there could be a process of sort of orderly liquidation of those banks, which some believe is another form of bailout, basically, like a backdoor bailout to some extent. And so this is not getting rid of those regulations, but this is, as with other Trump executive orders from early on in the year, a review process that has as its natural conclusion possibly getting rid of those regulations. Now, we had a big debate during the Democratic primary about how much stronger those regulations should be in terms of perhaps preemptively taking apart some of those banks that were, quote, too big to fail. They might be going in a very different direction here, getting rid of the ability to classify them in that fashion at all.
Yeah, so some of these points are arguable, although it's not that interesting an argument. Some of them are, what they plan to do is horrible, of course. So let me distinguish. So when they say, hey, look, if we say a bank or a financial institution is too big to fail and we will have an orderly way of dissolving them, does that give that bank a little bit of an advantage because the people who put their money into that bank or financial institution know that it is a little bit more protected? Actually, a little bit, and so that's an interesting point to make. But on the other hand, we also have FDIC that protects banks, and that means the main point of that is to protect consumers. So if you have up to $250,000 in a bank, well, that's going to be protected. Now, Bob sets up his own financial institution in his backyard. It's not FDIC protected. The FDIC protected banks have an advantage over Bob. That's true. On the other hand, we kind of like having consumers protected and not have their money disappear. And it's very important to the world order and economy, et cetera, that some of that money be protected by the government, and that to the point of consumers. Okay, so that's the arguable one, but still I think they're very wrong about that, because if things go south, believe me, you want your money in the bank protected, okay? So the one that's not arguable is, well, these systemically important financial institutions, labeling them that way and making sure that they don't take outsized risk and doing more regulations. We don't need that anymore. Besides which, it was actually helping the bankers. No, it wasn't, okay? It was trying to make sure they don't take too much risk and blow up the economy again. Like, for example, MetLife is a financial institution, not a bank. And did they want to be a financially important, systemically important financial institution? No, they hated it because it doesn't allow them to take more risk. So they fought it tooth and nail. So when they pretend that this is to somehow keep a check on the financial institutions, the facts are completely the opposite. No, the banks love them getting deregulating like this so they can take that more risk. Yeah. And we know what happens when bankers take too much risk. 2008 happens. That's a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Big picture on this though, like no one should be surprised, right? Because Mr. Trump ran on a campaign of unraveling all of President Obama's signature efforts. We saw it with the Affordable Care Act. We're still seeing it with the Affordable Care Act. Dodd-Frank was another one of those. So that should not come as any kind of surprise for anyone, right? And if you supported that, you probably like this.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. So of course that's true because he did say that, oh, Dodd-Frank's terrible and yada, yada. But he also said that he was gonna drain the swamp. He also said that Goldman Sachs controls Ted Cruz and Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton was way too cozy with Wall Street. Well, Hillary Clinton would not have done this, and she would have done many other things that were pro-bank. That was why I was against her in the primary and stridently so, right? But this is way more helpful to Wall Street than anything Hillary Clinton would have done. And it helps to grow the swamp. And then Donald Trump wound up putting all those Goldman Sachs guys into his administration and other bankers as well. So I think the Trump voters were a little confused. They're like, oh yeah, the regulation's terrible, and I want to drain the swamp and make sure the bankers are more powerful.
Well, and also there's sort of
think they're confused?
Maybe. There was sort of a two-pronged way that for some reason people believed that he would be hard on the banks. It never made sense to me, but there's two reasons why some people believed it, I think. One, that Hillary Clinton and her speeches seemed super cozy. And then you had Trump making a couple of references to getting rid of the exemption for carried interest. And so he's gonna tax the bankers, which he's already announced he's not going to do now. And so the idea that this guy who's lived in New York, who's surrounded by those are the people at his clubs, the people that he associates with, that he was gonna be harder on them, that was just ridiculous. And in terms of, we warned ahead of time the various ways that Trump posed a massive risk were he to become president, and we've been seeing some of them. I didn't expect that we'd be on the brink of nuclear war with North Korea, but we have that, so that's cool. And then in terms of economic risks, yes, he hasn't said that he's going to default on the US debt yet. So we've dodged that bullet for now. But this, saying this tiny bit of protections we had after the Great Recession, we're gonna get rid of those. That brings us a step closer to the second recession, possibly. And then earlier this week with David Sirota, we talked about them delaying the implementation of the fiduciary rule. The idea that any sort of added responsibility on the part of bankers, where they have to think about anything other than their own short-term financial interests, he's getting rid of that. And so you take away the oversight on the banks, you take away any regulation on the bankers, and you get us right back into the situation we were in before the Great Recession. And that should be scary. Now, we also have executive orders on taxes, so let's turn to those.
Executive memos, John.
Well, this one's an order apparently, but maybe it'll become a memo.
There's no real difference. There's little tiny differences.
What about actions?
Actions,
those are slightly different. There you go. Trump will also sign an executive order to review significant changes to the tax code since the start of 2016 to determine whether they, quote, impose an undue financial burden on American taxpayers, add undue complexity, or exceed statutory authority. And bear in mind, this is from the party that says that the tax code should be able to fit on a single piece of paper. So God knows what it takes to qualify as undue complexity. But let's talk about one of the particular areas that they're gonna focus on, and then think about how this affects you as an individual taxpayer. That review will include rules enacted by the Obama administration to crack down on so-called inversions, in which companies shift their headquarters abroad to reduce their US tax bills. And thank God, because it took a populist like Donald Trump to help you out and give you the authority to do corporate inversions again.
So look, a simple way of explaining corporate inversions is it allows corporations to hide their money offshore. So it's a little oversimplistic to describe it that way, but it allows them to avoid taxes here in the US. And that's the only point of a corporate inversion. The only point. There is no legitimate point to a corporate inversion. Okay, if you have subsidiaries abroad, we've always had subsidiaries abroad. That's not the point of the inversion. It is a tax rule to avoid taxes. So did you think when you were voting for Trump that he was going to make sure that multinational corporations can use foreign countries to avoid US taxes? Is that what you bargained for?
Yes, I did. Oh.
Okay. Well, if it's what you bargained for, and there are a handful of people who did bargain for that, well, they're super happy. They gave him probably a little bit of a donation, and they got huge, about billions of dollars in tax breaks back. For the rest of us, we just got hosed.
Yeah.
Because that could have gone towards schools, hospitals, bridges, roads, etc. And it's not going to go to any of that. It's going to go right back in the pocket of the multinational corporation executives.
Yeah.
There's a couple of points off this. The one is that in the languaging, the administration is very smart about this now, right? When they're messaging and they're talking about this, they always pair these proposals with the idea that everyone can agree on, which is that the tax code is way too confusing and burdensome. And everyone's like, yes, I can get on board with that, fix it. But the other part we haven't talked about is that the tax reform part of their proposal had to come chronologically after healthcare reform, right? Which we haven't really moved on. And I haven't quite heard from anybody how they're going to introduce that without first getting healthcare out of the way.
And the political part of that too, which is a great point, is that you're going to need the Freedom Caucus for tax reform, and they're with you. But if you can't get the healthcare through the Freedom Caucus, they're not going to be as incentivized on the tax reform because it's all part of the same deal. And it becomes a very complex thing for the White House in dealing with Congress. Today, Mark Meadows, who's the head of the Freedom Caucus, the House Freedom Caucus, a very conservative, stridently conservative group in the House, met with Susan Collins, who, it may have been yesterday, but we'll just go with, in the past 24 hours, to try and work something out on healthcare. Susan Collins is nowhere near where the Freedom Caucus is. So you could see the House and Senate trying to do something independent of the White House, which, as we've predicted for a while, and I have for a while, it's going to take a separation by the Republican Congress from the Republican White House in order to see Trump really struggle and this White House really struggle. And that may be what's happening, and it may be because of what you just said, is that this has to happen first. And if they can't get that to happen, tax reform is going to be difficult. And I think that's why Mnuchin has said, hey, we're going to wait until at least after the August recess to go to tax reform.
Yeah, I'm always so skeptical of that. So last point for me is
skeptical of what?
That they care that healthcare reform be done before tax reform. I mean, Freedom Caucus, everybody's going to agree. Yeah, give the rich and multinational corporations as big a tax break as we could possibly give them, and let's move on.
But if it's intertwined with other legislation and it's a part of a budget too, it becomes an entirely different thing.
There must be a reason. Otherwise, why not do it first? That would be their first incentive. So you're probably right. Just not seeing exactly how that plays out.
Yeah. Turns out government is complicated. Nobody could have guessed it. I'm waiting for Xi Jinping to sit me down and talk to me about it for 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, next.
Okay. As we speak, Senator Bernie Sanders is taking part in the, let's see, that's the Come Together and Fight Back tour right now with DNC Chair Tom Perez. And so they're doing a number of different rallies and speeches. You might have already seen some of that. But as that's going on, the Washington Post comes out with an editorial by Aaron Blake breaking down some of the reasons that they think that Bernie Sanders' behavior has become weird lately. Some of the things they cite is that he is still not technically a Democrat, which is true and has been true for decades. Suddenly more relevant, I guess. He criticized Hillary Clinton's slogan, I'm with her, recently. He said President Trump did not win the election, the Democrats lost the election, which some people have said in other places too. Sanders' message has, quote, differed from Perez's in a couple key ways. Well, oh my God, they don't agree on everything. And so you take these things and the fact that he wasn't very outspoken in favor of Ossoff in Georgia, and then we have another candidate that he's supporting, which we'll get into in just a little bit. And so they think that it's weird. Cenk, I know that you are very interested in this. Do you think that he's being too weird lately?
So I think, I'm gonna go first. I think there's a concerted attack on Bernie Sanders by the establishment. and usually led by the Washington Post, and now led by the Washington Post again. In fact, I didn't quite recognize it until recently. I mean, yesterday the story out from Slate, where they had this, you want to talk about weird, they had this weird attack on Bernie's podcast. Like, well, this is out of the blue, and it turns out it's not out of the blue. The memo's out by the establishment. We're back to hating Bernie Sanders. So let's break it down. So they say he disagrees with Tom Perez on some stuff. That's a really surprise to you guys? The Washington Post, you guys are journalists, and that's a surprise? Of course he disagrees with Tom Perez on some things. Bernie Sanders says Medicare for all. Most of the establishment Democrats don't say that. They have to be pushed really, really hard to go in that direction. On TYT Politics, Michael Tracy just covered a Dianne Feinstein town hall. You go watch the video for yourself. And Dianne Feinstein is not for Medicare for all. Tom Perez is not for it, so when he's asked, he says, we think healthcare should be a right. What does that mean? Which legislation are you in favor of? I don't want to annoy my donors, so I'm not going to say Medicare for all because I want to keep taking their money. And Bernie Sanders, still a progressive, still fighting for those things. And so they don't agree. They don't agree. And so, I mean, and it goes down the list. Every single thing that they stated. You're surprised that he thinks the Democrats lost the election? Of course the Democrats lost the election. They lost to the most unpopular person to ever run for office. Donald Trump was sitting at a 37% approval rating on the day of the election. He didn't win the election. Hillary Clinton lost it. That is not a surprising thing for a progressive to say. So for them to feign like, oh, how dare you, Bernie Sanders? Part of it is definitely Ossoff, and I know that they're mad about that, and I get that that's a legitimate fight. I'm on Bernie's side on that, but it's a legitimate fight. But the rest of it is, he won't bend a knee. There he goes again.
Well, but let me just throw this out here for the rest of the conversation. It's that he is being attacked by the establishment, which I think means several different things, but he's being attacked by multiple forms of it. But he's not just being attacked by the establishment, he's also being attacked by libs for being involved in this tour at all. Every time Bernie Sanders does anything with Tom Perez, people start, like, you hear the murmur a little bit, oh, is he selling out? Oh, is this Elizabeth Warren during the primary again? And I don't think that there's anything inconsistent whatsoever with him being involved in this effort and trying to organize and rally for the Democratic Party and disagreeing with it. He does want people to come together, it's a unity thing, but he wants them to come together around his positions. He wants to move them in the right direction. That's exactly what he should be doing. And yet I believe he's being attacked from both sides. Anytime he's seen as being an ally of someone like Tom Perez.
Let me ask you a question here. I guess the question is, what is the intention? Like, what is Senator Sanders' intention when you head out on this kind of tour that probably had some kind of mission statement they all agreed to before they decided to go do it? I'm thinking back to my high school days, and I played basketball, and I always had this coach who's like, what's your intention? When you go in the paint, you're just gonna stand there and wait for something to happen. When you go set a pick, what is your intention? And he was always yelling that from the sidelines. And I look at this behavior, and I just think, yes, you probably think they want him to bring them back online, get everybody on the same page, but why even do the tour then if you're gonna be at odds?
And I have a theory on that. By the way, I like your coach. My theory is that Bernie's a really good guy, and I'm gonna criticize him here in a sense, that he naively believed that the establishment lost the election. You lost to Trump, and look at all this popularity, and I'm the most popular politician in the country, and I can show you the polling where progressives want. It's not just progressives want. Americans want the progressive policy positions. He naively thought that the Democratic Party could go in that direction, and hence the effort at unity. But Bernie, they're never going to agree because their whole incentive structure is based around the donors. They can't agree. It's the same mistake that Obama made in a sense, or the press asked Obama to make. Oh, have a beer summit with Mitch McConnell. You're not gonna convince Mitch McConnell over a beer. He gets paid to disagree with Obama, and the Democratic Party establishment is never going to agree with Bernie Sanders. So this whole talk of unity is a mirage. So I wouldn't have gone on the tour, not because I don't like Tom Perez, okay, not because I don't hope for unity, but I know that their financial incentives are aligned against us. So and they use unity as a slogan, a punchline, to try to get progressives to just do whatever the Democratic Party wants. Now, if you really meant unity, well, why not unify behind Bernie Sanders, the most popular politician in the country? Isn't that logical? But they won't. They won't do Medicare for all. They won't do his proposals. They just want to use him as a mascot.
Now you're looking at me.
Yeah. Go.
There's nothing I've gone. I love Bernie Sanders. I think he's great. I think that he's had his day on this stuff, and if he is going to go out with Tom Perez, he should go out with Tom Perez, not cower and not stand down from what he believes, but go do what that mission is. And if not, say no. Say, I'm not going to go out on this tour. I'm not comfortable with it. The way I think with Ossoff, I don't think he should have endorsed Ossoff, but I don't think he should have said, I'm not going to endorse Ossoff. I think he should have just sat that one out. The Heath Mello
he has,
thing.
by the way, today endorsed him for the next election.
Right, but that's an easier,
Of course,
it would have been better for Ossoff.
Yes.
Ossoff's happy to have him, and he is somebody who commands so much respect from so many voters, and he may in fact help Ossoff there. And Bernie has nothing to lose, because if Ossoff wins now, the progressives can say, hey, look, Bernie endorsed him, and look what happened. See, you can even put a Democrat over the line. But I'm sure Tom Perez said, hey, Bernie, you got to do this. And another thing you have to remember is Tom Perez worked for over a year to not get Bernie Sanders elected. He worked with Hillary Clinton for a very long time. They are, they probably see a lot alike. They worked together, I know, on civil rights before any campaign for president existed for either Clinton or Sanders. I know Sanders and Perez worked together. But that's the point here. The Democrats are trying to do something now, do this 50-state strategy. If you can't go all in, whether you believe it or not, you're better off just saying, no, I'm not going to go out there and do this with Tom Perez. And it's easier said than done, I know, but I think that that's what Sanders should have done. I also think that when you inject yourself into the national conversation, as Sanders has done now and has come back into doing, that you set yourself up for whatever criticism that may engender. And there's going to be criticism of that, which is fine. I mean, he's not afraid of that.
Yeah, that's all good. I'm just going to ask the press to do two things, though. Okay, one, don't flip out if Bernie Sanders and other Democrats don't agree. They don't agree. Yeah. What's the big deal? And why is it Bernie Sanders' strange behavior? Why is the article's title not Tom Perez's strange behavior? Why did Tom Perez invite Bernie Sanders on a unity tour as the head of the DNC? Didn't he check with him earlier?
But it's a good idea, Cenk. It's a good idea if you're Tom Perez and you have somebody who's playing.
But why didn't you check? I mean, we just said why didn't Bernie check?
Because no, I didn't say why didn't Bernie check. I just said Bernie shouldn't have done it if he didn't want it. It's their tour, he's joining their tour, right? If you're not going to play their songs, I'm not saying you have to. It's not a matter of walking lock. I mean, he's endorsing Heath Mello for a mayoral candidate in Nebraska, and he's endorsing him even though he's pro-life. So that's not consistent with Sanders' message, but that's okay also.
But to say that it's Perez's party, right? Almost literally, right?
I mean, he's the chairman of the DNC.
No,
that's
he
what
is.
I'm saying.
But who is the most popular elected politician in that party? Bernie Sanders.
He's not in that party. He caucuses with him.
Okay.
He's an independent.
So if you're going to say, hey, most popular politician in the country, come tour with me, you might want to listen to him. And if you don't listen to him and you didn't plan that out and you have this kind of division, I could argue it's Tom Perez's strange behavior.
I disagree, Cenk. I totally disagree. I mean, I think that he is listening to him. The Democrats have listened to Bernie Sanders. Have they done every single thing that Bernie Sanders wanted? Did they nominate him? No, none of those things. But they certainly listened to him.
That doesn't mean a thing.
But you just move on some issues. Yeah, because they don't move on the highest
but
profile.
legislation. Have they moved on legislation? Not at all.
They're the minority party in the Senate.
I mean,
Medicare for all is real.
Well, but a bunch of Democrats have moved to support that bill now.
Progressives have, after a lot of pressure from Sanders, Conyers, and Justice
Which is important. That's what you want. Those are the results you want.
Good. So we're agreed.
That's what's great about Bernie Sanders. That's what he's doing. They're in the minority party. Are they going to have Medicare for all by a week from Thursday? No, they're not going to. But you have Sanders changing minds, or even if they're not changing minds, he's making other Democrats feel brave about something that we don't think they should feel brave about, should just be doing. That's great.
So we're all agreed, and I hope the media agrees as well. Stop calling what Bernie Sanders is doing strange if he disagrees with Democrats. They disagree, okay, with the Democratic Party. Okay, so we're agreed on that. The second thing I'm gonna ask the media to do is to not assume that the Democratic Party establishment is right in every instance. That is their given assumption. Well, obviously the Democrats are backing this candidate, so that is the correct candidate. And so, progressive didn't back him. Boo, weirdo, okay? No, why not assume that the most popular person on that side of the aisle, in fact, in the whole country, the most popular politician in the country, maybe he's correct.
So
but I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair because, look, they're not saying that he's necessarily the right, that Ossoff is the right guy. They're saying that this is the guy the Democrats are putting all their money and resources and attention behind. And if Bernie Sanders is out there with the Democratic establishment on this tour saying we're aligned, we're on the same page, and then he doesn't back him.
No, I totally disagree. So let me explain why, Amna. George is a really strange case and not a good example of this because it was a jungle primary. So if you got over 50%, that made a big difference. You would have won outright. So there, I might even disagree with Bernie Sanders, given where, especially going into the election, it was so close and no other Democrat had a real chance. So I look at that in a pragmatic and situational way. But if it's a regular primary and they say, like what you just said, hey, well, Manchin's got all the money behind him, so you shouldn't oppose him. Oh, hell no, I don't agree. I don't care how much money Manchin, I don't care how much the Democratic Party wants to waste on Joe Manchin. No, we're gonna primary him and we're gonna have a real progressive run in that race. I never will agree to that. Bernie Sanders should never agree to that. Why do I have to bow my head to corporate money? That's the whole point of being a progressive.
But Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. He's not part of the party.
He's a progressive, much
right,
better.
He is a progressive, that's fine. But we're talking about going out with the chairman of the DNC. I'm not saying that he's, that he's not right to be a progressive and not right, that you're not right to field somebody against Joe Manchin. We have our differences as to the efficacy of that, but it's smart to do that. But Bernie Sanders, if he's going out with the head of the DNC, it's a little different. I mean, you're buying into something that they're selling, and you have to. I think you don't have to.
Or attempting to sell alongside them and hope that he will listen. Hope that they'll see the difference in the crowd's reaction when he's speaking, when Tom Perez is speaking. I've seen those pictures back and forth, and it might be that they do this whole thing, and he was naive, and it has no effect. And you might judge and say, look, it maybe has a 5% chance of working. But sitting on the sidelines has a 0% chance of working. And we could be mad at them for bringing him along and not going along with him, but we'd be madder if they didn't bring him at all, if they totally shut him out.
That's true.
And I think Bernie Sanders has been fighting on these issues, basically the exact same issues for decades and decades and decades. And there's all these points where someone could look and say, well, you tried up until this point, why are you still trying? But why stop now? I think that just because Trump won, he's still gonna fight for those positions. And a lot of people will say, you gave it your best shot, you lost the primary, you're now wasting your time. We should draft Bernie, or it should be a third party thing. Bernie Sanders understands those options. He understood those options during the last election. He could have run as a third party candidate. You're not gonna educate Bernie Sanders about these things. He has been doing this his whole life. He could be wrong in the end, but he has made the decision that however difficult the path is, however long it's going to take, this is the best bet to get his policies actually enacted.
Yeah, and I actually think he's far more practical than people give him credit for. Otherwise,
I agree, that's exactly what he's doing.
That's right, otherwise he would have run as a third party candidate, which is very impractical. That's why we set up the Justice Democrats within the Democratic parties, because you can take over the party. You can actually be progressive and strong and not take corporate money. That is, I think, the correct path, justicedemocrats.com. Anyway, but I'll leave you on this note. There is going to be a war within the Democratic Party. It is unavoidable. This talk of unity is nonsense, okay? One side thinks that they should take the donor money and largely do what the donors want. Now they'll disagree with that description, but that's the establishment side. The other side does not want to do that. They don't agree. They will fight and one of them will win. This idea of unity is both a fantasy and two, is actually a slogan by the establishment intended to get progressives to bow their heads and just do whatever the moneyed interests want. And we don't agree, and we will never agree. Okay, now let's take a break. Okay, so as we go to this break, the video you're gonna see here is from town hall that happened last night. Jordan Chariton from TYT Politics was in Flint, Michigan. The mayor is holding a town hall, and something outrageous happened. And by the way, all these videos are up on youtube.com/TYT Politics. Please check that out. And we carried it live on Facebook as well. So they started arresting people, and we asked, why are you arresting these folks? They were causing a disturbance. What kind of disturbance? They were too loud. Being too loud in a town hall is now an offense you can get arrested for? I also disagree with that and will never agree with that. So anyway, watch for yourself. Here's those videos and then we'll be right back.
It's in the precious name of Jesus Christ that we pray with all of our sins forgiven. Amen. Amen.
This is the church. Please remove your hats. If you don't know, the ladies is okay to wear their hats in the church, but gentlemen cannot wear their hats in the church, so please remove them. Please don't be in there trying to disrupt this meeting, because if you do, I'm going to escort you out, and I'm only going to take you to the back door, and then you're going to jail. I'm not going to play with nobody tonight. That's just how it's going to be.
Kids 21 and over that have health problems cannot get health coverage. And it's not fair. Everybody should be able to get health coverage, because every single one of those has been exposed. My life is going down the drain. I know people that have had Legionnaires. I know people that have died from it. And now y'all are going to start bringing pipes up. It's going to get hot. And everyone is going to be exposed to it again. And there's going to be more deaths on all of y'all.
I have something to say to the filtrations, that the filters that you're passing out, is that a pregnant woman, when she is standing in a shower, inhales 2 liters of water before she steps out of that shower. So how are we going to protect people when they're in their showers and when they're washing their clothes? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude, but this is serious, and people are going to continue to get sick and possibly die.
When you hear a 70% collection rate, what that really means is, we're getting payment from 70% of our bills. And what has to happen there, if your neighbor is not paying their water bill, you're picking up a portion of that water bill. That's the way it works. And that's why it's important that everybody share the burden here a little bit. But look at your neighbor. This is something we're all in it together.
On behalf of flood residents, I'm going to have to ask you to stop blaming the victims and blaming us. I've done it too many times. Too many times that I've heard sitting in these town halls, well, 2/3 of your damn bill, aren't you mad at the 1/3 that aren't? Shame on you. Shame on you. First of all, you're getting the
Don't get to the point now. This is over with. Then do what you're gonna do. Come on, Mr. If you resist, and if you don't push on me, I'm leaving. You and your wife. I gotta get my coat. I'll get it for you. We get your friends. I knew you was coming. I'll get a hold of you. All right, quick and go.
Sorry,
this is that way.
I'm handicapped.
Walk around this way. She's handicapped. Somebody walk around. Come. Which way? I should have known where to go. You know, go do your job now. You're doing good here. That's important now. Just get.
Do what you do best. Go stand up there and act like you're important.
Here we go.
Bullshit.
How long you doing this church? Wait a minute. What are you waiting? Get off my lawn. You're going to get off my lawn. You're out of your
Hell no.
Tony. I'm helping you.
They were conveniently close by.
Thank you. That's my wife. Don't anything happens to her, you're off. Private property. Private property. Look at this racism. Don't give me that shit. Look like y'all can do whatever. Watch your mouth when you talk. I'm not no kid, okay? I never said. And I didn't disrespect you. Dude, I did not disrespect you. Dude, you're not disrespecting us. Dude, you're disrespecting the church, my man. You disrespecting the church. You're a big cussing at the church. You cussing at the church. No.
Don't resist.
We'll get you out of here.
What did he do? Why is he getting arrested?
We'll get you out of here, Abel. Don't worry, man. Grab Hold on. Under arrest. Wait, watch my cuffs. Grab my keys. I got a security car now.
Hold on.
Give me the keys. There's the keys. Who do you want to give the keys to?
I'll take them.
Okay. You're in the front seat. Well, you under arrest, sir. All right, I appreciate it. Okay. And I'll see you in court. Yes, sir. Tony, it's not personal. Yeah, it is. We got a job. All right, have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat.
How do you guys feel arresting people for the?
Just leave him alone. Leave him alone. We're where we need to be. Come here.
Rob, grab her purse.
Here, please.
Give me what you want to give me.
This is Tony's stuff.
This is Tony's.
Okay, we'll make sure.
And wait, sir, you're hurting me.
You're not going to dig in pockets when you're being arrested.
Out of my pocket.
We'll. No, you get away.
Get away.
Hey,
Get away.
Okay.
You're going to be arrested for interference.
I'm sorry. Here.
I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Let me read a couple of tweets for you. L. Trotsky 21st Century writes in.
Look who's back.
That's right. Come to think of it, it would be kind of cool to hear Cenk say, "Join me at the Trotsky camera." Okay. Well, if you get $5,000, but I don't like where this is going.
What if Joe Manchin?
Oh, could you imagine? Joe Manchin's like, no, I'll be naming it Senator Manchin. Well, we do reserve the right to say no to if you want it to be named Charles Koch, for example. We will not be doing that, or ExxonMobil. Right?
This is how you end up with like Bodie McBoatface.
I know, right?
Camera McCamera face. Let's do it.
We might consider that. So tytnetwork.com/go. In fact, here, let me quickly read you new donors. $27 from Lisa in Illinois, $50 from Stephen in California, and $50 from Elizabeth in New York. Thank you guys, appreciate it. And then some tweets for y'all. Well, I read the Trotsky one. Easily readable name says, Dems still don't get it. We don't love Bernie despite that he disagrees with the establishment. We love him because he does. Okay, very fair. And Annie says, unity doesn't mean you're all on the same page. It means working together for a common goal. Why does he have to conform to them?
Well, that's what you were
agree.
saying. But yeah, right. And I think that's right. Actually, he doesn't have to conform to them. But if you're working at a common goal, I think the Ossoff position was questionable, and that's it. I mean, that's fine. I also got some flack just now for saying, for citing that Bernie is not a Democrat, right? When you're out with the chairman of the Democratic National Committee and you're out with the party, I think it does provide valid contrast and context. I don't think during the presidential election it had 1 ounce of credibility when people said, "Oh, he's not a Democrat." It doesn't matter. But when you're out with the party, I think it makes a huge difference.
And to be further fair to you, Bernie himself recently reiterated that he's not a Democrat, that he's an independent. So that's fair to point out.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, what's next, John?
Okay. Perhaps in an attempt to rehab the FBI's image, which has taken a bit of a beating recently, director James Comey is going to be giving a docu-series pretty wide access to one of the FBI's field offices in New York to produce a TV series about the sort of work the FBI does, which I'm sure is going to be a very balanced look, not propaganda. But let's figure it out together. We're going to take a look at a brief part of the trailer.
Pre 9/11, it was very much G-man versus mobster. But post 9/11, FBI is first and foremost an intelligence agency that's kind of got a global reach.
FBI New York.
Join us as we go inside the New York office of the FBI and get an all-access look at the men and women on the front lines.
FBI, open the door!
They'll touch down and then make entry into that building here.
I can't think of any terrorism case that has not had some type of connection to New York.
An individual, we're trying to locate him, recommended watch listing. We need to find him.
When it comes to terrorism, the margin of error is 0.
Can't wait till the TYT What the Flick reviews of the FBI show.
Every episode.
Every single episode.
Because when you're fighting terrorism, the main thing you want to do is leave time for a TV show, to tape a TV show. Okay, wait, man, I'm on the hot trail of a terrorist here, but first my B-roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also love. Bomb. Hold on, the shot's not good. Hold on.
Being a New Yorker, I also love the the sort of New York centric, the way there's New York and then just the rest of the world, right? It's like every bit of terrorism has something to do with New York, right? Except the ones that are in the 1,000 other places where that aren't New York.
Folks of Paris would disagree.
Right, and San Bernardino and Orlando, and
Now, the funny thing is, the FBI actually has been doing really good work lately, outside of the political stuff that they needlessly got involved in, or somewhat needfully, but in the wrong way. Anyway. Like for example, they just stopped another terrorist plot. There was the right winger, the sovereign citizen guy with the 1,000 rounds of ammunition who would plan to go kill all these people. There's a guy in the middle of the country, or a group in the middle of the country. I always forget if it's Missouri. I think it's Missouri, where they were going to detonate these giant truck bombs around with new immigrants that had come in. I think they were Somali. In that area, and they were going to kill perhaps hundreds of people, and the FBI spotted it and took them down. And story after story, I get super frustrated at the CIA. I cannot believe we have not gotten the leader of ISIS. I can't believe that all those guys we deposed and all the coups we did, and we got nothing on Kim Jong-un. So I get super frustrated by the CIA, but I think the FBI has actually done some wonderful work. That doesn't mean that I agree that they should do a propaganda show for the FBI on USA Network, because that's definitely what that is.
And they also they took down that ring that was going to, I believe it was going to blow up multiple African American churches. And their stated goal was to start a race war, and they took that down. It's amazing that things like this aren't really news when they accomplish these goals. For some reason, maybe it has something to do with some of the variables involved in the stories, but not big news. We have a statement though from James Comey about this show. He said, we have to care what people think of us. The faith and confidence of the American people is the bedrock. I worry sometimes that people don't know us. We did a lot last year that confused people. We are not on anybody's side. We really don't care. Also, we really don't think about the timing of some of the statements we make in public.
No,
he didn't actually say that. But
he did a lot to confuse people.
There was a lot in that one statement, though.
Yeah,
you know, it's like each sentence wasn't quite tied to the one before it. It was sort of like, let's cover everything in one statement.
So it might be, like I agree, the FBI has done a lot of good, but they also get involved in investigations that we don't agree, like tracking student organizations, like there was in, I'm not gonna remember the particular case, but they do get involved in things that we think, or at least I think, go beyond the bounds of their actual responsibilities and what they're supposed to be doing. But especially in America, I mean, this is not the first time that a US government organization has been given access to, for instance, the field offices of the FBI, but we also have just one example I was able to think of. I wish we had What the Flick here because they could do a better job of it, but Michael Bay, for instance. On the Transformers set in New Mexico, a handful of military personnel stand by at all times to help Bay strategize his attack scenes. They have a representative of the US Army's Entertainment Liaison Group, giving him access to free tanks, Humvees, and rocket launchers. There have been movies where the Navy has worked closely with filmmakers. And that's great because it seems more realistic, but you also know that there's not going to be criticism of the military in those cases. There was a movie that went, had some Marines and they worked with them very closely. And that's fine, it makes it super exciting and interesting, the movies. But we also know that Americans are prone to patriotism that sometimes goes too far and has deadly consequences. The media is very deferential to the military or to the use of their force. And so I don't know that it's necessarily a good thing when people are gonna be watching this show and not realize that there's an inherent bias there, that they're only going to portray the FBI in a certain way. They're not gonna be super critical of it. I don't know that this is a good time for that.
Well, it's technically a reality that you actually cannot use Pentagon things like a giant aircraft carrier in your movie if you're not doing a positive depiction of the Pentagon. The Pentagon literally will not allow it.
Yeah.
So if you're
Pentagon things like a giant aircraft carrier,
they're the only ones who have them. Right. So if you see any kind of military hardware on that scale in a movie, that means the Pentagon literally said, this is acceptable. We find it sufficiently to our purposes, which is basically propaganda. So, and some of them was initiated by the Pentagon. They wanted Top Gun. They wanted all of these movies to be positive propaganda for the Pentagon. Now, look, if you're doing it for patriotism, okay, maybe some folks can argue with that. But if the end result is we get into more wars, well, that's much more problematic, right? Now, the FBI is not involved in wars, that's internal, but still, they're not gonna do a negative, and they're not gonna do a balanced look at the FBI. The FBI gave them permission, Because they wanted a great PR opportunity for the FBI.
Well, for the record, I just want to say thank goodness that they did give us Top Gun. Because now we have Top Gun.
And of
But look,
course,
as
best
someone
volleyball
who
scene
has-
ever in a movie.
Hands down, right? There's no competition there. As someone who's worked with the military and gone on embeds and so on, yes, they do require a lot of information up front. They want to know what it is you want to do. They want to know how you think you're going to, tell this story, what the angle is, all those things.
It's like your basketball coach.
It all comes
What
back
is
to
your
Coach
intention?
Young.
What is your
Yes, what is your intention? But they have never they don't get any editorial control after the fact. You go and you report and you do what you're going to do in the field and you come back. That's on the journalism side.
That's right,
On the
exactly.
entertainment side, it's a totally different thing. I don't know what this is.
This doesn't look like anything.
I don't know the intention.
Well,
of
it's
this.
on the USA Network, so that says it all, right?
So yeah, on the journalism side, there's still some misunderstandings. Famously, Michael Hastings, who reported there was an assumption that he would report positive stuff, and he's like, "Well, you didn't tell me positive stuff, and I reported what I had." But that is still definitely within the guidelines and acceptable, et cetera. And obviously, it wound up having consequences for General McChrystal. But we're talking about entertainment. This is a TV show, and in the movies, the guidelines are very clear. You will be pro-Pentagon, otherwise you will not have access to this stuff in your movies. And in this case, you're not shooting an anti-FBI movie that James Comey is, or I should say TV show, that James Comey is excited about and like, hey, this will show you a new thing. And then the explosions, come on, it's obviously marketing.
You're still going to watch though, aren't you?
Yeah. No, I hardly ever watch any TV. All right, we gotta take another break here. When we come back,
a little bit of activism going on around the country tomorrow.
That's right, and also some scary stuff here in LA.
Yes.
Okay.
Lead study, and the numbers are mind-blowing.
Crazy.
It is nuts. All right, nuts when we return.
Establishment media, corporate media, as I like to say, it's really not journalism. It's kind of become this infotainment, substanceless drivel, and horse race obsession. They all live in this echo chamber, in this bubble, because they have no idea what actual people are dealing with. Most people, had their jobs sent offshore, or are now working 3 jobs, are struggling just to afford health care. I mean, in going across the country and reporting, I'm talking to people who have to decide between, can I take my medication this week or get groceries? They have no clue, because they're more interested in, what Trump tweeted, or the debt ceiling showdown, and all this stuff that they try to prop up in terms of almost a movie script, sensational and protagonist and conflict and all this. And the victims of that are actual people. I think that's why people are responding to us, because I'm not out covering the sexy story. My biggest passions is kind of showing that the folks in the work that are part of the working poor now, or formerly middle class, these are not the takers. There's actually been a systematic con job, and they've been conned, and we've all been conned by what I call the corporate media military industrial complex. Kind of long-winded, but there's been an active cabal, so to speak, of corporations, lobbyists, banks, politicians, and the media to essentially concentrate power into one vacuum and leave people in Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania. It's not just the Rust Belt. I mean, all over the country, kind of scrapping for the crumbs. So what do? I think, honestly, people say, oh, I couldn't do it without you. I always thought those celebrities were bullshit artists. But we can't do it without you. I mean, it took years for them just to hire me, because they didn't have the funds to hire a reporter. Now they've hired two more, and possibly more on the way. So the first thing you could do is, if you like me, if you like what we're doing, let's create more. The Go campaign is a great way. Even if you only can give $10, $20, it all makes a big difference. So if you can contribute, and that's not just to hire more reporters, it takes an army, producers, editors, researchers, cameramen, all that. So the Go campaign, as well as become a member.
What's the film about? What's it really?
Jeremy Fair writes in, footage of Flint Town Hall makes me angry, arresting people for speaking up as residents of Poison Land of the Free. Yeah, right, shake my head. Well, I think we're gonna get to a story on that soon, and we share your frustration. Back to the journalism campaign, $50 from Robert in Virginia, $50 from Karen in Georgia, and $127 from Joseph in California. Oh, nice, 1696.
Oh, it's close.
Okay, let's keep it going, guys, because there's only 8 days left, and then we're done. If we get to 2 million, we're gonna hire 2 new reporters. 1.75 is 1. And if you donate 127, you get this new cool shirt, House TYT, Game of Thrones TYT combination. Did we get permission from HBO? No, we did not. Okay. Okay.
By the way, 40 new donors since John said, let's make it an even 50K.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I want to thank our members of the day, Richard Barron and Dennis Chavez. So appreciate it. You get a post game today from the crew. And we've had some doozies of post games this week, which everybody gets if they're a member. tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. Yep. What's next?
Okay. So far this year, we've had a number of really high-profile gatherings, demonstrations, rallies, and marches on specific issues. We had the Women's March right around the time of the inauguration, far surpassing it in terms of how many people showed up, thankfully. We had the Tax Day marches very recently. There were marches in support of immigrants who were being detained once the travel ban started. And this weekend, we have another. This Saturday is the March for Science, where thousands of scientists and their pro-science supporters are gonna be marching in cities across the country and some in other countries as well. The main march in Washington will feature speakers including Mona Hanna-Attisha, the pediatrician who blew the whistle on the water crisis in Flint, Michigan originally, science educator Bill Nye, as well as other hosts and performers. It's gonna be begin with a rally, the main march at 9 a.m. Eastern, followed by the march. Organizers expect more than 500 other marches to take place around the world. And I polled some of my Twitter followers about this, and there were big cities, there were small cities. In Canada it's going on, in Mexico it's going on. And it's very important because the moves that we've seen from the administration so far have been not even just normal Republican, aggressively anti-science, but the amount of defunding is beyond what I even feared would happen, and we're gonna get into those numbers shortly. But first I wanna read a quote from Rush Holt, head of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, who I was able to be involved with a panel in New York last year, speaking out in support of the march, saying, "Scientists are often reticent to go public. In this case, the level of anxiety about the state of science, its place in our society and in our government, and whether the conditions under which it can thrive are being adequately maintained and defended has led people to go into the public square in what appear to be unusually large numbers and unusually great enthusiasm." And again, scientists, they obviously are concerned about government policy, especially when it comes to their own funding and whether what they learn and reveal is actually put into effect in terms of policy, but don't often necessarily get directly involved in politics themselves. And so this is something slightly different, but they're being careful, at least how the march is being pitched. March for Science organizers have framed the march as a, quote, celebration of science and a nonpartisan opportunity to defend the role science plays in the global community. Now, there's an undercurrent of some partisanship because both parties don't treat scientists the same way, but they don't want to turn people off. The issues that they investigate and work on and we'll be discussing at this march have consequences for all of us.
Yeah, I was wondering why they bothered. Are there any Republican scientists left? Or are there any scientists left who are still Republicans? Yeah. Because there used to be, but I don't know.
Petro engineers.
Petro engineers, okay.
No, I know some big lib petro engineers actually.
Yeah, well, no, this is greatly ironic because a lot of the defense contractors have to have a lot of scientists that work to build those missiles. I know a couple of them, and they're all super libs.
I do too.
And Rush Holt was a congressman who was also a scientist, and now he's not in Congress and he's running this group.
Rush Holt was a rare, great congressman. And he always championed science while in Congress, was from New Jersey, and appeared on the Young Turks many times. So here to Rush Holt, yes.
Interesting.
Okay, now this is what my dad had been asking for. So here's what I mean by that. During the Bush years, for example, he would say, "Why don't all the professors go out there and march? Well, they know he is wrong, right?" Or he would then substitute in historians, legal scholars, say all the lawyers should march, right? So, Dad, here you go. They're doing it. It's the scientists going, we will now march. Why did they wait so long?
Perhaps too long, but it is super important. I mean, we're looking at potential cuts to the EPA, like a blanket 31%, huge amount of their actual workers being cut, 18% cut to the NIH. We're talking about entire graduating classes of graduate students going into the sciences and having effectively, under the current plan, possibly no funding to go towards their work. I mean, this is gonna have ripple effects that affect obviously climate change. I mean, that's the big one, but we're talking about medicine, we're talking about technology and development. I mean, this is the amount that these cuts, the damage that it can do to technology and science going forward, it's difficult to overstate it. And that's why it's so important that this is going on and that people show support for it. I am just waiting to see the right-wing reaction to this march tomorrow. The way that Fox News will address it, the way that Breitbart and Drudge and all them. I mean, they despise exactly these sorts of people, the academics and the scientists. There's gonna be a level of vitriol that I think is gonna be absolutely disgusting. But these are people who are literally fighting not just for their own careers, but for the continuation of our way of life.
I find it so interesting that they felt this was necessary to do. Because this is not something like, hey, let's just tweet about it and start a hashtag. To organize in this way, en masse, at this level, on this scale. And scientists are typically, I'm thinking back to all the people that I worked with during the Gulf oil spill. It was very hard to get scientists to talk about anything other than their work because that's all they care about. When you dedicate yourself to something like that, that's really all you want to focus on. You don't want to talk about the politics around it or the circumstances around it or the controversy. So the fact that they organize like this, and if they show up in the numbers we expect them to, it's something remarkable. It's something worth taking note of.
Yeah, I think that the reason they're doing it is because I think their work is now endangered, and they feel like there's a frontal assault on science, and that's what gets people to actually hit the streets. I mean, that's why we had so many protests in Vietnam, because if you didn't protest, you might go to Vietnam and die, right? And in this case, the very foundation of science is being challenged. And by the way, you might know that you're in the wrong party if you're against the guys who bring you facts. So if you're, professors, they're always teaching you facts. Scientists, scientists with their facts, right? We got to rip them down, and let alone, of course, the media. I know the media is a little bit more trickier topic these days, but they also are in the business of giving you facts. Those are all the three things that Republicans hate and want to tear down.
And then they nominate and elect somebody who could not care less about facts. So.
Yeah, and my final point, one of the reasons that I think the time has come and they finally have to come out is partially it's the career thing, it's their funding, but the Republicans have been pushing for cuts to funding for those things for all time, basically, and have been successful in the past. But specifically on the issue of climate change, we don't have time to lose on this issue. If he gets his way on the environment, then it's not just that the oil companies win briefly, we lose for a little while. This is an issue where we're already behind the curve. We don't have 4 years or 8 years to wait. This is one of the big warnings that I gave when people were willing to roll the dice on Donald Trump for 4 or 8 years. On certain issues, we don't have those years to wait. And so thank God scientists are willing to risk the politicization, are willing to risk being attacked publicly to do what's right and to make a big deal out of this issue while there is still time to do something about it.
And if you think I'm overly politicizing it, so that's not fair. There's a lot of Republicans in favor of science. Well, no, they're, in the case of climate change, let alone many others, they're literally against 97% of the world's scientists.
Yeah.
Then you might be against science.
Yeah, and if you vote for people who are publicly against it, you're against it by default.
That's what you voted for.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, last story, we're gonna try to fit it in, very important. Reuters has released the results of their investigation into child blood lead levels across LA County, and these numbers are absolutely insane. People always say that in videos and in the titles of articles, but this is really scary stuff. It's scary in the sorts of places where we expect higher blood lead levels, thanks to the investigations that have been going over the past few years, like poor areas. But we're talking about basically a universal problem across LA County, including neighborhoods with multi-million-dollar homes all over the place. This is a problem basically everywhere. More than 17% of small children tested in the heart of San Marino have shown elevated levels of lead in their blood, according to previously undisclosed LA County health data. That's a more well-off area than where I live in LA County, but still, that's 17%. If you live in that area, you should now be scared, but it goes beyond that. That rate exceeds the 5% rate of children who tested high for lead in Flint, Michigan during the peak of that city's water contamination crisis.
Wow.
So the area where finally people started to pay attention to this, and thankfully, they're taking way too long to fix it, but finally people are starting to pay attention. In San Marino, it's 3 times worse in terms of how prevalent it is. In all though, Reuters identified 323 neighborhood areas across LA County where the rate of elevated tests was at least as high as in Flint. In 26 neighborhood areas, the rate was at least twice Flint's. And this is effectively an LA County specific follow-up to a story that we discussed near the end of last year. Reuters identified more than 3,300 US neighborhood areas with documented childhood lead poisoning rates, double those found in Flint. That is across all of the United States, thousands of counties that have problems that are even worse than Flint's. And this is not to take away anything whatsoever from Flint, but to give you an idea of how severe this problem actually is.
So this is exactly why when we criticize the mainstream media from time to time, it is not to tear them down as the right wing wants to do. It is to help them do a better job. So that's why I want to celebrate stories like this. I mean, it's a disastrous substantively, and we'll get to that in a second. But Reuters doing wonderful work in exposing this.
Yeah.
So, and they've been on it from day one, and when they released that report. And this is part of what's frustrating about cable news, specifically television news sometimes, right? Because, oh my God, I was like, there's over 3,000 communities across the country that have a lead problem worse than Flint. Why is that not the biggest story? I mean, we're talking about all these imaginary fears, terrorism, and there is one case, every once in a while, thank God, it's not an epidemic, but there's far more mass shootings, it's et cetera, et cetera. This is affecting all of our kids across the country. And so when they make it more specific, and it's in your neck of the woods, it scares the bejesus out of you. Yeah. We live in LA. And when you see that your kids might be getting lead in their system, and there is nothing, like there is no allowable amount of lead in a human body. Yeah. Scientists have said it is damaging no matter how small it is. Let alone at these levels, and lead could decrease IQ, it does, and tests have proven this out, can even make people more violent in the future. Can you imagine the poison that we're putting in our kids? This is the thing that people should be talking about nonstop.
Yeah, and it says, a couple of things about what you just said, Jane. First of all, what John said when he read it, he said previously undisclosed, and that's what Reuters did here. Yeah. The fact that this was not disclosed, it took journalists to go in there and get down into it, and that's so important. The other thing is, I remember when I was with, I can say it now, with the Al Jazeera, when we would go into these stories, and everybody around the table would say, oh, it's so depressing, it's so depressing. But Al Jazeera would put on these stories, and they were depressing all the time. But at least it got you to prick up your ears a little bit and say, you know what, this is actually something that's worth knowing, and people should talk about. Not to actually even minimize the effects of terrorism and war and all of the other things on the sensational side. This isn't a sensational story, but it's so important that it's being told, and I think that's what's so great about what Reuters is doing, and journalists do every day too.
And I know one of the reasons we're talking about is because it cuts across socioeconomic lines, right? We're talking about how like $2 million houses that are affected and so on. But I also think it's important to remember that the way these things get solved does end up going back to those people who are more vulnerable with less resources, not being able to fix it or help themselves in the way that other people will. There was in this one story, that anecdote at the end, right, about a wealthier family who found out that their son had elevated levels and were able to put him in $200 session occupational therapy and move immediately like that. And most families can't do that.
Yeah, they're stuck once they find out.
Or they find out after the effect has already been there for years, and it affects you for the rest of your life.
So I think Jordan Chariton for the Young Turks has actually been doing great work on this, and he helped expose what was happening in Indiana. Again, much worse levels in Indiana, in East Chicago, Indiana. He was in Flint just yesterday covering a town hall where people were arrested for being too loud at the town hall. So all of that is on youtube.com/TYTpolitics. But Reuters doing it on a mass scale here, and if we cared about the things that are actually important and dangerous and affect us personally, this is all you would see on cable news. and instead it's a blip in the radar. We're
I talk
covering
about
it.
climate change too.
Yeah, climate change. and Reuters is doing a fantastic job. But this is what we got to fix. Trump wants to spend $1 trillion on infrastructure. Great, spend it on this. Don't privatize the roads like your current plan is. Spend the money on this. We need this fixed so that we protect all of our kids. All right, we gotta go. We're out of time. Amna Nawaz, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody check out our podcast, Uncomfortable. Okay, reporter and anchor on ABC News, Michael Short, John Idarola. Thank you guys, and that's it. Bye-bye. We never. now attacking Paul Ryan. We'll explain that in a different story. Tom Cotton is attacking Ryan. They're all attacking each other. So and they don't have any good ideas, and they can't figure out how to make this thing work because some of the more centrist Republicans go, no, you're going to throw all these people off of insurance and I'm going to get killed in the next election, to your guys' point, right? And the conservative Republicans are going, no, I want even more for my donors. This is not draconian enough, right? So in the middle of this mess, Democratic Party, you might want to listen to Bernie Sanders. What could be a stroke of genius is to go, hey, lucky for the American people, we do have a repeal of Obamacare. What? Because every once in a while, a news anchor that got their talking points from the RNC says, how come the Democrats don't have an alternative? Well, first of all, they do. It's called Obamacare. Okay, but second of all,
they even have alternatives to that.
They have an alternative to Obamacare. It's single payer or Medicare for all. It's such a simple idea. We already have Medicare. We just extend it to everybody, as David just said. Problem solved. And by the way, Medicare also has the extra advantage of being the second most popular program in America. Social Security is number one, Medicare is number two, with about a 3/4 popularity, 75%. Have you ever seen anything with a 75% popularity rating? Certainly not Trump or Clinton or any other politician. So Democrats, wakey, Medicare for all right now.
Except the failure of them to do that so far. And because you didn't mention one other point, which is that Medicare is a Democratic program, right? A big D Democratic Party program. So very popular, a Democratic Party legacy program, a solution basically that the rest of the industrialized world has adopted. So then the next question is, well, if you're not willing to do that, why are you not willing to offer that up?
We should look to find out if Democrats have ever gotten any money, campaign donations from health insurance companies.
I wonder.
Look into it.
Or the drug companies. I wonder if they've ever gotten money.
It's possible.
It is possible.
Yeah.
And if you remember, this came up during the Obamacare debate. They were going to lower there was a proposal out there to lower the Medicare age, eligibility age to 55. And if you remember, the person who led the charge, this was when the Democrats had 60 votes, it was Joe Lieberman.
Led the charge
against that and ended up killing that.
And so finally, what the Republicans are having trouble with is, well, you can't get all these things at once. Mm-hmm. How can you lower premiums, cover everybody, and lower the deficit all at the same time? There's actually only one proposal that does that. Medicare for all. And it's amazing. It's amazing. By the way, you're thinking, no, if you're an independent or you never, covered this issue before, never thought about it, or you're a Trump supporter or whatever, you're thinking, no, you guys are crazy. There's no magic bullet like that. How could it possibly do that? One of the ways that it does that is it takes out the middleman. The health insurance companies make billions upon billions, hundreds of billions, maybe trillions of dollars at being the middleman. So once you take that amount of money away and then you provide the health insurance directly, oh, voila, look at that.
It can't be done like every other country, industrialized country in the world does it. It can't be done even though every other country in the world does it.
The final thing I would say, and this is a topic for another story, but when we talk about how to fix the cost of healthcare in this country and how we improve access to it, and I wish that we had time to run that video about access from Tom Price, we focus on the end step. A person is already sick and needs care. We should think about the possibility of looking into bills that try to stop that from happening in the first place. If our massive food companies didn't have so much control stopping necessary regulations from being put into place decades ago, people wouldn't have the sort of pervasive chronic conditions that make our healthcare so expensive in this country.
Oh man, you're speaking my language. I've always wondered, here's a thing I've always wondered. I've always wondered why the insurance companies, the health insurance companies, are not more of a lobbying force on bills like the Farm Bill that create food policy. I mean, that's you can write a whole book on the connection between all these other things.
Yeah.
But the actual health insurance industry has an incentive to do that, and it has never been really all that much involved in that, and you're totally right. Other countries, they don't just have single-payer healthcare systems. Mm-hmm. They have all sorts of other food policies.
Transparency on what's in the food, the effects of it.
Exactly,
yeah.
so that the cost doesn't spike at the end of healthcare where people are already sick.
Yes, they stop people from getting sick in the first place, but we don't even talk about that in this country.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, that dramatic Breitbart story that I was telling you about, the Trump guys go after Paul Ryan in one of the most vicious ways I have ever seen. And it's almost inexplicable but we're going to try to explain it. We're going to try to break it down and figure out, in the words of Donald Trump, what the hell is going on when we return. All right, back on a Young Turks, David Sirota from International Business Times, where he's the senior editor for investigations. Watch out, Sirota will investigate.
I'm coming for you.
So, in fact, Ruth Benedict says, is that David Sirota on the Young Turks? Happy days indeed. Okay, Mara QT writes in, Johnny Pie on TYT Live on Pie Day. Of course. Mara, you're not alone. Kim Orcher of Nerd Alert made the same observation earlier in the day about how it's Pie Day, and I think later you're going to eat some sort of pie with somebody.
No, but is it International Pie Day?
It is.
Like International Pie, like the number.
Yeah, the number.
Not like eating pie.
No,
like because it's March 14th.
No, but that's the true American version.
Got it. Later, Sirota will investigate this so-called Pie Day.
Yes, so-called. And the money behind it.
I hear there's $3.14 million put into it. And who's getting a piece of that pie? Okay. Dan Campbell, oh, look at this. I made this stand up. I have a new gigantic iPad. Dan Campbell writes in, this Republican plan is just the first step. The next steps don't matter when the first step is off of the top of a cliff. So
that is it's good.
Like that. It's a good metaphor.
I like that.
That's right.
Yeah, that's good.
Jefferson Smith writes in, John got this totally right. Republicans were so excited to present this bill, then shocked when it is such a disaster. I think that's partly right, and we're going to see that in the next story. Chase Ibanez writes, in step one, gut health care and funnel hundreds of billions in tax dollars to the wealthy. Step two, I don't know. Step three, America's great again.
Also, a really fast point. I mean, to some extent, like, at the end of the day, they are accountable to their donors, not to their past actions. But when you spend years with the unifying theme of your party in government being, this is a terrible bill, it's going to end America, we have to attack it, and you try to repeal it dozens and dozens of times, and then, but things are changing over that time. People are starting to like the bill, they're starting to get used to certain parts of it, but you stick with that same message. At some point, people expect you, even if you no longer are all that committed to the repeal, that's all you've had for so long that you may have to throw something out. There might be some Republicans that are just, this is where we're at as a party. If we don't do it, our base is gonna freak out, even though we know that the country has shifted quite a bit.
Right, and if you take the 10-year view, the thing I find fascinating about this whole thing is, you know, the idea of the Overton window. The Overton window where the debate keeps shifting. So 10 years ago, we started out where this is the Heritage Foundation, basically, maybe not exactly, but Obamacare is conceptually rooted in a Heritage Foundation plan, which became Romney Care, which became Obamacare, which now the Republicans are trying to get. So in some ways, the Republicans are eating their own plan. Right? I mean, I'm not saying that Obamacare is a purely Republican plan, but if you take the trajectory, we've gone from this is basically a Republican compromise healthcare plan to the Republicans saying we must get rid of it.
Yeah.
They're essentially eating and trying to destroy their own concept from 10 years ago.
Yeah. Because their concept of governance is nihilism. So that's what you have. All right, last tweet is Miri writes in, just before we started talking about it in the last segment, this infighting would be the perfect moment to introduce a single payer bill, just saying. Well, you know, we're like-minded on that, as you saw at the end of the segment. I want to thank a couple of donors to the journalism drive. It's tytnetwork.com/go to hire more journalists. $27 from Maria in Pennsylvania, $50 from Warren in North Carolina, and $50 from Diane in Illinois. You guys rock the world. And we've got a lot more where that came from. Let's go to the crazy Breitbart story.
That's true. Do we know where we're at?
Sure, we'll pull that up a little bit later for you guys.
Sounds good.
On where we are on the journalism drive, because we are almost at 1.5. Ooh, drums. Okay. Who will be announced soon? Okay, what's next?
Okay, next we got a little bit of fun for you and some speculation. We learned last October that Paul Ryan had been involved in a call where he was pretty critical of then candidate Donald Trump. Understand this is at a time when it didn't seem super likely that Trump would become president. Now at the time, we didn't know all of the details, but now we do because as of today, Breitbart has leaked the audio tape in what one of their former spokespeople is calling a continuing campaign to damage Paul Ryan, and that is understandable. You're gonna agree perhaps after listening to this tape.
There are basically two things that I want to make really clear. As for myself as your speaker, I am not going to defend Donald Trump. Not now, not in the future. As you probably heard, I just invited him from my first congressional district GOP event this weekend, a thing I do every year. And I'm not going to be campaigning with him over the next 30 days. Look, you guys know I have real concerns with our nominee. I hope you appreciate that I'm doing what I think is best for you, the members, not what's best for me. And so I want to do what's best for our members, and I think that this is the right thing to do. I'm going to focus my time on campaigning for House Republicans. To everyone on this call, this is going to be a turbulent month. Many of you on this call are facing tough re-elections. Some of you are not. But with respect to Donald Trump, I would encourage you to do what you think is best and do what you feel you need to do. Personally, you need to decide what's best for you. And you all know what's best for you where you are. But the last thing I want to do is to help Hillary Clinton get the presidency and get Congress. So the last thing we want to be doing is giving Hillary Clinton a blank check in Congress. That's why I'm going to spend the rest of this month fighting for Congress, fighting for our majorities. I'm going to spend the next 28 days working hard with all of our members to get reelected because we need a check on Hillary Clinton if Donald Trump and Mike Pence don't win the presidency. But I want to basically close with this. His comments are indefensible. They're not in keeping with our principles. So I'm not going to try to defend him. I'm going to focus on Congress.
Wow.
Not a man who thought that Trump was going to be president.
So I'm not saying wow at Paul Ryan's reaction to the Access Hollywood tapes. That was fairly normal at the time, as John pointed out. I'm saying wow that this got released at this juncture. So whoever released this, and we have a pretty good idea who, we'll get into that in a second, just wanted to shiv Paul Ryan in the biggest way when he is most vulnerable. So there's dissension within the Republican Party about Ryan's healthcare proposal, and releasing this tape now saying he never stood by Donald Trump is going up to him as he's going to the showers in the prison and go and letting him bleed out. So I haven't seen this kind of over-the-top political attack maybe ever within the same party in my lifetime. So when you then look at the heart of the Breitbart article, which released this tape, it says over and over again how Ryan, quote, abandoned the now president in the final crucial weeks leading up to the all-important general election. And Ryan's decision to abandon Trump on the campaign trail has become a focal point in the healthcare negotiations. No, it hasn't. What are you talking about? You're the one who brought it up.
They mean we're trying to make it a focal point in negotiations.
And so, and I'm telling you, I'm just giving you a tiny taste of it. All throughout this very long article, it's Ryan, the betrayer of our beloved leader, Donald Trump. Oh my God. It is somebody in the White House. Obviously, we think it's Steve Bannon because he used to run Breitbart. He even did a purge of the people who disagreed with him before he left. So all he has is yes men left at Breitbart. But I actually think that one of the quotes makes me think it's not just Steve Bannon, that it might even be Trump himself. So one source, unnamed source in the White House said this quote within the article: the president gave Ryan a chance. Listen to how much this sounds like Donald Trump. The president gave Ryan a chance. If he doesn't get his act together soon, the president will have no choice but to step in and fix this on his own. He's the best negotiator on the planet, and if this were his bill and not Ryan's, it would not be this much of a mess. That's Trump.
Well, yeah, and we know that Trump has a history of telling a reporter, you can quote me off the record as an associate of Donald Trump, Trump himself. We know that that's happened in the past.
When he used the aliases of John Bannon, et cetera, he would often be his own unnamed source.
That's right. Yeah. That's interesting. That's really interesting. But my question will be on this is, if this was leaked by the White House, what does the White House want?
Exactly.
Would they want just a better bill?
Maybe they want Ryan scrambling, maybe getting Ryan to do something more favorable towards Trump. I honestly don't know.
No. The reason why I think there's some chance that it's Trump himself is because it's poorly thought out. Because it's such a mess. You look at this and go, how the hell does this help the Republicans? Right? That's why everybody's confused by it. Because normally you would do a strategy like, okay, I'm going to undercut Paul Ryan because he's too moderate, and I'm going to go in a more conservative. Okay, that's understandable, right? Now in this case, they're saying, that Ryan, and he better withdraw that bill before he knows what's coming to him. But you publicly back Ryan's bill. So you're throwing yourself under a bus. It's the typical incompetence that you would see from Donald Trump because he's lashing out. Because why? He's got ADD, as everybody talks about. Yeah. So he's like, yeah, right, I'm good, I'm with you, good, go, right? Oh, no, it's not going well. Oh, I wouldn't have done this. You're the mess, it's your fault. And what does he do? Like a child, he always blames someone else. Yeah. And this is one giant blaming someone else. It's so poorly thought out. I'm not even sure it's Steve Bannon. I'm telling you, it might be just the big guy himself. Yeah. So they do like these cutesy things. Sorry, John, one quick second. They say Ryan has been unwilling to negotiate on the specifics of this bill. This is all again from the article, obviously like typed over and sent to Breitbart, right, by the White House, and they keep. Trump and his true allies, despite what Ryan's allies inside the White House say publicly, have been much more willing to negotiate. Trump's trying to send a message. And then he labels it Obamacare 2.0, Obamacare Light, Ryan Care, Rhino Care. All of a sudden it's Ryan Care. Before everybody was calling it Trump Care. Now that it's going under, Ryan Care on me.
So this is supposed to, that's from Breitbart, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not an editorial, that's their news reporting. Yeah. God, they suck. They want to be a reputable news organization. I can't read that because it's spinning so fast.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, John. The other thing that I got out of this article is this read like an old Soviet press release, or not even a press release, but like what they would print in Pravda.
True allies and loyalists, and
that's
very focused on loyalty.
The allies of the cause say this, whereas some have betrayed the cause. Yeah, and it's so over the top. You're like, who could believe this?
It's just not clear what he wants. Well, other than to not be embarrassed, he doesn't want to be tied to a bill that is a disaster. But it's not clear what he policy-wise, what he or the White House actually wants. Like, this is your bill.
Well, he said he had a couple of goals he laid out, getting prices, quote, way down. Everybody's covered. Deductibles are lower. He specifically said deductibles will be lower. But then when the actual bill comes out and he's totally hands off. I heard he was a great negotiator. I don't see any negotiating. They're not really talking about the bill unless they're specifically asked in a press briefing. Trump is talking very little about it, although he has tweeted a couple of basically references to the next steps will be better. But where is he during all of this?
Okay, so I don't like to speculate too much without any basic facts, but this seems like a fact-free vacuum now. This healthcare debate.
We have so little facts here. We don't even have time for alternative.
Right, exactly. But I wonder if Trump's strategy. I'm throwing it out there. I wonder if his strategy is Ryan will propose and the Republicans will push a detailed bill that is a disaster or not a disaster, looking like it's a disaster. And my negotiating position will be to do one little piece of it, like the state lines thing, deregulate across state lines, let insurance companies sell across state lines, and then I will eventually sign on to that relatively little piece, preserve the rest of Obamacare, but say that because we took that one piece and passed it, that is a, quote, repeal of Obamacare. I mean, there's got to be an exit strategy for Trump out of this, right? I mean, there's got to be, in theory, some exit strategy to this rather than just throwing 26 million people off healthcare.
Yeah. So I have two kind of answers to your questions, right? And to your theory. So part one is people are always trying to figure out what Trump thinks. Remember, Trump doesn't know what he thinks. Like the one common mistake that everybody makes over and over again is they underestimate how stupid he is. So he never had a plan. And in this article, you can see it thrashing about wildly. Like, oh, conservative groups are upset. There's these Tea Party patriots that are upset. And the conservative groups, and plus it won't pass the Senate because of the moderate Republicans. Well, how can you cure both of those things at the same time? Either you go right, in which case the right wing is happy, but those moderate Republicans will never vote for it and it has no chance of passage. And you keep talking about how the arithmetic doesn't add up in the Senate. Or you make the moderate Republicans, such as they are, happy, and then the Heritage Foundation and the Tea Party patriots will hate you even more. But so how do you answer that? The answer is Trump doesn't know. He doesn't know the difference between the Tea Party guys and the moderate guys, and he's never thought it through, and he thinks that there are always magic answers. Oh yeah, of course, we'll make it for everybody, and it'll be lower, and it'll cover. Why won't it cover?
It'll be beautiful.
It'll be beautiful. He's an impetuous child. He's like, why can't I have everything? Why can't I cover everything? It's Paul Ryan's fault. It's his fault. If I had done it, again, here's another reference here to Trump is a lot more willing to wheel and deal on this front than Ryan. It's Trump who wrote this thing, okay?
Wheel and deal.
So, who writes wheel and deal? And that's not a quote from anybody. That's in the article.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. They suck. Jesus. Yeah. And look, he's also a guy who, I don't know him, but everybody says that he's willing to throw his allies under the bus. He likes to stick the shiv in. He thinks, at the end of the day, what's important is what makes him look good and makes him look successful. He may actually think that he can torpedo Ryan, torpedo this current effort, make Ryan look terrible, that whole thing goes down in flames, not realizing that as president, he's not independent of his party in Congress. If he wants the rest of his agenda to be worked on, having the first huge thing you work on totally sink, totally fail, hurts him too, but he's such a self-centered person that he may not realize that that's even how it functions.
I don't understand what the exit strategy is.
So I'm going to explain the Republican exit strategy in a second, because in the midst of this article, through the madness, I think I figured out what their actual plan is, and Ted Cruz has it. Trump doesn't have it, Ryan doesn't have it, Ted Cruz has it. So, but to all your guys' point, the Trump is short-sighted, and so he just thinks, how do I win the moment now?
Yeah.
The only thing that matters
he lives
is
totally in the present.
Yeah, in this media minute, how do I win this media minute?
Yeah.
I'm losing terribly. This is a mess. I'm not winning anymore. So what am I going to do? First thing is blame it on someone else. That's go-to move number one. Then I'll figure out things after that, right? And it's too conservative, and it's too liberal. You're not winning, not me. Okay, all right, we've talked about that. Now the exit strategy. So in the midst of this, they explain that Ted Cruz thinks, well, we don't need 60 votes. The Democrats are going to filibuster this thing, like we filibustered everything when the Democrats were in charge. The Democrats needed 60 votes for Obamacare, but we don't need it. And we can do reconciliation. Now, that it only applies to just budgetary issues. They cannot use it for most of the bill. Now, how is he going to get around it? He says, oh, I came up with a new idea. The vice president has constitutional authority to just pass things with 50 votes. What? That's not a thing that exists, but they're Republicans, they don't care. So the idea that I think that Cruz and the conservatives are hatching is, hey guys, make the bill even more conservative, go in the direction that, and there's one reference in this long article about you didn't understand how to do it the Trump way. Ryan never understood the Trump way. I think the Trump way that they're referring to is just go full bore right. Don't worry about any of the moderates or Democrats or anything like that. Just go get all the right-wing Republicans you can. We'll just change the rules so that Mike Pence has some magical constitutional authority to get rid of Senate rules, and he could be the parliamentarian that decides how to apply the rules, including reconciliation, and we'll just say it applies to the whole bill, and he just magically does that. That way we only need 50 votes. I could even lose Susan Collins and another moderate Republican. If I hold my conservatives, boom, we pass it. So that is probably, honestly, their best hope. But that is a precedent. Yeah, that is a tiny, you got to thread that needle pretty hard to get into there.
And then he thinks, if he's thinking ahead at all, that having lots of people lose their health care under his bill or Ryan Care or Trump, whatever you want to call it, that'll help him in the election?
See, again, not thinking that far.
This is not thinking that far. That's like way too far.
Yeah, and by the way, that Cruz idea, it's not like it's Trump's idea, right? Trump doesn't know what the hell he's doing. The conservatives are pushing in that direction. They think we can get it done. And for the guys at the Heritage Foundation and the Koch brothers and all those donors, to them, yeah, the 26 million losing their health insurance, or actually under the new draconian plan, it'll probably be 30 million or more. It's like, wait, are they my donors? Are they my voters? Yeah. Are they my family? No, then why would I care? The Trump way is, I don't give a damn about you, right? I only care about myself. That's it, that's the Trump way. So we can convince Trump to go hard right and jam this thing through and damn the torpedoes.
It's a combination of, on some level, not really caring. I mean, they were perfectly happy with the way things were before Obamacare, when tons and tons of people that currently have health insurance didn't. But then you combine it with some of them actually believe that you take off the regulations and all that, you lower the taxes and all that. And yeah, the country's going to do great. That's the perfect solution to all of your concerns about the human cost of their bills, is we truly believe that this will stimulate the economy, blah, blah, blah. They thought it with George W. Bush's tax cuts. We saw the end result of that, and a lot of them probably think it now.
You know, I don't want to get too deep into that debate, but I actually think almost none of them actually believe that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm straining the definition of the word believe.
Right.
But everybody has to sleep at the end of the day.
Allege.
They certainly allege. But it's a convenient fiction to allow you to continue on in a world, see human suffering, and not care. Okay, we have a lot of those actually.
All right, we got to do the Jared Kushner story.
We do. Ah, man, this hour has flown by. Jesus. Jared Kushner's family corporation is in the final stages of an extremely lucrative real estate deal with a Chinese corporation. Bloomberg reports that Anbang Insurance Group plans to strike a $4 billion deal to invest in Kushner Company's office tower that's located at 666 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. You know, I didn't even notice that until now. 666. Is it really 666? It is.
That's
wow.
amazing.
Okay. Well, this is a devil of a deal right here. The deal values that particular building at $2.85 billion, which, if you're keeping track, is the highest value ever given for a building in Manhattan. Weird how that works out, but it did. And Jared Kushner's family will yield at least $400 million personally out of this deal. Now let's break down a little bit of how they're gonna get that money. A portion of the deal pays off a vast portion of $250 million in debt that company has incurred since the last time they refinanced their debt. Under the terms of the deal, as they stand right now, the Kushners will be able to retire that debt by paying off just $50 million, 20% of the total amount. And so if you talk to real estate experts, of which I am not and know almost nothing, they're saying that this does seem, and even to me, it seems like a particularly good value for Kushner. Now, it is the family, I should say, rather than just Jared Kushner personally. Now, it's possible that the building, that real estate is booming and things are working out for Manhattan again, but people are saying that this is not a building that has typically done very well. The idea that you would value it so highly seems odd. And the timing is, of course, suspect. I mean, we're all a little bit concerned about the possible conflicts of interest between Trump and his circle and Chinese corporations. He just got those 36 or 38 pending trademarks passed a couple of weeks ago. Now, we do have to take note that Jared Kushner sold his personal ownership stake in 666 Fifth to avoid any conflicts of interest. And so, of course, there can't be a conflict of interest because it's just his family that would be enriched, and who would be affected by that?
I'm sure he won't inherit any of that money or use it in any other way. Okay, so look, in this deal, the devil's in the details. And I do know real estate a little bit. I worked on it at a small scale, and I know a lot of folks who are working on it on a very large scale. So now, if they make $400 million on a transaction of this size, it's not earth-shaking. That's a good deal, and they got a nice return on it. But it doesn't necessarily raise eyebrows in a normal situation. But this is not quite normal because the building was not doing well. It was not in a position to turn a great profit, let alone any profit. So if the building, it was booming times and the building's doing well and it's in Manhattan and it's a prestige building, I don't think that this story is interesting. But given that the building was not doing well, it gets rescued, then there's a strange matter of they've got an extra $250 million loan that gets knocked down to a $50 million loan. It doesn't work that way. Where the hell did that extra $200 million go? It went, somebody else paid for it. Nobody goes, hey, you know what? I know that you just made a huge profit on this deal, but you don't have to pay me back $200 million. That's not a thing that happens in the world, right? So somebody got paid back that $200 million. So who paid him the $200 million? What does it mean that they only had to pay 20% of it? That is so weird. Now, this Anbang Insurance Group is so connected to Chinese government that when they bought the Waldorf Astoria, President Obama refused to stay there because they were worried that it would be wiretapped by the Chinese government in the middle of New York, okay? So this is deeply connected to the Chinese government. And all of a sudden, the Kushners who were struggling with this building get handed a giant gift by a company tied to the Chinese government. Well, what a lucky break they got.
Yeah.
Look, this is deeply disturbing. I mean, these guys are brazen. They didn't wait a year and a half. They didn't even wait 2 months. And they're like, oh, we have a little trouble. Who knows how long Trump's gonna be in office, right? Cash in, cash in, cash in. And now, to be quote unquote fair to them, This is an old political trick. They're not the Trumps and the Kushners are not the first to do it. Neil Bush profited off the Bush family for years and years. He'd do all these sketchy deals because his last name ended in Bush. And they were trying to get favors from George W. Bush and his dad. George W. Bush got bailed out by the Saudis when his dad was president. And when he had failing oil businesses in Texas, these Republican presidents, they are so incompetent business-wise. Bush couldn't make an oil business in Texas work. Trump couldn't make casinos work. And all of a sudden, of course, here comes these foreign interests, the Saudis, the Russians, the Chinese, to keep on bailing them out, and later they become president. Well, that's a win-win for all of them, and a giant loss for the American people because they're not serving us, they're serving those folks.
Yeah. I mean, my view on this deal is to be clear, is that the New York Times did a big expose into the amount of foreign money that is going in generally into real estate. That Russian oligarchs, the Chinese government, places where there's huge masses of relatively new money, if you will, needs a place to be parked. And they traced back how in New York and in Los Angeles that there's more and more foreign money being invested in real estate as a place to simply park investments. So it's hard to know whether this is that trend or this is that trend plus an attempt to buy influence with Trump's circle. I think that the political question here that's really important is if you know that this is a trend that's going on and you're the Kushner family tied to Trump, the fact that there's no attempt to even prevent a image of a potential problem.
Yeah.
That it's just, forget it. We don't even care what it looks like. Maybe it's something, but we don't care what it may look like or what questions it raises. That's the kind of new paradigm we're living in where there's no pretense. It's the brazenness. There's no pretense.
Yeah, in the past, you would have been worried about the appearance of a conflict of interest.
Right.
They're like, appearance, let's just do the real thing.
Right.
And who cares what happens? It's the Trump way. So, and I want to give just one more piece of context here, because it's true that New York is flooded by foreign money, and it's a lot of time people who are trying to launder the money and get it out of their home countries. And so it could be a twofer that they want to do that and get some political clout along the way, because this is a big payoff for just hiding your money.
Right, look,
there's safer and smarter ways to hide your money.
If you're looking to park your money in New York in general, and you're a government with business before Trump, you're like, I got plenty of different places I could invest. Oh wait, that one I already want to buy in New York. Oh, that's owned by the Kushners. Oh, that's like a bonus, right? I can make them some money.
Their head. They know
that's right.
At least how it will appear, whether that's their initial motivation or not. And I don't know that we've talked about it on the show, but there's been a couple of stories over the past I guess 2 weeks or so of some massive payments for buildings to Donald Trump. The $90 million for that one building that was apparently run down and never ended up being used. Now, I don't believe in any of those cases it was Chinese corporations, but these things do have a way of happening. And we also know that it looks like one of their strategies might be that if we had one instance of clear corruption, it's easy to investigate that and it looks bad. But man, if you just put something out every week, every 5 days or so,
flood the zone theory.
You flood them. And are we going to be talking about this in a week?
Yeah.
I don't know, and I can personally assure it, but I can't.
So, and again, context. Vornado Realty Trust made a killing on this deal, but they, in a lot of ways, deserve that to make that, because Jared Kushner originally brought the building. This was his big thing, like, hey, Dad, you used to run real estate just like Trump. I got this now, Daddy. And he bought the building in 2007. Oops, right before the crash. So Vornado came in and bought 49.5% of the building right after the crash, and they got it for a song. So when they exited in this deal, they made like tenfold their money, but that's not a problem. That was a smart deal on their part, right? And so, but Kushner did not, he bought it when it was high. So it was much harder for him to exit with a profit, and somehow he did anyway. I mean, Bloomberg originally broke the story, and they tried to give both sides as much as they could. So they went to Scott Singer, and he's a guy who works in real estate, and he's got his name on it. He doesn't want to throw these guys under a bus. So he says the deal was aggressive, but not absurd. Like the best they could find was not absurd. Okay, Joshua Stein on the other side, another New York real estate lawyer, says this is a huge, huge exit strategy for an office building. It's a home run of a transaction, to give you the proper context.
Yeah.
And finally, one little extra bit of skirting the law. They're using EB5 here to also get people pathway to citizenship for China. So they get to park their money, plus they're gonna get citizenship. But you're only allowed to use EB-5 in projects that create jobs in economically distressed areas. It's Fifth Avenue. It's literally the least distressed area on the planet.
Well, we know it's not distressed. Apparently the real estate's worth way more than it used to be.
That's exactly right. Man, they are so brazen. They don't care about the law at all. All right, we are unfortunately out of time. There's a lot of great stories in the news today, but those are big, big ones.
Yeah.
David Sirota, thanks for coming in. Everybody check out International Business Times where David writes regularly.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we'll be back with Jordan Chariton and some amazing stories in the second hour, including that Fukushima story, which has facts that it's hard to imagine.
Yeah. We don't think it'll bore you.
No, it is amazing. Let alone the corruption of Rex Tillerson and how he was, which leads to a super fun poll about the dumbest Republican aliases. So we'll do that when we come back. All right, back on the Young Turks, Jake Guru, John Idarola, legendary TYT reporter Jordan Chariton. What is this?
Hello, how you guys doing?
All right, good. Glad you could join us. Love it when you guys are in town. All right, let me read tweets about the last hour. Rachel says, of all the pictures of Paul Ryan you could have chosen, I'm glad you went with that one. So
it's JR, man.
Yeah, just an FYI to you guys, and that's part of why we read the tweets so we can tell you some of the stuff. Whenever there's audio instead of video, JR chooses the picture to put in. And if it's a Republican, he'll almost always choose an embarrassing one. Yeah. Yes, we do it on purpose.
And you can't just because it's audio doesn't mean you can not watch the video, because sometimes they'll also slip in like funny titles for them that'll change throughout it. So pay attention to that.
That's right. Chris Allen says the Republicans are breaking apart, but unfortunately we don't have a decent Democratic Party to take advantage. Very true. And Mathematician says, isn't it so cute when Republicans get caught on tape trying to stab each other in the back before they cave and grovel before the alpha male? Yes, generally cute. Jerry Cloud says, maybe Trump standing off and letting Republicans run with their plan will be his leverage against them when it fails if impeached. No, so that's a little convoluted, but no, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to mention one other thing in that story. Trump is thinking short term, I gotta, rescue myself from this disaster. It doesn't look like it's gonna pass. I'm gonna blame Paul Ryan, and he backstabbed me during the election anyway. Perfect, it's a twofer, whatever, right? In his small little mind. Not remembering that if you do get in a world of trouble, which is enormously possible, and there is impeachment proceedings, guess who's gonna be thinking, come to Papa.
Well, that would mean he knows how the American government works.
That's right. And by the way, that article, that Breitbart article, kept saying, if Paul Ryan continues to be speaker. And it was unbelievably over the top. I didn't mention that either. Over and over again. I mean, I don't know why Paul Ryan's even speaker. I guess there should probably be a new speaker.
Well, they had the same sort of campaign against the previous speaker, and it worked out for them. For the most part, they didn't necessarily get the person they wanted, but they can take someone down if they try hard enough.
Yeah. Finally, Billy Runaway says the devil wears Ivanka. And let's see the TYTnetwork.com/go, the journalism drive. $50 from Blake in New York, $50 from Cindy in Montana, $50 from Janice in Vermont. And man, there we are, almost there. 1,434,909. If we get to 1.5 million, we make new announcements with new names, with new contributors that I think you will absolutely love. So, and every one of you that contributes, you could be super proud of all the stories that Jordan and Nomi and Michael and the new folks who are going to do the stories bring for you guys, including, by the way, Ryan Grimm, Sean King, and all the wonderful contributors we hired as well. Okay, all right, John, what's up?
Okay, let's do it. I know you've been looking forward to this. ExxonMobil is currently under investigation for allegedly hiding from both their shareholders and also the public at large what they knew about global climate change and mankind's contribution to it, which they have a part in. And as a result of that investigation, we now find out that Rex Tillerson, once executive of Exxon, current Secretary of State, had some shady behavior of his own. The Attorney General's office involved in the investigation said in a letter earlier this week that it found Tillerson had used an alias email address under the pseudonym Wayne Tracker, PI at large, from at least 2008 through 2015. So this was not like, oh, I logged into the wrong email one day. He used it for 7 years. The letter, seen by Reuters, said Exxon had not previously disclosed the alias account, that Exxon had produced some 60 documents bearing the Wayne Tracker email, but never said it was used by Tillerson for relevant communications at Exxon. It asked the court to order Exxon to identify whether any other email accounts were used by Tillerson. So the story today is Wayne Tracker. The story tomorrow might be some other weird porn star name. And we don't know what issues that might be linked to, but this might go deeper than just the tracker files.
To be fair,
we're tracking it down.
Yeah. He might have been referring to Waingro from Heat. Maybe he just loved that character. So, God, well, at that time he wasn't a politician, to be fair to him, but politicians do come up with super goofy aliases. We're gonna get back to that on a poll. We're gonna have you participate in a second. But to the heart of this story, you don't use an alias unless you're trying to hide something.
Yeah.
And if you're saying, hey, let's send some climate change emails, but I'm not Rex Tillerson, I am Wayne Tracker. That means you know that the climate change emails are gonna show that you knew what was going on. If you think climate change doesn't exist and you have the evidence for it, why wouldn't you just send the emails under Rex Tillerson? Exactly. That's what you use for every other email.
Yeah.
Well, they actually said it. I mean, the company spokesperson said these were used in place for secure and expedited, meaning we need to secure the truth. We don't want you to actually see that we know what's going on. We're trying to cover it up. This goes in line with Rex Tillerson, his own home. He didn't want fracking near his own home. He joined a lawsuit in 2014 against fracking. So the corruption and the total swindling is quite evident when it comes to him. And what I found really fitting is when I was covering the Native Nations March on Friday, thousands of people outside the White House, Trump and Rex Tillerson were having lunch. So that was fitting.
Yeah, and so New York Attorney General Eric Schneiderman is the one pursuing this case and why we're finding out about this story in the first place. And he ain't nothing to mess with. So in this, when you've got an actual court case and you start doing depositions and you start asking requests for information, they can't just shred the files. And you can't just hide it by saying, no, that was not Rex Tillerson, it was Wayne Tracker. No, there's no law that says I can't see Wayne Tracker's emails, and it's not that hard to figure out. So these knuckleheads, it looks like, are gonna get caught on this. Now, why are we having the investigation in the first place? Because it could be that they did potentially false or misleading statements to investors or the public.
Yeah.
So if you know that climate change is real and it is man-made, and it has potentially devastating consequences, and you hide that not only from the public, but from your own investors, well, that's a big misrepresentation, because that could affect the future stock price of ExxonMobil. If it turns out, we find out that climate change is real, man-made, caused by getting oil and gas out of the ground, well, ExxonMobil investors would want to know that because it's going to affect their stock price. And if you hide that, that's illegal.
Yeah. And so, look, if you were actually acting in the best interest of your corporation, you would see what's going to happen not too long in the future, and you'd start to shift your business to away from fossil fuels, which have a limited shelf life, a limited future, and into something that both doesn't destroy human civilization and also is more sustainable in the long term. Now, obviously, individual executives have a short-term motivation to keep things moving as they have been because they don't want to potentially upset their stock price. But if you were looking long-term, that's what you do. Unfortunately, in America, that's not how the oil companies work. That's not how the banks work. But we are seeing a couple of oil companies are apparently starting to get this message a little bit as a result of the Shell video from the early 90s coming out, indicating that they knew that this was going to cause problems even back then, that we were contributing to climate climate change. I've looked at these oil companies, and a lot of them are in far too small dollar values, trying to move into other areas, investing in both education about climate change, but also into renewable energies. And of course they should. In the long term, why not do it? You can still make tons of money. The government is still gonna give you huge tax credits and subsidies and all that stuff, and you can do it while not dooming humanity in the process.
But it's not just Rex Tillerson. I mean, look at Kelsey Warren, the CEO of Energy Transfer Partners. He uses the same energy industry talking points that fossil fuels is the wave of the president. They really poo-poo solar, wind, all that. And then he's building the biggest wind farm in the Caribbean right now. So whether it's Tillerson, whether it's Kelsey Warren, name your big oil stooge, but they're all con men on the issue.
Yeah, and think about, well, why they, what do you, like, come on, you libs. Well, the ExxonMobil is going to make more money from oil and gas. Well, not if it's not sustainable. Eventually, it'll sink the company if you have not shifted towards renewable energy, and that's why some of them are, right? While pretending that it is sustainable. So now, and if you're asking again, to John's point, why are they pretending? Why bother pretending? Because their interests are not the same as ExxonMobil's interest. Their interest is, I am an executive in this company for a short period of time. And in that time, I want to maximize my profit, right? And so if ExxonMobil crashes later, that's their problem, not my problem. But while I'm here, I'm going to keep this evidence stocked away. That way, I also don't have as much cost in rebuilding a whole renewable energy side of my business. Although again, some are because they're thinking ahead and they think they're going to be around longer. But in Rex Tillerson's case, he already moved to Secretary of State. He's already out of ExxonMobil. So his interests are in line with, who cares what the investors think in the company and the public? The public, I don't care about them at all. If I tell everybody there is no climate change, even if I know the opposite, I'm going to make more money while I'm CEO of ExxonMobil.
And think about this is crazy, but let's say he stops being Secretary of State someday. Maybe he goes back.
Oh, that revolving door would never happen.
But I mean, he's still working for them. He got like $100 million or something like that payout from ExxonMobil. You think they're paying him that for him to go out and say, you know, we're open to climate change?
Right. Yeah, there's like a $600 million blind trust future shares of ExxonMobil.
Right.
I don't know how that's a blind trust, but it's the Trump days. Who knows? Maybe it is in some complicated way. And then he has more immediate money that he said he was going to get rid of within 90 days. He hasn't, as Trump has been doing ad after ad for ExxonMobil, and it's possible that the amount of money that's at least $50 million, and it's going up every single day as they continue to push forward these fictions and ads for ExxonMobil. So let's get to our fun poll, okay? Because he's got this Wayne Tracker alias, but you know he's not the only one who's used an alias in political circles, and that includes Democrats as well. First of all, of course, there's the president. Donald Trump would call reporters and pretend to be Donald Trump's PR person, John Barron. So he would say, "Hi, this is John Barron." And Donald Trump is fantastic. Madonna didn't turn him down; he turned Madonna down. I'm not kidding. That's real stories. So we're asking you to vote who's going to have the best alias here at TRTnetwork.com/alias. Okay, John Barron for Donald Trump, Wayne Tracker for Rex Tillerson, or Carlos Danger. That's the one that Anthony Weiner used while he was doing sex tweeting.
No contest.
Yeah.
Really? I have my answer here. What's Carlos Danger?
Carlos Danger.
It's too good.
It's good, but it's also a little bit too ridiculous. I like Wayne Tracker.
Wayne Tracker is
Intergalactic
badass.
bounty hunter, Wayne Tracker. And also, it's easy to like mock Donald Trump for calling up and pretending to be someone else. But come on, if you were Donald Trump, wouldn't you pretend to be someone else? In any opportunity you had.
So, but they also all double as porn names.
Yeah.
John Barron, Wayne Tracker, and Carlos Danger. And the latest, I don't want to say it.
Yeah, let's not, actually.
Okay, so TRTnetwork.com/alias. This is a good opportunity for me to quickly tell you, though, about the results of the last poll that we did. It was very important. I didn't get to share it with you. And I know that the country's on pins and needles on this. Is Jenk's latest nickname cool or not cool?
Wait, can I guess? The numbers?
Yeah, hold on. First, let me remind people what the nickname was. It's Tupac. because I started a wolf pack and just Democrats. And so I thought that's kind of cool, 2-pack. That sounds pretty neat. Now, John, guess if the audience thought it was cool or not cool.
Okay, so I think it's obviously, sorry, not cool. Yeah. But I do think that the audience really likes you, and they like the connotation of the 2-pack and what those packs are doing. So I'm guessing it's going to be close to 50-50. People being honest and people being bootlickers.
40-60.
40-60 against or for?
Against.
Against. Okay. They're not bootlickers.
I'm totally joking about that.
Okay, all right. Well, here's who's not. In this, every single person on air voted against me. Everyone? Every single person. Yes.
What's the numbers?
No, on air. I'm saying among you guys. Okay. Now the numbers. You know what? You're pretty close to right. 36% saying cool. 64% saying not cool.
Wow.
Yeah. So
6%.
Well, that's because you guys all threw me under a bus. I had no support from you guys. Okay. If you're gonna be dicks about it,
it's called bootstraps. Okay. Apply it to your nickname.
Okay. All right. What's next?
Okay. It's one of my favorite stories in a while. It's been 6 years since the disaster at Fukushima, and the cleanup of that disaster is not only still ongoing, but the amounts being spent on it have risen dramatically over those 6 years. In case you're not familiar with it, blessedly unfamiliar with a terrible event, a massive undersea earthquake on March 11th of 2011 sent a tsunami barreling into Japan's northeast coast, leaving more than 18,000 people dead or missing. During that, 3 reactors were sent into meltdown at the plant, in the worst such accident since Chernobyl back in the late 1980s. Now, in November of last year, the Japanese government said that the cleanup and compensation costs for the disaster would be an unprecedented $180 billion, doubling the earlier estimates. Now, understand that this cleanup is not only continuing now, it will continue to go on for at least several decades. And so the estimate that was $90 billion at one point and $180 billion last year could well continue to rise.
So let me jump in with an important substantive point before we give you the amazing details. These details will blow you away. But this whole $180 billion, this is the problem with a lot of the old forms of energy. They privatize the gains and socialize the costs. So are those companies going to pay $180 billion? Of course not. They can't afford it. And so, hey, when they're making the money and the profits, they got to pocket all of it. And then when Japan gets hit with a $180 billion bill, sad day for the Japanese people. So, and the oil companies and the coal companies and the gas companies do it on an even bigger scale. So we're melting their planet, the ozone layer is getting eroded, we've got climate change. Well, that cost is borne by all of us, including a massive famine and drought happening in Africa today. Well, you bear those costs, they keep all the profits.
Yeah.
So this is just another extreme example of it.
Yeah, and with numbers that are just difficult to comprehend. I mean, we're talking about larger than the GDPs of many, many countries that are being spent just on the cleanup from this one accident. And so there are some amazing things that have developed out of this. Now, if you remember back during the initial disaster, there was this large zone that could not be inhabited by humans. There will be a zone off into the rest of human civilization that will not be able to be inhabited. But they're trying to get some of those villages back on their feet, clean them up so that people can once again inhabit them, but they're coming up against a couple of problems. One of which is, I kid you not, radioactive boars. And so once humans moved out of the area, in the same way as happened in Chernobyl, wildlife filled that void. And without humans to hunt them and drive them off, their numbers exploded. And boars, this is actually the case in America as well, in many parts of the South, they will come in there and they will begin to breed in huge numbers. And because of the radiation in the area, which they apparently are not as affected by as humans, they're very dangerous to consume, with levels of radioactive material 130 times above Japan's safety standards. But the crazy thing is not that there are radioactive boars. It's the number of radioactive boars. They've already killed 13,000 of them.
And it's not enough. They're still running around. So what happened was they're in the woods and there's the villages, the towns. Everybody is removed from the 12-mile exclusion zone. The boars come down, but they're already radioactive because of the disaster. That's why it's an exclusion zone and the humans aren't there. So they've taken, and then they find food. right? And they start eating the food and they start multiplying. So this, you know what? I mean, look, well, number one, it sounds like a movie where the radioactive boars have taken over, right? And it's the radioactive boars versus the zombies. Number two, American hunters, how much would they love to be able to go into the exclusion zone to hunt radioactive boars?
Be all over Fox News, my gosh.
Yeah. And
send Trump's kids. They love that stuff.
Some of the nuclear rods, if you get close to them, now of course you won't go to the plant, right? But if you got close to them, humans die within 1 minute. That's how much there is radiation in the fuel, in the nuclear rods, okay? Now, you think knucklehead American hunters won't be like, oh yeah, let's go do the radioactive boars anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Don't go into the exclusion zone. It's a really bad idea. It's not just boars that become radioactive. And then of course there's Godzilla.
But clearly, okay, the media's trying to hush it up, but he's out there. And I'm glad that you brought up the 1 minute thing because I've been following this since the event happened because just the numbers are so big and the danger there as well. And so, as Jank said, a human can't survive much longer than a minute at a certain range from these rods. But it's even worse than that. It kills humans in a minute. It destroys robots in 2 hours. Like the robots they send in just to look at what's going on, to try to get close to the spent nuclear fuel so it can eventually be retrieved, they die. And these are robots, by the way. They die in 2 hours. They take 2 years to build individually.
They're not normal robots. They're radioactive resistant robots, and they still malfunction and cease to function within 2 hours. It's amazing. But we haven't even gotten to the more amazing facts.
So let's talk about some of the cleanup effort that's ongoing. So look, there was the meltdown that happened. This is 6 years ago. But spent nuclear fuel is not like wood that's on fire, and it continues to be a problem for a long time. Tokyo Electric Power Company is still pumping water nonstop through the 3 reactors to cool melted fuel that remains to this day too hot and radioactive to remove, generating 400 tons of contaminated water every single day for years and years and years. They have almost 1 million tons of that contaminated radioactive water in a storage space, and so they're going to need more storage spaces. That's just amazing. That look, how long are they going to have to do this? Is it going to be years? Is it going to be decades? Is it going to be longer? Eventually, they are going to have to cap the entire thing like Chernobyl.
But also, something that's really troubling is a lot of these workers are taking off their hazmat suits. Like we saw that in Josh Fox's documentary, the long-titled one, I can't remember, oil spills and all this all over the world. They're taking off their hazmat suits. So besides the threat of the bore, all the however many are cleaning this up for years, their health is very much a risk.
Yeah, and we should also recognize that at the time of the event, and this has been the case in a couple of nuclear problems like this, there were individuals, engineers working at the power plant that gave their lives to attempt to limit the damage of it as it was ongoing. And so they can't be forgotten as we look back on this event as well.
To Jordan's point, I want to read 2 more amazing facts. There are also more than 3,500 shipping containers holding radioactive sludge left over from the initial efforts to decontaminate all that water.
Yeah.
You know how big shipping containers are? So these giant shipping containers, there's 3,500 of them that's got radioactive sludge in it, let alone the 962,000 tons of water. And by the way, think about that, man.
Every day.
It's been 6 years since the nuclear meltdown. The water is still too hot after 6 years. They have to keep pouring the water in constantly to cool it off, otherwise it's gonna have an even bigger explosion.
Yeah.
And they have to keep storing that toxic water. And then finally, to Jordan's point, every day some 6,000 cleanup workers dispose of their protective hazmat suits and other gear, so far generating nearly 65,000 cubic meters of gear, enough to fill 17 million 1-gallon containers. So every day they got to get rid of those suits, 6,000 workers, day after day after day. The waste and the devastation from this nuclear fallout is amazing. Unparalleled.
And it continues, and they're planning for decades from now where they're going to store some of this stuff. They had a plan at one point, by the way, that contaminated water that's been moved through the nuclear fuel to try to cool it. At one point, they considered diluting it and releasing it into the ocean. That was not a popular plan, thankfully, but don't discount it. It could possibly happen.
Well, they got to put it somewhere. Where the hell are they going to put it?
God only knows.
And so the Japanese fishermen are like, no, don't put it in the water. The boar are already radioactive. Then you're going to put it in the water, and the fish are going to get radioactive, and then we're going to eat the fish.
Yeah.
No! So
and that was already a fear after the initial disaster as well.
This is not sustainable. You know, they talk about sustainable energy, wind, solar. This is not sustainable.
Yeah. There's one other thing I wanted to mention, though. So we did a story about a month ago about some of the environmental concerns over a proposed expansion to the Turkey Point nuclear generating plant in Florida. And so there's obviously concerns in the wake of Fukushima that this sort of flooding could happen eventually at other nuclear sites and potentially cause the same sort of devastation. So they already have this plant near the coast. They're going to be building 2 additional plants. And so I used a tool. It's publicly available. You can use it. And you can look at particular parts of the coastline. You can input the expected warming that's going to happen due to global climate change. And you can see the change in the coastline based on those increases. I used the most conservative increase in global temperatures that there's no way we're not going to exceed. Those locations where they're planning to build the nuclear power plants will be underwater within 70 to 100 years. And they are still going to build them there. And so maybe not during our lives, but during our kids' lives, that is going to be an absolutely massive problem. And we're setting up that problem right now. I don't know why that's not a bigger part of the conversation.
Don't put nuclear power plants next to the water. But they do, because they need water for the nuclear power plants.
Yeah, and these particular ones actually have these massive channels that they use that they say are hermetically sealed from ocean water and drinking water, but we told you they're not. There's reports showing that they're not. They use that as an integral part of their cooling station. That's right now in Turkey Point.
And don't move people back in when there's radioactive boars on the loose. I know boars are aggressive to humans without the radioactive. I mean, I'm no expert, but they are. So, I mean, I know people want to move home and all that, but that's some scary shit.
First.
Yeah, don't forget what happened to Robert Baratheon.
I was already thinking about that. And by the way, you know the solution to radioactive boars, radioactive wolves. Send them in.
I think Trump should go and clear it before anyone goes back.
Well,
maybe we get Sarah Palin in a helicopter with a high-powered rifle.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. But of course, the right answer is always Wolfpack.
Yes.
Wolf-pack.com.
Radioactive wolf-pack.com.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break here, guys. When we come back, how much does the media over-report Muslim terrorism versus non-Muslim terrorism? The numbers, you're not going to be surprised that they're disproportionate. I get that. But the degree to which they're disproportionate is fairly stunning. So find out when we come back. Back on the Young Turks, Larry Vetta writes in, all on-air talent voted against Cenk. Beware the Ides of March.
People also voted against him.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I'm looking out for it.
Don't worry, Cenk. I understand having an unfortunate nickname. I get that.
No, I'm sticking with it. Tupac Uger, I'm proud. Speaking of nicknames, Becky Armstrong says, so what is everyone's secret ExxonMobil name? You know, I had one for Rex Tillerson. Instead of going with Wayne Tracker, he should have gone with Rexon Mobilson.
What was the football player's nickname? It was like Tony Mexico or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
Vic's nickname, it's something Mexico. I love Julio Jones' nickname, Waffle House.
That's a good one.
Because he's always open. Okay, but Tupac isn't enough. I need something to go along with it. Like,
I'll think about it.
Do you see what I'm saying? You can't give me Tupac Uger if it's your alias. Your ExxonMobil name has to be like Tupac Danger or something, but that's taken. So, and it's got to sound kind of porny, right?
It's getting there.
I don't want to give anyone ideas, but growing up, I was called Darth Dreidel. So.
That's a good start. That's a good start.
Darth Dreidel.
Okay. And let me do one last tweet for you guys. John Connor, big fuel taking a page from the smoking lobby and clouding the issue by hiding facts about climate change.
I meant to talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the funding of the science intended to deny it and muddy the waters, of course.
Yes.
Which they still do.
It's an old trick. So member shout outs, and we'll do a fun post game here. Well, a fun and interesting one. I'll tell you about it in a second. But members of the day are Nick Namar and Benny Gonzalez. So Nick and Benny, thank you so much. You can become a member. As I turn around and put this down, you can become a member by going to tytnetwork.com/join. You get the whole 2-hour show for free. You get all the network shows, including Aggressive Progressive, which Jordan is on from time to time, and you get all the post games, all that at tytnetwork.com/join. Okay, and no ads. So I will tell you a story that I was wrong about, and I will give you, and I'll explain why I was wrong. And so it's just a fun little story, but it's true. I was wrong about something, and I do want to clarify it. And then the second one is the deep state. Now I promised to talk about the deep state in another post game. We didn't get to it because we had a bananas post game that day that was fantastic. But I'm curious as to your two takes on it, and I'll explain what I think is the deep state. So it should be a great post game. Okay. All right, now let's do the rest of the stories.
Okay, lots of important stuff to get to. Earlier this year, Donald Trump complained that the media wasn't covering the particular sort of terror attacks that he felt they should. And we have a new study that shows that the media's coverage of terror attacks is consistently slanted in a particular direction. It just happens to be in the exact opposite direction that Donald Trump would have you believe. And so these are 3 academics who looked at almost 100 terror attacks culled from the Global Terrorism Database. Okay, and so this is a widely accepted definition of terror attacks. A lot of the attacks are ones that you'll probably remember from having been covered in the media. In total, there were 89 attacks committed by different perpetrators in the US during a 5-year period between 2011 and 2015. Now, of those 89 attacks that happened during that time, Muslims perpetrated 12.4% of them, which should be the story by itself. Because what American thinks that of the attacks that have been committed over half a decade, Muslims committed 12.4% of them? No American thinks that. Certainly no Republican voter thinks that.
I wish they'd done a follow-on question in this study. What percentage do you think? Now they didn't poll; they just looked at the actual facts in this case.
It'd be 85 to 95%.
What percentage of the terrorist acts are done by Muslims in America? Yeah, it would be an astoundingly high number. And then people would say online, "You guys ignore the real problems, and the real problem is Islam, obviously."
Yeah.
The real 12.4% of the problem.
Yeah. So let's break down the results of the study. Of those 89 attacks, 24 did not receive any media coverage from the sources that they examined. Now, admittedly, that's not every source, but they are probably some of the most representative sources, including LexisNexis, CNN, and all of that. Now let's break down the percentage of media coverage of those terror attacks based on the religious identification of the perpetrator. Let's bring up this first chart. You're gonna see there that if it was a Muslim perpetrator, 44% of the media coverage went to those sorts of attacks. Now you'll notice right under there, you have identified as Muslim, but also identified as foreign born. Now that is of course a subset of Muslim perpetrator. It's also a far smaller percentage of the actual attack. So if Muslim is about 12%, we're talking about less than a third of that being Muslims who are foreign born. And yet those couple of percentage points of perpetrators get a full third of all of the media coverage of terror attacks in the US between 2011 and 2016. And then finally, you have non-Muslim or unknown. I don't know who that could possibly be in the US, maybe white supremacists. 56% of the coverage, which sounds like a lot, but understand that we're talking about a group that commits over 80% of all the terror attacks.
88% of the terror.
88%.
So let me give even more context here. So if you're wondering, well, who are these non-Muslim terrorists? You know them, you just didn't have the press call them terrorists far too often. Frazier Glenn Miller, a white supremacist former Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, attacked a synagogue in Overland Park, Kansas. Robert Deere attacked Planned Parenthood in Colorado Springs. Wade Michael Page attacked a Sikh temple in Wisconsin. The list goes on and on. So you get a sense of it, right? Now, a terrorist attack is one that is done for by a non-state actor for a political, religious, or other cause. So if you say, well, come on, Planned Parenthood, is that really a terrorist attack? It is the definition of a terrorist attack. Yeah. He did it for a political and, by the way, also religious purpose.
Yeah.
So, and we did a story last week about how if you ask evangelical white Christians, when a Christian does a terrorist attack and says he is doing it because of Christianity, do you believe him? like about 87% are like, no, that doesn't count, right? When you ask him, when a Muslim does a terrorist attack and he says it's because of Islam, do you believe him? They're like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely
True
because
Muslim.
of Islam. Yeah.
Well, when I was in the field covering the primary last year, I would question Cruz supporters, Trump supporters. So you're very focused on the threat of foreign Muslims and all this. What about the school shooters? What about Planned Parenthood? What about the movie theater shooters? And I'd get just a blank stare. Well, that's not terrorism. I said, no, it's a walk at the beach. And I remember I was out actually in Michigan covering the primary or something, and that Uber driver went on a shooting spree. Can you imagine? He killed 6 people in Kalamazoo. Can you imagine if that was a Muslim Uber driver? It would be a week. So I think the Fox Newsification of instilling fear in your audience is spreading to other media outlets. Exactly. CNN, their ratings skyrocket unfortunately with ISIS attacks, things like that. And they should cover it. I don't want to say they shouldn't, but the how much they cover versus the Uber driver or a deranged person in a school or things like that, it's not even comparable. And that's how you have people at rallies that I'm interviewing very, very fearful of Muslims. Yeah. But the school shooters, what can you do?
Yeah. So I just want to be clear on this. It is 2 different topics. The school shooters are not in this study because they're not considered terrorism. But I agree with Jordan that what am I worried about? I'm worried that my kids are going to get shot in a school. We're going to get shot in a movie theater because it is far more prevalent.
Yeah.
So even leaving aside, even if you don't count the non-Muslim terrorism of the Planned Parenthood shooters and the church shooters that say they're doing it for a political or religious reason, you take out all that stuff. The other stuff is bigger. It's bigger. The random shooters are much, much bigger. So if we really cared about keeping our families safe, we'd focus on that problem much more. Now, when you talk about the smaller issue of terrorism, Muslim and non-Muslim, well, what are we all focused on? The Muslim ban, the travel bans that Donald Trump talks about. He's like, the foreign-born Muslims are coming here and creating all the terrorism. To give you the exact number, of all the terrorist attacks in this 5-year period that they studied, 5% were from foreign-born Muslims. Now that got, as John pointed out, 32% of the news coverage. Gigantically disproportionate. Oh my God, the foreign-born Muslims. But in reality, they're only 5% of the terrorist attacks inside the US. The others are 95%. So we've ignored 95% of the problem and focused all of our energy on 5% of the problem.
And we reported on the DHS memo that said that the Muslim ban was unlikely to be any deterrent to terror attacks happening because citizenship, they find, is an extremely poor predictor for eventual radicalization or violent action. And in terms of like people's fear and what they focus on, and I've long criticized people's insane level of fear of certain types of things and not caring at all about other things that are far more likely to kill you, like a poor diet and air pollution and things like that. But look at like Charleston. The most clear terror attack possibly in our lifetime is a guy who said he was motivated by his religion and by his political ideology to start a race war. People were hesitant to label him a terrorist. And then you have a president who tweets at about an attempted stabbing at the Louvre, where the only person who gets hurt is the attempted terrorist. But then we have to twist his arm to get him to acknowledge that a mosque was shot up. That's a twisted world that we live in. Now, really fast, I want to show you 2 more charts. Just a reminder of the numbers that we're working with. Go to this next one. You'll see the breakdown of the actual percentage of perpetrators there. And again, that 88% receiving disproportionately low coverage by the media. But then also, we're not just talking about the fact that these things are mentioned. We're talking about how much they're focused on by the media. You're going to see that in this next chart. The number of articles per attack that are written. If you're a Muslim perpetrator and you commit an act, they'll write almost 100 articles about it. If you're the rare Muslim foreign-born perpetrator, they double that to almost 200. But if you're a white terrorist or we don't know for sure, they might mention you. But they're going to write something like 9 or 10 articles about it, and then they're going to move on to something else.
And there's also an element of media, lacking self-awareness, shocker. But the media correctly criticizes Trump for, what you're doing is going to recruit new ISIS members. Well, how do you think people in Pakistan, other countries, when they see the American media, very hyperbolic, nonstop, there's very little nuance and context in the reporting. They put neocons and, the usual suspects on to basically fearmonger about the Muslims. So that doesn't exactly help our message across the globe either.
Yeah, and so to give you one more number, and this is from the Cato Institute. It's a different study. Cato Institute is a conservative institute, conservative and libertarian. They say your chance of being killed by a foreign-born terrorist in America is 1 in 3.6 million. So everybody's freaked out over this incredibly low percentage chance. I don't know if you've got a better chance of winning the lottery, but it's probably right in that ballpark, right? When in fact, to Jordan's earlier point, what's actually killing us is gun homicides, whether it's in mass shootings, terrorist shootings, or just your husband shooting, your wife shooting, your neighbor shooting, which is happening at an enormous rate and a record-breaking rate way past any other country.
Yeah, and look, I understand we as a species, first of all, we're flawed in that people think they can win the lotto. So I'm not surprised that they think that the chance of them being killed by a terror attack is almost as high. But then also, we get focused on the sexy, violent things. And so, look, gun homicides way more likely to kill you than terror attacks, but gun homicides are a small fraction of all the things that kill people, even just in America every year. If you don't want to die in America, if you don't want to die unnecessarily, stop focusing on Muslim terrorists and start focusing on the goddamn highway. Put away your phone when you're driving, because those sorts of accidents are far more likely to kill you. Look at the nutrition label on your food, because those sorts of things, which lead to most of the top 10 causes of death every single year, chronic illness as a result of diet, is far more likely to kill you. But that's not sexy. Nobody wants to talk about that, even though it's fully within your control.
Yeah, actually, I think it was, now this is a story John and I did together a while ago, so I'm gonna do it from memory. But I think it was about falls were number 6 on the list of things that kill you.
Yes.
So
falls from ladders and things like that.
Way above gun homicides, and like I forget the proportion, but nearly 1 million times more likely to kill you than a terrorist attack. So just make sure you don't fall down. And you'll be much better off than worrying about some guy coming in from Sudan to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of which, not the killing you, but the Sudan part.
Oh, great transition there, demonizing the Sudanese, wonderful. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to flip the script here. This week, the UN is trying to draw attention and potentially money to help solve a massive humanitarian crisis, a huge and growing famine across multiple countries in both Africa and the Middle East. I want to read you this section of a statement by Stephen O'Brien, UN humanitarian chief, who said already at the beginning of the year, we're facing the largest humanitarian crisis since the creation of the UN, well over 60 years there. Now, more than 20 million people across 4 countries face starvation and famine. Without collective and coordinated global efforts, people will simply starve to death. Many more will suffer and die from disease. And so members of the UN have been dispatched to try to draw attention to these ongoing crises in a number of countries. The Secretary General of the United Nations arrived in Somalia earlier today and appealed for less than $1 billion in aid to address drought and cholera in the East African nation. We've got a lot of numbers that we want to get to in just a second, but when I look at that number and I think about the cost in human lives, the sheer quantity of suffering that will likely happen in that region because we don't know that that money is actually going to be found. And then I think about the $55 additional billion we're gonna throw into the most bloated military budget the world has ever seen. Think about how much goodwill you can buy. If you're being pragmatic, don't even think about the actual good you can do, just the goodwill by taking a tiny fraction of that and sending it to this part of the world to save people's lives and relieve some of the worst suffering going on this planet. But that's not the country that we have.
By the way, the greatest program we ever did was the Marshall Plan, where we helped our defeated enemies and they became our top allies in the world. It's not just to be decent people. It works, it's practical, it helps your economy in the long run. That's why we were beloved for a while in the world. And now what do? All we do is send over bombs. And so then Joe Scarborough will go on TV and go, they hate us because they hate us. When in reality, if we spent less than $1 billion, if you took 1 out of the $54 billion that they're asking for in additional money to the Pentagon and sent it to help 20 million people actually survive and live instead of die from famine, drought, and cholera and all these other things, imagine that they might love us because they love us.
Right. Yeah.
Because we actually did something right and all the benefits that accrue from that. Even if you just looked at it from economic terms, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, add the 600 million or billion in tax cuts to the healthcare law, or the Bush tax cuts, or I mean, we could go on. The oil subsidies, the big pharma. I would like some of that money to go to America because there's a lot of Americans starving and this and that. But you could definitely put a dent in what you're seeing with these numbers if we would quit the corporate welfare and social Darwinism masked as Republican healthcare.
I think these Somali individuals should incorporate, and then our government might send them some money.
Yes,
it's more likely to happen there. I want to run through some of these other numbers though, because I want you to get an idea of the scale of the tragedy that we're talking about. Mr. Gutierrez said the money, that $825 million, is needed to help between 5 and 6 million people, about half of the entire population of Somalia, to survive for the next 6 months. Survival being very much in question right now. Famine was last declared in Somalia back about 6 years ago after an estimated 260,000 people died during a 2-month period. Wow. Somalia has multiple famines. That one happened not too long ago. And as usual, there was some aid, but largely the world watched as hundreds of thousands of people died. Now, here's a point that I want to return to in just a second. You need to understand that part of the problem in terms of relieving some of the suffering there is that organizations like Shabab, the terror group, blocks the roads, stops access to food aid, and steals food as well. That makes it far harder to solve the problem. We're going to return to that in just a second, but I want to round out some of these numbers to give you an idea of where these problems are and how big they are. So people at risk of starvation, in Yemen, there are more than 7 million people. Somalia has almost 3 million, South Sudan 5 million, and Nigeria 5.1 million as well. We're talking about a large section of the Earth's population, multiple cultures, but a common problem. Mostly starvation combined with drought, sometimes in war-torn areas where the US has been involved, is still involved in some areas. But then there's also the children. Children suffering from malnutrition, the numbers are stark as well. In Yemen, almost 500,000 people, several hundred thousand in Somalia, hundreds of thousands in South Sudan, and almost 500,000 in Nigeria as well. And it's being covered. This famine, you can find articles on most sites. Jake Tapper actually talked about it on Sunday, but it's not sexy. It doesn't bring ratings, and so people don't focus on it. And so they might be exposed to the information, but then they go back to their everyday life.
Well, it's actually a tiny bit more complicated than that even, because there is some element of terrorism involved, like Al-Shabaab. Now, the media loves to talk about terrorism, and they talk about it even disproportionately to its actual impact. So, a great example is within this story.
Yeah.
So imagine if a terrorist strike killed 260,000 people. It'd be the biggest event in world history. We would never stop talking about it. The famine kills 260,000 people back in 2011. Nobody even remembers.
Yeah.
All that never forget stuff? Not if it's a famine, then we forget immediately. So it's super disproportionate. But there is a terrorism angle here, but yet nobody's talking about it. Now, why is that? Because talking points don't arise out of thin air. They are manufactured and sent to the media. So if you want to start hostilities in a certain country, perhaps if they have a lot of natural resources, and some of these countries don't have much natural resources at all. Nigeria does, but not Somalia, not much in Sudan, not enough oil, right? So all of a sudden, oh my God, look at what is happening in Iraq, the humanitarian crisis there, Syria, crisis, this crisis, that crisis. North Korea, we don't. They're kind of crazy, and they already have nuclear weapons, as opposed to the Iraqis that were thinking about weapons of mass destruction. But let's not hype that up too much. Now they get press coverage because their leader is so crazy, right? But nobody's talking about invading North Korea. That's just not a thing that anybody talks about. These countries in Africa and the Gulf, shh. Now, not only is there nothing to go get there, hence the defense contractors never handed the guys in the media talking points, and that's why we never talked about it. Because if they wanted, they could hype up Al-Shabaab. Oh my God, Al-Shabaab! Because Al-Shabaab is a really nasty group. There's plenty to be fearful of there, and that you can rile people up over. They just chose not to rile you up over that Muslim terrorist group. Isn't that interesting? And then finally, Yemen, which is one of the biggest problem spots here. Well, part of what's causing the problem in Yemen is our ally Saudi Arabia, which is bombing the hell out of them, and then nobody can get in medical aid, not because of Al-Shabaab, but because of Al-Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And they're our top allies. So
And look, as we've covered in this story, there are a lot of things influencing this. Some of this is simply the reality of the area. Some of it is within our control. I mean, after all, it's not like the US isn't involved in these areas. We're involved in the fight against Boko Haram in some of these countries. But then there's also other things. I mean, we talk very, very often about global climate change and how it's the single greatest threat to the continuation of human civilization. But some people don't believe it because when the damage is done, they don't see it as having been climate change. But in some of these countries, they share basically one large lake in the center on the border, surrounded by arable, fertile land. That lake has been gradually getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And that is just one case study of the drought-induced civil war and famine that will come about as a result of global climate change. And it's not just going to be Africa, and it's not just going to be the Middle East. Already China is experiencing growing starvation and drought. They're proposing the world's largest water transportation pipeline to get water from thousands of miles north of a particular region of China because they can't grow food because the desert is expanding in that area. It's growing more and more dry over time. That is a trend that is only going to continue and perhaps accelerate in the future.
I'm just gonna add one last thing. So, if anybody in the mainstream media is watching this, they'll think, oh, you guys are nuts. There's nobody giving us talking points from Raytheon and Lockheed Martin to start wars, but not to talk about Al-Shabaab. Really? But I'm gonna ask you guys, think about it. Why were you talking about Iraq so much and the humanitarian crisis in Iraq because of Saddam Hussein, the non-existent weapons of mass destruction? They did. The way that they handed you the talking point was Republican politicians would come out and go, look over here, this is the problem. And you're like, well, what can I do? Republicans say this, Democrats say that, I have to go cover it. And those guys are paid by their donors. Their donors are Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, et cetera.
Yeah.
And so whereas Al-Shabaab, you could argue, is just as bad a terrorist group as any of them out there, including ISIS. And then, but no donor paid Republicans to go fearmonger about Al-Shabaab. So that talking point never went to the Republicans and hence never went on your air. So it's not that there's some cabal and you're in on it. It's that you're in a game and you don't even realize what game's being played.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I know we're out of time. Let's do one last story because it is super interesting.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. The results of a new study might help provide a little bit of explanation as to why it is that so often in this country, police officers apparently overestimate the amount of threat posed by generally unarmed black males. Why is it that they see these people and think, I must use lethal force or my life is forfeited at that point? And also, in a larger sense, how we view the males of different races. So researchers asked nearly 1,000 online participants to judge the height, weight, muscularity, and strength of both black and white men based only on photos of their faces. So that's limited information to go on, but there is a little bit of information, and particularly salient information in America, considering our racial history and context. All participants in the survey, both white and black, consistently overestimated the measurements for black faces relative to white faces, even though the men pictured were all of similar size. There was no games being played with the size of the faces. The information is being provided from inside of the brain of the participant in the survey. In another experiment, participants were shown the exact same racially ambiguous body. When the person was labeled as black, participants thought he was taller and heavier than those who were told he was white. It is literally the exact same body. Not even the apparent, the phenotypic race is being modified there. It's literally only the identification of the person's race. Now, as I said there, white and black similarly overestimated the size of these people. But a difference emerged when the researchers asked participants whether the person appeared threatening and if police force would hypothetically be justified if that person were a suspect. Only the white participants felt the perceived greater size of the black faces made them greater threats and more potentially deserving of force. So while black individuals in the survey also overestimated the size, they did not then think, as a result of that, police are justified in using force, potentially even lethal force.
So there's a couple of different factors at play here. So what we always talk about how discrimination and stereotypes are in all of our heads. So they're even in black folks' heads. So and this is not surprising. The study after study has borne this out. If you tell people that they are inferior, they begin to internalize it, which is of course slightly different. But you internalize a lot of the stereotypes that are out there, right or wrong. The famous blue eye, brown eye experiment in Kansas. All white kids, but we're told blue eyes are inferior or brown eyes are inferior. Not only do the superior eye race get all confident and do better in the tests, the inferior eyes, whether they're blue eyes or brown eyes, they switched, okay?
Yeah.
And immediately worked anyway. They start to think that they're inferior. So even black folks think that black guy is bigger than the white guy, even though they're the same size. And even mentioning the word black gets them to think bigger. But there is a difference though. Black folks think bigger, but they don't think danger, because why? Among the reasons why is because they live with other black people and they know day to day. There isn't like, oh my God, we're in constant danger. What if my aunt attacks me, right? Whereas a lot of white folks, of course, now in America have interaction with black people, but a lot of them don't. And if their interaction,
far less, and different sorts.
Exactly, their interaction is smaller. They have a black friend at work, but they don't live maybe in a city or a portion of a city with a lot of African Americans. So to them, it seems foreign and an outsider. And an outsider or an other is always perceived danger.
Right. Well, this goes to the history of America. There's a great documentary on Netflix called The 13th out right now. And they tell the details that after the slaves were freed, that was a huge hit to the economy. So they had to basically put them in jail to work. And the government, the police, they made black people spooky. And they made them very dangerous. And that's kind of where this, way before that, but where the notion that these people could be up to no good. I mean, a couple years ago, a black guy with a hoodie, Trayvon Martin, walking with Skittles. The way the media, conservative media, some media depicted it as he's beat George Zimmerman to within an inch of his life.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't even possible body type. Yeah. So it's systemic in police departments and just the way people think. And this president is also not helping.
So yeah, two things about what Jordan said. One, even more stark is the Tamir Rice case in Cleveland, where he was 12 years old, had a toy gun. They didn't even ask to kill him in 2 seconds flat. But the cop thought that he was 24 years old. And by the way, another study shows that young black kids are considered by people who are seeing them as about 3 to 4 years older than the same age white kids.
Kids who are less than 10 years old in a lot of cases.
That's right.
Shift.
So blacks are perceived as bigger, stronger, older, and by white people as more dangerous. Now, if you've got that,
and also in that study, more responsible for their actions, because this is an older kid. They should know what they're doing, but they're not. They're younger.
And if you've got that thought in everybody's head, and that stereotype is set in, and it's also true of the cops. It's not that the cops are worse people. It's in all of our heads. But the cops have guns and they have authority. So what we should do is, instead of saying, "Oh no, all the cops are good, leave them alone," we should say, hey, maybe we can try to get that out of our heads so they don't disproportionately kill African Americans, which is true. That does happen significantly disproportionately. And how did it get in our heads? That's the other point that Jordan made that's so interesting. After slavery was over, the economy takes a hit, et cetera, and the propaganda begins. Because we need to replace that labor force, and there's many other factors, and oh my God, they're free, and remember, look at what we did to them, what if they do it back to us? And there's all this fear, and there's all this need at that point. So they start a systematic propaganda program, including the first feature-length film ever, Birth of a Nation, with a white guy dressed in blackface who would go around and grabbing all the white women and raping them. Right? And so that is how the stereotype began, and that's why when people say, hey, this is, remember Jim Crow, remember slavery, the people go, oh, that doesn't matter, that was so long ago. No, unfortunately it does matter. That's where it started, and it has rained down on us, and it's still affecting this whole culture, and hence leading to these results.
Do you remember we did a story, it might have been a year ago, I'm not entirely sure. It was after one of the unnecessary shootings of an unarmed black male, and the descriptions were out there. This is a thug, look how big they are, how scary they are. And so we went back and we showed newspaper clippings from the last 100 years of how they describe black assailants and crimes. And they used words like beastly and massive, a giant of a man. That's been going on for a long time. And so it's partially them reflecting the prejudices they had, and it partially serves the purpose of propagandizing, telling people that these are not the same humans as other humans. They are larger, scary, dangerous people. And one of the reasons I was so glad to cover this, political psychology is the area of academia that I come from. I miss it a lot. Because everybody needs to read more political psychology, because if you understand the way the human brain filters information, how it tries to make sense of a complicated world, you can understand how we get police brutality, how we get bills based on policies that have been shown time and time again to not actually function the way they're supposed to. So it's always a pleasure to cover a little bit of this.
I'll just add real quick, expanding beyond just African Americans, having covered Standing Rock, as many times, if you breathe near a police officer in this country, the deference goes to them. If they say, "Oh, we were under threat," this and that. I mean, some of the shit I saw out there was straight out of a dystopian horror flick. So the Native Americans, whatever the minority, even white people, until that psychology that you're not criticizing all police officers, but you cannot give them carte blanche to do whatever they want. I mean, we're going to continue having this.
Yeah, of course, the correct answer is, it's not all police officers, and at the same time, we should hold our public officials accountable. It's not that complicated. And you want to talk about negative stereotypes. In this country, the Native Americans were butchered and massacred and given diseases and almost wiped out. Then we called them savages.
Yeah.
So, and that's still with us today. So there's a lot of work to do, and the way we do it, by the way, is to educate each other, right? And try to get that crap out of all of our heads, because it isn't true. Okay, all right. So in the post game, what's the story that I got wrong? If it was a really serious story, I'd tell you now, okay? But it was
or not admit to it.
Oh, right, or did hide it, right? It's a fun little story. I'll tell you how I got it wrong, why I got it wrong, and then the deep state. What is it? Does it exist? Okay, and what does it mean? So that should be a really interesting conversation. So members get the post games. That's tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. All right, bye.
Hello and welcome to Murder with Friends, the show where two friends together and talk about the darker sides of history. I'm your host, Grace Baldridge, and joining me today, I hope I pronounced this right, Samantha Shaker. Sam!
You said Shaker. It's Shocker.
Can I just say, I've been planning on doing that since yesterday. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I had Sam on? And
I'm used to it. It is funny.
I was like,
you should have played it off. You should be like, and Samantha Shaker is here, and I would have been like, I probably wouldn't have said anything.
So, guys, Sam is here from Pop Trigger. I'm so excited to have you back. You were on one of the first ever episodes of Murder with Friends that I refused to rewatch because I wasn't good. I don't think.
Are you
at the time?
Nuts? Are
you
you
were great.
High? You're
but
fantastic.
It's kind of cringy for me to watch older episodes, but I'm so happy to have you back, especially because we've been talking about covering this case for a long time. I know it's been requested as well. We're talking about Jodi Arias today. And Jodi Arias, if you're not from the United States, was one of the major trials, cases that fascinated the American public for years. And I kind of was resistant to sit down and talk about it, but then I learned that you are somewhat of an expert on the case. Can you explain how you learned about Jodi Arias and how you came to know so much about her story?
Yes, so I worked on a show on HLN, and HLN 5 years ago was all about covering trials. So they were covering Casey Anthony, and then Jodi Arias, and then Trayvon Martin, and in between that, I began working there right before, like at the tail end of Casey Anthony. This was on the Dr. Drew show on HLN, the tail end of Casey Anthony, and then right into the Jodi Arias show. And at that point, I was a regular guest. So I was on Monday through Friday, and then eventually I became the co-host of the show. But in that interim, we covered the Jodi Arias trial in and out. So that means every court document that was submitted to court, I had to read. Every photograph, which haunts you, like some of those photographs, because this is a horrific crime, and we'll get into the murder. So yeah, from the photographs to the documents to the interviews. So we would interview jurors to later on the people that were involved in the case. We did have like correspondents that actually did interview Jodi as well, but for 5 years we followed it because there's many layers to this case. There was first the criminal trial. Then there's the aggregation phase, or then there's the sentencing phase, and this took over 5 years. So and I was at Dr. Drew for about 5 years. So to some degree, we always had some Jodi Arias to cover when we were there. If not, we were covering in the beginning every single moment of it.
Yeah, and while this was a huge case for the United States, what I was surprised to learn from my research is that it didn't really transcend internationally that much. So for maybe a viewer that has never heard about Jodi Arias before or this trial, how would you sort of sum up what themes can they expect to hear about on today's show?
Okay, so the themes, the reason why it captivated the public, and that's so, again, so sad to say, we talked about this, I think we were talking about O.J. Simpson. To say captivated, right? To say that it became like a circus and almost entertainment value is weird to say, because this is somebody that lost their life in a very horrific way. But what the trial was really about was about, you heard a lot of sex, because their relationship had to do with a lot of deviant sex in his mind, right? Because he was Mormon, and their relationship was primarily sexual, and that came up a lot during the trial, and that captivated the public. And then also, you're looking at someone that is completely a pathological liar, a narcissist, beautiful, brilliant, and that captivates the jury and the public as well, because you're looking at someone that comes off at times very charming and meek and humble, but at other times you can see that when she's caught in her lies, that this is somebody that is highly manipulative and used to getting what she wants, and then not apologetic when you look at her actions after the fact of how she murdered her ex-boyfriend at the time.
You mentioned about her ex-boyfriend, and that is Travis Alexander, and that is who she murdered. So let's talk a little bit about Jodi and Travis and how their story begins. So Jodi and Travis meet September 2006. And how would you describe who these people are and how they met?
Well, Travis was very well liked. He
staunch Mormon. I think that's important to bring up early on.
Very staunch Mormon, and that is very important because that did affect his relationships in the sense that he would feel guilty when it came to sex. He would feel guilty even dating someone that wasn't Mormon. Jodi Arias later became Mormon because of him.
Months after they started dating.
Yeah, and that's also, there's other times where we were able to interview some of her friends in the past where she'd always kind of glob on to something, right?
Right, so she and Travis meet at a work conference and
in Vegas,
in
right?
Vegas.
Yeah.
And they are really taken by each other. And at this point, it seems—
a lot of chemistry.
Yeah, a lot of chemistry. It seems very mutual. And I want to go to our first clip, which is from a Lifetime movie that I'm sure you've seen.
I did have to see that because we reviewed it.
Yep.
I did.
It's a pile of horse shit. But let's take a look at this clip of how Lifetime depicts Jodi and Travis meeting for the first time.
Gentle nudge.
Yeah, that's me. The boy sent me. I am so ready for a change. I'm Jodi, by the way.
Tress.
Oh God, that movie is so bad.
Yeah, but they did go through the timeline fairly accurately in an hour. And that for most people, it was so much to cover that gave them a kind of like a Reader's Digest version of what happened.
So early on, they're very captivated with each other. Within months, she converts to the Church of Latter-day Saints. And but they also are having sex, and that is a major part of their relationship and sort of a part of the dynamic of power between the two of them. Can you discuss a little bit about how that affected how he viewed the relationship and also how she viewed the relationship?
According to people, it's so sad that we can't give Travis Alexander's account, right? He's 6 feet under, we can't. But according to people that knew him very well, and then Jodi's account changed, so we're gonna have to also look at based on evidence, like things that occurred with their text messages. They had 80,000 emails, even more text messages between them, and a lot of them, and phone messages, a lot of them were recordings or transcripts of those sexual escapades. So Travis loved having sex with her. He loved her free nature of it all, and their sex was very deviant, from oral sex to anal sex to all types of sex. And for him, he felt very guilty, one, having premarital sex. Two, in his mind, according to a number of different people, he felt better about having oral sex or anal sex than like actual.
Right, because it's sort of what we hear about before, that it doesn't count.
It just, yeah.
If it's not vaginal sex, then it doesn't count, and therefore it's less of a sin against God because it's in the butt, which doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Make any
and
sense,
so he loved that she was so free. She used sex, according to the prosecution, according to people that knew their relationship. She used sex to control him. So if he was distant, if she couldn't get a hold of him for a couple days, if he had communicated to her that later in the relationship that he no longer wanted to be with her, they would end up having sex, or she would send him some very sexual texts or a very sexual phone call, and they would have these fantasies, and she would draw him back in.
Yeah, so she would draw him back in, but it becomes quickly an on and off again relationship.
Yes, very
it becomes
tumultuous.
a rocky relationship.
Almost from the beginning, it was very tumultuous and based on sex. And she wanted more and more and more, and he was always conflicted with a number of different things. But I think he also sensed that she wasn't on, she's not sane. I mean, she is. I mean, she deserves she's not somebody that could have used an
insanity defense.
An insanity defense. I believe one of the psychologists, Janine Marnette, she diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder, but that doesn't excuse you from your behavior. That just is a showcase of like how your behavior is.
And his friends start saying that they viewed her as very unstable. There were a number of accounts that I read of her going through his Facebook, going through his text messages, and then also listening in on conversations.
Oh yeah, they would
creeping out his friends.
Yeah, the friends would be over, and she would say that she's in another room, or Travis would want to have like talk to a friend, and they would open up the door and she'd be on her knees like listening in. Her getting into his voicemail, his Facebook, her crawling into, of course, this is according to the prosecution. There's no camera showing her crawl into his house through a doggy door. But there's been a number of cases and a number of people witnessed that they would see her, wake up in his house the next day and he didn't know how she got in, and then later they found out she'd crawl through the doggy door, slashing his tires when she thought that he was straying, and stalking him. Full-blown, stalking him. I mean, she even moved to Mesa, Arizona when they were together briefly, and then even after the fact that he didn't want to be with her anymore, she stayed in Mesa, and then finally she ended up going back to California, and then coming back again. We'll get to that. Yeah.
And I think this is a good time. Let's just hear from Jodi in her own words about her account of what their relationship was like.
Nobody really knows what was going on behind closed bedroom doors except him and I.
This relationship was about sex.
It eventually became sex.
But Jodi says that she was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with a sexual relationship that seemed to be going nowhere.
You love someone, and it makes it's hard to think, I really love this person, but I know I'm never going to be with him, and I know I'm not going to marry him. And so I knew that I needed to make some changes.
Early in 2008, Jodi did just that. Doing them both a favor, she moved back home to Yreka, leaving Mesa and Travis behind.
When she moved back to California, that's when it really seemed to him to be a closing point where, okay, finally that chapter of my life is over.
But Sam, just before we go to break, is this the closing point? Is this the end of the chapter?
Nope.
Seems like we're just getting started.
We're just getting started. This is where she is getting pushed. Her buttons are being pushed by him pushing her aside, and this is the buildup to what we're about to see.
And in part 2, we're gonna tell you all about what we see, and what we see becomes murder. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Murder with Friends. Today we're talking about the murder of Travis Alexander by Jodi Arias. I'm joined by Samantha Shocker. Sam, in this part 2, I want to discuss the crime and the timeline surrounding what went down before Travis was murdered and immediately following his murder. But before we get into that, where are Jodi and Travis in their relationship in 2008, in June of 2008?
Okay, so leading up to the murder, they were split. Okay, they were split. They were living in 2 completely different states. She was back in California, he was in Mesa, Arizona. But they did have some contact, okay? So,
but wasn't she also seeing someone as well? She had a little bit of a boyfriend on the side, and he had a girlfriend on the side, sort of thing.
Yeah, so we'll get to his girlfriend. So yeah, she was flirting with certain people. She had made out with certain people. I don't know if she ever categorized it as dating, but yeah, there were other people that she was also entertaining.
So ostensibly, the friends that they had made as a couple probably assumed that the chapter was over, that they'd moved on because they were interacting with each other sort of secretly, even though they were still talking.
Right. It wasn't public knowledge. They were texting here and there. There were some emails. Where it started to turn poorly was, I would say, at the end of May when she found out, because even it looked like in her mind that there was going to be reconciliation because he was getting ready to go to Cabo. And they had discussed that she would go with him. Okay, so in April and May, they're exchanging messages. She thought she'd go to Cabo with him. Then she found out that she's not going to Cabo. He says, and there was some messages between the two of them where he was pretty much saying, I can't have you in my life, right? In so many words. And it was very evident that he wanted nothing to do with her and that she was not going to Cabo. And she also found out that another girl was going to accompany him.
He had replaced Jody's name on the ticket or on whatever planner with this other girl's name. And she found out about that.
And she found out about that. And then that is what started the course of the events.
And worth noting, May 28th, 2008, there's a burglary that occurs at Jodi Arias' grandparents' house. And what is stolen from there is a gun. It is a .25 caliber automatic Colt pistol. That will become relevant because a shell casing recovered at the scene of the crime would be a .25 caliber round.
And she was living at her grandmother's back and forth too at the time.
Right.
So yes, that becomes very significant when we talk about the trial.
Right, when we talk about the trial. But it's the end of May, it's the beginning of June. June 2nd, Jodi Arias rents a car in Redding, California. Why is this significant? What do we think is going on here?
So according to the prosecution, there's a number of reasons why she rented that car. So of course, Jodi and the defense gave a whole different reason, but according to the prosecution, she wanted to remain undetected, right? So she rents a car. She made sure that the car wasn't red because there's a higher significance that red cars get pulled over than any other color car. She got gas cans so she wouldn't have to, and filled them up with gas so she wouldn't have to pull over. She turned off her phone. She dyed her hair brown because the people in his neighborhood knew her as a blonde. So she had all these things that she was doing differently. Of course, she excused all of them. She made excuses for every single one. This is how narcissistic she is. And she actually believed, and we'll get to the trial on stand, that she was convincing everyone. But yeah, she did. She had her rubric, so to speak, of how to carry this out.
And when the car is returned on June 7th, it had been driven about 2,800 miles.
And there were stains on it. Of course, these are things that couldn't be proven in court because there was no pictures taken when she rented the car to say, how do you say that the stains weren't removed or were there before? The floor mats were gone. So yeah, the car had been driven quite a bit. She said she was gonna go to Utah. She ended up going to Utah later, and yeah.
So she's on her way to Utah, but at some point in time, she reroutes and goes to Arizona.
Well, according to the prosecution, she was always gonna go to Arizona first.
Right.
Yes. In her mind, it was this is pre-planned. This is premeditation. When you've got gas cans, let's call it what it is. When you've got gas cans, when you're picking a specific car and you do not want red, when you're dyeing your hair brown, you're trying to be, remain undetected. So
then what happens on June 4th? Because this is when it goes down. And we have a record of this because of the camera and the photos that they take.
Yes. So what happens is, we know that she arrived, and I'm sure she arrived unexpected, but they have sex, and again.
Well, they'd been calling each other a little bit.
Yeah, those are some details that I don't have in front of me, but I'm not sure if he knew that she was actually coming over that day. But again, especially when he was going to Cabo with another woman, in my opinion, from what I recall, there had been some distance, maybe in the last couple days, but she shows up. They end up having sex, and after they have sex, they end up going to the shower. She takes all these photos of him in the shower. They're very sensual photos.
They take photos of each other. This was apparently a thing they enjoyed to do.
Yes, exactly. One of the fantasies was always having like some sort of camera involved, and then also playing out those fantasies back to each other on the phone, which was interesting. But so after they had sex, and then after they're in the shower and they're taking photos, or he's in the shower, she takes those photos of him, and you see when she drops the camera, it captures blood on him. So you're seeing like right after she began stabbing him, because according to the experts first were the stabbings, then the gunshot wound, and then the almost the decapitation of the slit of the throat from ear to ear.
Right, and you touched a little bit on those injuries. So let's go to a clip right now about what the stab wounds on Travis Alexander's body tell us about the crime.
The injuries that we see on the posterior backside of Mr. Alexander's chest are not consistent with an individual that was in, say, the throes of attacking another individual. This is consistent with someone that was being attacked. Demonstrated on the back of the torso is a cluster of 9 individual sharp force injuries. This is indicative of a frenzy. The reason I believe that this is a frenzied event is simply by the nature of the number of wounds that we have, not just involving this large cluster of 9 very tightly compact stab wounds, but we also have injuries located in the neck and also superficial injuries that are located on the backside of Mr. Alexander's head.
You know, I'm not sure we've covered a crime of passion before on this show. I'm not sure that we have. I could be incorrect in that, but this is what a crime of passion looks like. This is what a frenzied, passionate crime looks like. When you see the overkill that she does when she's stabbing him, it boggles me how they ever tried to plead self-defense, because it just doesn't, even to someone who had no idea what self-defense would look like, you'd be like, well, that doesn't really.
Right, and it would boggle you less if she pled self-defense from the get-go, but when we talk about the trial, we'll hear about all these different stories that she had.
So let's talk about what she does following the crime. So the crime is committed, there's insane amounts of blood, overkill, it's messy. It is a messy crime scene.
Very messy, 27 to 29, they couldn't determine like the last 2, but 27 to 29 stab wounds.
Yeah, there is an attempt of some sort of a cleanup, but not really. The camera is put in a washing machine.
The camera was put in the washing machine with some of the sheets. It was Travis's digital camera, and they were able to get some of those images.
From the memory card,
yes,
right.
Yeah.
So then that happens. The last photo, I believe, of Travis Alexander is about 5 p.m., maybe between 5 p.m. 5:30 on June 4th. June 5th, Jody calls Travis Alexander several times. She leaves him voicemails trying to get a hold of him. This is to me sort of like trying to establish her alibi.
She's this is a very smart woman. Very smart. I forget what her IQ is, but she's very smart and she's very keen, and she is always, in her mind, one step ahead. So yeah, 100% I agree with you. This is her trying to establish her alibi. Where are you? Yeah.
Yeah, she also accesses his cell phone's voicemail. So she's trying to see who else is trying to get a hold of him. And by June 9th, a concerned group of friends go to his home and they discover the scene. And pretty soon after, the police work on this case actually really impressed me. A lot of times we've covered cases before where I'm very frustrated with the police work. You know, why couldn't you see this? Why couldn't you piece this together? But the friends say, you should check out his ex-girlfriend, Jodi Arias. She's been crazy. She's been slashing his tires, going into his Facebook, all this stuff. You should talk to her. And they do come on to her pretty quickly. And what happens when they interview her, when they take Jodi Arias in for an interview where they ask her, hey, have you seen Travis?
How confident she was? Okay, so there's so many parts to
I
this
count
part.
4 lies.
Okay, so
the first one, I haven't seen him.
I wasn't there. I hadn't seen him since April. So that's the first lie.
Lie number 2.
When they,
I was there.
Right. I was there, and then it's funny because she had a little different language where 2 intruders came in, right? But then somehow it was also shown that like she painted the picture like they were ninjas. Like they came in, they killed him, they let her be, and
one was a man, one was a woman. How do you know? I'm not sure.
Right, exactly.
The third lie was that it was self-defense. I think the fourth lie was I wasn't there at all. I wasn't at the scene.
Right.
I haven't seen him since April.
Right.
And then
which she stuck to for quite a bit until she was shown evidence, right? She thought that she could outsmart them, and you see the footage in between where the officers aren't, or the interrogators aren't in the room with her, and she's like doing handstands, she's singing, she's so confident.
I actually, that frustrated me listening to some people talk about her demeanor when she's being interrogated, because if I was being interrogated, and hopefully I'm innocent in this made-up scenario, I hope that I would, try and remain calm, and she's in there for so long and stretched.
She's not like you though. You're thinking from Grace's brain. This is someone that's very calculated. She wants the attention on her. She knows they're watching her. She wants to do these handstands. She wants to sing. She's a beautiful voice. She and she was very overly confident that she would convince them.
I will say she was pretty smooth. So here are the 4 lies.
Okay, yes.
That she wasn't there at all.
Yep.
That she was there and it was a man and a woman. And then the third one was they were ninjas because they're like, how do you know it was a man and a woman? And then she's like, I don't know, they just came in, could have been anyone. And then eventually we get to self-defense.
Yes, eventually we get to the self-defense, which was at that point in her mind her only, because she admits guilt at that point because there's traces and it showcases that she was there. So once that she knows that she is party to this and they know that, then she has to admit to the killing, but then somehow validate it and justify it by saying it was self-defense.
Right, and wow, when we talk about these admissions, we're about to get into the trial and how we would see her story change, we would see her physically change in front of our very eyes. The trial that captivated the nation, we're gonna tell you all about it in part 3. Welcome back to this final part of Murder with Friends. Today we're talking about Jodi Arias, and where you're picking up, we're gonna be talking about her infamous trial. I'm joined again by Samantha Shocker. Sam, let's just cut to the chase here. So Jodi is arrested at her home July 15th. Again, really swift police work. She is extradited to Arizona September 5th, and she pleads not guilty September 11th. And then, blah, 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 we get to her trial. And this is where the nation becomes captivated, fascinated by her story and by her relationship with Travis Alexander. So could you outline what was the defense's position and what was the prosecution saying as they go into that first trial?
Well, the prosecution was all about the evidence, right? So the prosecution claimed that she killed Travis Alexander 3 times over in cold blood.
Premeditated.
Premeditated, whether it was out of jealousy, at the end of the day, it did not even matter. Like, she killed him 3 times over in cold blood, and this was from the very get-go, Juan Martinez the prosecutor made a very big point that this crime, this murder was so inhumane that it would warrant the death penalty. So from the very beginning, he put that on the table. So horrible murderer, deserves to get the death penalty, right? And that this was premeditated, and most likely that the reason why it was premeditated was because of this jealousy building up and this infatuation with Travis Alexander and not having him as her own anymore, and him going to Cabo without her, and her not being able to process the fact that he's taking another girl. So that was like the crux of it. And then you have the defense who, with the help of Jodi Arias, who took the stand for 18 days, really drilled home that this is somebody that's had abandonment issues. This is somebody that's always had terrible relationships. This is somebody that was taken advantage of by Travis Alexander, not only, and then we'll get to the abuse, but so they maligned his character. They don't see it that way. This was their defense, this is her defense, but from someone who knew all the facts, they are maligning his character, calling him an abuser, saying that she was domestically abused by him, that there were sometimes when they were having sex that she wasn't 100% consensual in the situation, that all she did was love him and he continued to batter her down and lead her on, and it created this situation, this boiling pot where she finally exploded.
So not only did they malign Travis Alexander's character, what was very fascinating for me was they also altered Jodi Arias's character.
And her physicality.
Physically looks very different from how she looked in all the photos that would circulate with her and Travis when they were dating. When they were dating, she was a blonde and she dressed a certain way. I don't even think she looked necessarily promiscuous, although, and we'll get into how the media covered it, it did bother me that they sort of dressed her up as like some whore just because she had blonde hair and wore a bathing suit when she went swimming. But when she takes the stand, it does not look like the Jodi Arias that we see from photos of their dating history.
Right, and that is just pure strategy in the courtroom. We had a number of attorneys.
Is it effective though, Sam? Like, is it effective?
Apparently it is. You know, attorneys will go into a situation and they know what works for jurors and what doesn't. If you have someone on there and she ended up resembling her lawyer, which was so bizarre. Like, she had the same haircut as her lawyer. She dyed it a mousy brown. She would wear glasses. She had bangs. She would wear her court clothes, and she looked like a completely different person. And she looked unassuming. She didn't look like
her glasses looked like science goggles. It was so over the top what they made her wear in
court. Which she later sold on eBay, by the way. Terrible, terrible. But
of course she did.
Of course she did with her artwork and all of that. But She had a big fan base, which is so disgusting to say out loud, but it is courtroom strategy. They want to make sure that they know that the prosecution is painting her as like this like black widow, manipulative. I'm going to use sex as my power, and if I don't get what I want, I'm going to kill you. And so there is this psychological image that we have in our minds about what that woman is, whether that's fair or not. We do have that, and a lot of the jurors might not be as empathetic or open-minded as you. So you do want to go against that physical, psychological trick where you present her to be very like mousy and innocent, and that's exactly what they did.
And that she was a victim of domestic violence, that had sort of reached her boiling point. And they said that when she dropped the camera, that Travis reprimanded her for dropping the camera.
And that there was a fight, because it was his new digital camera.
There was an altercation, and that she sort of snapped.
Right.
And what we see
and she had to run and go get the gun that was like hidden in his closet, like all this BS. So
and that now she takes the stand for, as you said, 18 days, and all of a sudden, all these elaborate stories that we had heard when she was being interrogated by police are gone. She can't really remember anything about the attacks, not really. And you see that really frustrates the prosecution when during cross-examination, they'll ask her a question. She's like, I guess, I don't know, I can't remember, it's all a blur. And that's really frustrating because she can't even lie well.
In her mind, she thought that may work for the jurors because maybe they thought that she was under so much stress, in that altercation, according to her defense, that she didn't remember all these details.
And they bring some experts to the stand that would testify to that effect, that would say,
there's so much with those experts, though.
There's a lot, but the defense did a good job with what they had. They had a mountain of physical evidence against them. They had this woman change her story so many times, and they worked with what they had. And they had some defense experts testify saying, yeah, it's possible. Have you ever, been fearing for your life? Did you remember it? A lot of people can say, I don't know, I've never been in that position before.
You had two therapists in general, two psychologists. I don't know what their clinically what their degrees were, but you had Le Violette said that she believed that she was abused by Travis Alexander. But throughout the case and even after the case, we saw these unfavorable biases that came from Le Violette, that's her last name, with Jodi Arias. It was very incompetent, according to many experts, not even the prosecution, but to many experts, the way she handled that case with Jodi. So perhaps she was manipulated by Jodi, perhaps she liked Jodi. Jodi is very charming. And then you had the other psychiatrist or psychologist, I believe her name was Janine, but she is the one that diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Again, not to excuse her actions at all, because you're still fully aware, but just to give context that this is somebody that's very unstable. So, Janine also said that without a doubt, this woman was not abused. This is not someone who is suffering from PTSD. So you have these conflicting theories on the stand. They get washed out in the end when you see the evidence, and when you see, again, when you see Jodi Arias lie after lie after lie and get caught in those lies and have all these different stories, and then you look at her history of pathological lying, that's when you can sit back and say, okay, this wasn't somebody that was so battered, so broken that she did just, end up defending herself because they had an altercation in a bathroom. That's not the case, because I know some people that watched maybe bits of the trial thought that that was the case and defended her without knowing all the facts.
Yeah, well,
and that's infuriating for someone like me who knew all the facts, and then I look and I talk to to Travis Alexander's family, who for 5 fucking years have been going through this and having to go to trial and see her face, the woman that murdered their brother, their son, 3 times over, like in such a horrific way, and then go on stand and malign him while he's 6 feet under the ground, not able to defend himself. That's disgusting.
Yeah, and let's go to a clip right now of Jodi getting grilled on the stand to give you guys an idea.
You fired the gun, you shot him in the head, and you killed him, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Right?
Yeah.
Arias claims she killed Alexander in self-defense, but Martinez spent time trying to convince the jury not to believe her.
It would have been impossible for you not to have the knife with you when the attack happened.
Using timestamps on photos taken before and after the attack, Martinez says, according to Arias' version of what happened, the attack only lasted 62 seconds, which included Arias running away from Alexander, grabbing the gun, and then stabbing him nearly 30 times.
If you didn't have the knife in your hand, you needed to go get it from somewhere, right?
I guess. I don't know.
No. There's no guessing here now.
I like that because the prosecution did an awesome job of just finding her in those lies and putting her in a corner and making her respond.
Yeah, he's amazing.
And before we get into sort of the sentencing and what's going on with her right now, before we get into the media's treatment of her, I think it's important to note that even though they were able to establish that Travis Alexander might have been deemed sexually deviant for his religion or for what was expected of a Mormon, that's not a crime.
Right.
And I really, really hated that we would see the defense, talking about sex for so long because it was, there's no indication that it wasn't consensual. And even
if anything, there's indication that it was because there were so many phone calls and text messages and 80,000 emails, most of those emails sexually explicit, where they were talking about how they just had sex and she was leading that conversation and can't wait for you to do this to me and do that to me, and it was consensual.
And even
it was consensual.
Even if the kinds of sex they were having were were unsettling for some people to hear and uncomfortable to hear in a courtroom setting, it's not criminal at all.
It's not criminal and it doesn't constitute murder.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
But with that being said, Sam, can you outline a little bit about how the convictioning and the conviction went and the sentencing and where is Jodi Arias today, just in summation?
In summation, that's tough because
that's a lot.
Because in 2013 you got the verdict, right? Right. And everybody, it was yes, this is somebody that murdered Travis Alexander.
Guilty.
So everyone was relieved. I remember the sisters hugging, Travis Alexander's family hugging, and we thought that this was the end of the road. Well, then after that, then you have to determine whether or not this is going to be a crime that will fit the bill that will warrant death penalty. So that came shortly after, and it did. Not everyone was there, and a couple of experts came, and they did deem it that this was cruel and heinous, and that this is warrant of the death penalty. So that came quickly after. So then we all had to wait for the actual sentencing phase. So that's another trial where they're just determining whether or not she gets life in prison without parole, or life in prison with a possibility of parole after 25 years, or the ultimate judgment, which is what Juan Martinez went after the entire time and what the family wanted, which was the death penalty. So after about a year, that trial finally took place, and they had a hung jury. And then guess what? 6 months later, another hung jury. So now you're looking at the sentencing trial from 2013 to 2015. Again, think about the family. They have to go in a courtroom and look at this murderer's face. They have to deal with this every day. They deal with questioning. They can't sleep. They're not eating. Many of them can't afford to live anymore. They're not working. They're in court every day. So really drawn out. And then in 2015, after the second hung jury is when Judge Stevens stepped in and said, we're not gonna do this again. And I'm declaring this a mistrial, but I'm going to sentence Jodi Arias. And she decided, because it was a hung jury on the death penalty, that was off the table with the mistrial. But then she got to determine whether it was life in prison without parole or parole after 25 years, and thank God she chose life in prison without parole. So Jodi's in there.
Jodi's in there. She will be spending the rest of her natural life in prison.
She's in prison. Apparently she's well liked. Apparently she's selling art on eBay. Apparently she's communicating with a number of different people, and maybe moved to a medium security or less security prison because of her good behavior. She paints her picture. There's a number of interviews she gave after the fact that she was going to do good by her sentence, meaning that perhaps she can go into prison and she can make sure that they use recycled this and recycled that, and they can do things for children. And she likes to paint herself as this godly martyr, no matter what position she's in.
And she has a lot of fans.
Yeah.
She has people that root for her. I couldn't believe it myself until I saw the websites online. There are people that genuinely sympathize with her and that feel as though, I think it's without a doubt, it's not a whodunit case everyone accepts she did it, but there are a lot of people that feel that we are punishing a victim, which is not how I feel, but it's important to.
Those are the people that have not read the facts. Again, because I'm always, you know me, I'm always.
Those are people that are easily persuaded by her.
Or they didn't take the time to read all those documents. This is 5 years worth of documents. Thank God I got to read those documents as it progressed. I can't imagine having to brief myself on 5 years worth of documents. So you'll see this pattern of behavior that this isn't somebody that was victimized and abused by Travis Alexander. Sure, she may have felt scorned. Sure, she wanted to be with him and he didn't want to be with her. We've all been in that position. I've been in that position where you don't get what you want sometimes in relationships, and that sucks. And maybe that person could be a shitty person.
Yeah, you don't drive to Arizona and kill someone.
Thank you. And I'm not saying Travis Alexander was a shitty person either, but yeah, being scorned does not vindicate you for murder.
No, but a big part of her story, now that she is behind bars, but during this trial, the media took to Jodi Arias unlike any case I have seen in recent memory. I would say even more than Casey Anthony, more than George Zimmerman. And I think that it speaks volumes as to what we as the American television market look for and how we consume our news, because everyone knew the details of what was going on with Jodi Arias. What do you think the media did right and the media did wrong when covering her trial?
Well, the media is responding to, the media did a lot of things wrong, but they're responding to the ratings. We did our best ratings during Jodi Arias, not during George Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin trial, not during Casey Anthony, not during, after some of these trials, we would just talk about hot topics, politics. None of that compared to our ratings during Jodi Arias. So the interest from the fact that the cameras were allowed in the courtroom is already, people want to get this voyeuristic bird's eye view of what happens in a courtroom. But then when you learn the subject matter has a lot to do with deviant sex sells. People wanted to tune in. And then when you see that the person that is essentially up for murder is beautiful, by from what a lot of people describe her as, that is going to translate into ratings, and the media is going to respond to that. So they're letting the cameras play while people are watching. The media comes in afterwards to dissect it, but people were just watching the trial. And then, of course, they would tune in and we would all dissect it together.
And speaking of dissecting it together, I found a number of awesome clips of OG Sam Shocker covering the Jodi Arias trial. So let's go to a clip right now of Sam commenting on Lifetime coming out with a movie on the Jodi Arias trial. This is before, I believe they had selected a jury. Before jury selection?
It's all a blur.
It was an indelicate.
We covered it every
this
day.
is what I will say about the Jodi Arias movie that came out on Lifetime. It was definitely an indelicate timing of when it was released. Let's take a look at Sam Shocker's reaction.
Yeah, maybe they want a sequel. They know how much people love to watch this Jodi Arias show. I mean, it's incredible to me. You see it on social media. People are 100% drawn into this case, whether they're sympathetic to seeing justice for Travis Alexander or because they're just in it for the entertainment.
That's funny. Yeah, we spoke about it every day. So that was just another day in my life back then. But I was looking at the two attorneys next to me. That's what was cool to me. Like, I was surrounded by Lonnie Coombs, who was a fierce civil rights attorney here in Los Angeles, almost got the OJ case back in the 90s, because remember it was gonna go to Santa Monica. So I had Lonnie Coombs to one side of me, and then I have Mark, who's a high-powered attorney in Miami, and just being around these experts who know courtroom language and all of that, and I was just sharing my opinion. But it was, that was funny to see.
Well, I think that you also, from the coverage that I could tell that you were doing with Dr. Juan on HLN, something I admired about what you were saying is that you early on were sort of calling attention to the fact that people were viewing this as entertainment and it's not okay, it was a murder trial. And you were that voice in a lot of the discussions I saw, like, let's remember, Travis Alexander was brutally murdered in cold blood. It was premeditated. And we're getting caught up in some of the entertainment things. Lifetime is making a movie when Lifetime should not yet be making this shitty movie. Your shitty movies can wait until a little bit after some time has gone on. There are families that have been affected by this.
It was very insensitive, and the timing could not have been worse. You're
but also,
absolutely right.
A little bit perfect for an insensitive, indelicate movie to come out about Jodi Arias because she is just the fucking worst.
Yeah.
Even behind bars, you touched on that a little bit. And I want to go to a clip right now of Jodi Arias. This is her pleading to avoid the death penalty. And let's take a look at some of the arguments she makes.
Whatever happens, I'm just going to take it and deal with it.
You've said that sort of thing a lot before, including right after you were arrested. You said, my goodness, if I did something this horrible to Travis, I would beg for the death penalty.
Right.
You did it, so what changed?
My family changed my mind.
Some of Arias' last words to the jury were downright bizarre. She argued for life in prison by essentially presenting a political platform for the rest of her life behind bars.
There are many things I can do to affect positive change and contribute in a meaningful way. In prison, there are programs I can start and people I can help.
She almost sounded like she was running for student council president. She told the jury she wanted to start a recycling program in prison, a book club, Spanish lessons for other inmates.
This is the t-shirt.
She was kind enough to bring a sample of the t-shirt she designed to raise money for domestic violence victims. She wants to keep selling those.
That pisses me off so much. Like in the beginning, we're all laughing and chuckling because yeah, you just see the narcissism of her painting this picture that she's gonna go into jail and she's gonna make a difference. But then her holding up that Survivor t-shirt, still using that because knowing that there is a fan base that believes that she is a survivor when the real victim here, the real victim of the abuse and the violence is Travis Alexander. You're the perpetrator, you're the murderer, and you're the one holding up the Survivor t-shirt, and you're gonna say that's gonna benefit victims of domestic violence. That to me,
yeah, it's egregious narcissism.
I can't with her. I can't.
And here's the thing, Sam. Now that we're removed from her case with a couple years, we played right into her hand. And she knew that, sex sells, and she was able to sell her story because of all the sex. She was on stand for 18 days.
She loved being on stand.
But the American people, we got duped. We were the ones that fell for the whole thing. I mean, even though she was convicted, she still is, thriving behind bars. She still has these fans that adore her and that believe her because she was able to lie well enough and about the right things that we gave her. Some people gave her that sort of sympathy, and that she became this odd character. We forget that she is a brutal murderer. She's now just sort of a Black Widow character that's very fascinating.
True. No, you're hitting the nail on the head.
And it makes me frustrated because she played so many people, and she continues to do so even from behind bars.
She's a master manipulator. This is someone, I'm not complimenting her when I say that she's brilliant. She really is. She's smart, and her IQ, whatever it was that was determined in court, showcased that. And she's been manipulating people based on her history, based on the documents, based on the interviews. She's been manipulating people her whole life, and she's damn good at it. And as long as her ego is being fed, I think she's okay. So yes, I'm glad that she's behind bars, and I'm glad that her verdict was guilty. But you are absolutely right that she is being fulfilled behind bars because she has manipulated everyone to the point, well, not everyone, but a group of people that are feeding her ego while she is still behind bars. So, yeah.
All right, guys, that was the Jodi Arias trial and case and story. We want to hear from you in the comments section below. Had you heard about Jodi Arias before? I know this was a pretty US heavy story. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel, and we'll see you next time on Murder with Friends.
Donald Trump once kicked out One Direction from his hotel because the 1D boys, they refused to meet his daughter. This, according to Liam Payne, he told the UK magazine Roller Coaster, he told Roller Coaster, he told them, quote, "You wouldn't believe it. It was about meeting his daughter. He phoned up our manager. We were asleep. He said, well, wake them up. And I was like, no. And then he wouldn't let us use the underground garage. Obviously in New York, can't really go outside. New York is ruthless for us. So he was like, okay, then I don't want you in my hotel. So they had to leave. Wow, thoughts, 5 words or less.
How fast the night changes.
Trump must really hate foreigners. No pain, no gain.
That would be a pain. Now, when you guys heard this, did it surprise you? I mean, we have seen that Donald Trump, when somebody does something that he doesn't like, he takes it personal. He doesn't really look at the other side, and he acts out.
Well, it is surprising, Also, I am inclined to believe this story because Liam Payne has no reason to lie about this. So a lot of times you'll see like, it's just a rumor, how can we be sure it's only one side of the story? Why would he make this up? It's kind of a weird thing to lie about and oddly specific. What is surprising is which daughter? They're speculating in the article that it's Tiffany because of the age, but it could have been Ivanka, maybe for her
Ivanka.
Kids. Well, they're toddlers, so I don't know.
No, Ivanka loves.
What daughter wants to meet One Direction
If it's
that much?
Tiffany, I don't understand it. If it's Ivanka, I do understand it.
Really?
No,
Explain
it's
yourself.
so fucking ridiculous. Like, why? It doesn't matter which daughter it is. The idea that you would kick this band out of your hotel because they won't meet your daughter, they're ostensibly paying the amount that they are asked to pay to stay there. And so let them frickin' stay. This is exactly what people are talking about with Trump and hotels and important influential figures and access. This is exactly the issue that's in the news when they're like, all right, so it seems like we're afraid to have Trump have hotels that foreign diplomats stay at. Now it seems like foreign diplomats are going to stay at his hotel so that they can get better access to Donald Trump.
So they can get that phone call in the middle of the night, like, yo, come up, you want to meet?
You want to go? Hey, Russian
You want to hang out with
ambassador.
Tiffany?
Yeah, exactly. So, but this is a situation where the same thing bore out. It is Donald Trump expecting certain access to these people in exchange for them staying at his hotel. It's not ethical. It sucks.
It's not ethical, and it's scary too, because yes, this is about One Direction, but as you stated, at the end of the day, if he's not getting the answer he wants or the action that he wants, then he acts vindictively. And that's scary. That's a really scary, dangerous thing. It's a terrible attribute for anybody to have, but when you're the president, to be able to flex that power, or even the owner of a hotel, when they're paying the money to stay there, that's all should matter. That's all that should matter.
Right.
And it's very entitled too, to be like, well, why wouldn't they want to meet my daughter? You know,
Because
like,
she's the daughter of a maniac.
you know?
Yeah, you guys, you all make fantastic points. I personally think Ivanka wanted to meet One Direction. I don't think Tiffany's probably like, man, y'all are whack.
But Tiffany had a music career. That's the only reason why.
What music career does she have?
Well, she had a single.
How did
She had
you
a
know?
song.
Sing it. How's it go?
Come on, YouTube is a wonderful place. You all can look it up. Tiffany Trump. It's some single, I think, about butterflies or whatever. Have fun, guys. Have fun. Something like that. They tried to have they tried to give her a low key music career. They bought they had time in a record studio and cut a little single, and it's terrible. It's really garbage, but it's fun for you now to go watch it after this video.
Yeah, and Jason's doing that.
I have
So maybe
to
she
check the
wanted
receipts
tips
on
from One
this.
Direction, and maybe she was like, my music career is not going the way that it should.
Like a bird?
I don't think it's Like a Bird, because isn't that Nelly Furtado?
No,
I feel like
Tiffany
she's not the
Trump,
only
Like a
person.
Bird, featuring
Oh, she took Nelly
featuring
Furtado's
Sprite.
song.
No, I'm Like a Bird is Nelly Furtado.
Oh, so she got rid of the I'm.
Put it to your mic. Get ready. She wanted One Direction collab.
This is very Vanessa Carlton, Making My Way Downtown, 1,000 Miles, 2002.
No, because
Oh my God, auto-tune's really heavy on this, you guys. So good.
it hurt her feelings. She felt like it was
Here over your snap.
Wait, is that Selena Gomez in the background? Just kidding, Shade.
All right, so go listen to the song and keep the conversation going. Let us know what you think. We'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. A rabbi, a priest, and an atheist smoke weed together and talk about religion. You may have seen this video, it's viral. We're gonna talk about it. We can't show the video, but we have photos. So first of all, we have Rabbi Jim Murrell, and he begins the video by saying he's there to, quote, experience one of God's creations. He also then disclosed that he hadn't smoked weed for a really long time. He never really was a weed smoker. And then we have the priest. The priest is Reverend Chris Schuler, who he made waves, if you remember, over a Facebook video saying that he's pro-marijuana, even though he doesn't smoke marijuana. He said the last time that he smoked marijuana was back in high school, but he's still pro-weed, and he understands all the benefits that go along with marijuana. And then finally, we have an atheist, and the atheist is self-described, quote, as a conservative homosexual, unquote, named Carlos. I'm gonna read a part here from the Daily Dot, the way that they describe the video. They say, quote, lest you think this is a video where two old guys try to convince a young man to come back to the church. The conversation feels much more like a free-form discussion about universal truth and the nature of God. So like basically the same shit everyone talks about when they're super high. So true. It's really, I thought it was a really cool video.
It was a great video.
And this is from, if I didn't mention it earlier, Strange Buds. They had that video years ago that went viral with the 3 grandmothers. And since then, they've had a whole series with it on cut.com where they had like, you know, retired police officers and they have these strange buds come together and smoke weed, and really interesting conversations come out of that. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Let's do this, Dad.
Pot, I mean, God is good.
Hail to the Most High.
Can I join you, Grace?
Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be amazing.
Can we please?
Yeah, let's
Have I met your dad or just your mom?
Sorry, what?
Have I met your dad?
I don't know if you've met my dad.
I
definitely met your mom.
love
She's
her dad
adorable.
and her mom.
If you guys don't know, my dad is an Episcopal priest, and the priest in this video is also an Episcopal priest, and the Episcopal Church has been known to be one of the more open-minded denominations of the Christian faith with regards to homosexuality and marijuana use. What's interesting is that my dad falls into a lot of the same categories as the priest in this video, where the priest keeps on calling marijuana dope. And the atheist is like, please stop calling it dope, because dope means like hard stuff
drugs
today.
yeah.
And my dad would do that too. He'd be like, when you're smoking smack. Oh my God, that's not what it is, like smoking dope or whatever. And he definitely, my dad has definitely never done a drug in his life.
Would he be open to it?
I don't know. I'm hoping he'll watch this video and think about it.
Oh my God, we could do it here.
I don't
Get
know.
high at Pop
'Cause
Trigger,
he
so
also
dope.
had some friends with very bad drug experiences, and I think that for them, marijuana was absolutely, quote unquote, a gateway drug.
still is.
So he has this negative connotation with marijuana, but for me, living in California and seeing how it can be regulated at the state level, at least for now, I can't imagine that that's an experience that I will share in, at least at this point in my life, because I like weed and I don't think that it's scary, but for my dad, it was definitely like a scary thing. Yeah.
This video for me was a lot of things. 1, it was entertaining. 2, it was fascinating, and 3, it was very relatable because you have the God, what is wrong with me on mornings? You have the rabbi.
Sorry that we shoot this early.
Miro, and then you have, who's like has the patience of a saint, very, very docile. Then you have Schuler, who's like your friend's dad, super cool guy, witty, but tread lightly because he means business. And in this case, he's a man of the cloth. And then you have the complete antithesis of the 2 men, Carlos, the atheist,
How sexy
gay,
was his voice?
black, yeah, amazing.
Loved his voice.
Loved
his voice.
His voice was great, and he was just so real. But what was relatable too is, if anyone who has smoked weed knows that if you're too zealous with that first hit, you're gonna burn yourself. But also what I thought was really cool about the conversation was no one tried to proselytize either person into believing what they thought was right. It was just a conversation, as he said, of what you talk about when you get high, and also when Carlos talked about if there's a God. The questions he asks are a lot of questions that people who are questioning their faith, or at least who I've come in contact with, ask, like, why is there death of children? Why does HIV exist? Why do all these wonderful, oh my God, horrible things happen if there is someone up in the sky? Since we are obsessed with people in the sky that have powers, why do these things happen? And at the end, I loved how it was more of a come as you are, be as you are conversation versus let me try to convert you to this, and then we're all cool. And then when they bless him with the ash from the weed,
amazing. Like, it's so blue, it's so nice.
They were so stoned, but they coexisted through weed. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Brett, what did you think when you watched it?
I like the atheist guy.
Bothered you?
Like, I hold people to, I'm not an atheist because I think I don't go even as far as to make absolute statements about that stuff. Which I think Carlos kind of did. He's like, I just don't know anything.
But he
I don't
grew
know
up
everything.
super religious. I think that's important for people to know.
And I just liked how everyone by the end was vibing so much together and having a good time. And if you paid attention to specific phrasings, like the rabbi saying, like, I know your God isn't a big thing to you, but it's a big thing to me. Is it cool if I use that term in this blessing to you?
Right.
There's a lot of
and that
respect.
guy was like, oh, that makes sense. Thank you for doing that. I do think that, like, it seems like the question toward any potential participants of will you come here and smoke weed and see what it's like weeds out the more judgy people, so to speak. So the 3 that you would end up with are with the exception of the atheist, the two, religious figures you'd end up with would already have passed a certain filter of the kind of person who would be willing to smoke weed with someone else.
They're already gonna be open-minded.
The atheist started off, the atheist started off the most annoying to me just because I bet his guard was up going in with two super religious folks. But what was cool is by the end, they're all just like, yeah, man, we're all right.
But do you blame him though for having?
He had his guard up. Talk about why.
Well, he had his guard up, and you could tell that he'd already had his arguments ready to go before anyone had really put him to it. And I like that they have the timestamp on the video too. So 25 minutes in, and the atheist is talking about well, what about this, and this. 35 minutes in, and the atheist is still going. And then you have the rabbi and the priest just listening, because I think this is a great example of one of my favorite quotes from the Bible is preach the gospel always, use words when necessary, which to me is just use your actions to show kindness and to listen and compassion and empathy. That's really what whether you believe it or not, that's the whole message that I as a Christian choose to believe. So that's what we really see exemplified with these two religious figures, just listening and showing compassion. And this guy, this atheist who had been vilified by the church for being homosexual, was just venting to them. And the priest and the rabbi were just being like, we're just here, we're here. Right. And that hurt that the church caused you is wrong.
Because he was young.
They should not have done that and cast you out like that.
Right, he was young and he grew up with faith, so you can imagine that was probably a portion, generally speaking, of his identity if he grew up that way. And then to be denied by the church when they found out that he, was gay, that's so sad.
Yeah,
so he did have a wall up.
Absolutely, and if you listen to the conversation, he said at 14 he was excommunicated from the church, and then he did his own research, and also though too, I felt that I think it was Rabbi Miro who said that, well, believe it or not, through what you've gone through, you do have faith. You are he said something to the effect of, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but when they were having a conversation, he had said something about, well, the way you grew up is showing that you still do have faith in God, and that what has happened to you has brought you to this point here. Something along those lines.
Of faith and you're spiritual is kind of what he said.
Exactly, and so it was just, I didn't think that
there's a connection.
I didn't think Carlos. I didn't get that he was defensive at first. It was edited, so we don't know.
Speaking his truth.
Exactly, and again, at the end of the day, it was still a very, very cool view into how weed is bridging the gap and bringing people together.
Yeah, it was good. So please check out, will we have the link underneath the video, Amir? Yeah, so check out the video and then share your thoughts, and we'll see you next time. You're not gonna believe how much this burger sold for in Dubai. Did it surprise you, the number?
Yeah.
10 grand. 10 grand, that's a lot of money for a burger, but it was for charity. So I love it, the winning bid was phoned in. That's pretty powerful when you can just phone in a bid. You don't have to.
So it was a delivery order.
Yeah. Brett. Okay, so this is the founder of Dubai Lifestyle Magazine. His name is Asma Al Fahim. And the burger that he phoned in to win that bid, to win the burger with the $10,000 bid, it's a giant burger containing 7 beef patties, 1 for each of the Emirates and the United Arab Emirates, aged cheddar cheese, and veal bacon strips in a saffron brioche bun. Now, Brett's salivating. Now, it was made by a really important chef. Russell Impiazzi, he's the culinary director of Les Gourmets in Dubai's Galeries Lafayette. You do it, Grace.
Oh, it's just Galeries Lafayette.
Okay, see, still sounded better. Still sounded better, and also a member of Qatar's royal family. So that's interesting. Now, what's cool about this, as I said earlier, is this does go to charity. So the 10,000, all proceeds will go to breast cancer awareness and free detection at an early stage. There was also some other pricey food items that were auctioned off, and they raised a total of $29,633. Thoughts, 5 words or less?
Thick and juicy.
Burgers saving the tatas.
A lot of bread for that bun.
Holy cow. Tell me this, Amir wrote a really cool question, but for some reason it's not on here. Oh, he did. He said, what's the most you've ever spent or have seen someone spend on a specific food item?
There is a $1,000 sundae that you can get.
Ice cream sundae?
Ice cream sundae
gold
that you
on
can
it?
get with gold.
Yes, I've heard of it.
And the chocolate that they bring in and the candied, walnuts or whatever, candied almonds that they put on there are like of the highest quality, and it's not for charity. So it is just decadence that people are willing to fork over money for.
This is in New York, right? At
This
that really
is in New York at
it's a famous like dessert spot.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
I did a video about it called Pricey Shit.
Oh, that's
right.
I loved Pricey Shit.
I did
that
it
was
twice.
Brett's.
It was too much work.
Too much work. It was a really cool series that Brett was doing, but okay.
But yeah, $1,000 for a ice cream sundae.
Do you even taste the gold?
No, but you're just doing it just so you can say later, I shit gold.
I wonder how that would impact, because if you were to eat,
Goes right through.
and it would be gold.
It comes out gold on the other end. You probably absorb a little bit of it, but that's that.
But in theory, you still are shitting gold.
Have you guys ever spent like, even if it's like, oh my God, I just spent $30 on a salad.
Absolutely.
Tell me.
Last week at Ruth Chris, for my man's, I don't get it. Like, you know, I'm the type of guy, you take me up and take my ass to California Chicken Cafe, I'm happy. My guy likes to get a good steak. And so I'm thinking it's his birthday, you know, where do you take someone that has everything, that can go eat wherever they want? So I'm thinking, you know, I'm gonna be baller and go to Ruth Chris Steakhouse, because it's supposedly has the most amazing steak. The meat just like crumbles in your mouth, allegedly.
They cook it. They flash cook it in like 1500 degree ovens.
And butter and stuff. And my guy loves butter. So $197 later, I'm thinking like, wow, this is like masturbation without the payoff. Because
right. Where's the beef?
It was just such a letdown. He enjoyed it, but I've had better steaks. Yeah, I don't know, at Chili's. You know what I'm saying? So
I'll tell you where you go.
For real.
What about you, Grace?
I think per volume, or like the most I've ever spent that for something was like probably a juice. You know what I mean?
Yes, juice.
Like if we're talking about like per container and like per actual amount of what it should have been and what I actually consumed, I know I've spent probably like $18 on a juice shit thing.
Yeah.
One time when I wasn't feeling so well.
Though, yeah.
Well, I wasn't feeling so well, and so my friend was like, "You gotta go get this one juice, and it comes with a shot. How generous!" From this one like juice bar, and I went.
Was it Erewhon?
No, but I paid $8 for rice pudding there before.
Thank you.
So that's the stuff that like
you and I are in the same boat.
Adds up.
Yeah, I would have to say it comes to like $18 or whatever, which may not seem like a lot of money, but for what you're getting, it is. I went to
I didn't feel that much better after. It was
I will think it's worth it, because like I'll watch them put, like at least at Erewhon, which is like a grocery store / juice bar in West Hollywood, I'll see them put all the concoctions in there. So when I am feeling sick, I'll go in there and they put everything under the sun, and then you drink your little drink, and then it comes out to like $18, and you're like, oh God, that's a lot of money for a concoction. But it's an elixir. That's what I would call it.
No, it's not.
It's an elixir.
You are tricking yourself, and I respect the minds that come up with ways to get folks to believe that they should be paying this much.
It's proven if you have like oregano oil, or if you have lemon and honey and certain herbs, that it can help, cayenne pepper, it can help.
They already
your
won
immune
when
system.
you say the word elixir. Like they've won, because that's
good marketing.
Like mages make elixirs.
I feel the same. I feel that way when
apothecaries make elixirs.
Yeah. And the ivy, oh my God.
I went to this Erewhon.
Everyone Hermione reads about.
I came out with frankincense and myrrh. I felt amazing.
Yo, but every time I go into Whole Foods, I feel like I spend my mortgage on like it's like whole paycheck. My brother always says, where do you shop at? Whole paycheck. And then you think about the quality of what you're getting, like Starbucks. It's $5 for a cup of coffee that you can make yourself, but it's the convenience and it's the mental fuck that you go through. Because if I'm going to Erewhon wanting an elixir, you're already buying into the fact that it's gonna change your life in some way, shape, or form.
I actually buy into it. And I think it sucks. I think it sucks that like if I want to buy healthier bread, or that has less ingredients, or that's sprouted. Sprouting means it has to go through a process. It takes time, so it's gonna be more expensive. It sucks that it's so expensive and that it divides the people that can afford it and not afford it. That sucks. But I feel so much better when I eat healthier, and I spend the money on healthy food. I do.
Right, I'm fine with that. And
are you fine?
I'm fine with that.
I'm glad I got Brett's
blessing. What an asshole! And thank you for calling me out on that.
Sam,
I deserved it.
You eat you do eat healthy.
I eat very healthy.
On your Instagram, you had this bowl of something.
That bowl was gorgeous.
It was amazing.
Go to my Instagram, it's worth it. Trust me. Go to @SamShocker. You will see like 4 posts back.
The spirit of Hassan just descended into Sam.
But I have a point.
Go to my Instagram.
I'm promoting. I got a point. I'm not just like promoting. you'll see the most beautiful acai bowl you've ever seen. Beautiful.
So okay, now that we all know that Sam Shocker eats healthy and you eat things
in moderation, because I eat treats and cakes.
But I was going to ask you, what are
you were going to say trees, and I was like, all right, that's still healthy.
What do you indulge in that's like, oh my God, how dare you, like cheat?
Cinnamon rolls, chips, popcorn.
But like you can have a cinnamon roll that is, I get
still
the
a lot
like,
of sugar.
Whole
You can have
Foods movement. I think the worst, I mean, research it, look up all the crap that they put in your food because it makes it cheaper for them to produce and cheaper for you to buy. Like there's a lot of really crappy stuff in there. And if you can find a way not to put that in your body, all the power to you. So you can have a cinnamon roll that's made from just butter and
sugar
like natural flour, sugar, and cinnamon.
Right.
And you're
instead of like
that's
cornstarch and corn syrup and all these ingredients you can't pronounce.
Can find versions of it.
If you are pregnant though, so what is one thing all of us like cannot do without that's like, wow, I can't believe you eat that?
You mean like every day you need to have it?
Yeah, every day you need to have it.
Like your everyday must have is my waffle in the morning with almond butter, cinnamon, and banana, which isn't bad at all.
That's great for you.
But every morning I wake up and I can't wait. I can't wait.
I can't think of
dancing waffles.
It's been like 7 years that I've been into this like breakfast. I can't wait.
Grace?
Oh, it's probably just coffee for me. Coffee's really important.
Yeah.
And just having it the way that I like to have it. I like a little coconut creamer in there.
What? Love. I put coconut oil in it. No, trust. Put coconut oil. Oh yeah.
I have a system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I suggest something?
Could you put some, you know,
Why do you put
marshmallow fluff on your goddamn waffle in the morning?
How
about you just
I just
put some
want you to
boogers on your waffle?
I only say it because like a month ago my life was
Nutella.
changed when somebody put coconut oil in my coffee. You don't really taste it. It just makes it creamy. I just thought it was a great suggestion. Sorry.
There's so many.
Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Did you say put some bacon on your freaking waffle?
What about you, Jason?
I'm a coffee head. I had 2 cups of coffee before I went to bed last night. I've had 3 this morning.
Good for you. Affect your sleep?
Nope.
Good for you,
I don't
man.
get why caffeine doesn't. Maybe because I have ADD and it has the opposite effect of me.
Too much.
But I love coffee. Coffee, ooh, a good cup of coffee. I'm salivating right now.
The coffee we have now is good.
Brett, what about you? What do you every day? Something that you're like, oh, I can't wait for this for a snack.
Love my coffee.
Pork rinds.
Love to go down to pick up the newspaper from my front step. And I make
what?
I get coffee.
Wait, so your neighbor has
I
no
got a
idea
little Cuban coffee maker, and I make a little 2-shot espresso, and I get that going, and a little percolator. Go down and get my coffee, bring it back, or go down and get my newspaper from my front step.
So wait, you're taking your friend's newspaper every day?
I order it.
Oh, but why is it on your friend's step?
On my front step.
Oh.
Just go down, commit larceny, head back home. No.
I thought every day you were taking your neighbor's.
Find a new person to steal from. It's a little something for me. Garden gnomes.
Garden gnomes, I love me a good garden gnome.
I just pull out any landscaping, put it in the recycle.
Cool.
Recycle. I put it in the yard waste bin, so it's good for the environment. When I face people's front steps.
What about you, Amir? What can you not live without? There's gotta be some.
There's nothing right now. I'm just dieting so heavily. It's like everything that
You do look good.
You look great.
Amir.
Everything I love, I'm just like crying about.
I'm not drinking.
You're
except for St. Patty's Day was a holiday, so we had to, but not drinking.
Wow,
and it's
how do you
tough.
feel?
Like we go to trivia every Wednesday, and I feel bad for the waitress. We're just like
I know.
water and a salad.
Now you know how I feel being pregnant. Like no drinking, no nothing for 7 months now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
Boring.
Probably not worth it.
I can't.
Yeah.
Can't wait to drink up. Pump and dump.
You're gonna have. You can't even
it
drink
means
after.
get rid of your breast milk and get you a nut pump and then go number 2. It doesn't mean that.
I'm thinking about the way that the baby was made was pump and dump.
No, like when you are breastfeeding, you have to be mindful. If I had a couple of glasses of wine, I would have to pump, test it, and then possibly dump, and then start new.
Right.
Man, pumping is. I had my sister with me all weekend, and she just had a baby. She has to pump like every couple hours.
Love the
poor
bras.
girl.
The bras that are just like, beep, It's just like
my
boobs
dress.
out. You said your dress was, yeah.
My dress is a nursing dress, but so it has like a flap right here, and then when I have the baby, all I have to do is lift up the flap, and then it's the nipples are open.
You should keep the dress if you ever want to go to Mardi Gras.
Free the nip, or just free the nip, just walking around, just free it.
Yeah,
I don't even want to be in this conversation anymore.
Yeah, but yeah, breast. I really got a good lesson on breast pumping through my sister.
Great.
Does it hurt when
she said it doesn't hurt? It's just annoying. You sit there for a half an hour every couple hours,
And it's going,
yeah.
I didn't know they were so loud. Yeah.
and I'm
You're
sitting.
a cow.
I'm sitting there, yeah, talking to my friend Pushpa, has a baby. She was pumping for a while, and she's just like, I'm not gonna change my ways for you because I have to do this for a half hour. We're gonna talk through that.
Yeah. Even in the middle of the night, my sister would have to, because she left the baby at home for like 30 hours, and she needs to. Yeah,
she left
to come
her
down
baby
here
with her
the
husband,
baby.
with the dad.
She put the baby on top of a car in the airport parking lot.
The
down.
baby's 4 months, and this was her first time, and she felt so guilty leaving for like 24 hours, and baby got to be with the dad, and the dad will bottle feed the frozen breast milk that she's been pumping, but. Even that, like the reason why you pump when she's gone is because if she didn't pump, one, her boobs would hurt, but two, it would mess up her milk supply.
Yeah.
Because you need to be on the same schedule as the baby. Since the baby's not taking the milk supply, you look so.
How about
like,
this?
How about
this? Grace's face.
Calcium buildup in the ducts. You got to clear it out because if it calcifies, then you'll get a blocked duct, and you got to sit there. My friend said he and his wife had to sit there in the shower because she was in so much pain with hot water, and then they were just doing this until she got tired, and then he'd have to just go like. When you first meet your future wife or husband or whatever, you can't wait to take a shower with them and do sexy stuff.
Yep.
But then you have a baby and you're both like clearing breast ducts together. Just being like, open up so I can sleep.
Crazy.
Not sexy.
Crazy, yeah. Wow, okay, that conversation, what were we even talking about?
But we got back to breasts.
We were talking about burgers.
See? But it was to raise money for breast cancer awareness.
That's right.
We just talked about
breast.
Full circle.
So there you go. You're welcome.
Yeah, good job, Grace.
Perfect.
All right, so please share your thoughts. Let us know what the most expensive food item that you've ever purchased or maybe that you witnessed. And then also maybe some, for the women out there, some good breast pumping stories. Who knows? And we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. So how long does an average sex session really last? Well, we're gonna tell you. So this is according to a sex toy company called Love Honey. And they have the statistics for you because in their recent survey, what they did is they asked 4,400 of their customers who are in opposite sex couple relationships, that's the way that they describe it. They found that their sex lasted 19 minutes on average, with 10 of those minutes spent on foreplay, 9 on penetrative intercourse. I'm reading exactly from the article. 52% of respondents said they were satisfied with this number of minutes. 19% of women and 23% of men said that they wished their sex lasted longer. Now, this is in cosmopolitan.com, and Haley McMillan, the author, I wanna read to you what her take was on the findings, because she mentioned here, quote, what they wanted to last longer, the foreplay, the intercourse, or both, wasn't addressed, but it's an important distinction. Where did the idea, the longer a penis in a vagina, the better, come from? It's wrong and annoying, and sometimes I'm just ready for us to both orgasm already, damn it. Not in a, sex is a drag, dicks are gross, let's get this over with way, but there is a limit to how long I want to have vaginal sex, and it's usually around 10 minutes, give or take. You're not impressing me with your stamina, dude. So then she goes on to say that perhaps since they didn't describe or make the distinction between the foreplay and the intercourse, that maybe the couples that wanted it to last longer, maybe they wanted longer foreplay. So we can talk about that. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Heterosexuals chose the wrong sexuality.
Wow. 2 pump chumps, listen up.
Mine lasts about this long.
Sounds about right.
Whoa.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so
about right.
I'm fine with it. I know which buttons to push. I push them in.
Yeah.
Let's go get us.
And I agree with the author here. I agree that, like, for me, too much penetration, vaginal penetration, could be painful for too long. For me, I think I get the idea that she's saying, why don't we have more foreplay? And then the penetration part can be 10 minutes or less. I'm fine with that.
It's a dance though, because I think, some men don't like fellatio. Some women don't like cunnilingus, and those are all medical terms for.
And they all exist in myth. All the women who don't like.
I mean, but I do think that foreplay should be sex. I can only speak from my own personal experiences, and sex for me is a dance. You know, like it's an all-encompassing.
Explains why I'm bad at it.
With the touch and with your partner.
Foreplay, Brett. I would be like, sex for me is also like a dance, like a 7th grade dance where no one wants to touch me.
Yeah, exactly. Can I sit around the outside of this and just watch?
Right, yeah.
Go ahead, Jason. But in the article, she says that, you know, I don't want your stamina isn't what I'm impressed with. I mean, for me personally, I don't come unless my partner comes.
Good for you.
And that's because the eroticism for me is having that person experience that pleasure means I did my job. Because to me, sex is not always about me. But I do think that foreplay is a very, very important thing because it gets the juices flowing for women.
And that's the connection, in my opinion.
Exactly,
like
absolutely.
the kissing, the making out, like even starting the process. I love that part. But I can't. I'm also with you, where sometimes it's just like get it in, get it out.
So that's the other. Yeah, the other thing is like
variation.
It depends on the mood. Like
Yes.
I've been in relationships where at a certain point I was like, why are we doing like this? It almost started to be like a long process. This was a long time ago. I'm not like this anymore. But like it used to be like it turned out there was so much pressure on each session being like this epic dance, like choreographed dance, where it's like, well, you know what? Sometimes the dance I want to do is like an elaborate dance number, and sometimes I just want to do the twist and shout and be out.
I agree.
I just want to do the Macarena and get out of there. Like, we know what this is. We know how to go. There we go.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brett. What about you, Grace?
Well, so to address my 5 words or less, these articles always sort of make me laugh because I am not heterosexual, and so to hear some of the confusion or just like the dynamics and the dance that goes on is really sort of fascinating to me. And just reinforces like, oh, I would be super bad at that and not it. Like it sounds like a bad time to me.
Having a penis inside you?
Yep, it sounds like a very bad time. I'll go on record with that. I'll agree with that for sure. And I think that there are people watching and be like, yeah, that also for me would be a bad time if I was like, stick it in it. I don't know. Now it's weird. So where was I talking? I was here. I was sitting right here talking about straight sex, feeling uncomfortable. Now I'm back in the moment. Now back to lesbian sex. I think that it's sort of a little bit more about foreplay. I think that girls are more passionate. And well, also like when you're in like a same-sex interaction, you are just inherently more inclined to understand how their body works and how their body responds to certain things. Like I would have, as we established in my previous breakdown, no idea what to do with a penis. Like, do you flick it, touch it? I don't know. And so that would be a bad time. But like you could look at a penis,
flick it till it's over.
Just like flick
Just
it
this
until
is
it
essentially all you gotta do.
explodes or
But
something.
I've been with women before though too.
Right, but like you've been with men also, and you would be like, I know exactly what to do to get this guy to tick and to get his gears going, right? And when I am with a girl, I have an idea of like what I could do that would feel good because I am also a girl. Like we have the same.
Yeah, I'm not only a member, I'm also a client.
Right. Yes. Exactly. So but I do think that there is more of a like foreplay isn't necessarily considered as like there's foreplay and then there is vaginal sex.
It's all
more
the
of a
act.
Yeah, it's more of a circle, like a continuous circle of pleasure, and that's what I want young impressionable people to take away about lesbian sex. That it's just the best.
I honestly don't know what you would do with a penis. Like they're so simple. The answer is
definitely-
anything.
Okay.
If you rub it enough, it'll.
But like you rub it like you're creating a fire. Like I don't know.
Here's the thing. Yeah,
that's it.
No, I think you'd probably figure. But like, here's the
I
thing.
know that
For me,
there's
it's like
spitting.
a penis is like a banana. Like there's one thing you need to know about it. Just like peel and eat. It's very simple. And then a vagina is like an artichoke, where someone has to like teach you how to eat that shit, or you will literally hurt yourself.
Great point, Brett.
Like they need to sit you down and be like, all right, this doesn't make any sense.
This is the
but
heart.
Step
This is
one,
the-
here are the parts.
But you know,
Look at it. It's like there's menorah, majora. There's a boat. There's a man on the top.
Penises though. What if it's an uncircumcised penis though? Then people see.
First, clean it.
Brett, clearly, but I want to know, Sam, you, as a woman. So you say that sometimes you just want to get in and out.
I just like variation, and I think with Brett hit the nail on the head too. Like
it's his favorite sex move, actually.
Sometimes I really fuck my finger up.
You know, it depends. I know in the beginning of a relationship, I think I think generally speaking, the beginning of a relationship, your sex romps last longer. You're experimenting. You're trying all these different things, and then over time, you do get to know that partner. You know exactly what buttons to push, and you know what each other like. And I know some romps might be really long and fun, and some might be really short. You really just are there to
bang it out.
And I think it works for us. I like that.
But just there to bang it out. So, and Brett had mentioned earlier that becomes this chore though. But so also having sex is also a meeting of the minds too. So
yeah, sometimes those sessions are purely a meeting of the minds. Like it just depends on the day, and it depends on the sesh, and it depends on what each person is feeling and timing. I'm sorry, it sucks. Like sometimes there's
especially when you had a baby.
Yeah, when you have a baby, can you imagine? Like you know that you have like 15 minutes or 10 minutes. So you're good. It's going to change as your relationship changes. Our sex life now is completely different than it was in the beginning. It doesn't make it any better or worse. It's just it evolves.
It makes it worse. Here's the thing. I have a friend who talks sometimes. He just brags. He's like, we banged for 4 hours last night.
Sounds miserable.
And I just think like, what the fuck did you do for 4 hours? I can't play video games for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And that's like, and I just have to sit there for that. Like
it's like 4 episodes of a TV, like an hour-long drama. It's a long time.
That's a transcontinental flight.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like I can get to New York by
like
then.
watching Titanic. But I just always wonder what goes through people's minds when they say, okay, let's just do this. Like, okay, well, that's not gonna make me want to perform well, because clearly
that's a good point. I think your language has a lot to do with it. You're absolutely right. I know when we were trying, and I'm just being completely candid, when we were trying, it felt very forced, and it was hard for both of us to get into it. You're right. There has to be some spontaneity. It's not fun when you make it a chore. Right. So I think being mindful of that with your mission. Still, you almost have to like manipulate the scenario so it's still sexy and fun, but you still have to have your mission.
Yeah, and coupling up sexuality with sensuality as well is always sort of a happy pairing.
I think if people would learn how to be better at foreplay, because sex doesn't always have to be penetrative. It doesn't have to be, you always have to like slide in. It's like, sometimes you want a great hand job. Sometimes legit, sometimes you just want to be stimulated.
Sometimes you want a bad hand job, and those people come to me.
Yeah.
Just a dry, slappy hand job.
Oh my God!
like those inflatable clowns that you punch them and they just come back up.
I'm imagining like a Swedish massage on a penis.
Let's make an explainer video like how to give a hand job with grace.
Yes.
I'll do that for a vlog.
Straight
totally
tips.
I can tell you what lotions to use that don't
from a lesbian.
Lotions that don't dry up. That's
Suave is the best for hand jobs, you guys. I'm sorry. If you don't want to use lube, Suave is great. It's the thickness of it is just perfect.
Shampoo?
No, Suave.
Yes,
lotion.
great shampoo.
Ultra therapy, moisture therapy,
nice
Suave,
and dry.
Oh my God! What is Pop Trigger coming to these days? What has happened to us? Sam gets pregnant. It's all downhill from there.
Yeah. All right. Please share your thoughts in the comment section below. And I apologize if did we get like a little too graphic? No. It's sex, it's healthy, it's informative.
Do you really?
There's jizz on my shirt.
If you're really, what, Brett?
There's jizz on my shirt.
Oh my God, Brett.
It's not really.
Now it's too graphic.
It's like over here. Why would it be over here?
Disgusting. All right, please. Just
keep the conversation going. It would be right here.
If you like, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger.
What is this? The power panel to end all power panels. Drop it. NSTYT reporter power panel. What is this? All right. Jordan Chatton, Nomiki Konst. I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm also here. Michael Tracy. So super.
Salutations.
Okay, so we got a great show ahead for you guys. We're going to do the whole 2 hours together. And we're all going to take turns presenting stories for you guys. Later, I'm going to present a story of tremendous good news for you all. I will also show you videos of you. So we had submissions from IMTYT. I love it. I love it. I'm going to show that to you guys later. Nomi's got stories on the DNC. God, we got so many stories. One of my favorites is in the second hour, whatever hour it is, doesn't really matter, is that we finally have a poll on Bernie Sanders.
No.
Okay, now, hold, I don't want to give it away. Did he wind up being slightly more popular than Hillary Clinton?
Dun, dun, dun.
I wonder.
I have a hunch.
You're such a Rachel Maddow right now.
I know.
Don't give it away.
Okay, we're going to talk for half an hour first. Actually, we'll probably talk for longer first before we get to that story. Anyway, but look, I think it ends the debate. Let me put it that way. Debate ended tonight. Okay, so don't miss that one. That one is awesome. The first story about the budget is, of course, amazing and disastrous. And it turns out, speaking of disastrous, the Americans, the Russians, the Syrians, the Kurds, and soon the Turks will all be in the same Syrian city.
They're there. They're there right now.
The Turks have not yet arrived, from what I understand.
Okay,
gotcha. But
Cenk's flight is tonight. Cenk's flight is tonight.
Most of them.
But I hear they're the ones who knock. So I don't know, but that could be a holy hell, maybe literally in some ways. Okay, so we're all atheists, not really, but still, not literal. Anyways, okay, lots of giant stories for you guys. George's got the first one.
President Trump is out with his budget, and it's probably more awful than we even expected. He takes a machete to programs for the poor, the elderly, and bloats the military even further. Let's look at the particulars here. Programs to mitigate climate change are cut or eliminated across the government. Programs to assist the poor are slashed, and while almost every department would face large cuts, 3 would see sizable increases in spending: defense, Homeland Security, and Veterans Affairs. Trump wants to fund a border wall, deportation raids, a hiring spree for Border Patrol, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and purchase our new F-35 fighter jets and a variety of Navy vessels. And it would dramatically hamper enforcement of environmental and labor regulations and grant and loan programs for clean energy and disadvantaged regions, and significantly reduce funding for biomedical research. The EPA will be cut by 31%, from $8.2 billion down to $5.7 billion, the lowest level after adjusting for inflation in 40 years, and below where even congressional Republicans wanted it. Specifically, the budget discontinues funding for the Clean Power Plan, international climate change programs, climate change research and partnership programs and related efforts, and reduces Superfund cleanup funding. In addition, a 28% cut in the State Department budget, with particularly harsh cuts to the U.S. Agency for International Development, the Global Climate Change Initiative, and UN climate change programs would see funding cut off.
Okay, let us begin to dissect the disaster that is this budget. We haven't even gotten to all the different cuts yet. Jordan's going to read that more for you in a second, let alone the fact that here, I'll skip to some pretty significant ones here. Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Oh, nice to know you. Gone. Not cut a little bit. Gone. Terminated. Okay. National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities.
Gone.
Terminated. Gone. Bye-bye. So now look, a lot of people are going to look at this budget and go, yeah, this is what I voted for. I don't like arts. I don't like public anything. I don't like science. And so the barbarians were at the gate, now we're inside the building. So So I mean, look at some of the things that Jordan already alluded to. We're gonna significantly reduce biomedical research. You really sure that's a good idea?
Right.
And if you're a Republican who like your tax cuts and stuff, but you say, no, hey, Cenk, when you guys say on the Young Turks, we're against science, that's not fair. Really? Okay, you cut biomedical research. You also cut $6 billion from the National Institute for Health budget. That's 18% of their budget. Again, these are things that affect our health and safety. Okay, and also $900 million cut to the Energy's Department of Office of Science. Okay, that's another science program we were attacking. A $250 million cut to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for Research and Education, gone. And eliminating the Advanced Research Projects Agency, Energy. Okay, so you're doing research, you're doing science, they're coming for you. And so don't pretend that you're for science, because if you voted for this, you're against science, you're against research. The proof's in the pudding. That's the budget that now you should be proud of because you put this guy in office. Okay, now if you say, look, I'm with the oil companies, or I'm an ignoramus and I can't, figure out that 97% of the world's scientists are right and climate change is happening and it's man-made, et cetera. And I'm happy that he's cutting the EPA as it relates to climate change, or he's cutting the State Department as it relates to climate change. I hear you, but you really wanted him also to cut biomedical research and all the other scientific branches and the National Institute for Health? I mean, the guy says he's going to cut it so that he can add to the Defense Department $54 billion to keep us safe. How safe are we? I mean, the Muslim ban that he did, travel ban from 6 countries. Those countries have had 0 fatal attacks inside the United States. So it is, and even all foreign-born Muslims in a 5-year period have had only 5% of the terrorist attacks in America. So we're talking about a tiny problem. But then you talk about cutting money for spending in healthcare and research and protecting us from diseases. That could affect so many more people. How safe are you? It's not a matter of making you safe. It's a matter of doing political demagoguery.
Well, the most dangerous part of it is the EPA already, it doesn't have enough money for water testing. I've been to Flint, I've been to East Chicago, you've been to Chicago. Reuters recently came out with that story of over 3,000 cities with worse numbers than Flint. So he's taking a machete to an outlet that already doesn't have enough funding. And frankly, as I've shown you on youtube.com/TYT Politics, they kind of cherry pick the way they test also for financial reasons. So he's taking a machete to the EPA. The other thing is, I don't want to hear that we don't have enough money for public college, free public college tuition. Defense spending is $54 billion, and he's also adding in some more. It's more than that.
$693 billion.
Right, not pie in the sky. $70 billion from a socialist from Vermont. Pie in the sky, radical and communist.
What I think is really fascinating about this from a holistic perspective is, it seems like Donald Trump, whatever his intentions are, it's to make this country weaker, and they're using the business argument because those forces aligned, at least in the short term, benefit from it. But in the long term, when you cut programs like legal services, which provides funding for legal aid groups, that's totally eliminated. When you cut, they don't cut education. This is my favorite, because you know what they do? They put $1.4 billion into new school choice programs. So it's like they're ripping apart our country, the social programs that keep us alive, while simultaneously making money. I don't think this is just a business thing anymore. This is actually about making our country weak, because they're isolating us, they're cutting some defense programs. The State Department has massive cuts, which means that they're not going to be able to stabilize countries, which I think a lot of Republicans do believe in. And we're going to talk about that later with John McCain and Rand Paul. So it doesn't seem like business as usual for Republicans. It seems like business as usual for some corporate interests who are looking for short-term benefits. And dare I even say, and I know we're going to get a debate, perhaps there's some other motive with those who have vested interest in keeping America isolated from the rest of the world.
Okay, so before we get to that, let me just, before we get to Russia, which is fun, let me just quickly note something that Naomi said about the Department of Education. So they are adding $1.4 billion, but only to the private school program, but they are cutting before school programs, after school programs, summer programs, $2.4 billion from teacher professional development programs. So overall, you're losing money in the education department. Teachers, you get a huge cut. Private schools get an addition. And my favorite, need-based grants that help with college tuition. So your kid's really bright, and he got into a school, and he's doing great, and he's trying to live the American dream, and he's about to get a grant because he wasn't born as rich as Donald Trump. Sorry, we cut that program because the private schools are we got people like Betsy DeVos, who's now the education secretary, who's a giant donor to the Republican Party, who likes private schools. So this is not an America First program. This is a corporations first program. Every corporate wish is on this here, and including Internal Revenue Service gets cuts $239 million.
Unbelievable.
That's not just that that doesn't save you any money at all. That costs the American government a tremendous amount of money, because every dollar you cut from IRS, you cost yourself money that you would have gotten by catching tax cheats. But they're funded by tax cheats. So that's why they're cutting the IRS. Go ahead, Mike.
And there's another contradiction here that I think is worth thinking about. Remember, Trump's success in the Republican primary last year demonstrated that ordinary GOP voters are not particularly concerned about deficit spending, because Trump was proposing all kinds of new government programs and protecting other government programs, as well as massive tax cuts, which obviously is going to balloon the deficit. Yet a lot of these cuts now that we're seeing to basic social services programs are done on the grounds of we need to offset the spending that we're applying to the military with cuts in other areas. So this seems to be just jettisoning the message of part of the last campaign, which is that ordinary Republican voters who are central to Trump's electoral base don't tend to care about deficit spending, and yet deficit spending is guiding a lot of what we're seeing here in the budget outline.
And another contradiction is he's been bitching about, we've spent $6 trillion overseas and all of this bloating, and we need to focus on America first. And then he blows it up with another, how much was it? Not $54 billion.
On top of the $639 billion.
Right. Yeah. But the thing is, a lot of that defense spending will be spent domestically. So that'll be utilized by defense contractors, Boeing, all these other kinds of companies.
Can't forget our friends, yeah.
So it's not all necessarily going to take place overseas. It's going to be domestic, and Trump has sort of advocated from the beginning. He always wanted to balloon defense spending.
And it's border patrol stuff. I mean, that's not even traditional defense spending. Right. It's the border is already the most funded it's ever been. We already have. It's not that we have a wall. We have a gate. We have a fence, and we have this other sort of in between thing, covering most of the border, except for areas that are very hard to cover. So. He's going to put billions of dollars into this wall, more border patrol and they've got drones covering the area. I mean, I've surveyed that area so many times. I don't understand how you could fund that more.
But Mexico's going to repay us. Don't worry
that's
about
it, right?
Come on. So let's talk about cuts to other departments. We could go to graphic 15A. 21% to agriculture and labor, gone. 18% to health and human services. Who needs health or human services? 16% to commerce. These are all cuts. 14% to education. So you see it right there. It's even though they added to private schools, they cut education overall by 14%. If you don't consider the private schools, that's a much bigger cut to education. 13% to housing and urban development. 13% to transportation, 12% to interior. The education department would also get and then we explained the rest of the education department. Okay, so when you look at the transportation department, they cut that by $500 million. Wait a minute, I thought we were going to get $1 trillion in infrastructure spending. No, that's for the corporations who are going to build the highways, and that's okay. We don't have to put it in the budget because they're going to privatize the roads and make you pay tolls for the rest of your life. So when it comes to the actual transportation budget, they're actually cutting it. So opposite of what they promised you. So that's where we get into a mixed bag here. So some of this is not what Trump voters bargained for. And in fact, I think Michael is so right. I don't think that Trump voters, Republican voters overall, care about the deficit. I don't think they've ever cared about the deficit.
It's always been an elite concern within the party.
Yeah, and part of the reason that they do that, talk about caring about the deficit, is because they want to cut Social Security, Medicare, et cetera, so they can lower taxes on the rich. That's why the elites care about it. But actual voters almost don't care about it at all. So he actually cut too much because some of his own voters will be like, I mean, wait, you cut $6 billion from the National Institute of Health?
Yeah.
No, I don't know that that's a good idea, right? And some of them like PBS and NPR, and some of them will like the arts, whatever. Maybe not many, but some of them do. He probably cut too deep in that sense. On the other hand, look, he told you he was going to devastate, spending in the country, and then he was going to do massive cuts, that he was going to nearly destroy the EPA, and he's doing what he said he was going to do. So don't get surprised that he's destroying the EPA. They love oil, coal, gas, and he handed the State Department to ExxonMobil's CEO. So the State Department initiatives that go towards cleaning up the environment and making sure we fight climate change, they're completely eliminated. Of course, the CEO of ExxonMobil is the head of the State Department. They're not going to spend a dime on climate change. So don't get surprised. A lot of this is exactly what Trump promised you.
Another thing having to do with the State Department cuts is I think it's a little difficult to defend State Department spending on the merits because of all the misguided foreign adventures that the State Department has been complicit in over the years. So maybe it's bad in the long run to have imposed these cuts on the State Department, but at the same time, Democrats are a little hamstrung in arguing affirmatively why those cuts should not have been done because what's the track record? I mean,
but
the State Department
that were cut, like USAID, AID, they hand out food distribution. I mean, that's actually a really successful model.
But they've also done propaganda in the past, so it's just a mixed bag.
Okay, so let me.
Who doesn't do propaganda?
Okay, and so let me just say this about that because. Michael, if it was removed from the context, you might have an interesting point there. But let me disagree with you because of where they cut. So within the State Department, they didn't cut on interventionist stuff. If they wanted to be less interventionist, they wouldn't add $54 billion to the Defense Department. So what they're bragging, Mulvaney, who runs the Office of Management and Budget, today bragging about this is not a soft power budget. This is a hard power budget, meaning we're spending on the military and we're not interested in winning over our hearts and minds, etc. Now, let's note, as I always do for the record, that the most successful foreign policy program the U.S. or almost anyone in the world has ever had was the Marshall Plan, soft power, where actually we rebuilt our enemies into our allies. I mean, stunningly, epically successful program. These guys are bragging about how we don't do that kind of crap that works. I thought these guys were against war, and all they've done is add to the war machine. And so what part of the State Department did they cut? They cut international assistance, they cut all the things that gain us goodwill in the world and that are not part of war. So one of the things they cut is a poverty program that saved, look, you can't know for 100% sure, but according to the analysts, helped to save 2 million lives. That earns you a lot of good. Why do you think anybody even still likes America in the world? I mean, for all you see on TV, all you see is the wars and wars. But behind the scenes, and I even gave credit to Bush here because he actually did pretty good work in Africa. That was one of the few things he did right. We actually do a lot of help and assistance. It doesn't cost us that much because even one of the program that saves 2 million lives is barely $1 billion, whereas you're adding $54 billion to the war machine in this budget. So don't believe the hype about how Trump is not interventionist or pro-war. We'll have to see on that. But right now, his spending priorities say, yay, war.
Now, my only point was that given the overall blemish record of the State Department in the recent past, it makes it more difficult to mount an effective public defense of aspects of the State Department portfolio that actually are beneficial.
Right. Well, that's our job to talk about what has been beneficial. And they've been winning their messaging fight and pointing out all that is bad. And of course, Hillary Clinton is attached to a lot of their messaging on that. And so it is the progressive fight to say, well, there's still a need for a State Department. There's still a need to have the Peace Corps. I mean, these are things that, as you said, that we have a long history of success in, but it's our job to message that. Is this even going to get passed, though? I mean, do you see Republicans passing this?
Yeah.
It's not looking like it.
So that's a great question. So right now, some of the Republicans, because they kind of actually intuitively, because they've been running for office a lot longer than Trump in the House and the Senate, intuitively know that the voters don't actually care about the deficits. That's just propaganda, so they can do tax cuts. So Mitch McConnell's like, I don't want to really cut the State Department. And he might have reasons involving local politics or donors, et cetera. But and the budgets proposed by presidents don't pass. That's not what happens. It's Congress's job to do a budget. The president offers his suggestion. So, for example, I think it was in 2015, Obama offered a suggestion, and his budget was voted upon, and it was voted down, but only 98-1. Right. So, and it's not because it was a horrific budget, it's because they don't do the president's budget, but they do look at it for guidance. So this is Trump saying, this is what I would like. And remember, if he doesn't get what he likes from his Republican allies, he will viciously attack them. Right. So Obama's budgets were far more suggestions. Trump's are, I better see you with your red hat on when we're voting on this.
So, moving on. So the usual suspects are out defending President Trump's budget, including his Secretary of State and budget director. We'll start with Rex Tillerson, who on State Department cuts says clearly the level of spending that the State Department has been undertaking, particularly in this past year, is simply not sustainable. As time goes by, there will be fewer military conflicts that the U.S. will be directly engaged in. He went on to say, I'm confident that with the input of the men and women of the State Department, we are going to construct a way forward that allows us to be much more effective, much more efficient, and be able to do a lot with fewer dollars, which means nothing. And let's also show the Director of Management and Budget Office, Mick Mulvaney, who was on Morning Joe, offering a nice little spin to this story.
$54 billion more to defense, a big military buildup, and cuts to programs that affect a lot of people in this country, including the Department of Education, the EPA, and the environment. How do you defend that?
You could put those graphs back on the screen if you wanted to, and I could point to you speeches that the president gave during the campaign that said exactly those things. In fact, that's how we wrote the budget. We went back and pulled lines out of speeches, out of interviews, talked to the president, and turned his words, his policies into numbers. So folks who voted for the president are getting exactly what they voted for.
We're peeling away after school programs. We're hitting public schools. I know some of that money is being diverted into charter schools, into school choice. But do you see why people would be upset by that? Do we need another F-35 and not have after-school programs?
Don't get me wrong. There's waste in the Defense Department as well. But when you start talking about priorities, okay, the president's priorities were national defense, homeland security, taking care of veterans, school choice, and that's what we have. When you start looking at the places that will reduce spending, one of the questions we asked was, can we really continue to ask a coal miner in West Virginia or a single mom in Detroit to pay for these programs? The answer was no. We can ask them to pay for defense, and we will. Make no mistake about it. This is a hard power budget, not a soft power budget. That is what the president wanted, and that's what we gave him.
Lord.
So let me get this right. We can't afford to ask people to pay for their kids' education, like an after-school program. That was the literal example that was given right to his face. No, we can't expect coal miners to pay for their kids' education. But a giant multi-billion-dollar contract to Lockheed Martin, well, of course we're gonna make coal miners pay for that.
But also, we can't expect that, but we could expect low-income people, the former middle class of America, to pay for your wealthy donors' tax cuts, because somebody's paying for them. And then you also add in, when Trump's not adding all this money to defense just to sit there still. Who's going to pay for the wars he eventually goes to? We know what happened under Bush. Deep tax cuts, wars on the credit card, years later, not directly connected, but a financial crash. We've done this before, and we know the results.
And the lives.
Right.
Now that you don't have all these other programs, because at least we had some of these programs under Bush. When a coal miner gets cancer, how are they going to cover that? When you don't have research and development for the PTSD, for those vets that come back and need assistance, what are they going to do? I mean, we already have a problem. We're not out of 2008 yet. We are still deep in, and I respect Obama in a lot of ways, but for him to take credit for rebounding this country, the middle class does not exist anymore, and we're going to slash it even more. Like, how do we rebound after that? How do we rebound after the next 4 years?
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. If these priorities that are in this budget actually get instituted and take effect for 4 years, that is going to be a hole that is going to be so hard to climb out of.
Tom Perez will save us.
Well, that's what I was about to say, because, yes, this is from Trump, but the Democratic Party should be out going the extreme opposite way. We need single payer. We need free public college tuition. What are they doing? Trump's evil. We need to take down Trump. Donate. The DNC email is coming tonight, folks. I will report and update you. So yes, this is coming from Trump, but the Democratic Party doesn't have an alternative. We'll get to Bernie a little bit later, but so Trump is obviously the culprit behind this and his donors, but what are the Democratic Party putting forward?
It's interesting you say that, because I'm on their messaging list, and as I'm sure you are too, and they send out massive blasts every day to the press of what we should cover, and they attach articles, and it is all about Trump being a racist, the Muslim ban, Russia, nothing else. They don't talk about the economy, they don't talk about school choice, which we'll talk about later because they're invested in it. They don't talk about the budget, they're not even talking about the budget today. None of those emails they sent today were about the budget.
And that's the thing, like Democrats have a role to play in crafting the budget, theoretically. It's not outside their purview to be involved in how this thing is crafted. We all know that Trump is not an ideological conservative, so if he perceives some political advantage in maybe modifying something here and including something that's important to Democrats, you could conceivably see him capitulating under certain circumstances, and yet it seems like Democrats are just willing to forego any semblance of that and just defer to Trump and the Republicans in managing this process, which is unfortunate.
And who at this table actually thinks Trump read this budget or wrote anything in the budget? He only asked for one-pagers with bullets.
It came from his speeches.
No, but that's actually why I think Mulvaney mentioned the speeches, right? Because they didn't actually confer with him on the specifics. Like, look, even on the intelligence briefings he's supposed to get every day, most important thing, he says keep it to one page, and he likes graphs and maps. So you think he read this giant budget? No, so their way of saying we conferred with him is we confirmed with the Trump of Ghost Past, and so we looked at the campaign footage and said, I think that's what he wants.
I just love the idea of Mick Mulvaney sitting on YouTube and like going back and watching old speeches and like pulling his hair out and trying to see how he can translate that into a budget proposal. It's pretty funny.
But also, even that is not true. I must have gone to at least 15 to 30 Trump rallies, and I'm still recovering. And let me tell you something. He did not specify, oh, I'm going to cut the EPA by 30%. He just talked in broad strokes. So, yes, they could say, oh, we're doing what we said we were going to do. But he was not stipulating to, what Steve Bannon said, we're going to, get rid of the administrative state. I mean, the voters probably wouldn't have cared anyway if he said that. But he did not go in depth about these. I want to also get to another aspect of this. Our favorite climate change denier, James Inhofe, he responded to President Trump's budget.
$0.6 billion cut away from the EPA. That's what the president wants. This is the agency that, as you know, regulates a lot of things in this country, including protecting clean water, protecting against things like what happened in Flint, Michigan. Are you comfortable with this cut? Is this a good cut for the American people?
Oh, yeah, it's a good cut for the American people. You got to keep in mind now, all these functions that they're supposed to be performing in terms of the Clean Air Act, it's the nature, Poppy, of a bureaucracy. If you cut their budget, then they're going to try to take the things that are popular back home and cut those. Well, I would be concerned about that, except now we have a different budget director of the EPA. No, he'll figure out a way to do it. We want to deliver the services. We're going to make things clean, but we're going to take all this stuff that comes out of the EPA that's brainwashing our kids, that is propaganda, things that aren't true, allegations.
In defending Scott Pruitt, who is overseeing the internal implosion of the EPA, he said later, I know this guy, I know him well. Is that a compliment or a criticism? But the reason that he frames it that way is because in Washington circles, policy never matters. Are you polite to the people around you? And the cocktail circuit matters. So that's Inhofe saying, hey, you've seen me. We've had martinis together. And I'm vouching for Pruitt. I know him. I know him well. If I know him, that's good enough. So let's go slash all those budgets and pour toxic sludge into your local rivers and stuff. It's not your local river in Washington, right? It's a local river in North Dakota or Arkansas or whatever.
But he's not just like an idiot. He also has been in the Senate in office for a while because he gets a lot of cash from the energy and oil industries. So people like him, yes, they're ignorant and stupid, but they're also taking in huge hordes of cash from the same people that they are saying are, working against the brainwashing, as he calls it. So it's idiocy, ignorance, and greed all in one.
Sounds great.
Yes.
Of all the departments of the government to be concerned about in terms of the propaganda that it puts forward, the EPA seems like a misguided one to fixate on, but we wouldn't really expect anything else from Senator Inhofe.
Yeah, I mean, look, no, the Defense Department, they don't do any propaganda. No. God forbid we should talk about that. But the EPA with all that propaganda about how we need clean air and clean water, you got to really watch out for that.
Who needs to clean up a Superfund site?
Right.
Yeah, no, that's one of the cuts. I mean, I'm
Chicago.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Norm, because Superfund sites are literally disastrous, right? They're literally toxic. If you got a Superfund site around you and he just said, I'm not going to ever clean it up, if you know anything of what's going on, you got to be furious about that. He says, no, I'm doing it to protect you. You know, we need that. We need another couple of aircraft carriers and more F-35s to protect you from terrorists who sometimes take over planes with, you know, just
wire cutters.
You know, yeah, exactly. And even the terrorists who do the attacks and stuff like that. How's an F-35 like the San Bernardino, right? Guy goes in and shoots up his office space. How's an F-35 going to help you with that? The F-35 helps Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, those guys who are giant donors. But meanwhile, the Superfund site is right next to you. There's a Great Lakes restoration project. They're going to cut it in this amazing comical cut. Its budget is $300 million. They're going to cut it to just $10 million. They're taking away $290 million. Now, I didn't know this, and this is amazing. I feel bad I didn't know it. That it turns out that is 84% of North America's surface fresh water supply. Yep. We might want to protect that. That seems like a pretty big deal. In fact, for the whole world's supply of surface fresh water, it's 21% of the whole world's surface fresh water. Like, protect that? No. We got to build more weapons. I mean, it's almost as if they took Eisenhower's quote and flipped it on its head, right? For every child of yours that we educate or protect, for every air we clean and every water we clean, we can't afford another aircraft carrier. Come on.
But really, another element here is this is really big oil's last stand. And President Trump knows that, Inhofe knows that. That's what I saw at Dakota Access Pipeline. They are taking extreme measures by cutting the EPA this far, by basically paying off the police to brutalize environmentalists and Native Americans, because the numbers are the numbers. Wind and solar are getting bigger and bigger. They're also rivaling jobs to the oil and gas industry, as
but they're cutting those tax benefits for them as well.
Right.
To go back to there's an interesting aspect to this Great Lakes region. There's a congressman named Chris Collins. He's from Buffalo, outside of Buffalo. He was the first congressman to endorse Donald Trump. And he is somebody who is this is somebody who says he's going to turn around Buffalo. He's been campaigning on this propaganda. And now he is actively working with Donald Trump to make sure that that region, which has a lot of Superfund sites also, is devastated because they're not investing in the Great Lakes region anymore. Bring back those jobs.
By the way, it affects 8 states near the Great Lakes. I don't know if you know any American geography, but those are pretty critical states that Trump won. So this is what I meant earlier in the live show when we were talking about how he didn't have to cut this much because his own voters don't actually care about the deficit. So you're going to cut the Great Lakes protection near Michigan and Wisconsin? That seems like a pretty bad political idea, but they can't help themselves. They're like, no, we will not protect the water. The only thing that matters is oil. Okay, all right. We got to take a quick break. Okay, so we got a lot more stories for you. You just did 2 right there. I still have the good news. We haven't gotten to the good news yet. And luckily we avoided a Russian debate. Okay, so we'll be right back.
That's coming though.
I threw it out there. I love that.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Power panel for you guys. Kitty Napper says, okay, cut it out. Kitty Napper says, TYT Army's donations made this awesome power panel possible. Be proud of yourselves, everyone. I couldn't agree more. Well, Jordan comes from tytnetwork.com/join. Your subscriptions powered our ability to hire Jordan. And then Nomi and Michael are from tytnetwork.com/go. So let's check in on that real quick. $127 from Melissa in Illinois and $127 from Vanessa in California. If you guys want, if you donate to 127, you get that shirt, the Trump as the Night King. Freak out your friends, families, and neighbors by wearing it around. It says the night is dark and full of tweets. We actually have a poll on his tweets later in the program, so you guys will enjoy that. We'll pull that up as soon as we can for you guys. We're super close. There it is. Whoa. Wow. 1.456. Guys, we're only 44 away almost 45 away from, no bad math, 43 away almost from 1.5. So if you guys keep this up next week, we're gonna have to announce new people. And look, as we get closer, we make those decisions thinking that we'll probably get there, right? And can I get agreement without saying who it is that the next set of hires are a little exciting?
Yes, very exciting.
Yes.
I am in agreement with that statement.
Huge. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let's get to 1.5.
Come on.
Come on, TYT Network.
Don't go for drinks tonight. Forget drinks, stay at home and watch us and just put all of your drinking money into TYT.
Sell your precious belongings and donate the money to TYT.
Don't pay your taxes.
Don't do that.
Don't pay your taxes.
Well, actually, now you know you won't get caught.
Trump's eliminated the IRS.
We told you earlier, they cut the IRS. Anyway, don't do anything bad, okay? Just if you have it, please, okay?
I do not endorse any of my statements.
Okay. Joshua Fisher writes, and it's funny how 80 plus years of progress from FDR to now can just be washed down the toilet by one angry orange moron. I am Sock writes in, I think you're forgetting how effective tanks and aircraft carriers are at fighting cancer.
Yes.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. And then Jessica Allison would like to open up a can of worms by saying, gee, I wonder who in the world would benefit from a much weakened U.S. Okay, leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Jessica.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, please. All right, I'll read one last one. Yeah, Peter Geel writes in, at what point does Spock relieve Kirk of command here? Criminal stupidity, greed, and indifference to citizens. Not this point, because he told you, look, again, Jordan's right. He didn't tell you all the specifics of 31% from the EPA and 28% from the State Department. And by the way, your Great Lakes are fucked. He didn't say that stuff, okay? But he did tell you that he was going to be draconian and he was pro-defense and against everything else. And by the way, he also hit the poor. We didn't even get to that part of the story. So no, you can't relieve someone of command for kind of doing what his voters kind of wanted. So if he breaks the law, that's a different story, which of course brings us back to Russia. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's give you good news. Okay, we have excellent news for you guys from the state of New Mexico and Wolfpack, but we're not done yet. We're gonna need your help. There's only 2 days left, so it is in fact panic time. First, let me give you the good news. Democracy is alive at the state level. So yet another bipartisan vote. First, let me tell you how you can help. Go, Allison, at wolf-pack.com. If you're in the state of New Mexico, you need to email her right now. They're in the middle of the fight, and they need to pass the House, and if they do, it becomes state number 6. Wait a minute, don't you have to pass the Senate first? Wrong, we just passed it yesterday. Let me see the vote here, 27-14. It has passed the Senate in New Mexico, Senate Joint Resolution 12, with the heroic help of the state legislators there. By the way, another bipartisan win. Both Democrats and Republicans voted for that, and all the people who voted for it should get tremendous credit, especially because in this case, the lobbyists are onto us. And it's not just the right wing, by the way, also left wing lobbyists coming around saying, how dare you? I'll leave out the group for now, but a left wing lobbyist group, that Allison that you're gonna email to get involved in this fight, they said, oh, that's just that chick from California who's got like a religious following. What? And they're supposed to be liberals. Okay. No, you know who that quote unquote chick from California is? She was a school teacher in Orange County, and she joined Wolfpack. She had never even heard of the Young Turks. She just wanted to get money out of politics, research what was the most logical group who had the best plan. And she's like, I'm gonna join that one. And she was such an amazing volunteer that she moved all the way up the ranks until she became one of the national directors. That's that chick from California. And it's not about it. Unlike those guys, we don't have cults of personality. This is over 35,000 volunteers. So by the way, why did it pass the Senate? Despite all those lobbyists that are against it. Not only the great work of those legislators, but you know what influenced them? You guys did. Every time there was a committee hearing, it'd be 50 Wolfpack volunteers, all from New Mexico, all from their districts, and they're like, what is this? We've never seen anything like this in a subcommittee hearing or a committee hearing, let alone the floor vote. So that's why we need your help right now. So there's only 2 days left. You got to go to the House because it has to pass the Senate and the House, and then New Mexico becomes state number 6. So now, how does it work? What does it mean to be state number 6? There's 2 ways to amend the Constitution. This is to do election reform to get free and fair elections. That's why we get bipartisan votes, because actually Republican voters also love that. So now, the 2 ways to do it is, one is through Congress. You think 2/3 of this corrupt Congress, that swamp, is gonna say, oh yeah, go ahead. get the money out of politics that put me into office in the first place. Oh, it's rigged? It's rigged and put me in office. Why would I want to fix that system, right? So they're not going to do it at the national level, but the founding fathers were both geniuses and actual revolutionaries. They put a second way to do a revolution in the document. They said, you can get an amendment through the states. You get 34 states to call for a convention. At the convention, you discuss the amendment, propose the amendment. Either way, you need 38 states to ratify the amendment. So don't believe any demagoguery on the left or the right about this. It's in our Constitution for a reason, for exactly this reason. Now, I gotta show you some of the heroes here in New Mexico. Senator Ortiz y Pino tried to explain this as well. He's our sponsor for this Senate resolution, fought for it tooth and nail, one of the new founding fathers as we get our democracy back. Watch.
Wow. House Senate Joint Resolution 12 is free and fair elections resolution, and it calls for an amendment to our U.S. Constitution that will restore free and fair elections in America. Since Congress is incapable of solving, it seems these days, any problem, the resolution calls for a limited Article 5 Amendment Convention to propose an amendment that would deal with the influence of money in our elections. Most amendments to the Constitution start this way. The states begin calling for a convention, and eventually Congress gets the message and makes the amendment themselves, proposes the amendment themselves.
So he's explaining that for two important reasons. One, there's talking points, and we trace them all the way back, because some groups on the left use them too. Oh my God, a convention that would bring real change. If you're on the left, you should want real change. The good thing about the guys on the right, the actual voters, is that they like change. That's why they voted for Trump, right? They're like, right or wrong, whatever kind of change, I get that this system is screwing us, right? So
and a lot of Democrats. A lot of Democrats voted for Trump.
And because they're desperate for change. But the elites hate change. That's why they hate the convention. They're like, convention, that's real change. Don't do that. And we trace back the talking points to about runaway conventions. You know who originally came up with them? The John Birch Society. The same guys who think there's fluoride in the water is some communist plot or whatever, and Eisenhower was a communist. Those wackos came up with talking points that groups on the right and left are using today about, conventions, that would bring real change, don't do it.
And guys like Mark Levin have been pushing this notion of a constitutional convention for a long time. So even if you don't agree as to what the outcome of the convention would be, you can at least get them on board in terms of the principle of holding them in the first place.
So see, that's exactly what the elites hate, because right and left can come together. And you don't have to agree on what the convention should be. You can only have a convention on one topic at a time. So if Levin wants to have it on whatever conservative cause he wants to have it on, that's when liberals freak out. They're like, wait, they get to use democracy too?
Right.
Yeah, they also get to vote. That's how democracy works. But guess what? And their solution, some of the groups on the left, is no, we should unilaterally disarm. We shouldn't use the convention at all. No, it's in the Constitution. Use it. It's a real agent of change. So and then he's explaining again. Look, we got you got to get to 34 states. And in fact, I've got another senator who's going to talk about it in a second. First, let me go to Senate Majority Leader Peter Wirth. Without him, there's no way this thing would have passed. So bless his heart, he gives another argument.
And it really has changed the landscape so dramatically that I have grave concerns for our democratic process moving forward, given these huge amounts of unlimited money that are in the system. So, this is a way for the people to express their frustrations and their concern by coming and pushing something like this. And I can't give enough kudos to all of the young people who have gotten involved in this issue, who care and are looking at our future. And so I have certainly listened to them.
So look, we want to bring democracy back, and you do that by getting the corrupting influence of money out. But I also want you to remember that democracy exists at the state level. So seeing politicians actually stand up for you, It's kind of an amazing sight. You know, we're used to the somewhat older, middle-aged politicians who get up and tell you, no, the oil companies are great and the defense contractors are great, and your kid doesn't need an education, right? And here are politicians who actually give a damn and who are responsive, who see all these wolf pack and other citizens who are saying, no, I want free and fair elections, and I'm from across the political spectrum. And they recognize it and they fight for you. It's amazing.
And some of that is because it is, not in all cases, but it is cheaper to run for office in these states. And they see how money is starting to trickle in. You know, it used to be just California and New York and big cities and metropolitan areas, but now it's starting to trickle into rural communities, and they're like, we don't want, you know, to have to dial for dollars 80% of the time in a rural community. It changes the format of how politics works at the state level. And my frustration is that it's not just that the establishment doesn't want this convention for the sake of hearing the opposition. It's that they want to stifle ideas. When you don't put two sides, the opposing sides, at the same table to talk things out, then guess what? Those centrists in the center, suddenly their ideas get pushed out because it's really obvious where the right ideas are, the proper ideas are.
And Bernie Sanders just showed. I mean, they saw what happened during the presidential election. Bernie Sanders was outpacing Hillary Clinton for several months with small dollar donations. So they see that the big money machine doesn't necessarily equate to getting you in office or keeping you in office.
Yeah, and so on Nomi's point, there's a lot of Republicans who vote for this legislation across the country because they're like, wait, I don't want Rove coming in here and tell me what to do at the state level. I certainly don't want Bloomberg coming in here and telling me what to do. So this doesn't really help me at all. It helps the national guys who have money from these donors by the millions and overall by the billions. And when he said the first speaker there, Pino said that most amendments actually happen by calling for a convention. I don't know if you know that, a lot of people don't know it. Is that the threat of the convention scares the bejesus out of Congress. And more than half of our amendments have been passed because of a threat of a convention. So they're like, it'll get to a point where they're about to have the convention, and even for the direct election of senators, none of the senators were elected through direct election. And then you have the convention threat, and they're like, yeah, we meant direct election. Of course, that's what we meant, right? So keep on going. Let's do one more here. This is Senator Ivy Soto.
If somebody is concerned on the right as to how many blue states might try to manipulate our Constitution, if somebody's concerned on the left as to how many red states might try to manipulate our Constitution, in this last election, 30 states voted for Trump and 20 states voted for Clinton, and it takes 38 states to amend our Constitution. So not only, Mr. President and colleagues, would we become number 6 of a goal of getting to 34 unless Congress takes action before that, the ratification would require both blue states and red states of anything that came out of there. And if what came out of there was not thoughtful and balanced, it would not get ratified. And so I feel, as someone who loves our country and loves our Constitution and believes it is a wonderful document that is very forward-looking, I feel comfortable supporting this. Because supporting this, what we're doing today is we're saying, Congress, hey, pay attention. Listen to us. There's an issue here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he makes two great points. One you just heard right there, which is, look, all the fear-mongering on the left and the right about change. Oh my God, what if they say the aliens should take over and we should shred the Constitution and just hand it over to the lizard people? How are you going to get 38 states to ratify that? 38 states are not going to ratify anything like that. You need something that all the American people agree with. By the way, there's only one thing the entire American people agree with. Well, to be fair, also Social Security. Protecting Social Security and Medicare and election reform. It's a disaster. And the guys who say, oh, you'll have this convention filled with all these different topics. No, it has to be one at a time. Do you know how many convention calls there's been? 700. Wow. But they're on different topics, so that's why we've never had a convention. You need 34 on one topic. New Mexico can be number 6 on this one topic of election reform, but the vote in the House is in 2 days. So you gotta go right now. If you're in New Mexico, Allison at wolf-pac.com. Get in the fight. You swing these representatives more than you can imagine. So let's go get them. Allison at wolf-pack.com. Make it happen right now. Okay, all right, that's my 2 cents. Let's go to Michael.
Okay, so last night, the latest iteration of the Trump purported travel ban was set to go in effect at midnight, but it was enjoined temporarily by the federal district court judge in Hawaii. And I think it's worth digging into the contents of the order that was issued because it gives some insights as to how this might play out going forward legally. So first, in order to establish that a claimant has standing to assert that they've been harmed by this order, they have to establish standing, and the state of Hawaii is one of the entities that sued here. So they argued that the university recruits students, the University of Hawaii, that is, recruits students, permanent faculty, and visiting faculty from the targeted countries, meaning the 6 countries that are targeted by the order. And students or faculty are suspended from entry, are deterred from studying or teaching at the university now and in the future, irrevocably damaging their personal and professional lives and harming the educational institutions themselves. So the argument that underlies this order that was issued is that the University of Hawaii system has been victimized by the order. The order then goes on. It currently has 23 graduate students, several permanent faculty members, and 29 visiting faculty members from the 6 countries listed. The state contends that any prospective recruits who are without visas as of March 16th, 2017 will not be able to travel to Hawaii to attend the university. As a result, the university will not be able to collect the tuition that those students would have paid. So one of the arguments here is that the state of Hawaii is actually incurring a financial loss as a result of the order because they're not able to take in future tuition payments from people who might have attended who hail from these particular countries.
So let me jump in there real quick because what they're trying to do is they usually weigh both sides of an argument. So the government says, hey, look, we have a lot to gain from doing this travel ban. We're going to protect the country, et cetera. And it doesn't burden the state of Hawaii too much because we're just keeping out the bad guys. So the reason that they're mentioning how much the state of Hawaii is burdened is to show, no, this has actual real ramifications on the people of Hawaii, the state of Hawaii. So the government, the national government is not correct on that, and the judge is agreeing with that portion.
And this is really important because the judge writes that these types of injuries, the ones that are described by the state of Hawaii in their claim, are nearly indistinguishable from those found to support standing in the Ninth Circuit's decision in Washington. So remember, the previous version of the travel ban was struck down by a federal court judge in the state of Washington, and it was struck down on almost indistinguishable grounds as were the reasons why this particular version was struck down. So although the Trump administration tried to modify the language of this version of the ban, the underlying reasons why it was found to cause unjustified harm are still there, notwithstanding any adjustments they may have made.
And let me explain standing super quick. If you're not related to the case, you can't bring the case forward. It might be that the government has done terrible damage, but it hasn't done it to you, and so then you wouldn't have standing. So this is the court saying, no, it has done it to the state of Hawaii, and it did it to this particular claimant in this case as well. And that's affected by it. It's a citizen of Hawaii that helps sue. So they have standing. They've been injured. We can hear this case.
Besides the obvious moral and what's right ramifications of this, it's also encouraging to the left because it shows. I mean, they took like how many weeks? 2 weeks to redo this, right. And they still can't get it right. I mean, during the campaign when people would be hollering and screaming, I kept saying, well, half the shit he's trying to do is illegal. So, not to minimize the things he's trying to do, but it just shows the incompetence because they went back to the drawing board and, many, like an amateur lawyer could find loopholes in what they're trying to do.
And the excuse I love at the end, after several excuses the government went before, they were, when Judge Watson rejected the government's argument in a court that they would have to investigate Donald Trump's veiled psyche to understand whether or not this was religious animus. Like, that's how far they're going. They want to hire a psychologist to investigate what his intentions were. I mean, is that a ridiculous argument? How often is something like that brought up?
So let me explain that as well. So why are we talking about Donald Trump's psyche here? Because, and it goes to what Jordan said too. Look, all right, so they've got standing, and one of the plaintiffs here is an individual named Ismail El-Sheikh. He is the Imam of the Muslim Association of Hawaii, which I didn't know existed, but I guess that makes sense.
Founding member was Barack Obama.
We are kidding. So we've got standing, we've got real injury here, but is the government right that this is a perfectly fine test to make sure that America is safe, or is it actually a way to keep out Muslims? And so Trump's administration is arguing, like, you're trying to figure out if Trump actually means Muslim ban when he says travel ban. So you're trying to get into his veiled psychology here. That's ridiculous. It's not a Muslim ban because we didn't say that it was a Muslim ban. We just said it was a travel ban. So you got to take us at our word. So that's when Judge Watson then responds, the person who made the ruling here. For instance, there's nothing veiled about this press release. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. He's like, you don't have to be a pop psychologist to figure out what that means. So the judge's ruling here is very important because he's saying, look, we know that Donald Trump said he wanted to target Muslims. In the first version of the bill, they said that Christians would be favored over Muslims. That's totally unconstitutional. You cannot do that. That's a religious preference that is not allowed in the United States Constitution. So now this is the second version of it. And the judge is saying, what? If you told me all over the campaign that you wanted a total complete shutdown of Muslims, and then you did one where you favored Christians over Muslims, let alone all the other problems that the bill had. Now you give me this bill and say, no, this one's fine. Because they did take away Christians being favored because it's so unconstitutional. They're like, that's never gonna get through court. So they took that away. And then they go, now don't read into my psychology. And the judge is saying, it's not psychology, we can all see it. You wanted a Muslim ban, this is still a Muslim ban. And by the way, it doesn't mean that this judge is going to win at the end. As I told you yesterday, at the end, you can go to a court that is conservative court or a mixed court, and they could say, well, you say tomato, I say tomato. It doesn't say they're banning just Muslims. It no longer prefers Christians over Muslims. So I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna read it on its face and say, I guess he thinks those 6 countries are really dangerous. There's no evidence to that either, but I'm gonna take him at his word. That is possible, but these 2 judges, not just in Hawaii, but one in Maryland as well, said, we're not buying it.
And the point and that's exactly the point the judge was making. He was saying it's not required that you do any kind of excessive interrogation of Trump's motives to know the motives that underlie this order, because it's normally discouraged for justices to get too in-depth into trying to discern, remote psychological reasons why someone might do something. But Trump stated plainly, and this is in graphic 34, skipping ahead, he said during an October 9th, 2016 televised presidential debate, quote, the Muslim ban is something that in some form has morphed into an extreme vetting from certain areas of the world. So Trump explicitly said that this notion, which would plainly violate the Establishment Clause of the Constitution, banning on the basis of religion, was simply going to morph into another version with a little more neutral language that doesn't immediately present as targeting Muslims, but that's what it does in effect. And if you look at the next slide, Stephen Miller articulated exactly that during a televised interview. He said, fundamentally, despite technical revisions meant to address the Ninth Circuit's concerns in Washington, you're still going to have the same basic policy outcome. So the point is that notwithstanding any changes they might make to the legalese here, the motive has already been established based on these people's public statements. So there's nothing that they can really do to make this pass a constitutional muster, according to at least this one judge.
And so now we're going to give you Trump's video in a second and show you how badly he botched his own case after this decision, because what they're weighing here, as we've been explaining, is, does the government, the Trump administration, have a legitimate grounds for this, or is it an illegitimate purpose of an unconstitutional religious test? So it doesn't help when Stephen Miller says, Yeah, we're just doing the same thing as the last time when we did the religious test and we preferred Christians over Muslims. It doesn't help, and it was actually presented in court when Rudy Giuliani said on Fox News, and they showed the tape of it, Giuliani saying, hey, you wanted a total and complete shutdown of Muslims and asked me how to make it legal, so we came up with this. So then the judge goes, okay, but that goes, see, I told you, it's to discriminate against Muslims. So Trump, since he's infinitely stupid, comes out. Now, if you're a smart person who wants this in place, you would come out and say, this has got nothing to do with discrimination. And, oh, that first version that clearly said we prefer Christians over Muslims? No, we didn't mean that. We're doing something else entirely here, right? So did he do that? Let's go to the tape and find out.
Makes us look weak, which, by the way, we no longer are, believe me. Just look at our borders. We're going to win. We're going to keep our citizens safe. And regardless, we're going to keep our citizens safe. Believe me. Remember this, I wasn't thrilled. But the lawyers all said, oh, let's tailor it. This is a watered down version of the first one. This is a watered down version. And let me tell you something, I think we ought to go back to the first one and go all the way, which is what I wanted to do in the first place. The danger is clear. The law is clear. The need for my executive order is clear. I was elected to change our broken and dangerous system and thinking in government that has weakened and endangered our country and left our people defenseless. And I will not stop fighting for the safety of you and your families, believe me. Not today, not ever. We're going to win it. We're going to win it.
Okay, so.
And he admitted there that he acquiesced to lawyers over his judgment. So that's not really strength, is it? If he felt so strongly about the need for that initial order, why didn't he stick to his guns?
That's certainly true, but this goes to the heart of the case. Because yesterday I said he'll probably win at the end because it no longer has the religious test in the text of the law, right? But now, after I said that, he goes and gives this speech and says, no, I meant the religious test. This is just a watered down version. I prefer the first version, which is the real version. Well, then they're going to put that into court and you're going to lose, you knucklehead.
But that's why his stupidity might be the saving grace of all of us. Because remember, I mean, he said during the campaign so many things he was going to do illegally. He said he was going to kill people's terrorist families too, which is very against international law. So he said all these things. So when he tries to do certain things, it's already on the record. And then, like you said, he'll go back and say, oh, we should have stuck with the first one. So yeah, it's not just like the fact that he's politically incorrect. No, you're stupid. You don't know what you're doing, and it's coming back to bite him.
Yeah, because if you actually wanted the ban, this was wildly counterproductive.
But then there's also other areas that I find troubling because it's not just the Muslim ban. I was listening to NPR this morning and they were doing a story on a woman who came in from Chile who went and smoked pot in Colorado legally. They seized her phone when she left, and she works for an American company, went through her phone, found out that she had been in Colorado and took a picture of a pot store and asked her, and she goes, yeah, it's legal there. They said, oh, federal law. You're banned from the country. So now they're finding these reasons. So it's not just this ban that's an executive order. They're weaponizing the immigration forces to find whatever reason it is to ban people. I think this is a fight that's going to be one of our darkest days in America if this continues.
You're so smart.
I'm not. I'm just saying. There's so many layers to this.
Yeah, but to be fair,
I listen to the radio.
While NPR exists.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. To be fair, Nomi. Are folks from Chile brown or are they not brown?
That's a good point.
Okay.
She sounded brown.
And you know the fight to cut NPR's funding entirely, he's just taking a shot at the Young Turks there because Ben's dad, Frank Mankiewicz, is the person who ran NPR, started all of their most popular programs, I don't listen regularly. What are the most popular programs?
All Things Considered,
All
Morning
Things
Edition,
Considered, Morning
Fresh Air,
Edition.
sort of.
Yeah, so he's Frank Mankiewicz started all this.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but Trump, we're not going to let you cut it. Although, as I just told you, I don't listen. Okay.
I have an interview with Big Bird scheduled for this weekend, so we'll be fun.
PBS.
That's why it's actually bad politics, because people do care about Big Bird and they're going to get pissed.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's do one more story.
Okay, so the next story is one that would be blaring headline news in a sane country, I think, but apparently that's not our current situation. So there was a report in the Military Times that was sadly underemphasized, and Military Times reports that approximately 100 elite Army Rangers are in Manbij, which is a city in Syria, to keep the peace, quote unquote, between Syrian Kurdish forces and those loyal to Turkey. That's according to Navy Captain Jeff Davis, a Pentagon spokesperson. Most notable is that Russian troops are in the very same city, and they are there providing security for humanitarian convoys that have entered the war-torn city, a development that he called unsurprising in light of recent high-level talks between military commanders from Russia, Turkey, and the U.S. So just think about that for a moment. United States military personnel are now extremely physically proximate to Russian forces in the very same very same city in one of the most volatile places in the entire world. So what could that lead to? If there is some kind of miscommunication or a mishap or some kind of maybe friendly fire incident, it's not unimaginable to foresee that resulting in some kind of unexpected confrontation between U.S. forces and Russian forces, given how physically proximate they are. And I think this is one of the reasons why I and Jordan and some others have been cautioning for people not to get ahead of themselves in ramping up this Russia-related fear-mongering on the domestic front, because the result of that is going to be Trump is going to feel pressure to demonstrate his anti-Russia bona fides. And if there's ever a situation that arises where there's some kind of military incident in, say, this particular city, Trump could feel compelled to take rash military action, and who knows what that could escalate in. So that's one point.
Yeah, so that's one side of it. The other side of it is it's never a good idea to have that many armies next to each other. and so it's not just that it's U.S. and Russia, and we've been kind of enemies for a while. I guess now we're BFFs, but do people say that anymore? Best friends forever? Okay, all right.
Millennials still use it.
Yeah, Trump, I guess, would be Biffy appropriately, and Putin would be Buffy. But you also have the Turkish army coming in, and you also have the Kurdish forces there and Syrian forces there. So you've got all of these different factions and literal armies with tanks. And the Americans have this giant American flag like, hey, do not fire at these. These are American, don't mess with us. But you know what it does, though, is it gives somebody an incentive to take a pot shot at our guys. Now we got 1,000 guys there. Remember, Obama said there was no boots on the ground. I don't know, are they wearing slippers? Because there's 1,000 of them and they appear to be on the ground. Right. So Obama's the one who ordered them in the first place. Now Trump who said he wasn't going to get involved, is getting further involved. He brought in more troops. So now all of a sudden there's real Americans with real tanks sitting in the middle of the real civil war in Syria. And any one of those guys could take a shot at our guys, and then we fire back, and then we accidentally hit who knows who, and then they fire back, and then, oh my God, we're in the middle of a holy hell.
And when have U.S. forces successfully mediated civil strife in another country? I mean, the track record of that particular tactic is just so abysmal. The idea that there are people in positions of power who still feel that that's a worthwhile exercise is just baffling.
So I just have one question though. I'm not taking opinion on this, but what would happen if the U.S. forces weren't there?
So yeah, that's a good question, and I think that it's an interesting one, and I don't want people thinking that this is a black and white issue and there are no downsides to any of these proposals. There's downside to every proposal. It is possible, and the reason we're there in the first place, and I believe them, is that if we weren't there, the two sides that are the Syrian sides would immediately clash, and when they did, well, then Turkey, who is not in favor of the Kurds, considers the Kurds in that particular area to be terrorists, anyone who you're opposed to is now a terrorist, of course. But anyway, there are real Kurdish terrorists inside Turkey, but we're in a totally different country here in Syria. But anyway, they're all terrorists according to the Turkish government, so they come down, and so they would say, well, I gotta go get the terrorists. They're fighting against the people that I support, right? So now Turkey's there, and now you got Bashar Assad's guys, Russia, Turkey. So what America is, I think, legitimately trying to do here is, hey, everybody cool it, okay? Turkey, you're our ally. You don't want to be firing at American tanks. That's a disaster for you. So don't cross this line. Right. And including your Syrian friends, and everybody's got Syrian friends on all different sides. So they are trying to keep the peace. To Michael's point, we don't have a great track record of doing that. I mean, look at what happened in Lebanon. You remember when Reagan was in office, and we sent Marines there, and they were sitting there like sitting ducks. They get bombed by Hezbollah, and then Reagan goes, and probably what Trump will do is my best guess, is if they get bombed, Reagan was like, we got to cut and run. This is what am I going to do? I'm in the middle of a Syrian war, a civil war. So they left.
And the burden of proof should be on those who are asserting that military intervention is warranted. It shouldn't be on the people who are skeptics to say what would happen if if troops were not there. Well, I mean, you're the one who's saying that they ought to be there, so you need to justify that.
But also, this goes back to broken campaign promises. I mean, believe it or not, I can't tell you how many people I interviewed at Trump rallies, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin. They were like, you know, I want focus on my jobs, my schools. I don't want money overseas. And that's what Trump was telling them, that he wasn't going to be sending troops elsewhere. All he said was, I'm going to bomb the hell out of them. But
they want that too, though.
Right,
I literally I went to a dinner party last week, and someone said that at the table, a Trump supporter, I think we should just bomb the whole area. I'm like, what whole area? We've all heard this before.
Right, but they specifically said we don't want any more troops overseas. We don't want getting entangled around the world. We just want to bomb them. Obviously, those two things don't really make sense. But
yeah, you got to be inordinately careful here, because it is if you're going to do this, as Michael points out, which is a giant if, right? You have to be exceedingly careful in how you strike that balance, because if we're right and anything slightly goes wrong and all of a sudden our guys are fired upon and 3 of them die, 38 of them die, right? Now Trump is in a no-win situation. So if he pulls out and says, well, I told you I wasn't gonna get involved in that mess, people go, you let 38 of our guys die and you did nothing, that's incredibly weak. Or then he has to say, okay, then I'm staying, and I'm going to bring in troops, more troops, because I'm going to show them how strong I am, and I'm not going to let them attack the Americans. And who did it? The Russians did it. Then I'm going to attack. Wait, I've worked for them. But anyway, so either way, though, it's not a good situation for Trump. It's a really perilous situation. Now, do you trust that Trump is going to walk that line carefully and judiciously?
I mean, Obama couldn't. It was his biggest regret that he wasn't able. I mean, the Syrian refugee crisis, he thinks, is the biggest regret of his presidency, that they didn't intervene. It is a very tricky situation here. It's not like one or the other, and I don't have an answer, and I have really no opinion on this, because it's disastrous either way.
The thing is, Democrats domestically are making this situation much more fraught and much more dangerous by fomenting this utterly deranged climate around Russia in Congress, even in some state houses, in the media. It's beyond absurd. So the incentive that Trump is working within now is to demonstrate his hostility toward Russia and his antagonism toward Russia should something like this arise.
He's been criticized for Russia for the past 2 months. I mean, in the most tricky. Listen, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You can have a relationship with Russia, which he clearly has. No, like, you are blind if you don't see that. And you cannot use it as a defense as the Democratic Party is. I think the Democratic Party needs to start talking about other things, not just Russia, which is very convenient to their narrative right now, which basically removes all responsibility for any actions that they need to take. But that doesn't mean that we have to be blind to intelligence information.
Well, but the Democrats are creating a dangerous situation is the point. They need to talk about other things, but the way in which they are talking about Russia is increasing the likelihood of some kind of cataclysmic military confrontation when you have U.S. troops and Russian forces literally in the same city in Syria.
I actually, we have obviously total disagreement on the panel on the Russia issue, and I disagree with you so thoroughly that I don't think it's as much of an issue as you think it is. So here's what I mean by that. So follow my chain of logic here. I actually think he really is in bed with the Russians, so that if the Russians fired and even killed Americans, that he really wouldn't do much about it. So it sounds like an outrageous, what, Trump would have to do alpha male and he's going to show him. I don't think he would.
So in order to placate the Democrats, what Trump would have to do is take stronger military action in retaliation against Russia.
He's not placating
But in order to placate you and to placate Democrats, he would have to do it. That's why the situation is so dangerous.
It's based on the assumption that Donald Trump actually cares about the Democrats. Newsflash, the Republicans are doing whatever they want without the Democrats. They've been doing it forever because the Democrats have no power because they're only using the Russian argument. If they actually talked about issues, then maybe they would have more
Democrats are aligning with certain segments of the Republican Party to pressure Trump on Russia, and that's where he has incentive to assert his belligerence toward Putin.
So let me just agree with Michael in part there. I think the Democrats do warmonger and are in bed with McCain and Graham to try to push us towards more hostility with Russia, and that's disgusting, and we all are against that, right? But I also want to be clear about my position, for example. So I think that Trump definitely has to deal with the Russians. Now, I could be wrong, and I don't have all the evidence on financial transactions. Super clear on that, okay? My belief is that yes, he has some arrangement with the Russians. Okay, now, that doesn't mean I want you to go kill Russians. Right. No. Don't start a war with the Russians. You don't have to prove anything to me, Donald, okay? So power down and get those guys out of the middle of that mess because they're gonna get hit.
Well, two things are true. Number one, his son, I think a few years ago, said some of the largest deals we do are in Russia. So there's definitely financial dealings that he has tried to cover up. But other than that, the fear mongering and the hysteria has been on, Russia hacked our election and all this stuff that, Cenk and I might disagree with the severity of that. But what it comes down to is if something happens with Russia, it comes down to, Trump either is going to go with possible business dealings with Russia, or he's a giant narcissist, egomaniac who wants to look strong. And which one of those two things is going to win over? I think it's the narcissist, whip my thing out, and I'm going to be strong. But no matter what Rex Tillerson tells him.
The thing is, nobody has ever denied that Trump has had business dealings with various oligarchic Russians. I mean, he's bragged about that. His family has bragged about that. So that's not been covered up. What's happened is that Democrats and liberals have concocted this narrative where they make dealings with Russians to be somehow uniquely nefarious. And that's how they've tried to fuel this narrative of Trump, quote, being in bed or having an arrangement with Russians.
It's not just Trump.
But okay, so this is, we 100% disagree on this.
Well, what's the crux of the disagreement, though?
Michael,
I don't get it.
The reason is because it is uniquely nefarious, literally, because it helped swing an election. So thereby making it uniquely nefarious. And look, I don't think that they hacked us, so we certainly don't have evidence of that. And they did propaganda, and we do propaganda. So I'm not saying that it's like I've never heard of anything like this, and egads gadzooks, and I'm shocked and chagrined. I understand that he has business dealings with Russia. Russia wants the sanctions lifted. Russia helps him during the election. So far, we all agree. And by the way, he will almost certainly lift the sanctions. So that's a uniquely nefarious deal. Do we have a deal with that like that with Tanzania? Do we have a deal like that with any other country?
China. I mean, he's also objectifying China. I'm so sorry.
And Saudi Arabia,
so pushing off.
So three.
I mean, isn't it Russia's own intention to make China the enemy also? And that is another narrative that he has pushed out there. Something that President Obama, it was discussed today in the news, that President Obama worked very hard to make sure the Asian Pacific region was stable, and now China's thinking of pulling out of APEC.
But when you say help swing the election, I mean, what does that mean? It's not like Vladimir Putin was in Michigan behind people as they pulled down the lever. That doesn't mean anything. That's just Democrats deflecting from the fact that Hillary Clinton lost to a reality TV star Cheeto. I mean, I get what you're saying, propaganda, this and that, but there's no exit polls that show WikiLeaks played a big role. James Comey played a bigger role.
And the other
guys, just real quick, let me address that, okay? Because Jordan, everything swung the election. So I'm not trying to deflect anything from Hillary Clinton. She 1000% blew it. It is totally her responsibility. She was the candidate. The Democratic Party blew it. I'm not in that camp, right? But that does not mean that the Russians didn't also help to swing the election towards Trump. Now you could say so did Comey, so did the fact that she didn't visit a union hall in Michigan, and so did all these factors. And you're right about that. And what I'm saying is, the Russians doing fake news, doing the leaks, etc., was one of the factors. The leaks, I didn't mind at all because they were real news. The fake news I minded, that was literally not real. But okay, that's part. Hillary Clinton's was supposed to fight beyond that and actually win, and she's running against a complete clown. So I'm not excusing anything she did, but that doesn't mean that the Russians didn't want Trump to win, because they most clearly did.
I think they took advantage of a situation in which they knew that the Democratic Party was at its weakest state. They were looking at the numbers, saying, this is a party that has lost 1,000 seats, raised all this money, doesn't have any investments statewide for organizing, and they're losing members under 40. So what do? They targeted those people under 40 consuming news online, and this has been reported on with this fake news to spread out that propaganda. Now, did it influence the election? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I agree with you with that, Cenk. I really don't. I think that they're at fault. But I think you're putting a foreign policy issue and a Democratic Party issue, and you're muddling them together, and they're not. It's not the same thing. The Democrats are using this as an excuse. It also is a true excuse that Donald Trump has been influenced by the Russians. Look at the cabinet picks. You've had people who
financially, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
Influenced by the Russians, though, what does that exactly mean?
When they pay for your speeches, a year before, when you're making $75,000 in speeches per speech in Russia, when you're sitting next to Vladimir Putin at a dinner where you're honoring Vladimir Putin in RT-TV, when you have a deal with RT-TV, a propaganda outlet. Literally, that is what is fueled by Russia. That person's a national security advisor, not to mention Rex Tillerson having the largest deal with Russia, oil deal in the history of history. So is that not evidence?
If Mike Flynn had given a paid speech in Israel and was compensated just as much as he was compensated for this Moscow speech, would you be just as incensed?
If there were 15 people on the cabinet and in the national security advisors' positions that also had deals like that, and Israel was trying to literally break apart the geopolitical situation. It's world power.
Breaking apart the geopolitical situation. See, this is where people who proclaim to be experts on the motives of, quote, the Russians. And imagine if people in Russia were saying, the Americans. What does the Americans mean? The American state is this huge multifarious entity with countervailing motives and competing interests. And it's the same thing with Russia. So this reductive interpretation of what their motives are, what Putin's are, by these amateur experts is just beyond.
We don't kill our journalists, and they do.
Can somebody get me a white Russian?
We just bomb them and drone them and kill them and imprison them. I mean, no big deal.
Journalists?
Yes.
So this could.
Let's
go
all
on.
get a white Russian after this.
This is
Trump would like that.
But hold on,
white and Russian. Okay.
But there's more to the story here. We have Graphic 8.
Okay, right? hold on. I just want to say, just real quick. Okay, look, and we got to wrap this up. But Michael, in the case of the U.S., yes, there's a lot of different forces at play, right? In the case of Russia, there's one guy in charge. I mean, there's not a lot of countervailing forces. Are you saying that Putin is not completely in charge? That if there's countervailing forces, he either executed them or put them in prison?
I'm saying this attribution of motive to the Russians as if it's this single homogeneous entity that can be reduced in that way is silly.
Normally not the case, but under Putin, yeah, the case. Under Yeltsin, no, there was a lot of different things going on, right? But under Putin, yeah, he's got a clear motive and he's pushing that.
So then say Putin, don't say the Russians. I mean, what does the Russians mean? That's a propaganda derogatory term to make people irrationally fearful of Russians as somehow inherently sinister.
And that's what I object to. People of Russia. It's not the people.
Then don't say the Russians. Why are you saying the Russians
Putin,
then?
Who runs the country, who is
Would you want to be called the Americans and have you conflated with the American government?
But again, no one's conflating Cenk with Donald Trump. No, I mean, or Lindsey Graham with Donald Trump. Putin literally dictates who is under his government.
Okay, but we really should just finish the story because this is really important. I mean, Graphic 8. Okay, so, and speaking of the deranged hysteria, which I absolutely insist is the case in this, Mike Morell, who was an advisor to the Hillary Clinton campaign, former CIA director, came out, and this was reported by NBC News last night. He said, quote, on the question of the Trump campaign conspiring with the Russians here, there was smoke, but there is no fire at all. There's no little campfire, there's no little candle, there's no spark, and there's a lot of people looking for it. Now remember, for Mike Morell to make that admission is hugely significant because he in large part sparked this hysteria in the first place back in August when he wrote a column for the New York Times headlined, I ran the CIA, now I'm endorsing Hillary Clinton, and he asserted within that column, in the intelligence business, we would say that Mr. Putin had recruited Mr. Trump as an unwitting agent of the Russian Federation. A few months later, he said that Russia's collusion and potential collusion with Trump was, quote, the political equivalent of 9/11. So if now even Mike Burrell, who was probably the most central figure in initiating this mind-boggling hysteria that is consuming the Democratic Party, if even now he admits that we should probably tamp down expectations of what will be uncovered here, I don't know, maybe it's time for a wake-up call.
Well, Michael Isikoff reported on this last year in April, and he's no friend of the Clintons. He's the one who broke the story.
Broke what story?
The Russia story.
Well, what specific story?
The initial the General Flynn.
Yeah, he broke the
He
Flynn
broke
story.
all of this.
And
he's
Isikoff,
not a Clinton friend.
Isikoff also had the Monica Lewinsky story, which the Clintons have not really
But I also
forgiven him
think
for.
in terms of the media, James Clapper also came out and said there's no evidence of collusion. That was barely covered. Same thing with this.
No, I think Michael and Jordan's point on Morell and Clapper are totally fair. And so I think the jury's still out. I think I can give a lot of reasons why I think that is not indicative of the final answer and why he might say that. But I'm going to take the point and not even get into the minutia. Totally fair point. So I think that there is an issue, but I think that what I really want to do is get some sort of agreement here that nobody at this table, I don't think, is saying the Democratic Party is just fine. If it wasn't for those dastardly Russians, we would have won the election and everything would have been fine. And
some have said not us.
Not at this table.
Not our
right.
table.
So the thing that I think infuriates all four of us is when the Democratic Party says, no, it wasn't that we were too elitist. It wasn't that we didn't run a populist campaign. It wasn't that we weren't that we were the establishment. It was the damn Russians.
Right.
And so that no one here believes.
Well, I want to make one thing clear. When I'm saying, I think it's very likely there's financial dealings between Trump and Russia, and that could affect his decisions as president. That is 100%. What infuriates me is being around the country and seeing misery, corruption, and injustice everywhere. Yep. North Dakota, Flint, East Chicago, wherever I am. It's not rainbows and sunshine. And I get emails that night from the Democratic Party, which should be talking about these things, but are talking about Russia. Sure, if they want to talk about Russia here and there, or Trump's, a pinata, make Trump a pinata, that's politics. But they're not focusing on the bread table and economic issues, and that's why they lost.
Yep.
And by the way, there's a reason why they do that. So again, to end on agreement here. So the reason they do that is because if you talk about Flint and all the other places, then you got to start talking about the donors. But they have the same donors, so they don't. Tackling the actual problems is deeply problematic for them because they have conflicts of interest on most of those problems. If you're talking about the skyrocketing drug prices, well, a lot of the Democratic senators voted to block drugs from Canada, which would have saved us a lot of money.
Cory Booker.
So now, on the other hand, the defense contractors want hostilities with Russia, to Michael's point. Yep. So that's a win-win for them. Russia, bad guys, they're right there. And plus, that helps our donors.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So,
and here's another crucial point. And I've been covering these town hall meetings across the country, mostly California as of late, Democratic and Republican meetings. And you have these grassroots groups who have formed to counter the Trump agenda, Indivisible and other organizations sending activists to these meetings. And every meeting that I've gone to thus far, without exception, the single most discussed issue among these most activated members of the Democratic Party's base is Russia. Okay? So people constantly tell me on the internet, oh, you're focusing too much on this fixation. That means you're fixated. No, I'm reacting to a fixation that is plainly evident out there in the public. Initially, this hysteria was contained mostly to the elite classes, but at this point, it's now trickled down to the grassroots. So you have liberal activists running around with Trump plus Putin equals treason signs, Soviet insignia. I mean, the most outlandish stuff possible that we would associate with the deranged elements of the right are now being replicated in this bizarre way on the left. So that's concerning because it's putting the Democrats in an even worse predicament than they were prior to the election, because they're feeding into this hysterical narrative and they're letting it consume them and distract from what they could actually do to improve their tarnished image in the wider public.
You know what I think is funny? At the DNC debate, no one ever talked about Russia. They talked about losing races.
Oh, wow. Okay, hey, that's a nice positive note. Okay. A positive note for the Democrats on all the races they lose.
Internally.
Right. Okay, well, we got to take a break here. I'm not sure we've ever been this over time. Okay, so, but politics continues. We've got a lot more on those issues, including, here, let me, the one that, the cancer patient and how he took on Republicans on their bill. I think that is so telling, and I actually want to go back to a story about how the Republicans want Donald Trump to actually not listen to the Constitution actively and stop democracy. But I will explain that when we come back. All right, back on the Young Turks. Dear Dr. Chaos MD writes in, hell yeah, Wolfpack, New Mexico. To all the politicians who don't think we need change, I don't think they need jobs anymore. I hear you on that, brother. Amen. So wolf-pack.com. If you're in New Mexico, you got to go right now. It's 2 days left. They're gonna by Saturday. It's all over. Either they're gonna vote yes or either no or not vote at all in the House. You've got to get the House and the Senate in the same year. So we only have 2 days left. Allison at wolf-pack.com in order to help in New Mexico. Okay, Platypus Custard said, this is how democracy works. When there is disagreement of views, everyone gets a chance to share their ideas.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. All right. I saw slight disagreement on that, which is also shared, which is appropriate. What matters is not if Trump has connections to Russia generally. What matters is if he makes money from it. Bad focus on the topic. Okay, I hear you, Isa. Yeah. And I agree with that. I think that that's if he likes the Russians and the Russians like him, that's not illegal. If he took money from the Russians and then works against U.S. interests, that would be illegal and deeply problematic. But we don't have evidence of that yet.
Because he won't release it.
Okay, anyway.
Yeah. But Rachel Maddow apparently has it.
Just kidding.
Okay, so let's go to tytnetwork.com/go. That's the journalism campaign that hired most of these folks. Look at this, geez, Lord mercy. 1459. Wait a minute, that's much higher than it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should debate more often.
You got the TYT politics bump.
Yeah, I did. Look at this. We got $15 from Carol in Arizona, 27 from Debbie in New Mexico,
Southwest,
and $2,000 from Gassan in New York.
Whoa!
So thank you.
Damn.
Yeah, we appreciate it. It's with your money that we're able to hire these smart folks.
Like to take you out for a coffee, Hassan.
Check to see if that money was funneled through a Russian bank.
Yes.
We will not be checking. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Alpha Bank, call me. No, I'm kidding. Don't call me. Okay. So one of my favorite graphics recently was Alpha Bank beta male, referring to Trump. Anyways, okay. Let me put it this way, because then I got to come tell you about the next thing that is also related to that. So recently we asked you guys for video submissions on why you watch the Young Turks, why you believe in it, why you're TYT. The reason we're doing that is because we're in the middle of a campaign to hire journalists, and some of them are right here. Okay, thanks to the money that you guys gave, we actually basically hired everybody at this table. Jordan Cheriton was hired through the power of our membership program at tytnetwork.com/join. And then Nomi and Michael were hired through the journalism drive we're doing at tytnetwork.com/go. So a lot of you gave money. In fact, over 31,000 people have given over 42,000 donations to that program. So thank you. And one of the ways that we want to do it was to actually give you a voice. So we asked for those video submissions and you submitted. So we compiled it together here in a fun little video. Let's watch. Sometimes when people ask us, what are we? Instead of showing me and Anna, Brett, Grace, and all these folks, we're going to show you guys.
I am TYT.
I am TYT.
I am TYT.
I am TYT.
I am TYT. I am TYT because I have been watching since I was 11 years old.
Because I believe in progressive principles and liberal values. And because I believe in their message.
Turn off the talking, sensationalized heads and tune into TYT.
You guys are real. You guys are raw and genuine.
Honest, passionate and truthful.
TYT tells the truth.
I believe that when we have the truth, we can stand together and make informed decisions.
You have true investigative journalism.
You're never gonna lie to me.
I'm a big believer in truth, and I believe that's the only way you can accurately perceive the world around you.
I think knowledge is power.
They always encourage educating and informing yourself.
I didn't think there's a
news media outlet that portrays all of the facts.
We need to get away from this idea that mainstream media is our main source of political education in this country.
It's not like watching the regular news. They're telling you their view, they're not telling you what to think.
Anytime media is beholden to any special interest, it can bring disastrous results to a society.
The Young Turks is an objective, independent news media outlet, not worried about offending corporate donors.
They're not sponsored by or held accountable to large corporations or corrupt politicians.
You guys are bringing people together to fight for what we believe in and fight for common sense.
TYT makes me feel as if there's a voice out there speaking for me.
Just knowing that there's like-minded people hidden in all different little pockets scattered around the globe who care just as much as I do.
I feel supported by you.
I linguistically can't even describe how much your videos mean to me.
It has really shaped how I see the world. It really made me politically active and very opinionated.
It keeps me in the loop, and I thank you for being there.
Thank you, TYT. I will always be TYT.
So this is why I'm TYT.
Mahalo.
Salam alaikum.
Peace.
Let's get it done together. TYT.
Yeah, I love those guys. So those are real folks from all across the world, not just the country, all across the world. Look, when one of the guys says, "You're never going to lie to us," I love that, and that is a heavy responsibility. We got to make sure that we get everything right. So whether you guys are out in the field covering the stories that you do, or we're here in the studio, we promise. Look, nobody's got a monopoly on the truth. But what we promise you is that we are going to be as honest with you as humanly possible. So thank you for believing in us. Thank you for being us. So Young Turks is you guys. You hired these folks right here. You made it happen. Originally, 3-4 years ago, you built a studio. That's how we did that. And that's why we're responsive to you guys. That's why we serve you instead of other interests. And by the way, I liked all those different kinds of TYT t-shirts that they had on. Upon the second viewing, I noticed all of them.
I have one thing. I want to add one thing. You know, when you go around the country, obviously it's a long and arduous job, but it could get a little depressing, especially the stories we cover. You know, there's a lot of misery and injustice, and since we do what corporate media doesn't, we actually talk to real people. And a lot of times when I was kind of deflated, the thing that picked me up was the comments and the tweets, and people at Standing Rock coming up to me saying, "We came because of you." So, you know, for me, I thank you because I'm living my dream. I don't want to speak for you, but, you know, you guys are making it happen. You really are. So thank you.
Yeah, I was talking to someone earlier today at lunch about this, how TYT is a very unique place. You know, we've all worked in the media in different ways. It's not just that we're able to express ourselves and you don't restrict us and you're not saying go this way or that way. You're letting us be who we are and have these really deep conversations. But it's not just that. It's that you have a community that's supporting it as well and engaged. So if I go on air and I'm fighting somebody, some Republican, you've got or when Tom Perez, perfect example, Tom Perez not answering our questions. I think what got him to answer the questions wasn't me being a pain in the butt. It was you guys tweeting at him 12,000 tweets in a couple of hours. You don't think you heard that? So it's not just that, you know, we're a news organization. We're a news organization that has an army at our backs, and no one does that. No one has that.
Yeah, that's why we had the saying, too strong. Because once we were in a poll with somebody and we crushed them as we do, that's why we won every award, Webby, Shorty Streams, all because of you guys. And they're like, well, it's not fair. Your audience is too strong. And now we're seeing it with politicians where they're saying, well, I got to be careful what I do because they're worried about you guys. That's awesome. Instead of being worried about people in power or the elite or corporations, for them to be worried about you, the actual voters, mission accomplished. I mean, that's what we want. There's a long way to go, but it's a hell of a start. And one last thing, we're gonna do another one of these videos. So keep on doing the submissions. Make the video, send it to private on YouTube. Send a link to us, email it to us. We'll show you the address here, and we'll have it in the description box below as well. Let's make a second video, a third video. You got to sign off to give us consent so that we can show it. And thank you guys. Thank you for being the Young Turks. We love doing it together with you.
I just wanted to add, every event that I've covered thus far, I've had people come up to me and just thank me for being there. And some of them even said, oh, I actually see where my money was spent now that you're here covering this event that I desperately wanted coverage for and that the local media or other forms of media have sort of shunned. So that's really heartening to encounter out there, and want to encourage more of it. And I think one thing people appreciate about the Young Turks is that we're all given some degree of autonomy to express ourselves without restriction or without being told to toe some line. That's why you see that manifest in actual disagreements at times. Gee, that's crazy, right? So that's why we appreciate the mandate that Cenk has given us to be independent and to be committed to the values that we want to express.
And that's the mandate I got from you guys, because what would be the point if we all forced one opinion on everybody? Then we'd be right back in the same mainstream media soup. So you empowered us to be independent. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, now, I've got the next story for you guys. So Mike Huckabee has asked Donald Trump to do something interesting, to emulate Andrew Jackson, but in a very specific way. You want to talk about old school, he's going all the way to Old Hickory. So in 1832, a Supreme Court decision came out against what Jackson administration wanted. It affirmed the sovereignty of Cherokee Nation. And so Andrew Jackson didn't want that, and so he did something that was wildly unconstitutional and is a stain on his legacy and a stain in American history. He ignored the Supreme Court and said, we're not a country of laws. I don't care what the judges say. And he forcibly removed Cherokee Nation from Georgia, and that is what's known as the Trail of Tears. Over 4,000 people died on that journey. It's one of the darkest spots in our democracy, okay? And Huckabee is saying, if the court is ruling against your travel ban, just do like Andrew Jackson did. That's amazing. It's amazing.
Like, he knows enough about history to reference that, but missed the point of the history.
Yeah, no, and he's not alone. There's a guy, William Johnson, who's a chairman of the American Freedom Party, but I think misunderstands what freedom means. He says that, he said, quote, you could have Trump do what Andrew Jackson did. And so far you're thinking, are you sure they're referring to the actual Trail of Tears and overriding the Supreme Court? Maybe something else Andrew Jackson did. Let me continue. When he defied the US Supreme Court and had the Trail of Tears. It's not just that, hey, defy the Supreme Court, who gives a crap about democracy. He's saying you should do, and Huckabee talked about this, ignoring the courts and the legislative body. Well, then you don't have democracy. You have a dictatorship. So I told you, these conservatives, not all of them, of course, but this strand, including Huckabee, who ran for president a couple of times, governor of Arkansas, doesn't really believe in our system of government, doesn't really believe in the Constitution. He doesn't believe in the balance of power. He just believes there should be one guy and he should be totalitarian ruler of all of us. And then not Huckabee, but William Johnson specifically said, Trail of Tears, yes, that was great. Do just like that.
And remember, Andrew Jackson upended the existing political order at the time on a surge of populist sentiment that he was able to marshal for his own purposes. So the fact that Trump is styling himself in the image of Jackson should be probably considered a little disquieting.
Well, also, I slightly disagree because it's almost all the conservatives who are full of it on the Constitution. I mean, Ted Cruz, walks around with a little Constitution pocket. He believes in the Constitution unless it's a Supreme Court judge that's going to be go in place under a Democratic president. Rand Paul, I think is pretty consistent, but most of them, if the law and the Constitution don't favor them, they slightly forget it.
Yeah, and again, I want to be clear. The Andrew Jackson reference that Huckabee made is to ignoring the Supreme Court. And he said, hoping POTUS tells Hawaii judge what Andrew Jackson told overreaching court, I'll ignore it and let the court enforce their order. That's a slight misreading of what Andrew Jackson actually said. By the way, Trump is on this Andrew Jackson bandwagon already. He has a huge picture of him up in the White House and has gone to the home of Andrew Jackson in Hermitage and said that he was inspirational and a beloved president. Now, Andrew Jackson's record is a mixed record. It's not just terrible stuff, and he was a populist, and in some ways there were some positive parts of his populism. but not the part where he ignored the Supreme Court and not the Trail of Tears. Those are terrible parts of Andrew Jackson's legacy. And if all these conservatives are celebrating that, well, then at least you have insight into how they view the rest of us.
And Jackson justified his defiance of the Supreme Court on the ground that he had a populist mandate that overrode whatever restrictions the Supreme Court might put on him. So who knows how that'll manifest with Trump.
And Huckabee is another Republican who plays himself off as being a populist, which it just seems like they're cultivating different messages for different audiences at different times.
And these are the guys who give populism a bad name.
Yeah.
Because you can be a populist and still believe in democracy and checks and balances in the US Constitution, just not believe that the elites should rule us and that we should do whatever the donors want. But instead, they take it in this right-wing direction that as soon as you say, oh, okay, yeah, I'm with you, let's be against the elites, they go, okay, now I'm the ruler. And I'm going to ignore the rest of the government.
And I just want to stress, we always complain, oh my God, half the country's uninformed. Trust me, I saw it last year. Well, this man had a primetime show on Fox News for almost a decade. The revolving door between people like this and
NBC.
The media is
Huckabee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not Andrew Jackson.
I was on his last show. Just want to throw that out.
I thought you meant Trump.
Andrew Jackson was PBS. But yeah, no, this guy had a huge microphone for many years. And, between Newt Gingrich and all these people who, once their contract runs out, run for president, that's why most of the country are very, very uninformed.
I scoped out Huckabee's beach mansion recently. He's got this beach in the Florida beach mansion in the Florida Panhandle. It's on this ground that looks like it's going to collapse at any time just due to erosion. And you could tell it's Huckabee's mansion because he has an American flag with an Arkansas flag randomly. So that's just a side note.
He's also side note. He's a very nice person, which boggles my mind.
Yeah,
personality, probably the nicest Republican I've met.
I'm not surprised by that. Yeah. And the reason is it's all your definition of the definition of your tribe. Conservatives are actually pretty nice within their tribe. It's just the others that they're worried about. And their definition of the others is fairly expansive.
And his daughter works for Trump.
Yes,
he was really nasty to me once and lied about me, and we don't have to go down that road. But maybe another time. So I'm not on board with these. He's actually nice thing.
Huckabee stories. Well, I was just a guest on his show, and he needed me. That's why.
Yeah, he did not need me.
Maybe we'll take it up in the post game. Okay, you're up next.
Oh, real stories. Okay, so guys, this is the news you've been waiting for. Like you didn't know this already. In a new Fox News poll. It's a legitimate poll that was released on Wednesday. Let's go to the graphic for that, TB09. Bernie Sanders, shocker, came out as the most favorable person or entity that was polled in America. 61% of Americans find Bernie Sanders favorable, only 32% unfavorable, 12% unfavorable, somewhat unfavorable. Planned Parenthood comes in second at 57%, which I want to go back to in a second. The 2010 healthcare, Obamacare, 50%. So half of America right now is in favor of Obamacare. Mike Pence, I don't understand this one as much, comes out above Elizabeth Warren at 47%. Elizabeth Warren's at 39%. Of course, Donald Trump's ratings, his poll numbers are all over the place. And Paul Ryan, which is going to be, the author of the formerly known Ryan Care, is at 37%. But what I find fascinating about this is Planned Parenthood, because in the primary, I don't know if you guys recall this, but in the Republican primary, there were pro-choice voters who were being polled and they were supporting Donald Trump. And they would justify it by saying, well, we know he's really pro-choice and not pro-life, but we're still going to vote for him. And that is very unique to history, because generally speaking, in the Republican primary, these voters have voted on pro-life issues, which is why I think we as Democrats need to pay attention to the shift that Republicans have made in supporting candidates, or are going to be making, in supporting candidates that are not single-issue candidates or Christian coalition candidates. Instead of being Christian coalition and their identity politics first, they're going to economics first. The difference is our party has not caught up. The Democrats have not caught up. Bernie Sanders, of course, ran on an economic message, which, if you listen to MLK's writings, all racial injustice is rooted in economic injustice. That's what I like to throw in the faces of identity politics Democrats. But this is, I think, very revealing when you have Planned Parenthood. Over half of Americans are supporting Planned Parenthood at a time when Republicans are looking to strip it. They already have stripped it from states. And of course, Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in the country. And Hillary Clinton not on the list.
Okay, so this poll has 18 different fascinating things. First, let's note that a Fox News poll has Bernie Sanders at number 1,
Yes.
Planned Parenthood at number 2.
Very, very poignant.
Now, understand though, they're not polling their own audience. Sometimes they do those ridiculous unscientific polls on their websites where they pretend like it's real. When we do unscientific polls on my nickname, we know it's not real, right? So, but this is a real poll. And it is a scientific one, and apparently they did it honestly. And look at the results they got. So that's amazing. Number 2, a separate poll had come out very recently at the end of last week about Hillary Clinton's approval rating, 35%. Bernie Sanders at 61%. So can we put this debate aside? And no matter how many polls they see like this, it could be 100 and a 0. I know guys who are establishment Democrats, and they don't view themselves as establishment Democrats. Some of them do, some of them don't. And some of the folks are not establishment Democrats, but they bought into that line of thinking. And they still think, no, Bernie Sanders would have lost. Hillary Clinton would have done better than Bernie Sanders. You're nuts, dude. We're not that far removed from the election. She's at 35%, he's at 61%. Because real people think he would stick up for them. He looks like a real person, he acts like a real person. He's been honest for 40 years straight. I know for you, if you grew up in an older generation, you think, no, politician has to look slick, they have to read from a prompter, and they have to be fake, and this guy who's not fake couldn't have possibly won. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Bernie Sanders would have won. And he's now enormously popular and way more popular than Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton.
The thing that infuriates me is you have these numbers, and this poll follows other polls, yet the media continues to put Clintonites on TV, Clintonites in print. John Podesta just got a columnist position for the Washington Post. For what? You just lost to a reality TV star. Jennifer Palmieri was on Chuck Todd's show saying, oh, don't confuse these resistance marches around the country. Don't confuse it with, all these people want a $15 minimum wage.
Unbelievable.
Right. You don't see, as these poll numbers rise up, you're not seeing progressives represented in the media. And the Washington Post, by the way, their headline today for this was, Bernie Sanders remains one of the most popular politicians in America.
No, not one of, the most popular.
By far!
And we didn't say that, Fox News said that.
And they wrote it 16 times.
And he's a socialist.
And this is not, and the Fox News poll was not just among Democrats. There's no hidden agenda here. They've got him way above Donald Trump, Mike Pence, Paul Ryan. Small side note, also interesting how unpopular Paul Ryan is, because he's lost to Trump voters and he never had the Democrats in the first place. That's interesting. And I'm surprised at Elizabeth Warren's numbers at 39%. I would have thought that it was high. But they both also suffer from the fact that a lot of people are in the category of don't know who they are, right? So you have to keep that in mind. Still, I would have expected better numbers there.
Well, there's also one thing that goes back to the media. The fact that Mike Pence is this popular, they've been making Mike Pence look like this delicate flower. Right. Oh, he wasn't informed about Mike Flynn. No. Mike Pence literally left a poor Latino and black community to fend for itself that was lead poisoned while going to a white community months earlier and fixing it in 2 months. Did you see that on CNN? No, you saw it on TYT Politics, youtube.com/TYT Politics. Between the religious freedom bill that everybody seems to forget about that he tried to push. The media covers these folks as if, they're honorable gentlemen, like my colleague over there says. No, Mike Pence is as radical as Paul Ryan, but the majority of people don't know it because he's not covered that way.
And by the way, just real quick, he's only 3 points above Trump. He's also deeply unpopular, and he's 3 points below Obamacare. And we were told Obamacare is a disaster and it's failing. If Obamacare is failing, then Mike Pence and Donald Trump are failing much, much harder.
If anything, I think this proves the point that economic issues are what people care about.
Yes.
Issues, social issues. And that moves to the next story because centrist Democrats, I don't know if you saw this came out today.
Hold on 1 second. Before we go on to the next story, you had a great transition for what I want to talk about. One last thing, amazing thing about this poll. So one more thing about the poll. Look at what they say about what people want out of a Trump presidency. Okay, if the way they frame the question is really interesting. If Trump could only do one thing, what would you want him to do? The biggest winner by far was, now if you're a real person, you already know the answer and you're not going to be surprised. Jobs, right? 33% said jobs. create jobs. 23% coming in number 2 want him to destroy the Islamic State. Okay. Now, I think that he's in a lot of trouble there because that's a hell of a thing to do and unlikely to be able to get that done, and hence people are going to get disappointed. But okay, but it's real. They do want that. It is a high priority for them. 10% want him to cut taxes. So when you see people like, oh, no, you'll see all over TV, people voted for him to cut taxes on the rich. Only 10% say that's the number 1 priority. 9% say they would like him to repeal and replace Obamacare, also not anywhere near as large as create jobs. And only 3% want him to reduce federal regulations. So that's what businesses want. That's what multinational corporations want. Real human beings are like, cut what regulations? There's not a lot of regulations that apply to me. There's a lot that apply to giant businesses. And this is interesting, only 3% want him to build a border wall. Now, as their top priority, it doesn't mean only 3% want it overall, but as their top priority, only 3% put it in that category. So be careful what the media tells you. It might not necessarily be so. In reality, and Trump is also misled on this. He thinks wall and this and that. In reality, what people want is jobs. So you're out there cutting taxes on the rich and deregulating, you're making your donors happy. But that political story does not end well for you if you're ignoring the number 1 priority people actually voted for.
Can I also just note how amused I am that the least popular politician is apparently Paul Ryan? Because it relates to what we were talking about earlier, which is that this idea that the Republican voter base is so wholeheartedly behind things like entitlement reform and deficit hawk-oriented politics is just disproven constantly, in part by this poll, because what is Paul Ryan associated with? He's associated with fiscal conservatism and cutting and social spending and that sort of thing, whereas Trump less so. So Paul Ryan's unpopularity and his inability to connect with the segment of the Trump base just shows how unpopular overall that sort of agenda is, which is why Trump really doesn't, in a political sense, have to capitulate fully to that agenda, but all the pressure is coming on him from the Republican Party establishment to do so.
So that's a great point by Michael. So again, on TV, they always tell you, oh, now Paul Ryan's a real conservative. Okay, then apparently people don't like real conservatives. And in reality, what do we tell you? He actually represents the donors more than almost any politician in the country. And so now you might not know that sitting in the middle of Nebraska or whatever, and you might not know all the details, but you got a sense of it. You got a gut sense that guy's part of the elites and not for us. Right. So no matter how much the Koch brothers put money behind Paul Ryan, we still, you have figured out he's not for us.
And I think what Bernie's showing, and progressives in general, is there's a lot more closet progressives, even in the South. I mean, Bernie just went to Mississippi. I mean, it was a pretty big crowd. I was just in Alabama. There's a progressive movement swirling in Birmingham, and Bernie's the only Democratic politician going to the South. Well, he's not a Democrat, excuse me. There is, on the Republican poll, in this poll, Bernie's tied with Chuck Schumer among Democrats for the most popular, among Republicans, excuse me. And Chuck Schumer is a Republican. So it's showing that even Republicans want progressive economics.
It's economics. And I really, to bring it back to this thing about the future of the Democratic Party, centrist Democrats met in Denver. 30 centrist conservative Democrats met to plot the potential future of the Democratic Party strategy. This was led by Alaska Senator Mark Begich. Mark that name. We're going to go back to it in about 5 minutes because he's going to be very important. He put together this 3-day summit with presentations with U.S. senators, former federal prosecutors, mayors, cabinet officials from the Obama administration. And what they did was they talked about the future of the Democratic Party. Here's what he said. You can't get the majorities back without independent and centrist Democrats. You just can't. It's important that we come together and figure that out without conflicting with other groups. Now, the goal of this was to talk about what the Democrats need to talk about when they're running for office so that they can engage with these other groups. And I think that Mark Begich, who is tied to, shocker, corporate interests, is trying to protect those interests and the shift by the liberal base and unions. What we need to remember about the DNC and the DNC vote was that it was split. You had half of DNC members who've been there for 20 years, our establishment. But a lot of them came from the union movement. And the unions right now are fighting up against these professional Democrats who are corporate tied, people part of the many who are part of the Obama administration, who are making money in the Democratic Party. Ken Salazar, who was the Secretary of the Interior, was at this event. And some of the stuff that came out, you're going to be shocked by. They want to focus on identity politics, shocker. But Begich literally said he had research suggesting that liberal priorities like student loan debt are just not a big deal. Young people actually don't care about that. Don't care about that at all. The presentations included a discussion about faith, what millennials and Generation Z, the youngest generation, are experiencing in the economy and politically. But it definitely centered around what many call identity politics. And nobody in the Democratic Party wants to talk about these economic issues, which is how you bring Republicans and conservatives and independents and moderates and people who stay home to the polls. Why don't they get it?
Because they're paid not to get it, of course. And so why focus on identity politics? Yes, the demographics are to the Democrats' advantage, significantly so. They still somehow miraculously lost to an orange buffoon this year, even with all those gigantic demographic advantages. But the fact that you have the demographic advantage doesn't mean that you should run your political campaigns with, I'm with black people. What are you going to do for them? Nothing. I don't know. I'm just for black people. I don't hate Latinos. That's not a campaign slogan, right? And by the way, you should be with me. Okay, make sure you say I'm with her or him or whoever your next corporate is.
Unity.
Yeah. So that's not a real campaign. Number one. Number two. The reason they do it is it's safe. It's safe to say I'm for blacks, Latinos, gays. So who, other than the monsters that are in charge now, who else would argue with that? You don't lose any money by saying that. But if you run on economic issues, your donors get pissed. If you say, hey, let's increase the minimum wage to $15, a lot of your donors go, no, I've got to pay that. If you say, hey, the bankers are ripping us off and they're taking way too much risk with depositor money, well, a lot of the Democratic Party gets giant amount of money from the banks. Your donors get pissed off. If you go after the drug companies who are ripping us off and we can't even negotiate with, your donors get pissed off. That's why they don't want to touch economic issues with a 10-foot pole, because they are corrupt.
Right, but it's not just the white working class. I mean, there's a lot of black people that when they heard, not a lot, excuse me, but there's African Americans, Latinos, Trump did better than was expected. I think he was predicted to get in the early, low 20s. I think he got 29%, better than Romney.
He got almost a third of Latino voters.
Right.
Just saying that, like, look, does that mean that we shouldn't be for blacks and Latinos? Are you nuts? Of course we're for blacks and Latinos, but blacks and Latinos want jobs.
Right.
Just like, so it's such a fundamental misunderstanding to say like, oh, we should also appeal to the disgruntled white people who have either lost their jobs or have lower wages. No, you should be for disgruntled Americans that have lower wages, and that's white, black, Latino. It isn't a racial issue in that sense. Yes, you've got the racial advantage because the other side is monstrous. You can't rest on those laurels because they can sniff you out. By the way, if you keep going in this direction, ironically, they'll lose even more Latino and black voters because those guys will turn around and go, yeah, but you're not doing anything to actually help me.
And they stayed at home, and this is something that I think we need to keep in mind. We had low turnout, not just with white working class voters, all working class voters. And the people that get affected, who are affected by slashes to universal health care or raising the minimum wage, it is without a doubt the majority of the people affected are people of color, especially women of color. And so when you want to talk about identity politics and leave out economics, you are directly hurting the people that you want to recruit. And I don't know when the Democratic Party is going to wake up to this.
They're not.
Because their transition team sucks.
No, seriously. I guess for even me, for a brief moment, I had a little bit of hope that the loss was so devastating. Now, I fought hard to make sure that we did not get in that position, but we did. And by the way, I would argue I was right on it in every facet. I was right in the primaries when I said Bernie Sanders would do better. Now Bernie Sanders polls at 61%, Hillary Clinton polls at 35%. We were right, you were wrong, okay? And then in the general election, I said, look, as much as I wanted Bernie Sanders to win, he didn't win the primary. Vote against Trump. I was right about that. Look at what a monster Trump is, okay? Now, having said that, I was like, okay, well, maybe silver lining is, Jesus Christ, they'll realize how wrong they were. And now the most popular politician in the country by far is Bernie Sanders. No, because the problem is there is no, like, hope requires them to be rational actors, but they're not. They're corrupt actors. So, and it's not because they're bad people. Like, we say this, and the Jennifer Palmieri's of the world, I'm sure, get very hurt feelings over it. But I've interviewed Jennifer in the past. Jennifer's not a bad person, and I'm sorry that I even picked her name out of a hat. You could name anybody there, right? It's that you believe in this corrupt system that says if you get money from multinational corporations, that's the right thing to do. That is a centrist position. It is not a centrist position. It's a corporatist position. No one in the center of the country goes, boy, if the Democrats would just do more favors for multinational corporations, I would really like them. I would vote for them in Arkansas. That is not a sentence any human being's ever said.
Here's my question quickly. Sorry to interrupt. But exactly what brand of identity politics does Mark Begich think is going to be effective in Alaska?
Oh wait, so we'll get to that.
And by the way, Mark Begich is a former senator from Alaska. Right? He lost in 2014. He was wiped out, just like many other Democrats across the country. So why is it that Democrats keep relying on people who are losers, people who literally keep losing elections, to provide them with advice as to how to best win elections? That's what I don't get.
I'll tell you why. So there's this new transition team that Secretary Tom Perez has set forward for transitioning the Democratic Party from what it was to what it will be. Let's put that list up right there. So it's a list of different folks. There's a lot of diversity here, important to note. You have people like Mark Begich at the top of the list there. Sally Boynton Brown, who ran for DNC chair. Pete Buttigieg, who's from the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, also ran for DNC chair. Leah Daughtry, we have got to talk about Leah Daughtry because she also ran the convention. And I think that this is, there's a lot happening with Leah Daughtry, who's a reverend. Don Fowler used to be the DNC chair. He has literally been in the DNC since like the early 70s. Jennifer Granholm, former governor of Michigan. Jimmy Green also ran for DNC chair. Luis Herida was the executive director of the Arizona Democratic Party. Pramila Jayapal, she is the only progressive on this list, full force Bernie Sanders supporter. I think they were throwing Bernie a bone there. But before I go through this whole list, Hillary Clinton staffers, the usual go-tos, DeRay, who aligned with Wells Fargo. This list, not one person on this list voted for Keith Ellison.
Yeah.
And Mark Begich. One thing to note that a lot of people didn't realize, and it was tweeted out. I had some help with the people from Open Secrets and MapLight. Mark Begich is somebody who is against student loans, bringing that up as an issue. Well, maybe it's because he's invested in Apollo Education Group. At one point, and he dealt with a $1.1 billion transaction. He is for things like school choice, charter schools. And so you look at a list like this where pretty much none of the people on that list, except for Representative Jayapal, talk about economics.
So putting one person who supported Bernie Sanders on your transition team of however many, several dozen people.
You might as well put zero.
Yeah, it's a slap in the face. But that's how they view it, though. They feel like, what? We gave the overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party at this point, the person who's the most popular politician in the country, one vote. What else do you want? Because from their perspective, the establishment is always right. And so we're just Philistines, barbarians at the gate, and we're children. We don't understand that money makes the world go around. And if you're bathed in the corruption of money, that's how you're going to win. Except to Michael's point, when's the last time you won?
Right.
I mean, you lost to an orange clown. You lost the Supreme Court when you had a year to make sure your guy got in. You lost the Supreme Court. You lost the House. You lost the Senate. You lost 69 out of 99 state legislatures. You are losers. So you have no credibility at all. But their assumption is you must get behind me. I have no interest. None of us have any interest. None of the voters have any interest. JusticeDemocrats.com. That's my opinion. I speak just for myself here. But Justice Democrats are real progressives. You're not allowed to take corporate money. You're not allowed to take PAC money. What I want to show them, guys, is all these guys who think, oh, but our Dudecla, we're such geniuses, right? Okay, you run your corporate shills. We'll run real citizens that we're asking you to nominate who are leaders in their community, and they won't take any corporate money and any PAC money, and I bet we kick your ass. And when I say that, they laugh and they're, oh, I'm glad did you hear what that gentleman said? No, like with no money, like, oh, no, there's money, small donor money. Oh, but without the help of multinational corporations, they believe they can win. Oh, okay, good luck. There's already over 8,000 nominations that Justice Democrats have gotten, by the way, or also raised over $1 million. So and it's been about a month. So that's the only thing they'll pay attention to. They say, oh, I do declare, they say $1 million. Okay, so we'll see you in the primaries, and they will cry. Hear me now, quote me later. They will, when we primary them, they will cry and cry. Oh no, you don't understand. Only our corporate friends can win in Arkansas.
Yeah, right.
That's the claim they're actually going to make while calling them centrist.
So Bernie Sanders was quoted in New York Times. This is my favorite Bernie Sanders quote ever. It is TB05, if we can put that up there real quick. He was responding to a question in the New York Times. You're asking a good question, and I can't give you a definitive answer. Certainly there are some people in the Democratic Party who want to maintain the status quo. They would rather go down with the Titanic so long as they have the first-class seats.
Oh, that's such a great quote. I hadn't seen that. That nailed it. That's exactly right.
Well, the thing is, they don't even mind if the Titanic goes down. As long as they have the life boats and, drinking wine and getting their payouts, I don't think they care. I also think, maybe this is an idea for a shirt, Game of Thrones style, this is the establishment's last stand. Like we talk about Big Oil's last stand, they're flooding the media with the same old. They're flooding the transition team with the same old. They're putting up against the numbers, the polls, what they see in the country. This is their last stand.
And the composition of that list indicates to me that they are content to just let the ship fully sink. Because it's one thing to include people who were Clinton supporters or who were outwardly pro-Clinton in the primary and general election process. That's reasonable. But so many people on that list just seem to me to have been just pure propagandists in favor of Hillary Clinton, like Jennifer Granholm and like Zerlina Maxwell.
Jennifer Granholm was making money as running the super PAC. She actually took in hundreds of thousands of dollars over a 6-month period, making money off of that propaganda.
So look, I'm biased in this case because I know Granholm and we work together in Current. She is such a lovely person, but that doesn't mean that she's right about the politics, okay? She's a fundamentally decent person, but if you think the Begiches of the world who are proven losers, they never win their second election. They win the first election pretending to be populist, all these so-called centrists, right? And then they get slaughtered in the second election because they think, no, it's okay, I made a deal with the banks. Oh, nobody in the red states want deals with the banks. Eric Cantor lost a Republican primary because David Bratt ran against the banks. But they're never going to get it because, guys, last thing, I got to explain this to you. Because to the point about the Titanic, if Donald Trump wins, the Democratic consultants have lost no money at all. They're still going to run the same races the next time. They take 15% of TV ads on average. Now, you all give to the Democratic Party, and that goes, a huge chunk of it goes to those consultants. And they're going to get paid, and they do get paid, whether they win or they lose. It's not a contingency basis. You don't get a big bonus if you win. No, you get paid the same amount. But if guys like Bernie Sanders wins, and they stop taking the corporate money, and they stop running these inefficient TV ads, well, then those guys don't get paid. If you guys go out there and volunteer and knock on doors, they don't get paid. That is why Bernie Sanders and progressives are a bigger threat to the Democratic establishment than any Republican. That's why they fight so hard. That's why they smeared Ellison in a way that I've never seen them smear a Republican. That's why they went ballistic after Bernie Sanders during the primaries and now use him as a mascot.
Remember, Begich only won, and this is just an interesting historical footnote, but Begich only won in the first place because in 2008, he was running against a senator who was under criminal indictment at the time, Ted Stevens. And then he later died in a plane crash. But the point is, the first time Begich had to run a race just under normal circumstances, he was blown out. So why would you look to him for guidance? That's what I'm so perplexed about.
One person that's not on the list, I'm sorry to interrupt, you look at that list, and every single person on that list, or every single DNC chair candidate that was that ran is on that list, except for Jamie Harrison, who has a seat in the DNC right now and is actually leading the transition effort without being in that list. But there's one person left out, and that's Ray Buckley. Ray Buckley is the New Hampshire chairman, and the reason why that is significant is Ray Buckley was the only person who ran for DNC chair who had experience at the DNC in leadership. And he's the one who exposed that the DNC's budget was not transparent, that all the money was going to TV ad consultants. And guess what? They didn't like it. And so this is a man who came out, he had more votes than probably all the other candidates except for Ellison and Perez. He went and endorsed Ellison, and now they want to crush him. And they want to crush all the Ellison supporters, which is half the party. They want to crush all the Bernie supporters. It is their last stand. I think you're absolutely correct.
And I just want to add, because it's important to the story, being with all the Titanic references, I think we're coming on 20 years with the Titanic. That was the first movie that I ever French kissed. And Frances Fisher
oh my God.
of the Titanic, she was Rose's mother, is here watching the Young Turks. So I just wanted to get that out there.
God bless Francis. Good to have you here. All right, look, we're crazy.
Jordan's heart will go on.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll never let go.
We're crazy out of time. Sorry we didn't get to the cancer survivor yelling at the Republicans, but he did, and they're heartless. We'll do a super quick postgame because Aggressive Progressive's coming up at 9 o'clock. Everybody check that out. And if you're not a member, come on, you're missing out on the post games, you're missing out on the show, the entire show on demand, and you're missing out on great shows like Old School, which Jordan was on last night, and Aggressive Progressives tonight. So join at tytnetwork.com/join, and let's all get to 1.5 million on tytnetwork.com/go so we can make new hires. All right, thank you guys. Here we go. Bye-bye.
Nike has announced that they will debut a new pro hijab line that will help female Muslim athletes cover up if they choose to while they compete. So according to the Washington Post, the Nike Pro Hijab was inspired by Sarah Attar, a runner from Saudi Arabia, who competed in the London Olympics 800-meter race while wearing a hijab, and by Amna Al-Haddad, an Emirati weightlifter who competed in Rio Olympics last year. Now, a Nike spokesperson goes on to say, quote, "We worked with Amna and a variety of other athletes to see what they needed and wanted in a performance hijab. What we heard was that women were looking for a lightweight and breathable solution that would stay in place without concern of shifting." So let's take a look at some of these photos. And I did notice that some of the athletes, I mean, for the most part, everybody is very excited about it, and they're happy that they're gonna have this option to wear a performance hijab while competing. One athlete I noticed, and maybe others had the same concern, whether or not it will create draft. And that's something I remember when I was a swimmer. You wanna do as little as possible so you can not have any draft. However, I feel like also maybe it will keep you more streamlined. Yeah. I don't know, that's something to consider as well, but this is awesome. Way to go, Nike. Thoughts, 5 words or less?
Nike's just doing it.
Make athletes comfortable again.
Hijab well done.
Yes, Amir! Nike for the win. This is awesome. So Nike, we just talked about, if you haven't seen it, we'll put up a link. We just talked about Nike's new plus size athleisure wear, and then we also, and workout wear, and then we also have, now this will debut in spring of 2018. So
we have some
Nike.
time also. Like we have some time until it's hit shelves, but Nike is really just doing everything, just doing the most right now. A critique that I saw of this line was the placement of the swoosh symbol. Some people said that they didn't like it being so prominent on the hijab. Did you guys feel that was distracting?
Come on, that's Nike. That's Nike's thing. That's
I feel like either way, they're gonna have to put their brand label somewhere.
It depends. I mean, they are calling it the pro line. So if this is something that they are gonna be specifically sponsoring Olympic athletes with, that's gonna go along with the territory. You as an athlete, especially at the Olympic level, you wear your sponsorship. But I would understand maybe if you're just competing.
I saw it on Twitter. Some people were uneasy about it. It doesn't obviously affect me.
I feel like it's one of those nitpicking situations where, I mean, if you look at like a lot of the runners that have their jerseys or whatever, the shirts they call that they wear, the check's like at the top, right? Like right under here.
Oh, right.
So like a check being here, I mean, that's smart. It needs to be there.
Sponsorship too.
It's branding and sponsorship, exactly.
Yeah, Nike is definitely showing leadership in an area that desperately needs it.
Absolutely.
So I'm happy to see this.
And I think that it's sort of a perfect combination of them being very progressive and reaching out during a time where a lot of people, where an entire religious community feels isolated. But I also think that this is a huge market that they're tapping into. So I think it is both a progressive and a moral decision, but it is also a marketing decision where they're like, oh, this market is not being served. We could jump on that. So it's the same thing that when we talked about Nike rolling out a plus size line. I think that part of that was great. Like plus size people deserve to have the best athletic wear that they want, and Nike is giving that to them. Awesome. But I also think part of it was like, ooh, no one's really doing this. We should cash in. But I don't think that just because one helps the other, it's inherently wrong. I just think it's worth pointing out.
I agree.
This is also a business decision on top of just putting it forward where they stand morally.
And it will also affect, it was a coach, she mentioned how just the imagery will affect young girls. And so let me find the quote. This is from Vogue Arabia. It says here, there are a lot of women and girls who are breaking barriers. This is from the Nike Run Club coach, Manal Rostam, and she told Vogue Arabia, for me growing up though, I never had these women to look up to. I had to break those barriers for myself. So that's cool too. It's just even the imagery alone will set like a new precedent and a new social norm, especially for young girls when they're trying to look at athletes to look up to. So I love that.
For sure.
There was a girl on my basketball team who wore a hijab. And I wonder, I don't really keep in touch with her now, but in my high school team, I wonder if I could ask her like, oh, like what was the offerings at that point in time and how have we moved forward and progressed? Because all I know is that she wore like Under Armour long sleeves and like with the Kobe Bryant Under Armour like long sleeve.
And we saw it during the Olympics. I think that was the first time.
Nike,
It kind of
we
went
saw it in Rio and London.
Yeah, we saw it in Rio and London. You see the women from the different Islamic countries.
Now, tell me, because from an athlete's point of view, tell me, because this looks fantastic. It looks like it's very tight, long enough where they can tuck
like
it in.
Like a swimmer cap, no?
Yeah, like when I wore a swim cap. It keeps you very streamlined. I would imagine that it would cut drag. So would the two athletes that were competing, what was their hijab like? Was it performance at all?
Yeah, I think it was performance. To fall in line with like different Islamic teachings, I think you have to cover, you can't show any curves on your body, so it would be like kind of a long dress where you can see the legs, but then it's all very streamlined and it covers you underneath.
Okay, so for weightlifting, that I would imagine would be fine, but for running, my point is that more technology would need to be put into this, and I love that Nike's behind it because it's going to help the athlete.
When you see the pictures of Nike's collection, you see it on a lot of different types of women. It's not just like one category of Muslim women that like are completely covered. Some of them are wearing like yoga pants.
Right.
In addition to that hijab. So
right, and it depends too, like there's hijab, there's the niqab, right?
Yeah.
So it depends too, like
yeah,
what
so it's for
type
all kinds of women, and it's kind of showing that there's not just like one swath of like Muslim women.
Exactly.
Some women like are more conservative, some are less conservative.
Exactly. Okay. All right, share your thoughts in the comment section below. We'll see you next time. Chrissy Teigen opens up for the first time about her postpartum depression. This was an open letter that she penned in Glamour magazine. It's incredible. It has since gone viral. It's long. I'm gonna read some parts of it. We will include the link, right, Amir? I'm looking at Amir. Amir's over there. So we will include the full letter because it is incredible and so brave. Way to go, Chrissy Teigen. So let me read some of the highlights. I have here, quote, I had everything I needed to be happy, and yet for much of the last year, I felt unhappy. What basically everyone around me but me knew up until December was this: I have postpartum depression. How can I feel this way when everything is so great? So later on in the letter, she also says, quote, I was different than before. Getting out of bed to get to set on time was painful. My lower back throbbed, my shoulders, even my wrists hurt. I didn't have an appetite. I would go 2 days without a bite of food, and you know how big of a deal food is for me. One thing that really got me was just how short I was with people. She also went on to talk about how she didn't want to leave the house. She would keep the shades closed, no light coming in, and she literally would not want to leave the house unless she absolutely had to go to work. And then she goes on to say, quote, I started taking an antidepressant, which helped, and I started sharing the news with friends and family. I felt like everyone deserved an explanation, and I didn't know how else to say it other than the only way I know, just saying it. It got easier and easier to say it aloud every time. I still don't really like to say I have postpartum depression because the word depression scares a lot of people. I often just call it postpartum. Maybe I should say it though. Maybe it will lessen the stigma a bit. Amen. And then she also says here towards the end of the letter, quote, I'm speaking up now because I want people to know it can happen to anybody, and I don't want people who have it to feel embarrassed or to feel alone. I also don't want to pretend like I know everything about postpartum depression because it can be different for everybody. But one thing I do know is that for me, Just merely being open about it helps. This has become my open letter. And then she talked about that she is now also seeing a therapist, and that is also helping her. And also when she was suffering in like the height of her postpartum depression, she noticed that she was really short with a lot of people. And so she then went and explained to a number of those people that she worked with and people that she knew exactly why she was acting the way she was. But in the beginning, she didn't even know why she was acting that way. So I think really informative for a lot of people to realize that, you know, postpartum and mental illnesses do not discriminate. You know, because everybody would look at Chrissy Teigen, and she even says it. They would look at her and think that she has it all, right? So
you know, reading through this, it's such a beautiful letter by a beautiful person. I'm glad that she's on the cover of Glamour, and she sort of addressed that she never thought she would be on the cover of a women's magazine before, because for whatever reason she'd only been sort of isolated to like Sports Illustrated covers, and that was like unfair to read that she'd sort of thought about before. That sucks, but I'm glad she's on the cover of Glamour. A couple things that stuck out for me. One is that, you know, postpartum depression doesn't discriminate. I really had no idea what postpartum depression was before reading this, so I'm glad that she's talking about it and taking away the stigma. Something that bothered me, just for me and for stories that I'm sure we've all shared working in Los Angeles, is when she was saying that she would be short with people on the set of Lip Sync Battle. And now she's explaining why, and you know what she was going through, and just offering up an apology, which she really shouldn't have to. And I think she sort of acknowledges that too, but she does. What bothered me is that I am sure that from working on a show, when you have a celebrity or someone on set that is a little bit not 100% awesome, the stories circulate that they're a bitch and they're rude. And I hate that, because I'm sure that she was sort of the victim of that from some PA that, you know, got snapped at, not knowing what was going on, and then goes home and tells their friends that like, oh, you follow Chrissy Teigen on Twitter, like, well, let me tell you, huge bitch. And I have been guilty of that before from working on shows and having these interactions with people. And some people, you know, I'm not sure if there was somewhat of an excuse there, but were a little bit rude to me, and that, you know, sucked. But I don't know what they were.
Never know what they're going through.
I don't know what they were going through, and it's not right to spread, you know, rumors about someone, or as she says in there, make it a thing that someone is rude. And that's what sucked reading this, because I was like, oh, I'm one of those shitty people that would, you know, this person's going through postpartum depression. I wouldn't be sensitive to that. I was like, why wouldn't Chrissy Teigen just be awesome and take a selfie with me? This is all hypothetical in my brain, but that's what I went when I was reading through this. Because
but we're all guilty of that, because we can't read people's minds, but it does remind us to give people the benefit of the doubt. You never know what someone's going through.
And I just hope that anyone that worked on that show while she was going through this would read this and be like, okay, got it. Because she obviously is coming from such a good place, and she's being so transparent. And I felt bad if there was some stuff on the set being like, ooh, don't go in Chrissy's dressing room.
Because you've seen it.
Yeah, because I've been there. So I thought this was awesome for her.
I agree.
I think it was great. I mean, I was saying earlier off camera that I got, you know, somewhat emotional reading it. And there are a few things that made me just, one, happy for her. Like I've always thought that she was an incredible person. And there's this thing with the facade of celebrity where people look at them like they're perfect, they never have problems, they never go through this, they never go through that. And if they do go through something, oh, what the hell's wrong with you? You're rich, like you can get through it, whatever. And then you have those people that are, you know, like, oh, they're a bitch, or they're this or that. The thing that really, that I absolutely adore about her, one, I feel like John Legend is the man's man that needs to be celebrated. I feel like their relationship, their type of people, there are people that go through this, and I have arguments with some friends and stuff a lot of times because they're like, oh, celebs don't raise their own kids. You know, they have nannies and stuff like that. And yes, you know, if everyone was able to, you know, have that or afford that luxury, and that is a luxury. Having a nanny is a luxury. But I had, you know, my father wasn't rich, but I had a babysitter. There's, you know, it takes a village to raise a child, and you have to understand who your village is. Not everyone may, you know, have that luxury of having someone around. But the candor that she spoke, in the sense of how bad she was, how depressed she was, how, you know, she slept on the couch for 4 nights and John slept on the couch 4 nights with her, was to me inspiring, and to just give people hope. And I would hope that it translated.
How supportive he was.
And I would hope, that it translates to guys to say, you know, understand your woman, your significant other, your whoever, and what they're going through. And the two, you know, if you're not rich and you don't have everything, like find different ways to speak to people. Like there's support groups. If you can't afford a therapist, there's, you know, alternative ways that you can work through it. And for women, I hope that it reaches you to take the celebrity out of it and just read a person's testimony and their story of what they're going through. And then I thought about, I was coming on here when I got the topics and what we were talking about. Then I thought about, the great Sam over here who's pregnant.
I know.
And I'm like, yo, you got a group right here.
Yeah.
Afterwards, call me. I'm good. I'm great with kids. I got a son. Like I love babies. I love kids. I love family. And if you need me to come watch the baby, call me. I gotta schedule it, but I'm coming. Like let me know.
That makes me really emotional
you never know. Like I said earlier,
so sincere. Thank you.
But like I said earlier, you never know what a person is going through.
Yeah.
So you may see this person all day long, and I got mad at somebody just last night. But I try to tell myself like, you gotta. Look towards that light and find that shining light and do not always react. There's always an action that's gonna try to cause a reaction. So the first thing you have to say is like, what's the end goal here? Like this is happening. Instead of me reacting, let me kind of sit back, understand what's going on, try to understand the situation, and then, go forward and have that, I guess,
Do you have a book? You need to write. Are you thinking about writing a book?
No.
I honestly, like every time we have you on the show, there's always such a sincere insight that comes from you that is so objective, but always comes from a place of like kindness and always thinking about the other person. And I don't know where that experience comes from you, but I think it would really behoove.
I already have a title.
If we could all read your
I already
book.
have the title. Call it Hamilton.
No, it's one of those things. Like I've suffered from depression for since I was a teenager. Like my mother died when I was 2 years old. So. And I have two older sisters, but me and my father don't have the greatest relationship sometimes. And it's like, we all go through everything. So it's not all perfect, but I try to figure out in my like crazy head, and I can't sleep a lot of nights. So I do this. So it's like I just always try to find ways to evolve and to make myself a better person. But I feel like as I'm going through my journey, then somebody else is also going through it. Who I've lost people to suicide, and I've lost people through other things in ways growing up. So it's like, I try to find those different ways within myself to be better, but at the same time, I want to tell you what's going on, because I may tell you a situation, but it may be me, but I won't necessarily say it's me. So that's another, insecurity or something that I may have in myself. And I like when I see people sharing their issues, because it makes me like want to say, well, I thought about killing myself, or whatever the situation is. So that's just where I come from.
It makes it safe. Amir, what did you think about this?
Yeah, depression's not an easy disease to identify, to admit, to go get help about. So when Chrissy does something like this, I think it helps a lot of people come to terms with what they have.
Yeah, no, you're right. I have a personal friend that just had a baby that's going through this too, and we were talking. I was like, "Have you read Chrissy Teigen's article yet?" And she was like, "No." And then like a day went by, and I forwarded it to her. And then after she read it, she goes, "I'm so mad I didn't read that yesterday, because she had a really hard day the day prior." And it's true. It just kind of makes you feel like that there's nothing wrong with you per se, that you're not alone. You're not the only person going through it. And then it gives you inspiration and hope to go get help, right? To go to a therapist, to look at what medication could be well suited for you. 1 in 9 women suffer from postpartum depression. 1 in 9. That's half of us right here. If we had a few other people, that's crazy. And who's to say that I won't suffer from that too? So it's and I would imagine that women would feel shame, not only because of the stigma, unfortunately, which we really need to work hard on removing that stigma. Good for Chrissy Teigen for taking that first step. But I can imagine as a mom, and I'm not a mom yet, but to some degree, I feel like I'm there because I talk to my baby all the time.
Oh, you're a mom.
But I am a mom. It's so exciting. But I would imagine if I didn't meet this like status quo after the fact, and I remember who spoke about this. It was Kristen Bell, right? So she suffered from postpartum too, and she said that she almost felt. She felt so guilty when she didn't necessarily have a connection right away with her baby, and that she was depressed, and that she thought that she had to like present to the world that she was so happy. She's this mother and she has so much love for her baby, and I'm sure she did, but she was going through some like gnarly mental stuff that she had to get through. And I think the shame and the guilt of what society puts on a mother and how a mother should act is really dangerous. And we have to kind of change that dialogue where we can be open to saying, I had a really shitty day today, or I'm not doing well, or I had to lock myself in a room for this amount of time because I am suffering from postpartum depression, or I don't have a connection with my baby right away. Those are all okay things. Otherwise, women will attack themselves to the point where who knows what will happen, because we've heard some disastrous, very tragic stories, including postpartum too, where it gets left untreated. And I'm not saying that this is that this is indicative of all the cases, but there's been women that have killed their children.
Yeah.
Well,
And
she
mentioned
even cited Susan Smith.
Oh, that's right, she did in the article.
Which would be an interesting case to cover on Murder with Friends.
And this is someone that needed help and was going through some very serious mental illness and probably didn't want or get help. Either one, couldn't identify it.
Andrea Yates too.
Yeah, exactly. Or because they're afraid to ask for help because of the stigma.
And that's the thing. A lot of people are afraid to ask.
Yeah.
And they're afraid to speak up about it. And that's one of the other things that has to change is
It needs to
not
change.
be afraid to say, I need help.
And we need more mental health care too, because I remember we interviewed a woman that had, it's such a sad story. I wonder if it was Susan Smith. When did the Susan Smith, when did this happen?
1994, I think maybe.
Well, we had, on Dr. Drew, we had interviewed a woman where she had killed her baby. It was so sad, and she's treated now, and she was able to reflect on it. And I mean, she lives with it every day. It's just pain by it. It's shackles to her, right? Because of that, she wished she would have gotten help before that happened. But she had mentioned that there was a time that she reached out for help, and it was so hard for her to get help. So that's really scary too. Let's say you do identify that there's a problem and you do get the courage to go get help, and then either it's too hard to go get help or you can't afford it. This woman was living in poverty, and I know there's outreach programs. There are. I know there's a lot of help. Perhaps we can leave some links, Amir, underneath the video, and we will leave those links. But I do know that we can do better when it comes to healthcare reform. We need to do better when it comes to mental health care. So, yeah, as Dr. Drew always said, and I always regurgitate this because it really puts a stamp on it, is we should treat above the neck like we do below the neck, because it's so easy to be like, oh yeah, my dad, has a heart, palpitation, or he has cancer, he's this. Yeah, go get treatment. You better get treatment. Why don't we say the same thing about depression or anxiety or postpartum depression? We don't have that. We do not have that same equation. We don't treat it the same.
Also, you kind of touched on it earlier, and I know we got to kind of wrap up, but when you talk about moms, if you think about culturally, what we grew up on, watching Leave It to Beaver with, was it June Cleaver, whatever, the Brady Bunch, the Growing Pains, even the Cosby Show, like the moms are all perfect, but then you get Roseanne, and that's why Roseanne was so great, because so many people could relate to parenting in different ways. Everything's not always perfect. Everybody's not always around, when you want it to be, and it's the mom and dad, and that's what I grew up like idolizing, or a lot of these other shows and stuff. But that's what we were putting in our head, because that's when you really had family time around the TV. You'd watch it, or like even TGI, Fridays. There was this thing on ABC.
I remember
Fridays
TGI Fridays on ABC.
Exactly, like the 90s and stuff. Grace wasn't born yet.
Yeah.
But you had those things that you looked up to, and I feel like as a woman, and I apologize, because that makes it like you have to be perfect. You have to always be locked in this perfect person when you don't.
Right.
You're a woman.
Well said. Well said. Wow.
Like Pac said, keep your head up.
Yes, keep your head up. Yes.
Okay.
And yesterday was International Women's Day,
I wore red.
You did? I wore red lip and red red lip basically. But yeah, I had no
Blue's
clothing.
normally my color, but for you.
Yeah,
yesterday.
you had red on yesterday.
Yeah.
You had a red
Had a lot
jacket,
of red
red
on.
shoes.
Well, blue is the warmest color, so.
Yeah, that too.
That's cute, Grace. Oh, I love. Look
Grace,
at her
you're
smile.
so cute.
Look at her smile.
I just made the segment gay. See how I did that? And just
you have
gayed
a
it
little
up.
blushing on your cheek. I love it so much, Grace.
Put a heart
She's
up
just
like a believer.
pure.
All right, go back to Sam now.
Pure
Shut
love.
up, Kenny.
Pure love. Okay, so please share your thoughts. I think this is a really important. It's not. I think this is a very important topic, and I hope that everybody can feel comfortable and transparent, especially if you've gone through this. Please share your insight, and we will see you next time on Pop Trigger. Dave Chappelle showed up to a local city council meeting in his hometown of Ohio, and he dropped some serious truth. We have the video. Watch.
New York Times and everything, and I think that you made the point of the night, given the national narrative, And given what the culture of our town is like, that the council has a tremendous opportunity to be like a leader in progressive law enforcement. One of the reasons that we were on the front page of the New York Times is because their travel editor is a woman that I went to school with here in Yellow Springs. At that time, we all knew Officer Grody because his sister was my music teacher. We all knew Officer Banner's children. We all knew Officer Nippers' children. And now we are being policed by what feels like an alien force. Huge gaffe on New Year's Eve. I saw it all go down. I was there with my children, and I was there with my friends and neighbors. In all fairness, the crowd was drunk because it was New Year's Eve. And I left early because nobody felt completely right. So I am trying to be balanced and fair. But what I did want to know is what is this pool of law enforcement that you can pull a chief out of that is special enough to police this town, which is wildly unique. So I would beseech the council to look deeply and to look hard because, this is a golden opportunity. Literally, you could kill the game. In this Trump era, there's an opportunity to show everybody that local politics reigns supreme. We can make our corner of the world outstanding. So I'm just begging you to find a candidate that matches the culture of this town, which is incredibly unique, which is renowned for being incredibly unique. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, David.
Amazing. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
The Chappelle shows up.
There goes the neighborhood.
Dave, you're amazing.
What a stand-up guy.
Oh, see, that was good. You see how she covered him here?
You see how I came up? Even though I had the same one as Grace, but okay. So this is incredible. He brings up community policing, which is so important, something that he remembered as a kid and he feels that we have strayed from. Right. What did you guys think? Tell me.
I thought it was incredibly compelling. One thing about Dave is that people think he's crazy because of the whole history in the past and he just left the show after he got that deal. He is an extremely intelligent person and I've seen him time and time again speak about truths that you're like, oh, it's Dave Chappelle, you expect him just to be funny. But when you actually listen, he'll put a couple jokes into it. But what he's saying is 1000% correct. And I feel like, especially in these smaller towns, you need guys like, there's an officer, Norman, I think it's Norman in Kansas or somewhere in the Midwest. He got really big on social media.
Was it during Ferguson?
No. It's a white police officer guy in the Midwest, but like I'll find his Instagram. I think it's Officer Norman or something. Maybe somebody can help me with that. But you need people like that who go around to the neighborhood and saying hi and saying hello. And we don't have that anymore. You know, even from when my father was growing up, you knew the milkman, you knew this guy. We don't have milkman, we don't have certain people, but we still have police that go around in our neighborhoods to protect and serve the community. That's the whole deal. And we feel like, a lot of times, especially as a black man in certain communities and just people, period, because you saw in that video that, it was all kind of people in that area, whatever town that was in Ohio. But just to know who the person was, like even me growing up, I knew Chauncey, he went to high school with my sisters and he became the police chief of, our town, our city in Stone Mountain locally. But we knew everybody around. He knew that, that's not like you. Like, what happened? If something's going on, he can talk to you. You felt comfortable. You didn't want to hide from him. And we missed that a lot. And I feel like if we got back to that, or just the humanization of, instead of being like, oh, that's a cop, like, hey, how you doing, officer?
Yeah, it's a personal level. And I forget who the police chief too was during Ferguson that came out and spoke very, I don't know if it was from Ferguson or New
State Police officer you're talking about.
Yeah, that really brought community policing onto the forefront, and it's created this whole new conversation and how we can implement that. And here's Dave Chappelle continuing that dialogue. I mean, what do you think?
It's a nonpartisan issue, and it should be a nonpartisan issue. There's no way you can disagree with what Dave Chappelle was saying there. I never personally grew up with that experience with the cops, but I know that it did exist at some point. And it just seems in our modern era with all the technology, the military technology that cops have because of the wars, they come back, all that technology, it creates this divide between us, and it makes this it makes the cops afraid of the people, and it makes the people afraid of the cops.
That's so true.
Yeah.
You have to look at it from both perspectives. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I agree with what both of you guys are saying about community policing being about, first and foremost, serving the community and having people of the community that understand the community, protecting that community. And on top of that, what I really like that we're seeing, I think it's a little bit of a trend, is celebrities or public figures using their notoriety to cause a positive change in their local governments. So we saw Chance the Rapper donated $1 million to what was it? The Chicago Public Schools, and then he challenged the mayor to also donate and just saying, do your job. And I think that it's important to remember when we report on stories like this that local government matters. And there was an election just this past Tuesday in Los Angeles, and just be up to date on your local elections and educating yourself on the locally elected officials, because that's where change happens. And I think that Dave Chappelle's point that really stuck with me is that we have an opportunity to make our community outstanding. Like, don't be disheartened by what's going on in the Trump era. We can make positive changes in our own communities, but it has to start within these communities and getting to know everybody and promoting empathy and compassion, understanding and action.
Exactly.
And so that's what I love seeing, people with a platform, with a voice, taking action and urging people that follow them to do the same. It's not that difficult. Go to a community meeting.
Right.
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head. In our age of social media, we tend to look at this whole big picture and we end up letting it influence our decisions we make at a local level. If we just focus at a local level and treat these people in our community as your neighbors, I think we would be a lot better off.
And it's easy to get disheartened because you see this stuff that's going on Twitter, you see this stuff that's happening at the major federal level from Donald Trump or from his administration. You're like, I can't do anything, I'm just one person. You can.
You create micro versus macro, right? And you can create so much change. I have a girlfriend that just is now in Santa Cruz County, is now on the city council. And to me, that's like she's the very first female of color to be on our city council in Santa Cruz. I'm from Santa Cruz. But to like see her evoking change every day, and you don't even have to be on city council. I mean, you can do what Dave Chappelle does and show up, or just educate yourself and at least show up to vote at the very, very least. But to see that you can evoke change and anybody can do it if you just put your mind to it, and it really does impact the grand scheme of things, and that the community outreach is so important too. So if you can have police officers that are outreaching to the community, and you can have the citizens doing it back, that it creates that respect that you talked about, Amir, which is so important, because when there's a respect between the two of them, you're gonna be, less assumptions are gonna occur. And when less assumptions occur, then there's less of a bias, and then that can really prevent some disastrous situations. So it only is a benefit. I don't understand why this isn't rolled out on a national level and in a more bigger, grander scale.
Yeah, the officer I was speaking about is Officer Tommy Norman. He's in Arkansas. I just put up his Instagram. And I remember when he first started, he's over like 1 million followers now.
Whoa.
When he first started, people were like, oh, this guy's trying to be famous and this and that. But he was setting the example, showing you what community policing was supposed to be. So on his Instagram, he goes, and now people that follow him, I notice, I'll look in the comments and they'll be like, oh, where's Miss Doris? Like people are like becoming fans of like people in the community. He'll go up to the kids and speak to the kids, and just, he puts it on his Instagram. I mean, obviously he's doing his job and he's doing a great job at it, but he's trying to be that example of showing you what community policing is. Know who, some of the elders are in your community. Know who the kids are. Know what school they're going to. Know, where they belong, and know the parents and things like that. And that's what he strives to do. So he started having people like want to send these kids gifts. And like last year I saw over Christmas, there were, celebrities and other people started sending gifts and sending things for certain people that he'll have on his Instagram. He films it, he's like, hey, this is from such and such in New Orleans. They wanted you guys to have this. And, and I think stuff like that is incredible. I'm not saying every cop's gonna do that, because that's not, the personality of everyone, but I feel like it's great that he's using today's methods to reach the community, but he's also reaching, our country and people all over,
And it's infectious, right? Yeah. If I was a police officer, or even just an everyday citizen, you look at that Instagram and you want to be more involved. You want to see what you can do. It creates an altruistic relationship where you want to help the police officer too, and you want to look at things from their perspective as well. And I think that mindset of always giving the other person the benefit of the doubt and looking out for the other person is only going to create a successful outcome. them.
It's crazy. I had an incident the other day. I was driving on 3rd and I made a right on Robertson, and there was a cop car behind me. My tint's a little darker, and in LA it's illegal. It's really dark. And I was like, I told my girl, I was like, I'm about to get pulled over. She's like, why? I was like, she was like, you didn't do anything. I was like, I'm black, I'm getting pulled over.
Yeah.
I literally saw the way that they pulled behind me and then they waited. So then I pulled to the side to park, and I was going real slow, and I pulled in the meter, and that's when I went into help me out.
Le Pain Quotidien.
Yeah,
the cafe.
Yeah, the cafe. Because we were going to look at a new apartment or whatever on Burton. So I park, we go into Le Pain, I get my latte, then we go into the lobby of the place where we're going, and those two cops are in there. They were there checking, like it was a health and wellness inspection or something. So
total coincidence.
Total coincidence. So I walk in, I talk to everybody. I mean, you guys know me. Like I walk in and I'm like, hey guys, I was like, oh, you waiting for me? I was like, you guys need any backup? You know, I always try to make yes, that's what my girlfriend said yesterday. Actually, it's really
chatty
good. But I try to say a lame joke. I don't try to say a lame joke. I think they're funny, but I'm finding
later
out that
you're told they're okay.
Yeah. And then one of the guys, like one guy was kind of super quiet, but the other guy was like, can I check your ID? Like he was messing with me and I started messing with him. And I was like, hey guys, you ready to just go and kick in there? I'll be the Samuel L. Jackson of the SWAT team, So, and then we had a great conversation while we were waiting for the realtor to get there for a good 15 minutes. And my girl goes, see? Told you they weren't bad. I was like, they didn't know me. They was gonna pull me over earlier.
It's so true though.
But it's just those conversations and not being afraid to say hello. Like when I walk into a room, I want to smile and say hi because I don't know what you're going through at home. I don't know what kind of day you're having, and you don't know what kind of day I'm having. And this kind of goes to another story that we'll cover another later on. But I always try to say, if I can spread even an ounce of happiness for that one moment, that hopefully changes your day. So it's almost a pay it forward.
That's awesome.
It may not be.
I love you so much.
But it may not be buying you something because I've done that before too, or hold a door for.
That would be good for me.
I've seen an old lady move her purse to the other side when I'm walking, but I'll hold the door open and wait for you after you, ma'am. Or in an elevator, you let a woman go
still giving
first.
her the benefit of the doubt. That's
you have to.
Amazing.
You got to change it. You got to change the mentality.
You got to change the mentality, and I would even say to so to speak, because I know that we need police reform. I know that there's a lot of incidents of police brutality, believe me. But also, I think it's important for people to understand that some of these police officers, what they go through, and where you mentioned how that person's day is. I remember we covered a story on CNN, and it wasn't one of those cut and dry stories of police brutality. There was some layers to the story, and then after we did some digging, and my knee-jerk reaction, this is where I checked myself, was to because there were so many incidents of police brutality that at that time it was to blame the police officer. And then I did some digging and I found out that police officer, I found out that there were some other incidents that were not caught on tape, but more importantly, that police officer also had just come from a suicide. And earlier before that, he'd come from something else where it was an armed robbery and he hadn't slept. And
stressful.
It's stressful. And some of these departments don't have the implementation and the structure to make sure that they have their break after 12 hours or 16 hours or whatever that break may be. And so those are some things structurally that need to be implemented too, to protect the police officers, to make sure that they're well equipped, that they're well rested, that they're well trained to handle these different types of situations. And so why not give them all the tools as well? That's not to excuse the bad police officers out there and the incidents. It's not what I'm saying, but it's also to just understand what they're going through as well.
Yeah.
So
just next time you see a police officer, smile at him and say, hey, how's it going? Hi, officer.
Yeah.
Start with that.
Totally.
Even when you get pulled over, trust me.
Humanize them.
Yeah.
Don't dehumanize them.
And hopefully that sets an example. If they don't have that same candor, maybe it'll rub off on them. You never know.
I 100% believe that it will rub off on them.
I agree. I love it. I love it. Oh, and Kenny, you're so sweet. Will you say your last thing again? You just you drop a little bit of kindness?
You try to bring some type of kindness, whether if it's smiling or I walked in here when I was doing this live show last week and I was I was like, hey, everybody, how you doing? And people were looking at me like, who's this weirdo? But
it's amazing.
It's gonna be one person that is gonna giggle or, kind of turn that mood around.
I love it.
That's the only thing I try to do.
Yep, it's like paying it forward. So I'm gonna live like Kenny, be like Kenny. All right, please share your thoughts in the comment section below, and we'll see you next time on Pop Trigger. Adults are having less sex than 20 years ago, finds a study, and I'm laughing not because of that, trust me. I'm laughing because we were, for some reason, but because this study is about sex, Kenny and I were singing like old
singing
90s.
At me.
We were
like, singing sex songs at me.
We were singing Salt and Pepper, Let's Talk About Sex, and Grace has never heard of that song. What is that?
Grace.
Is that what I did?
Yeah, that's what you did.
And then Kenny was like shimmying in his seat, like gyrating while I was delivering the title of the song, or the title of the study.
He's ready to go.
Okay. We're gonna get it together. So researchers have found that adults on average, this is according to The Guardian, researchers have found that adults on average were having sex 7 fewer times annually in the early 2010s compared to the early 1990s, and 9 fewer times compared to the late 1990s. Now, this is a US study. They surveyed almost 27,000 adults, 96% who identify as heterosexual. And this is published in the Journal Archives of Sexual Behavior by Sherman and colleagues from San Diego State University and Widener University. Also, according to the data in The Guardian, quote, the data was collected between 1989 and 2014 through the General Social Survey, a nationwide study conducted most years since 1972 that investigates the opinions and behavior of US adults. Now, also according to The Guardian, overall, the study reveals that the decline in sex over the years is largely down a rise in the number of individuals who are unmarried or have no steady partner, and a decrease in sex among those who are married or have steady partners. And we're gonna talk about, after our 5 words, we're gonna talk about why they believe that is, because they have some theories on to the decrease in sex. Thoughts?
Let's get it on. Later.
Let's talk about sex.
More porn means less sex.
Not necessarily. Did you read the statistics?
I did.
Yeah. So
break it down, Sam.
Okay. So your statement was that more porn means less sex.
Yeah.
So to your 5 words, Amir, it says, with the study finding that longer working hours and watching porn were both linked to an increase in the frequency of sex.
Because you think about it more.
Yeah, well, of course there's also plenty of studies and scientific data that show that if you are addicted to porn, that's going to take you away from the sex and the relationship. So there's a level.
Okay, but yeah,
there's a level.
If you watch porn in moderation, I would imagine you watch it and you're like, I want to try that.
And it can help live in a relationship too. Like I know with my husband and I, when we were trying, like you try a lot. So we needed some porn to help get us in the mood sometimes, and that's okay. Look at your face. But it's okay, like, to talk about that stuff. Yeah. But it should be known that if you are watching excessive amounts of porn, that can definitely hurt your relationship, and you should probably seek help for that because you don't want it to damage your relationship, and it could mean other things. But let's find out some other trends. It says here too that the author suggests the trends are likely down to a number of influences. One possible factor is the failure to launch thing, which means not what you're thinking.
A lot of guys just can't get it up.
Not
so
what
ladies,
you're thinking. No.
Maybe time to think about women. That's what the study says.
That's not what the study says. Jeez, you and Amir just need to go. That's not what the study says. Okay, do you want to know what failure to launch means, Grace? It doesn't mean.
Do tell me.
It doesn't
Samantha.
mean that you can't ejaculate or you can't get it up.
Well, I actually cannot ejaculate.
Okay, well, it means this, Grace. It means this, pointing out that young people are living at home for longer, possibly affecting their ability to form relationships. So they have this failure to launch into their adulthood and go adult. Okay, Grace?
I believe there's actually a documentary about that with Matthew McConaughey and Sarah Jessica Parker.
Okay, we're almost done, and then I'm gonna let you guys chime in. The team also just suggests the rise of social media and other forms of entertainment, such as Netflix, could be replacing time spent with a partner, while an increase in depression or decrease in marital satisfaction could also be at play. It also is possible that the dynamics between men and women in relationships have changed, affecting how they have sex. And then this is an interesting one too. That's one of the big things to go along with this that has changed over the course of time, men and women's gender roles, both at work and at home. And then finally, the study notes that it might be different in what is considered as sex. So maybe way back when, you would say that you were having oral sex, and you would count that as sex, but now maybe people see that as more as foreplay and they're not counting that as intercourse.
Or only people are having less missionary sex, is that what it is? Because that's not a loss, is it?
I like missionary sex.
Oh.
You would.
In addition to other sexes too.
Sexes, sexual positions. Okay, so does this surprise you? Are you surprised that we are at a 20-year low?
Here, this is my theory. It's based not all on facts, but it's what I think is happening. So biologically, dopamine is what makes us seek out sex, seek out a partner to have sex with. I think our dopamine levels today in people are much lower because of from everything from being on your phone every day to doing Netflix, all these things.
Right, you're not present.
Yeah, you're not present, and when you do these things with our technology and everything, that's releasing dopamine constantly. So you're using all of that, all of those chemicals on those things.
All that good dopamine is wasted on swiping on Instagram.
Yeah, so you don't have enough to go after someone to have sex with.
I wanted your theory to be ridiculous and bogus and make fun of you, but that actually does make sense. I'm sorry.
What's your theory,
congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, my dopamine is on like, it's up here, it's on 10. So here's the thing that.
So dopamine's gonna be like our euphemism for throughout the rest of the conversation.
I have a huge dopamine.
Yeah, my dopamine is like on swole, it's on 1,000. No, I've never been a porn guy. Never like went to Pornhub and all this stuff. To the extent that I was very naive. Like when I moved out to LA, I had a lot of different friends. And a couple girls would be models, or they would bring like other girls around that I'm really cool with. I didn't know that they were porn stars until one day my boy was like, "Yo, that's," I'm not gonna say a name, but he's like, "That's such and such." I was like, "Who?"
Okay, I'm right
like,
here,
her?
so yeah.
So yeah, but. And I'm not like a masturbation person, but I love sex. I can have sex 3 times a day, and I want to have
masturbation people.
No, because I feel like that's all related. I feel like people who watch porn like sit there and masturbate. I don't have a problem.
I have to do both.
No, I don't have a problem with that.
No, but women actually can eat. Well, I shouldn't generalize. I apologize for saying that, but I know for most of my girlfriends and for myself, you don't need porn to masturbate.
Right. No, I'm saying I feel like people who watch porn or do those things masturbate more. And I'm saying masturbation doesn't do anything for me. I need I need it in the flesh, like everything. Like it does not. It's like I'm just wasting my time and I'm getting pissed.
That's an interesting tie.
Like I'm really mad.
That's an interesting tie because if you are watching excessive amounts of porn, again, there's a balance here. If you're watching excessive amounts of porn and you are masturbating excessive amounts, it has also been proven that you're not going. You get used to your own masturbation technique to the point where it's going to be more difficult for you to have sex with your partner. Yeah. So excessive masturbation, excessive porn, they do go hand in hand, and it will impact your relationship. Excessive amounts.
Yeah,
Grace?
What about me? What, Grace?
Chime in.
I've been chiming. I've been trolling.
I want to know
more. What's
your theory?
I actually kind of agree with Amir's theory. I think that our focus is in different places, and it's not. Sex comes down to like an interpersonal relationship and like having those connections with like a human person face to face. And I think that in recent years we have sort of moved away from that, and we've moved towards other forms of connecting with people. And sometimes that becomes the priority in a lot of ways, shapes, and forms. And I think that it doesn't really surprise me that people are having less sex because it is less of a priority to connect with people face to face.
We have so much distraction.
But
yes.
No. Oh, you're gonna be disappointed. You want me to say a sex secret? I know you, Sam. I know your little beady eyes. I know you want me to say
beady eyes.
Well, right now you have you're like.
Yes. You're the one that dropped the bomb like a week ago that you have sex like multiple times a day or multiple orgasms.
Didn't say that.
Yes.
I don't remember that.
On the show, I'm not disclosing personal information. I would never do that to Grace. You disclosed on the show.
You monster! Multiple times a day.
Not what I said.
And multiple orgasms, something like that.
That was I believe the term is joke. It just didn't land.
Okay, sounded like an admission to me, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's
I was
amazing.
just saying that hi mom. So I was just saying that not all the time, not every day, but like I'm just saying that there's a misconception that girls are not as sexually active or like less sexual than men, and that men are the predators and whatnot, which is a weird term to use for what I'm gonna say. But girls also have a sex drive as well, a healthy sex drive, and so we should all be having sex.
Absolutely,
all the time.
I agree with you.
As soon as we're done taping.
I don't understand sometimes how even like in my personal situation, I have a bigger sex drive than my girlfriend necessarily, but her sex drive comes at different times than mine. Mine is like all day long. Like you can call me and be like, "Hey," I'm like, "I'm on my way," and I just like I pleasure I get pleasure in pleasuring a woman. Like I feel like I pay attention to detail. So it's like
true feminist.
I want you to have that ultimate experience every time.
The Kenny Hamilton experience.
Because for a guy, it's like we can. I know what can get me for a second.
No, you get off watching your partner.
Yeah, like I want to make sure that you understand that it's not going to be anyone better than this situation right now that you in. So that's how.
Once you go Kenny, you don't go back.
Exactly. Damn straight. Boom. Drop the mic on their hands.
And I think to piggyback on all your points and Amir's theory.
Is piggyback your favorite position?
Hey.
That was good. That was good.
Okay.
Good job, Grace.
That's how you got what's in your stomach, a gut full.
I know, my little soap. I don't like involving Sophie.
She'll never watch it.
Where did this just go?
We're not. So, okay, but I think distraction is the key. When we constantly have our phones right next to us and we have the TV on and you want to check all your social media platforms, you're not present and you're not able to.
Our instinct and our drive to go after sex is lower.
100%.
It sucks, but
you got to get rid of the distraction, and sometimes it sounds unsexy to if you're in a long relationship or maybe even a newer relationship. It sounds unsexy to say something like, make sure that you have to kind of be conscious about it and like almost schedule it in. But I know when I know, Mark's gonna be on his way home, sometimes I will be like, okay, we're gonna eat dinner. I'm not gonna look at my phone for the next few hours. And that definitely helps. Otherwise, if you have your phone next to you.
Oh, I'm so full. Like, I hate that. I'm like, man, let's eat lettuce and get some burrata and just call it a day. Like,
but there's nothing sexier than like red wine and pasta though. You don't think so? Like a long dinner and then whatever happens after?
I think we eat pasta differently. Like I think I go full bag. That's if I'm eating pasta, I'm not eating anything else that night.
I'll say this too, because like David Duchovny, Eric Benet came out and they were saying that they were sex addicts and had a sex problem. And I thought that I was like, they're just talking crap. But I understand, like when I wake up in the morning before I go to bed, I'm like, but it makes me feel like it relieves my stress. But again, like masturbation, I'm just like, I just wasted, them 3 minutes. I could have been scrolling through Instagram, looking at my DMs and stuff and replying to Grace, because she's telling me she just watched me in a film.
Know that, Grace.
You know what I'm saying?
When he replies to you, he could have been masturbating. He could have been masturbating.
You know what I'm saying? But it's those different things. But now I take that seriously as like, I get it. Sex addiction is an addiction. Everyone has an addiction.
Sex addiction
Processed sugar and things like that.
Yes.
I have a sex addiction.
Are you really diagnosed with sex addiction? Do you know that?
I haven't been diagnosed with a lot of problems I probably have, but I think I do have a sexual addiction problem.
But it would distract you though.
It doesn't distract me, but I get mad. I get mad if I don't get it. After a while, I'm like my girl be like, well, you keep telling me it's been 3 days and you ain't gonna get it for a week. And I'm like, look here, motherfucker. Like, I need to get it. Oh, sorry. But it's like, I need it.
I think you just have a healthy appetite because we've again, when I worked with Dr. Drew, we had a number of people that were sex addicts that would come on the show. And it's an addiction to the point where it's a distraction where, and I know you mentioned it, of course, that you're thinking about it and you're distracted by it, but where literally they will have to almost like invent like code accounts and like get sex from anywhere. Like it becomes like all consuming.
Yeah.
So I think that you have a healthy appetite.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I don't think from the stories that I heard, I wouldn't feel like that you had a sex addiction.
And people say because I've been working out a lot more, that has a lot to do with it.
Yes, definitely.
Oh, the endorphins?
I'm working out like every day now.
So
it also boosts
the testosterone.
So the arms, check out the arms, Joe.
After leg day.
So the arms, I'm like ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I skip leg day because I can't work out all 3 legs.
You can work out your legs. Okay. Oh man, it's so much fun having Kenny on the show.
Always.
All right. Any last thoughts?
No, Samantha.
Any last
I gave
reveals,
it to
Grace?
her
Any last
I think
reveals?
we're on the last
you,
leg.
Sam?
No, I already gave a good reveal. I'm asking you about your reveal.
Okay, I don't have anything right now.
Okay, weirdo.
You guys are weird. Don't put me on this.
Why do you
I'm
have
not
to,
weird.
Make the end so awkwardly.
I'm feeling personally victimized right now.
Okay, big round of applause for Kenny Hamilton.
You guys. Thank you again for having me. I appreciate it.
We love having Kenny here, and we'll see you guys all next time on Pop Trigger.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Think Tank with me, John Adarola, and our guest, Emma. Now, if you were watching on Facebook, you already know all about her, but you messed up and you didn't follow us on Facebook, so you didn't see the live video. So this is old as shit now, I'm totally kidding. But in this video, we're gonna break down our top 5 for each of us animated non-Pixar Disney movies.
Yes.
I already feel like both of our lists are probably going to be pretty contemporary. I feel like mine might be a little bit less so than yours.
You don't need
because you're 5.
You don't. Yeah, I am young, but you don't need to cheat. Like, I'm not looking at your list.
I think you're gonna cheat. Also, want to surprise you.
This isn't the SATs,
Okay.
which I cheated on.
I could have.
How?
They didn't check ID or anything. You just walk into this building, you take it, you leave.
There's a
Send Elon Musk in there.
episode where the rich kids pay the smart kids to take their SATs
That's nice
for
of them.
Yeah, it's a free enterprise.
Okay, so you're the guest, so you go first. What is your number 5?
Okay, so this was kind of a rough one for me because I definitely have a top 4, but I would like to give an honorable mention to Hercules. Okay.
Which I've never seen.
It is not that good. The songs are okay, but it's just it's all sentimental value almost at this point. I think when you hit the top 2, I'm like, those are definitive, like, fantastic movies. So Hercules is my honorable mention. I just enjoy the songs. You have Pain and Panic, or the 2 side
Yes.
which are like, it's actually they're called Pain and Panic.
I know, that's odd.
It's like in Cinderella where how the cat is called Lucifer. Like,
really?
Yeah, like,
that's dark.
No.
Disney always has that sort of dark outer coating. But yeah, I mean, look, if you're growing up and you reach that core Disney age and something drops and you like the music, there's nothing wrong with liking it, even if it turns out to be a bad movie.
Yeah, but anyway, so Lucifer, but just to put that out there, no subtlety from Disney at all. Like, that's the evil cat, so they call it, like, Satan. Okay, but my actual number 5 is The Jungle Book. So that's a classic. I love the bare necessities. I love the
That's one of the best songs. It could have been just Disney songs.
Right.
But that is good. Shere Khan is cool.
Very cool.
Some racism in that movie, but
I choose to block that out.
Yeah, that is definitely a classic. And did you see the live action
I did,
remake?
And I cried because it was so beautiful.
Wow. It won Best Special Effects, I think, at the Oscars.
It was, I mean, did you see it?
No, I didn't. I don't see a lot of movies, actually.
Okay, well. I also was stoned, so that was part of the crying, but it was stunning.
You weren't in the theater, were you? No, you were out back crying.
But the texture of that live action. Anyway, go see it. But the cartoon version is my number 5.
Okay, and Mason, by the way, said Hades was the best. I think referencing your honorable mention.
Hades was the best.
Okay, so here's the trouble. Wait, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Okay, so when I made my list originally, I included the live action things. So if this was that list, my number 5 would be D2 The Mighty Ducks. Because I love The Mighty Ducks growing up. It made me want to play hockey, but my family was too poor and I couldn't. It was so cool. I read the books, which are not good. can't be that. So my number 5, I guess in terms of the animated ones, is, and this is super old, but Alice in Wonderland.
Oh yeah.
Because it's trippy and it's weird. Like, you think back on it and it's like, oh, she sits on a mushroom and then she dances down some leaves or something. But it's trippy and kind of dark. There's this undertone of danger, even though everything's bright and colorful.
Yeah. Were you on acid as a 5-year-old?
They were. I wasn't.
Oh,
no,
right.
but I did. I don't know. It was mind expanding, like acid, like I hear acid is. I don't think that one's not a musical, is it? They don't really have many songs, I don't think.
No.
There might be a few. But anyway, yeah, just like the Eat Me and Drink Me, there's so many iconic things that came about as a result of Alice in Wonderland. And there was a great video game back in the 90s or 2000s called American McGee's Alice. And it was trippy and twisted and awesome. Anyway.
I find that movie a little terrifying, and the Cheshire Cat's grin that's all, when I think of that movie, that's what I think of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just disappearing away until you see nothing but teeth. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay, what's your number 4?
Okay, my number 4 is, I would say, Pocahontas. So this is another controversial one because
really,
I would say Pocahontas, I've looked it up on Rotten Tomatoes, was not well reviewed.
Racist.
But there's so many.
Fucking Rotten Tomatoes.
I know, they're not
dudes on what the flick.
Standing Rock.
They don't.
They don't, yeah. Pocahontas would have stood with Standing Rock. But I love the songs. I think Colors of the Wind is
one of the best Disney songs, I think.
And the ending, like, so I'm a crier, you'll get this from this. So I cry still rewatching it. So John Smith gets shot, spoiler alert, and he has to go back to Europe to get medical care. And she's like, I have to stay with my family. And so then they wave, and he waves from the boat, and there's all this beautiful music, and it's not a happy ending.
Break down.
Yeah, I break down. And they don't end up together, but that's sad. Which is a fascinating take on a previously, romantic Cinderella-esque Disney thing. So I like that they subverted it, and I thought it was a beautiful movie.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of sad endings in Disney. Right. That's interesting. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
So originally my number 4 was going to be Homeward Bound, which I love Homeward Bound. And by the way, speaking of crying, have you seen Homeward Bound?
No.
Oh my god. You know what it's about? It's 2 dogs and a cat that get separated from their owners, and they have to journey through the wilderness to get back. And they can talk, they're voiced. I cried during about 40% of that movie, because all it is one of them getting into a dangerous situation, and the others having to be heroic and possibly sacrifice themselves to save them, which
and their dogs.
I can't take that, and their animals.
Right.
So I just the whole time crying. But anyway, that's not what the movie is. Mine is going to be also about dogs. This is going to make me seem really ridiculous and old-fashioned, but I really like Lady and the Tramp.
Oh, I love Lady and the Tramp.
Okay, good. I feel accepted then.
Yeah.
I recently re-saw it, so there was a showing at, one of the big Hollywood theaters and anything. So that was what we did for Valentine's Day. We went and saw Lady and the Tramp, and it held up so well. It's funny and it's cute. They get dogs perfectly. And also there's a section at the end where I teared up a little bit when they're searching for the carriage. Yeah, it's just beautiful. Love it.
Are you gonna put? I'm not looking at your list, but is there a Dalmatian-esque movie on your list?
There's not a Dalmatian-esque.
Because that is, I was terrified of Cruella de Vil and couldn't watch that movie. It was like that and Wizard of Oz, where I got so scared by those two villains that I was just like.
Wizard of Oz, like live action?
Yeah, well, that's not a cartoon, but like I was so afraid of the witch that like
Interesting.
I couldn't watch while I was.
I always loved the Wizard of Oz. I love the line.
I still love it, but I just mean
you're still too scared to watch it.
Right.
To this day.
Right. Okay.
Do you walk around with a bucket of soapy water just in case?
Yeah, no, I just have like a bucket on one and my purse on the other, just in case. But Wicked was, great musical.
It was.
Great musical.
The book is terrible. I don't like it. But anyway, what's your number 3?
Number 3, Aladdin. So I was born in 1994, so a lot of these movies are a little more updated. But also, I was a huge tomboy, as I will reveal in numbers 1 and 2, and why that's relevant. I didn't love Cinderella or the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It didn't connect with me. I really liked Aladdin. I liked that it was active. The genie is the funniest character maybe ever in a Disney movie.
Yes.
Rest in peace, Robin Williams.
He has to. I mean, what could come close? Like, some kids are gonna tell me that stupid snowman is better, but no, the genie's better.
No, absolutely. I mean, the way he would ad-lib, he was just. Songs are so good. I love Aladdin, and I think that if they ever tried to do a live action remake, it would fail because who would play the genie?
I mean, it's possible, like, you could have a Joker situation where somebody comes in and totally knocks it out of the park, but I would be very scared if I was the actor that tried to play the genie.
And also, I'm hoping you're referring to the Heath Ledger Joker and not the stupid Jared Leto.
No, Heath Ledger all the way. I won't say anything more about Aladdin because there's a chance it might show up farther down on my list.
Okay.
Okay, my number 3 is one that I don't think gets nearly enough credit. It's not, I looked at all these lists of top 20, top 50 Disney movies. They never mention it. Fucking Lilo and Stitch.
Okay.
Do you know?
But how old were you when Lilo and Stitch came out?
Old! But it's still awesome. Okay, it's this is before they had like Moana. Like, Disney was loath to go into areas that aren't traditional European areas.
Right.
So they did it. It's all in watercolors, so it's kind of a like unique sort of style. I love the family dynamic between the sisters.
That's nice.
It had good comic relief. It had awesome action. Stitch is one of my favorite Disney characters. Good songs, including a lot of Elvis. And at the end, again, can't help but tear up.
Yeah.
Because of like the family element and like they're risking it all. And I love Lilo and Stitch, man.
There's a really nice quote about family that Facebook share. What is it?
What is this?
I don't know. I was asking you. There's like a family quote. Something means family.
Oh, Ohana. It's nobody gets left behind or forgotten.
Oh.
And it's they use it a couple times in different ways, and it's just like
that made me like a tear up 5%. Just you saying the quote. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope I don't cry in this video.
And there's a declaration of aloha in this movie that is awesome. But anyway, okay, that's my number 3. There's just if people watch it, they'll remember.
Okay. All right. So my number 1 and 2 are really close. Like I had a hard time picking between 1 and 2. These I think are definitively the 2 best Disney movies ever made, in my opinion. But you're obviously going to disagree. So number 2 is The Lion King for me.
I hate it. No, of course not. Nobody hates The Lion King.
No one does. You can't.
Stupid cub.
I had Simba pajamas. Like I
had or have.
I have. My God, I was trying to be cool for the new show.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. But I love Lion King. I think has better songs than the number 1 on my list, even though it's my number 1. This Elton John and Tim Rice, yeah. I mean, the from the get-go when the sunset comes up and I get goosebumps. Yeah. And still that song when Simba comes on Pride Rock and he's like taking his rightful place as king.
Yeah.
And
Like
it's
the
raining.
drums and yeah.
And it's like da, I cry every time.
He's getting what he deserves.
And then there's all hope again in the kingdom because Scar had just been And I do have one caveat, and this is me living out here. Why is the one brown line the evil one?
Are there not other brown? Oh yeah, I guess he has to look distinctive, but yeah, they could have perhaps made him albino.
He has a scar.
That's
His name
true.
is Scar. That already
I
makes
never
him
put that together.
Okay. There's no such thing as a brown lion. He's called Scar. He already has a distinction, and then they make him brown for no reason.
In the original draft, he wore a turban. I thought that was effed up.
Right, and Trump said, why did they remove it? It was because they won't call it radical Islamic.
Fake lion. Okay, I won't say anything more though because it might show later on my list. My number 2 is Aladdin. Okay, I mean, you can't not like Aladdin. The songs are great, the humor is great. The first genie song in the cave is just so perfectly animated, and the lyrics are so fast and frenetic that it's awesome. Jafar is a great villain. He goes in his genie form and everything looks all badass. Right. Iago is a cool comic relief. You have Apu, who's funny too, I guess. Jasmine is by far the most attractive of all of the Disney princesses.
Wait, is Apu the monkey or the
monkey
or the parrot?
That's Iago.
Okay, wow, you really have the names down.
I really like it. I've seen it a lot of times. There's been some spin-offs that aren't quite as good, but it's just great. It was controversial for a couple of lyrics and some of the songs and everything, but just such a good movie.
Yeah, great. Okay, so now I really thought Beauty and the Beast is gonna be number 1 for you.
Interesting. Okay, well, make your case.
Based on our previous conversations about your excitement for the movie. Okay, my number 1 is Beauty and the Beast. So I have a Beast costume, or I had a Beast costume when I was a kid. Again, I was a tomboy, so I was dressing up as Simba the lion and the Beast, not even Belle.
This is how they can predict who becomes a furry later on in life.
Right, and I am a regular at the furry convention.
A beastie.
Yes,
okay.
yes. So don't clip that out. I am not a furry.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, to each their own. I love Beauty and the Beast. The supporting characters, Lumiere, Cogsworth, they're just phenomenal. The songs from the get-go are beautiful. I can still sing them. I'm really excited to see the movie on Friday, which is with Emma Watson. I hope she's not too auto-tuned. But even though there's some elements of Stockholm Syndrome in that movie, the love is really interesting, how they share a love of books and knowledge. I like that she's kind of an outsider in her own community, and that they talk about vanity in terms of Gaston and how superficial appearance is not the way to go. I think it's a beautiful movie. I cry every single time, of course, as is thematic in this video. Yeah, it's my favorite, but honestly, number 1 and 2 are like, I could
really close.
On one day I could say The Lion King was number 1.
And they're very different sorts of Disney movies too.
Right.
I thought about it perhaps not enough. There's a case to be made that it might have been my 5 or possibly even my number 4, based almost purely on Be Our Guest. Right. It's just such a good song that you don't really need that much else. And Belle is one of my favorite Disney princesses, or not really a princess, but one of the Disney characters. The thing is that I don't really like The Beast, and it's still kind of an old school Disney movie, in terms of the art style doesn't really get me that much. I like the animated appliances.
Okay.
I think they're cool. I don't know. I'm hoping that I like the live action Beauty and the Beast even more.
Well, our girl Emma Watson's in it, so we'll see how she does.
Yeah.
I'm terrified about the auto-tune problem.
Yeah. They know what they're doing though. I feel like they won't go too far, but we'll see.
All right.
My number 1 is The Lion King. I really like Aladdin too, and it's possible that with you, they could go back and forth. But The Lion King, I like animals more than I like people, as a general rule. Simba's a great character. Nala's awesome. I thought Scar was a great villain. Be Prepared is such a good song.
So good with the hyenas.
Oh, yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg.
And Cheech. Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg was great. And there's just, you really get the menace coming off of them and Scar when they're stalking him. There's the really sad stampede scene. I don't know. It's just you got Timon and Pumbaa, who are awesome. Hakuna Matata, obviously. There's Can You Feel the Love Tonight? An oddly sexual moment between two animals. When she's like on her back, I remember as a young boy like looking at my parents like, should I be watching this with them?
Does it ruin you that Matthew Broderick is the voice of adult Simba?
It could. I like Matthew Broderick, so I guess it's okay. I do like him. I like me. I mean, Jonathan Taylor Thomas is great, I guess, but I like Matthew Broderick. I don't mind him too much.
Yeah.
Jeremy Irons is good. It's just a great movie.
Do you like that, or who plays James Earl Jones is the voice of Mufasa.
Mufasa, yeah.
And also Star Wars crossover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he do Darth?
Yes.
He Darth
Darth
Vader?
Vader, yeah.
And you like Star Wars, so then
That's true. That probably, yeah. Yeah, and I even like Rafiki is really cool with his like monkey karate and everything.
Oh,
There's a great moment when he just puts the mango juice or whatever.
Right. But like when Simba's feeling lost and he sees his father in the sky and is chasing after him.
So sad.
Oh my god. Remember.
So good. Yeah. And I love that like Nala eventually becomes like badass too near the end. Such a good movie. I mean, there's lots of great runners up, I guess. Neither of us had Frozen.
Look,
which I've seen once. I liked it fine.
I've seen it.
Oh wow.
Because I loved it.
But it's not in your top 5. Wow, interesting.
Well, because a lot of these. Look, I'm an obsessive person, so I've seen the movies in my top 5 more than 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
But I, it's a lot of it is nostalgia. Like Frozen's never. I probably won't watch Frozen ever again, but I'll watch these over and over because it reminds me of my childhood.
Yeah, it's probably the timing. It's just too late. Like, and I didn't watch it until like 2.5 years of people obsessing over it. And I love Idina Menzel. I think she's great.
You
so
mean Adele Dazeem?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. But like everybody was like, "Let It Go, best Disney song ever." And I listened to it. I was like, "This is great. It's inspiring. Ain't the best Disney song I ever heard." I don't know why kids are freaking out over it. Okay, have they heard Hakuna Matata?
Right. Well, but you seem to be partial to the whimsical songs because you like Be Our Guest more than Beauty and the Beast, which is, I think, the best song in Beauty and the Beast.
No, Be Our Guest. It's got like the trays going around and everything's like puffing up with champagne.
Again, you like the whimsical songs.
Yes, exactly. And there are a lot of great. At some point, maybe we'll do the live action stuff. But like, I didn't know that a lot of these were made by Disney. Like, first of all, that like Toy Story and that is actually a crossover. But like Hocus Pocus, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like movies like that were made by Disney. I didn't even know it this whole time.
Aye.
Anyway, those are our top 5 lists. We're putting it together under the top 10, even though there's not actually 10 movies in there. But now is your chance to give us your top 5. Is there anything that we missed? Do you think any of the movies on our list are overrated? You can post about that down below. We'll see you in the next video. Welcome back, everybody. Emma, myself, John, and in this video we're going to to be talking about some of the most unhealthy dishes in America. This is a topic that you suggested, and foodmatters.com culled really bad dishes, and there's a lot of them in America, into some interesting categories. I wanted to highlight some of their work. They have others, so of course you should go to foodmatters.com to see that. But we want to start with the most vulnerable sort of person, the children. They don't know any better when it comes to food.
Children. What about the children?
What about the children when you serve them the Uno Chicago Grill Kids Combo with French fries, which has almost 1,300 calories and 80 grams of fat?
I feel like if you put a kid, like, compiled calories, like, in mass, that would be the size of, like, a 4-year-old child.
Yeah, exactly. That's gotta be more than all of the calories they should get in a day.
They're eating themselves.
They're eating themselves. By the way, you probably have a problem when your entire dish of food is the exact same color.
Yeah.
And it's all brown.
Okay, if it's all green, oh wow, you're like the best person ever. If it's all brown.
Get some purples, get some reds. But yeah, that's terrible. Now, here's the thing. So, you're talking about salads there.
Right.
People want to eat healthy, but you can go horribly wrong trying to eat healthy. So look at this, the worst veggie sub, the Blimpie Special Vegetarian Sub, almost 1,200 calories. It doesn't even have animal in it. It's just veggies and cheese, and it will kill you.
Yeah. Okay, so Blimpies, if you're going to Blimpies...
You're going to be a Blimpie.
Right. You will be a blimp. You will be forget it. But like what's the
Goodyear
name
blimp?
of the big blimp?
The Goodyear?
Yeah, like the one that
Hindenburg?
Yes. Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay, there we go.
If you eat this, you will become so flatulent you might die. You might explode.
Right, exactly.
Good point.
A great one, and also if you are eating at Blimpies regularly, semi-regularly, or even just, once a month, I think you're a sociopath.
I don't know where Blimpies is. And I will say, while we're pointing out these dishes and I'm making fun of how bad they are for you, I routinely eat entire boxes of Pop-Tarts. I eat the worst food in America, okay? So I'm not judging you, don't worry.
I'm trying to be healthier, but look, I'm in LA, not in New York, so I have to have a juice because, I'm a white girl.
Exactly. Now, my favorite course is dessert. Dessert obviously is going to be unhealthy. We all understand that. But I don't think anybody expected that the Baskin-Robbins large chocolate Oreo shake, just a shake, has 2,600 calories and days worth of your fat intake. All in one thing. 263 grams of sugar. That's like 7 times what the generous expectation of how much sugar you have per day is. All in one dish.
That's basically like taking a pack of Oreos and grinding it up and then just injecting it into your veins.
I looked at some other lists and it's almost the exact same thing. So they had like the Heath shake. It has more sugar than 5 Heath bars in it.
Yeah, that's nuts. And also, Heath bars kind of underrated candy.
Oh, I love it. Toffee is so good. Nobody likes it.
Combinations of toffee and chocolate and peanut butter. It's
yes.
Whatever. It's phenomenal.
Toffee needs to be renamed. I think when people think of toffee, they think of like a British grandfather.
Yeah, just like
it's not good.
Your grandma like looking through lint in her purse for a toffee for you.
But it's so good. Yes, so very bad for you, and the problem is the sort of person consuming those 263 grams of sugar probably isn't having that as the only heavy sugar thing in the day.
And I'm glad that the McFlurry isn't on there. Isn't the worst dessert.
Oh, it's good for you, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah, I eat that as my protein. Shut up.
Now, let's follow up the veggie sub. Another attempt to eat healthy. You might have a salad, like the On the Border Grande Taco Salad with taco beef and chipotle honey mustard, and not expect that you're consuming almost your entire daily allotment of calories in that one little taco bowl.
So, chipotle honey mustard, if that is your dressing, maybe rethink your salad.
I like honey mustard. It's really good.
As like a slab of it on your sandwich, not as what you pour on top of your salad.
Oh, yes. Get that in there. And so those are some interesting categories. But let's talk about the worst dish in America. There's a lot of things you could put in here. The reason I chose this one, the Red Lobster Create Your Own Combination, is it doesn't look like the worst dish in America. There's racks of ribs that have 3,000 calories.
Right.
But this just looks like a little bit of seafood. But it has almost 3,700 calories. You have to be an Olympic swimmer to need that many calories in a day.
Right.
101 grams of fat, so much saturated.
There's just some color variation there.
A little bit. It's
right?
subtle. That saturated fat amount is not right, by the way. That would literally kill you.
Yeah.
I think.
I maybe.
I think it might be milligrams. I don't know. But yeah, it just looks like we're getting some shrimp. We're getting some coconut shrimp probably there, some French fries. And that, if you eat that consistently, that will kill you. You will die prematurely by decades as a result of eating that Red Lobster dish.
Just don't go to Red Lobster if you're gonna go get seafood. Like if you're not in the center of the country, there's a million seafood places along the coast. Just don't do it.
That's true.
It's not worth it.
Oh, fried seafood is so good.
It's so good.
Fried clams.
I was gonna say fried calamari.
Fried calamari, very good. Hey, when you eat fried calamari, you'll usually eat a lot of like banana peppers and stuff like that. They mix those in there.
What?
Yeah. They don't want to give you all calamari because it's too expensive, so a lot of places will put banana peppers and fry those too.
That's that made my day.
There you go, you're eating vegetables. Anyway, there's a lot of bad dishes out there. You should be aware of it. It's easier than perhaps it's ever been in history to know the calorie count, thanks to government regulations, thankfully. But you can still be surprised if you simply look at a dish and try to assume what's in it. You might find that it's not quite right.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you've eaten some particularly bad dishes, like a bloomin' onion basted in peanut butter, let us know about it down below. We'll see you next video. Welcome back to Think Tank, everybody. Emma and John. And our president is now in a feud. Don't worry, it's not with like a world leader, but it is a leader in the world of hip-hop. Snoop Dogg. And marijuana. So this came about as a result of a new video by Snoop, Lavender. It's got a lot of clowns in it. One of those those clowns just happens to live in the White House. And so they have a clowned up version of Donald Trump. Snoop, you're seeing this picture, holds a gun out at him, and then bang, like an old school Batman movie. And a lot of conservatives don't like this. They think it's too violent. Donald Trump tweeted, "Can you imagine what the outcry would be if Snoop Dogg, failing career and all, had aimed and fired the gun at President Obama? Jail time." I love that he believes, look, I track Snoop Dogg.
Right.
I know what his career is doing. It's not doing too well.
Yeah, he's.
How the fuck would you know?
He keeps tabs. So he's a huge rap music fan. I saw him
Yeah.
at a Kendrick Lamar concert recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't expect that.
Actually, maybe it was just a woman who had been to the tanning salon too.
She was anorexic. Okay. So, is he guilty? Should he not have done this, or is it artistic expression, or whatever?
It's nuanced. So, Trump saying jail time, no. No. That's literally the definition of the First Amendment. That's not guilty. He should not serve jail time.
You can't artistically point a fake gun at a fake clown.
Right. You
Or
can.
you can, I guess.
I guess you
Okay.
can, and then it's like a cartoon gun from like Bugs Bunny or something.
Yes.
It says bang. I don't love that Snoop Dogg did it. So like hear me out. If Ted Nugent, who by the way, I think his career's going better than Snoop Dogg, right? You know, he's more
Probably. Yeah.
So if Ted Nugent,
Someone TRL.
yes,
That's an old reference, Dan.
but if he did a video where he fake shot President Obama, we'd be pissed off.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't hear about it. But if I did, I'd probably be angry.
Yeah. Or like, who's more? If 3 Doors Down, I'm literally
3 Doors Down.
struggling so hard to find a
Conservative singer. If Toby Keith.
That's the best.
Is he conservative? I don't know.
I think he performed at the inauguration. I could be wrong.
Okay, yeah, you could be. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I probably wouldn't have done it. I guess I would say that it doesn't matter. You got to put it in a context, though, because if Taylor Swift pointed a gun at Obama's head, that's like, wait, where the fuck is Taylor Swift coming from with violent imagery?
Right.
Rap has long had political undertones and expressions of violence, so I think it's less shocking, I guess. Plus, there's no, as far as I've seen, there are no credible assassination threats against Donald Trump. But there were assassination attempts against Barack Obama, and there was obviously a lot of widespread fear that the first black president, and especially, look, Democratic presidents are always more at risk of assassination, Democratic politicians than Republicans. So you can say that it is in fact more threatening, but I understand why Donald Trump is going to have a problem with it. My main issue with him is that he has to say that everyone he doesn't like their career is failing.
Right, I know.
That's not how it works.
Meryl Streep, overrated actress. Yeah.
Overrated, didn't deserve all the Golden Globe nominations.
Or like she's a record breaking for her Oscar wins. But
Exactly.
But yeah.
So we largely agree, I guess. I wasn't sure that we do it.
Yeah.
But we probably wouldn't have done it.
We wouldn't have done it, and I think it's counterproductive because well, this not to get too into a political conversation, but if you don't make your criticisms against Trump based in substance and fact, and it seems over emotional, sometimes people just tune out and they're like, that's too much. You gotta be smart about it. I don't think pointing a Bugs Bunny gun at Donald Trump is the best way to go about it, but like Snoop Dogg's the man. Like I like him still.
Exactly. So we'll give him a pass. He gets 1 to 5 fake assassination attempts.
Right.
But then he's gone too far if he goes beyond that.
No
Okay.
jail time still, though.
No jail time. Okay, yeah, he really doesn't seem to understand the Constitution. Anyway, let us know what you think about this. Do you come down on the other side? Do you think that this is actually totally wrong and there should be some sort of consequences? And some of your international viewers, maybe you have different standards for free speech in your country. You can let us know about that down in the comments section. We'll see you next video. Welcome back, one and all. Think Tank, Emma, John, those are the 3 important factors in this video. We are going to be covering essential, basic life skills that you would assume that everyone would have, that at the very least people on the internet think that they're becoming too rare. And so we're going to prompt with these, we're going to give our reactions, and also we have some suggestions too, possibly.
Okay.
So here's a skill that I personally think not enough people have. The skill of checking something out. I don't mean like checking out someone's ass, but checking out with a little bit of research the answer to a question. A tutorial on how to do something. Whether something exists. We have access to all of the accumulated knowledge that humanity has ever come up with.
Yes.
And I understand that we still want to have reasons to talk to each other, and Google can quickly take away a lot of that if you let it. But we can still answer our questions. We can figure things out if we do a little bit of research.
Yeah, I'm with you because when sometimes people will ask me a question, and oftentimes it has to do with work. I just want to be like, take 2 seconds. Just Google it. Just look it up.
Yeah.
Please, it saves me time, and like it's just kind of lazy on your front.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and if they Google it, they can get diverse explanations rather than just my perspective being given to them.
Right.
To some extent, I think it's just laziness. To some extent, I think it is like people, we are social creatures and we want an excuse to talk to each other, I guess.
But when you look up something, so I'll often get into like a Wikipedia wormhole where I'll look up like, oh, who was, this actress, and then she was in this, and then talk about the information that you've accrued with your friends and family and loved ones.
Yeah, it gives you something to talk about.
Right.
Okay, the next, the ability to realize you are blocking the sidewalk/doorway. So I ranted on the show about a week ago that I went to the mall, and the chief hobby in America these days is to get 3 to 5 of your friends to go to the mall, stand in a line, and walk really slowly. Like, you got nowhere to go, you're not buying anything, you're just walking real slow. Yeah, you gotta be physically aware that you take up space in this universe, and people need to get around your space.
That's more like of a teen problem, like a youth. Those youths are always congregating in public spaces and skateboarding and doing,
their music
at the soda pop shop.
I had a weird reverse version of this at trivia last night. I had to sit in a weird position where I was to some extent breaking this rule by blocking the aisle to some extent. And this big guy, had to go by, and he just, stood behind my chair, waiting for me to do something, but I couldn't see him. And so eventually someone else at the table noticed and said something to me. But now I have to wonder, how long would he have stood there?
Right. It's
5 minutes?
Passive aggressive. An hour? Or just be assertive. That's another, I'll add that. That's a life skill that people need to learn. To communicate what you want, and then let people know this is what I need, and it's okay if you don't need to say it in a rude way. Some people need to learn how to not say it in a rude way.
Yes.
But a lot of times people are just so timid to I don't want to ruffle any feathers. No, say what you want, get what you want, get where you're going. We're only on this earth for a limited amount of time.
Exactly. And that's a good one because it goes across so many different areas of life.
Right.
Your career and your relationship and family and everything. Okay, next, Krusty Sock says, raising your children to be decent people. Now, I feel empathy for parents because you don't have total control over what your kid ends up doing. But I see interactions between parents and kids sometimes, and again, I'm not a parent, but I have to wonder why they're not thinking about what am I doing long term to this kid?
Yeah, no, it's tough. But a lot of times parents, you could just have a child that maybe has sociopathic tendencies. This isn't a lot of times, but sometimes they grow up to be president of the United States.
Sometimes.
It's just nothing you could have done.
Exactly.
Although his parents didn't seem that cool either.
That's true. Apparently the father might have been in the KKK. Anyway, okay, so the next one. The ability, this is, so you generally work outside of a big office. So you get an little experience this perhaps, but the ability to pick up on social cues. Like if I'm at work, trying to work, and people won't stop talking to me. So a lot of people have started to put on headphones and have music on or a show or something, but we've found that won't stop most people from continually talking to you as well.
So is that a problem in the office?
It's yes.
Okay.
A lot of the time, it's a problem.
Well, for me, that, again, that's not as much of a problem. I think that there's a general kind of self-involvement that is a theme in this list. People not understanding, not being aware, and just thinking that what they have to say is the most fucking interesting thing that has ever been said and needs to be said right now to this person, despite what they're doing.
And we get the irony of us saying this in a video of us talking to you.
Right, I understand that we are narcissists talking about right. me, and like someone will, for example, if someone, this is different, someone says, tell a little bit about yourself. Okay, limit it to like 3 things and make sure it's like 1 minute long, and then move on to the next person. But some people are like, oh God, my life's so interesting. I was born on June 5th, 1954, and then blah, blah, blah. Like, keep going and going. I think that's a different basic life skill, but like knowing knowing the confines of your interest.
How interesting is the thing I'm talking about?
Right.
Yes. You must be a fun first date.
Yeah.
Sufficient. Just tell me 3 things and get the fuck out of here. Yes, and understand that as your relationship changes, their capacity to listen to things that you find more interesting than they do changes, but not when you first meet someone. Anyway, a more basic skill, cooking. We very often on the show we will try to get people to look into it because I think a lot of people with the rise of processed food and like Uber Eats and Grubhub and all that, cooking is becoming more and more of an old-fashioned skill to have, but it's useful. It saves you money. It expands your horizons.
I'm super guilty of this.
I'm guilty too.
I'm lazy. I don't feel like doing it. I'll be working, and God, but there's nothing like sitting at home and having Grubhub delivered to you, like some nice dumplings and sushi. Right?
Oh, I never thought about having sushi delivered. Interesting.
It's great. It's not as good as in the restaurant, but it's still sushi and miso soup they'll deliver to you, and edamame, and I like Japanese food.
And you get to not be around people.
Right, which is my #1 priority.
Exactly. The next one, empathy. How fucking hard is it to pretend you're anybody else that might have a harder or at least different experience in life than you?
Amen.
Yeah, we're experiencing this. Yeah, I think everybody has empathy, but the horizons for people's empathy can be very different. It could be empathy for your immediate nuclear family or empathy for the entire world. There's this huge gradient. I just wish that people would think about trying to expand that circle a little bit.
Well, there's like macro and micro levels of thinking, which I think, whatever, not to make make political statements, but sometimes more liberal people tend to think on a more macro scale, like how does this government program affect the whole, or as
not just me,
and not just the individual, like individualism versus whatever. But empathy, even on a personal level, with people you meet on day to day, is a skill that not many people possess anymore. And that goes back to how you raise your kids and raise your family, unless they have some mental disability.
Yeah.
Like, about like narcissism.
Exactly.
Right.
So blame your parents.
Yeah.
For either one. Either they didn't train you right or they gave you bad genes. So.
Yeah.
Next one, critical thinking. Many people are like, quote, you're manipulated by the lying media. Insert idiotic conspiracy theory, when all along they have been manipulated by someone else to believe those beliefs. Yeah, I think that we're, even in the media, like I like that there's a proliferation of media sources, but we're way too tribalistic. Cults of personality. Man, everybody loves joining cults, it turns out.
Right.
And it's very easy to look at something like InfoWars and say, they think that the veil has been lifted from their eyes, but they're simply being hoodwinked by a ridiculous shirtless man.
Yes.
But you should always be, no matter how much you like the person who's talking to you, even if it seems like they're giving you hidden secret information, they're still a fallible human being.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I think that people need to be a little bit more critical about that.
But that's a tough one because the people that aren't being critical thinkers think that they're being critical thinkers, and the other side isn't being. So I just feel like that's a loop-de-loop.
Oh yeah, I'm probably guilty of it too.
Right. I mean, we're less guilty of it. But again, like...
Oh, see, you're this problem. You're number 7.
Right. So...
Yeah, exactly, and that's really the genesis of conspiracy theories is not simply being a person who can't really figure out if something is likely to be true. That's not enough. You also have to want to know what's going on. You have to have that curiosity. You have to look for hidden explanations as to why the pyramids got created. Like, it's that curiosity, but combined with a faulty apparatus for figuring out whether a fact is true or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to visit Reagan's pyramid that's made of jelly beans. That's what Alex Jones told me.
Did he really?
No.
See, that's the thing, you can't even tell. We should do a game someday.
Right.
Real Alex Jones theory, or we just made it up a minute ago.
I also kind of stole that joke from 30 Rock, but, you know, the mind of Tina Fey is...
Judith Friedlander is going to take us down, okay?
Yeah. Please, copyright.
There you go.
Tina Fey.
Okay, so those are just a few life... did you have any others that you wanted to...
No, I mean,
it covers a lot of ground.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that people get your financial shit together, learn a little bit about your personal financial life. If you are involved in one of the many hobbies I'm interested in, look into basic personal hygiene a little bit more. And basic things like that. I just wish that they were taught a little bit more.
Yeah. I do think also that when you, well, this is just kind of a personal thing. If you say you have an interest in something and want to discuss a topic with me, or you want to engage, actually know what you're talking about before you do it. Like, I will have so many people say, like, oh, I'm a fan of this show or a fan of this sports team. Like, I don't like getting excited to engage in that conversation and then actually not know what you're talking about. Like, do the legwork to be a fan or be knowledgeable, and then get back to me, and then we could have an actual productive conversation.
Yeah. Right. Interesting. That's a very specific sort of thing, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, it bugs me.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's your turn. What basic life skill do you wish more people around you had? You can suggest that down below. Let's get this video. Hey everybody, welcome back to Think Tank. John and our special guest for the week, Emma.
Hello.
In LA, experiencing the TYT studios. And you're going to help me break down a complicated topic here.
Right.
If you find out that someone is being cheated on, do you have an obligation to tell them?
There are many factors.
There are many factors. So let's break down a little bit of polling data where people were asked what factors would influence whether they tell someone or not. So people were more likely to report the infidelity when a close relative or one of their own children was being cheated on versus when a close relative or one of their children was doing the cheating. So that's that sort of tribalism right there. In addition, people were more inclined to report cheating when a close friend's partner had committed infidelity compared to when their close friend was the one who had cheated.
But let me just put a caveat in there because you're definitely closer to your close friend or child or relative than you are to their significant other.
Yeah. But the thing about that is that it's not really the act that bothers us, it's the effect on someone we care about.
Yeah.
But and that's not necessarily how it should be.
Well, I don't know if I agree because I think half of people cheat. Apparently, it's kind of common, and we don't know the internal factors of the relationship. I think it's interjecting oneself if you're trying to get involved with someone you don't know that well, which we'll get to later.
But isn't it interjecting with the truth?
It is the truth, but sometimes the truth is painful. Like, the truth could be, I could know someone who's pregnant, and I just watched a Girls episode where her roommate goes, you're going to be a terrible mother to one of the characters. Like, that's a truth, probably.
Which character?
Hannah is pregnant.
This is the main character?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
And I know.
That's her friend?
Yeah, like, woo. Yeah, and because he was, like, upset, and that truth should not have been spoken. Like, that's sometimes truths are too painful, and you can get around them. That's my thought on it.
Okay, so we have some more factors, though. People were more likely to report cheaters who were being financially supported by their partners than cheaters who were providing financial support to someone else. That's so specific, but I find it to be interesting. In addition, people are more likely to expose a cheater who had a long history of cheating or who was abusive to their partner. So that they put it in a temporal context, basically. You can cheat, but if you cheat and also are like emotionally abusive, then you've gone too far, mister. Okay, also people are more inclined to expose cheating when the cheater's relationship was on the brink of a major transition. So if you cheat right before getting married, maybe if you cheat while the other person's spouse is pregnant,
right,
or something like that.
Well, the stakes are higher.
The stakes are higher, yeah, and it seems like you should be able to make decisions at all points, but we reach decision points.
Right.
Where we think, oh God, I'm about to go away to school, or I'm about to make a big move. Maybe I should do something, change something. That's why we have New Year's resolutions. It's like, you can come up with a resolution anytime you want, but it's like, no, this is the time I can make a change. Okay, when the cheating behavior was ongoing, and when the third party was known to be carrying a sexually transmitted infection.
Oh God, this is so specific.
I don't really care about the cheating, but the age.
Yeah, who knows about the third parties?
HIV, I guess, but
like, that's probably a situation for maybe 4 people in America that their friend or they know someone who's being cheated on. They know both the partner and the person being cheated country is carrying a sexually transmitted infection.
Millions of Americans are affected by this every year.
Yeah, there's just no way that scenario applies to any more than 12 American people.
Okay, so you've sort of come down on the side so far that it's not necessarily a person's place to interrupt a relationship with this sort of truth.
Yes.
What are the conditions under which you would? And we've listed a few. Which do you agree with? Are there other things that you think influence it?
So if my boyfriend were cheating on me, which he would not, I don't. Oh God.
Because I've told him not to.
Because I've threatened him with his family.
Yeah.
And I have bombs planted around his apartment. The
FBI might want to look into that.
Yeah. Sorry, it's the microwave. That's what's yeah. But I would want my closest friend to tell me. I would almost feel, this is a weird thing, but feel shame and embarrassment if someone who I was not that close to came to me with that horrific information. I would want to be around someone close to me who is going to react and like comfort me, and I would not feel self-conscious when I was going through like that emotional of a reaction. You know what I mean?
So you'd feel the shame and embarrassment,
right?
But would you still want it?
Probably.
Rather than not finding out?
Yeah. I would probably want it, but again, there's like 2,000 mitigating factors, which one of them being, how was the relationship going? How long have you been in the relationship?
Were you on a break?
Right, were you? Right. Ross is like screaming from heaven. In the Friends universe, Ross is dead. Did you not know this?
Is it really?
No, I just said he was screaming from heaven. It didn't make any sense.
Weird. I don't know if that's canon.
But yeah, so I think there are so many factors, and here, this is where I come out on it. Only someone close enough to the person who's being cheated on would know the nuances of the relationship well enough to know whether or not to make a determination on how to reveal that information or if to reveal that information. You know what I mean? You have to be close enough to know what's going on in that person's relationship.
Yeah, I think there, like you say, there are a lot of factors. I think that there are many situations in which I would be extremely uncomfortable telling anyone. But I don't know that there's any situations where I don't feel like I should. Like, 'cause I think the idea that other people would know that I was being cheated on and not tell me, I mean, I may not know about it for a while, but that's devastating if everybody knows, but you don't, and it's going on. Oh, God, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But it is complicated because being cheated on is, there's no reason for it to be embarrassing, but it is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Like, you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
There's mitigating factors, possibly, but nobody deserves to be cheated on, obviously.
It's so far, I'm lucky enough that it's never happened to me, but like, I could imagine that the feeling would be like, the embarrassment is not like, that the woman did something wrong or the man did something wrong. cheated on. It's that you revealed or you showed to the world that your relationship was like good and you thought that you were like happy and that everything was okay and that your relationship was like a sham. And I'm not saying
your life wasn't what you thought it was.
Your life wasn't what you thought it was, and that the people around you knew that to your like lack of knowledge, your life was kind of a lie.
Yeah, it like shakes to your foundation, and
right.
And the effect doesn't just end there. Like then, theoretically, the person you tell every future relationship, they're going to be a little bit more suspicious.
Oh my God! It's like you get PTSD from that relationship. PTSD.
Exactly. Yeah, so it is dangerous. And by the way, so your stat that like half of all people cheat, I've heard numbers like that.
Yeah.
Damn, that's depressing.
Really depressing. And it's also interesting how when it's like I think it was half of marriages.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. And women are starting to cheat more and more as they get more power and more prestige and money in the workplace.
That's why we need to stop them from getting it.
Right, exactly.
It's ruining relationships, just like the women on Fox News have always said.
Yeah, I trust them because their skirts are really, really short.
Exactly. So they're hiding nothing.
They're hiding nothing.
And we can see it all.
And I trust people based on their leg muscles. Like, that's how strong.
They do have impressive leg muscles.
They are.
I miss Andrew Tantaros.
I don't.
She had impressive leg muscles.
I've heard some fun stories about her.
Okay, we'll talk. Anyway, complicated situation. I think that this is an area where a lot of people will very much disagree, but it's interesting to try to break it down a little bit. And there's a very good chance that at some point in your life you will be faced with this decision, and you'll have to figure out, are you going to tell them or not? So let us know where you come down on this debate. We'll see you next video. Welcome to the Young Turks. It's Monday, so you know it's an enormous show. Donald Trump's in a lot of trouble for a number of reasons, including obviously the Comey hearings today. It turns out there is an official investigation into the Russians and Trump administration connections at the FBI. I told them I can't wait to do a Told You segment that's a little bit later in this first hour. Obviously, even bigger news than our president working with the Russians is Tomi Lahren has been suspended from the Blaze. It's a giant story. We will cover the important details later. Now, also second hour, we've got both very serious stories. Do missing white girls and missing black girls get different kinds of coverage? And also interesting stories like Katy Perry apparently tried to pray the gay away at Jesus camp. Did it work? Interesting. Okay. And by the way, apparently YouTube beginning to block some content where there's even discussion of gay matters. Wow.
Okay, now that's some of the charges. We'll get into that. We'll see if that makes any sense at all also in the second hour. So a big show ahead, including a couple of petitions. Oh, and of course the Supreme Court fight, which I'm actually going to begin in this segment and finish in the second segment. All right, so let's get started. All right, President Trump's latest poll numbers are, of course, disastrous. Now I say of course, but it's actually not necessarily an of course because he came in really poorly. So you would think, well, he hasn't really done much to help himself since he's come in. There's been one controversy after another. But actually his numbers held fairly steady for a long time until now. So he'd been holding around 45%. Of course, there's all sorts of different polls, but the polling average was around 44, 45. But now we have an even bigger dip. By the way, 45% for an incoming president is, don't get me wrong, disastrous. It just got worse though. So latest numbers are in from Gallup, one of the most respected polling organizations. 58% disapprove, 37% approve. Those numbers for a new president, well, first of all, for any president is horrific and disastrous. You're 21 points underwater. Your approval rating's only at 37%. As you're about to see, that's a historic low. But the fact that he's dipping is actually the most interesting part of it. Why? That's what I want to get into in a second, but let me share context with you guys first. As the Huffington Post points out, Trump's approval rating is lower than any other president at this point in his first term since Gallup started tracking the numbers 72 years ago in 1945. So, well, that's literally historic. That's an epic fail for Donald Trump in the beginning here. Now, he loves to criticize President Obama. So let's be fair. Maybe Obama wasn't just as bad a shape back at this same exact time in his first administration. So let's take a look at those numbers. Obama's ratings at this point in his presidency was 60%. Well, that's not quite doubling Trump, but it's getting there. The difference between 60 and 37, you don't have to do math to know, is gigantic. 60% is you're very popular. 37% is you are very unpopular. Okay. Now, of course, at some point Obama dipped and he went up and down, and finished around a little above 50%. For an outgoing president, pretty good. President Bush finished in the 20s as he was leaving. So giant difference there as well. But there was a tweet from Donald Trump when Obama had reached his most unpopular numbers. That was back in 2011, and here's what Trump had tweeted. Barack Obama has a record low 39% Gallup approval rating. Why so high? Okay, now that was actually Obama's lowest number ever in his 2 terms. And second of all, there was no record at all about it other than Obama's personal record. President Bush was way below that for long stretches of time, let alone many other disastrous presidents. So of course, as usual, Donald Trump not saying anything factual. But really, the interesting part here is Obama at his lowest when Trump was making fun of him was at 39%. Donald Trump just knew into the White House already below that at 37%. To which I say, sad, baby. Okay, now why? That's the more interesting part. So all the outlets have a lot of different hypotheses into this. The revised travel ban got blocked again, having more trouble with the courts. He has insulted all of our allies, the British, with a nonsense made up theory, the Germans, and an awkward interaction. There's of course the wiretapping story and how he made up that Obama had wiretapped him, which was disproved today, again for the 18th time. And then of course there was the healthcare rollout and the budget. Okay, now let me tell you what it isn't before I tell you what it is. So it is not any of the ones that are often mentioned. He insulted the German and the British. Look, you have to understand something. He has already lost all the people who didn't vote for him and they ain't never come back. Okay, so those guys have always been against him. That's the 55% disapproval that hasn't really moved, okay? And it's not gonna move in his favor with any of this stuff. We're talking about what is gonna make his 45% get lower. Now, insulting our allies, they love it. Are you kidding me? That hasn't moved the numbers at all for him in the past. His travel ban getting blocked. It got blocked before, the 45% didn't move. They like the travel ban. His supporters love that stuff. So, and then you go down the list of all the other people he's insulted, not a big deal. Conspiracy theories he's made up. He's made up 13 conspiracy theories that never moved to 45%. No, the difference is actual numbers on how many people might lose their insurance. Actual numbers on people losing things like Meals on Wheels, where his own supporters go, wait a minute. Oh, you're gonna cut my program. Oh, I thought you were just gonna cut black people's programs, the ones who don't deserve it. And Latinos, I thought you were gonna kick them out. And the Muslims and all that. I thought it was about them. You're gonna cut my insurance? Oh, no, I disapprove. Here we go. This is the rubber hitting the road. And by the way, in this car crash, this is just the beginning of the skid. If you think 37% is low, and it is historically low at this point in the presidency, it's gonna get much lower than that. We're going to the 20s. I don't know if we're stopping there. Because this is just people finding out that they might be affected. Wait till they actually get affected. And they're like, wait now, hold on now. I thought we were gonna be the others. But at my program, I like that program, I need that program. That's right, you need that program. And so when Trump cuts it, and he does it for more tax cuts for his rich buddies who help finance his campaign, you're not gonna be happy. His chance of getting the people who didn't vote for him is very slim. His chance of losing the people who voted for him under false pretenses, very high. So the slide has begun. I don't know where it ends, but it might end outside the White House. Okay. Look, man, I tell you, and then later I ask you to tell me what I told you. It has begun. Okay, so now let's go to a different issue, one that partly addresses Trump, partly addresses Democrats. Okay, I am told from time to time from the Democratic establishment that, hey, we have to unify and make sure that we are fighting against Donald Trump and Donald Trump only. So please don't spend any time or energy attacking me and my corporate donors. First of all, I'd like to say no deal. Second of all, I'm gonna ask you to say no deal in a second. But their idea is no one can chew and walk gum at the same time. That was an awesome misstatement. Nobody can walk and chew gum at the same time, perhaps proving their point with that, with that excellent slip. Anyway, so I don't expect, there it is again. I don't accept, not expect. I don't accept their hypothesis. Their hypothesis is you can't do two things at once. I mean, you got to save all of your energy to fighting Trump. Now, look, why? Why can't I say Trump is doing this wrong, this wrong, this wrong, which I do every single day on the show, and I point out all the things that he's doing wrong, and at the same time say I still don't want, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, the establishment politicians taking donor money and doing what the donors want. I don't want either. It's not that complicated. I don't want either. So since they're having trouble understanding it, I'm gonna ask you guys to sign a petition. Maybe we get these numbers up and they go, oh, right, maybe you could do both. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna ask you to do here. Join the real resistance. So what do I think is the real resistance? Let me read it to you. The real resistance is against Trump and the establishment. Fighting against Trump doesn't mean that I have to do whatever the establishment tells me. We can and we will fight against both. If you agree, please sign it, tytnetwork.com/both. Both, we can do both of those things at the same time. So now the reason they tell you that is, hey, leave me alone, leave me alone. Let me just keep taking the donor money and voting with them. Let me keep not focusing on economic issues. The economic issues that actually matter most to the voters and would actually help to get Trump out of office. Don't talk about those, don't talk about those are my donors too. No, let's focus on Russia. And by the way, I think Russia is a legitimate issue and I talk about it all the time. But not exclusively, let's talk about things that don't affect my donors at all. And if you pay attention, look at what the Democrats criticize Trump on. Almost never is it about economic issues because that also affects their donors. My answer to you is we can do both at the same time. We can talk about economic issues because that does not hurt our fight against Trump. That makes our fight against Trump more likely to succeed. If you want us to close our eyes to the Democratic Party's problems, so that you can go and run on the wrong platform again and lose to somebody like Trump again and lose the House and the Senate again and lose the Supreme Court again, lose 69 out of 99 state legislatures again. We're not gonna do it. We're gonna do both. We're gonna fight Trump and we're gonna fight the establishment. It is not that hard. Yes, you can do both at the same time. Go tell them, okay? That is not a purity test. And it's not a zero-sum game. It's not like, wow, I can't figure out how to do both at the same time. Watch us if you can't figure out how to do both, because we will. Okay, I have a lot more to say about that, but I wanted to get that started. Let's go, man, let's go. That's the real resistance. So what are we gonna do? Go back to the old ways? So that the next election is between a Donald Trump type and a Hillary Clinton type? Fuck no. All right, you get my sense. Let's move forward. Okay, which brings us, unfortunately, to this story, okay? If you hadn't noticed, and you might not, because Donald Trump, as usual, is grabbing all the headlines, and we find out that he's being investigated by the FBI, there's actually a Supreme Court nominee that's up right now. They're having hearings. Neil Gorsuch, he was nominated by Trump, of course, on January 31st. And he is deeply conservative, and guess what the Democrats are doing? They can't figure out how to fight him. Oh, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you people? Okay, first let me quote Huffington Post, and then I'm gonna tell you how you're supposed to fight him at the end. Democrats know they don't have the votes to stop Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch from clearing a Senate confirmation hearing, which begins Monday, that's today. But they don't appear to have a strategy or even the energy for a coordinated fight against President Donald Trump's conservative court pick. What are you, Jeb Bush? You're low energy? You don't know how to fight a Supreme Court nominee? The Republicans blocked the Supreme Court nominee for almost a whole year, and you don't know how to fight one? Now, if you think, hey, wait, maybe they are editorializing there in a news article, maybe they do have a great plan, and Huffington Post and everybody else who's covering it couldn't figure it out. Okay, well, when they asked Feinstein, hey, what's your strategy about what kind of questions you're gonna ask, your colleagues are gonna ask, and what are you looking forward to here? Her answer was, quote, I hope the questions are good. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hope the questions are, yeah, I hope they're good too, right? And when asked, hey, are there any particular issues that you're planning to press Gorsuch on? It started today. It's not 2 weeks from now. When I first read this, I thought, oh, must be in the distance, right? No, it's today. What are you particularly planning to press him on? Do you have any plans? Quote, this is Feinstein, not right now. When are you gonna figure it out? The hearings are happening right now, right now. They are the worst, and I'm gonna explain to you why they're the worst. Okay, progressive advocacy groups, Huffington Post explains, have been demanding a real fight against Gorsuch, who as an appellate judge on the US Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit, built a record of opposing reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, civil rights, workers' rights, immigrants' rights, and environmental protections. You guys could pick one of those, and I'm gonna tell you about the fight back, the real fight back in a second as well, because I don't know about the other progressive advocacy groups. I know that what we're a part of and what we wanna do. Now, let's look at Gorsuch and his record. I mean, I just read you obviously some of it, but let's go further. Gorsuch clearly has a conservative record on the bench. Some commentators have observed he's even more conservative than the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who he'd be replacing on the Supreme Court. He was among those on a list of judges Trump announced during the campaign that was assembled with the help of the Federalist Society and the Heritage Foundation, two prominent conservative groups. Okay, so let me get this right. The Democrats, when it was their turn to appoint a nominee, which by the way was this one, Obama put in Merrick Garland. And what did he say? He's a moderate. And in fact, Merrick Garland was so quote unquote moderate that he had ruled in favor of Citizens United. For a so-called progressive Democratic president to nominate a guy like that is, in my opinion, unconscionable. But what did they do? Oh, Republicans, don't worry, we got a pro-Citizens United guy. We'll give you a moderate, please vote. What's the please part? And what happened? The Republicans said, no, I don't care who he is. I don't care how moderate he is. I don't even want to know who he is. I'm not gonna give him a vote, not on the merits, just because I'm going to play political games. Under no circumstances is he getting a vote. Now, what do the Republicans do when they're in charge? Do they put forward a moderate candidate? Russ Feingold today wrote a very good article, it's in The Guardian, about how this was a judicial coup, and that is what this is, okay? And then he said maybe they could find a consensus candidate. You think the Republicans are gonna do that? No, the Republicans are gonna find someone more conservative than Scalia, and they're gonna shove it down the Democrats' throat who are low energy and can't figure out how to fight. It is such an uneven playing field, it's grotesque. Now, I want you to do two things. One, if you're out there, I want you to sign a petition so that you can let the Democrats know how to fight, what to fight on. Let me see that petition right now. It's at nogorsuch.org. We must stop Trump from taking over the Supreme Court, and he must be blocked. I want you to read the whole thing. I want you to get involved, get in the fight, show the Democrats how to fight. So go there right now, nogorsuch.org, and get involved in that. Okay, the second thing is for the Democrats themselves. Okay, you can't figure out what questions to ask them. First of all, you could ask them about Citizens United. You know what? 90% of the country thinks that money corrupts politics, including almost all the Republican voters, okay? You wanna ask them about that? Maybe you'll touch on it. You don't wanna over-focus on it. Oh, right, those are your donors too. Okay, now, the second thing you do is you can ask them about Merrick Garland. So here, let's do this. This is not gonna be complicated. Mr. Gorsuch, I've got a question for you. Did you agree with the policy of blocking Merrick Garland for nearly a year? Now, there's two ways. First of all, you can actually start even easier than that. Do you think the president gets to nominate someone for the Supreme Court? Duh, of course, it's in the Constitution and he was nominated by Trump. Of course, the answer is yes, okay? Do you believe that the Senate must advise and consent? The answer is yes, it's in the Constitution and he wants their advice and consent, so the obvious answer is yes. So then, when we get to Merrick Garland, when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland, should the Republicans have allowed him a vote on Merrick Garland to advise and consent as is their constitutional duty? There's only two answers to that question. One is, no, the Republicans were right, they shouldn't have allowed a vote. Great, let's convene right now for almost a year until we have the same amount of time allotted for Garland as for you to not do a vote. You just told me not to do advise and consent. You just told me to block it, I'm blocking it, you're done. Go home, pack up, clean up, go home. You just said the Republicans were right to block him for a year, so I'm gonna block you for a year. We'll call that the Garland rule. Was that complicated? That wasn't complicated, right? His other answer could be, oh no, the Republicans were wrong to do that. Great. Can you tell the Republican senators on this committee right now in front of the national TV cameras that what they did was unconstitutional and completely wrong? Go ahead, tell them. Well, you don't want to tell them? Which one is it? Was it wrong or was it right? If it's right, go home, clean up, go home. If it was wrong, tell the Republican senators how dangerous they are to the country because their actions were unconstitutional. Which one is it? Look, if you don't want to do the job, step aside, let me get in there and question him. Are you going to attack this guy who is more conservative than Scalia, or are you going to worry about your energy? What on God's green earth would you be saving your energy for? I used to hear this all the time during the Bush administration. Oh, the Democrats are keeping their powder dry. For what? There was a judicial coup here. You guys incompetently let the Republicans block a Supreme Court nominee for a year under a Democrat, and now you've got a Republican here who's put in somebody deeply conservative, deeply outside the mainstream, who believes that corporations are human beings and that they have a constitutional right to bribe our politicians, and you're just gonna, what, not focus on it? Will you fight, for God's sake, fight already? What is wrong with Democrats? And I'll tell you the answer. The reason they don't fight on issues that they can win on is because they're part of the same system. Well, if I question Gorsuch on Citizens United, Obama nominated a guy who was for Citizens United. Oh, maybe he wouldn't have ruled that way if he's on the Supreme Court. Maybe. Well, I mean, I'm against Citizens United, but I love my donors. I don't want people attacking the donors. Shh. Do you know what their main line of attack is going to be, according to the press? They're going to ask him if he's going to be independent enough from the president. Oh, for Christ's sake. That is the weakest line of attack I have ever seen in my life. So, okay, first of all, the average American is gonna go, what do you mean independent from the president? The president picked him, he agrees with the president. I'm done with that issue. That is not an effective political strategy. Secondly, do you know how easy it is to answer? Here, watch, I'll do it. Yes, I'll be very independent from the president. Idiots. Yes, I'll be independent. How can you disprove it? That's your main line of attack? No. The Democratic Party is either grotesquely incompetent or in on it. Hey, Democrats, why don't you sit in front of my committee hearing filled with actual progressives, unlike you guys, and let's ask you simple questions. Are you this incompetent or are you in on it? Which one is it? Young Turks. All right, back on the Young Turks. I continue to be angry. I've got more where that came from. Let me read you a couple of quick tweets and then get on with it. El Duende Chingon, you see that I'm so angry I didn't even hit that one. Approval ratings won't affect Donald Trump or his policies. He'll just call it fake news and move on. Yeah, he will, but people won't because the Gallup poll numbers are not in fact fake. So good, if his approval ratings in the 30s or the 20s and he heads into an election that way thinking that they're fake, wonderful, then he will be thrown out of office and come to find out they were not fake. So this is not like the other news stories. Ironically, the poll numbers are some of the most real things that there are. So if you ignore that your own supporters are actually pissed at you, you will do it at your peril, okay? Whereas others can be manipulated by propaganda. Okay, Sean Ferris says, just an important reminder, maybe the most important reminder, the Democratic Party preferred Trump to Bernie, full stop. Which by the way is absolutely true and for the same reasons. Because if Donald Trump wins, they still all have their jobs. Did anybody get fired? Did anybody get fired? I don't see anybody fired, right? If Bernie Sanders had won, he would have brought in real progressives. And some of those Democratic consultants and establishment figures wouldn't have had a job anymore. Of course they hate Bernie more than Trump. Let me say that again because it's absolutely true. Of course, the Democratic establishment hates Bernie more than Donald Trump. That's why they fought much harder against Bernie Sanders than they did against Donald Trump. Chris Bradshaw says, Democrats didn't do shit when they swept into power in 2008 and actually could have implemented their alleged agenda. Why start now? That's exactly right, because there is no actual agenda. The agenda is, hello, corporate donor friend. Can I get more money and do exactly what you tell me to do? Speaking of which, we go to Gorsuch again. I'm not done with it yet. Yes, there are important things going on in the world. Okay. So Neil Gorsuch up for hearings today to be a Supreme Court nominee. Now, of course, the Republicans blocked Merrick Garland for a record 293 days. That is more than twice as long as any previous record for how long a Supreme Court nominee has been blocked. They blocked him without any consideration as to his merits. They refused to have a hearing on it. But here we are, they're in charge, so they're having a hearing on Gorsuch. The Democrats, of course, should fight back with everything they've got. So far, we haven't seen it yet. And in fact, when asked, Dianne Feinstein said she's not exactly sure what her strategy is, and that she's hoping for quote unquote good questions. Well, we're all hoping for that, aren't we, Senator Feinstein? First of all, you should sign any and every petition fighting against Gorsuch, including one put together by a lot of activist groups together, including us. We must stop Trump from taking over the Supreme Court. Yes, I agree with that, and I think that it is imperative that Gorsuch not be confirmed. Now, if you're going to have these hearings, well, you should ask the proper questions. One question would be, why should you get a hearing if Merrick Garland didn't get one for 293 days? So were the Republican senators wrong and were their actions unconstitutional when they did that? Because either, no, they're wonderful and correct, and in which case go home for 293 days, and then maybe we'll let you have another hearing after that, because you just told me it's perfectly correct to block any nominee. Or if you say the Republicans were wrong, well, clearly explain to me the unconstitutional actions of these Republican senators sitting here. Which one is it? Okay, so that's easy, that's number one. Number two, ask them about Citizens United. I don't know if you know this, but an enormous percentage of the country, about 90% of the country, believes that money has a corrupting influence in politics. Conservative judges, including Gorsuch, don't believe that. They think the incredibly small minority. Now, when I say 90%, the country ain't 90% Democrat, okay? Republicans just won the presidency. No, that includes a gigantic percentage of Republicans. Democrats, independents, libertarians, centrists, almost everyone agrees money has a corrupting influence on politics. Gorsuch doesn't agree. Democrats are struggling to figure out how to attack him. You might want to pick that one. You know, the one where 90% of Americans agree with you? Oh, it's so complicated. Golly gee, how do I figure out how I attack him? So ask him if he agrees with Citizens United. Now, there's two parts of Citizens United that are relevant here. They're both so easy to attack him on and to have him put on the record with insane, absurd positions that the rest of the establishment has agreed to and the Republican Party loves and conservatives in the judicial branch love, but that the rest of the country despises. So point one, do you think corporations are human beings? Now, anybody out there, if you're watching this, you know that's the most preposterous thing you ever heard in your entire life. How the hell could a corporation be a person? But Gorsuch will say, because that is the judicial philosophy today among conservatives, yes, of course. I saw a corporation the other day, I had coffee with him, he was great. I thought about having sex with him because they're people. And then, he got run over by a truck and then I wanted to sue the guy who, what are you talking? Of course they're not people. Of course they're not people. All actual human beings understand that. No, Cenk, you're so unsophisticated. I do that. It's a judicial philosophy from over 100 years ago, which, by the way, look into the history of it. The Supreme Court never actually ruled that. It was added in notes later after a decision, and it was added by a person who worked for corporations. Anyway, I don't want to get into the whole history of it, but they think they're so sophisticated because they're like, I do that. I like Mitt Romney said corporations are people, my friend. It's because there are people inside the corporation. No, the people inside the corporation are the people. The corporation is a legal fiction. It is not an actual living, breathing entity that is due any unalienable rights. Let me quote the Declaration of Independence in case you're unclear on this. This is what they wrote. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, I can go on and on, but let me ask you something. Do you really think that when Thomas Jefferson and the founding fathers wrote that they thought, well, by men, of course, we mean giant multinational corporations, and by their creator, we mean us because we created corporations? Now, nobody's gonna say that the creator, meaning God, created corporations. You don't think that, right? That would be a horribly sacrilegious thing to think. No, they are a legal fiction created by men for a certain purpose. I'm not saying that they shouldn't exist. I know why they should exist, but they shouldn't have constitutional rights. That was never intended. And of course they're not people. Of course they don't have unalienable rights endowed by their creator. And of course they shouldn't have the same rights as human beings. So ask him the goddamn question, it's not that hard. And have him make a fool of himself saying to the American people, oh yeah, I saw a corporation the other day, looked just like Sally. Just looked like my friend Bob. I think he's a real person. Do you know how to do politics at all? Now, if I tell Democrats this, they say, oh no, I do declare, Cenk, you don't understand. You're such an unsophisticated Philistine. Here in Washington, we understand that the American people don't care about things like big business running amok. Wait a minute, I just saw a poll that showed that the only thing less popular than politicians in the media was big business. Oh, but Cenk, I do declare there are donors as well. Exactly, they're your donors as well. That's why you don't want to attack him. If you attacked him, it would be, in reality, be enormously popular. Read the goddamn polls. Or if you want, I'll read them for you because you're obviously not good at this. Okay, so the second part of Citizens United, that's even more important. Does it have in Citizens United, they declared that giving millions, billions of dollars to politicians doesn't look like bribery at all. And the fact that they do the same thing that you gave them the money to do, no, that doesn't even have the appearance of corruption. Doesn't have the appearance of corruption. Here, let me give you some stats. In the last 5 years, 200 of the most politically active US companies, that's just 200. Not all the companies, not all the unions, not everybody who donates, just the 200 most politically active US companies. Spend $5 billion influencing the government. Now, well, boy, that's a lot of money, right? $5 billion. You think they're knuckleheads? You think they're wasting that money? No. Those companies received in return $4.4 trillion in taxpayer support. For God's sake, just put up this graphic, okay? And ask Gorsuch, do you think that might have the appearance of corruption? And let the man say, no, I don't see the corruption. They gave $5 billion, they got $4 trillion. I don't see the corruption. Well, where's the corruption? They bought all you guys and then they got exactly what they wanted and more. They got a great return on investment. I don't see the corruption. Let him say it. Either you see the corruption, you see the appearance of corruption, and by the way, the actual reality of corruption, and hence you will vote against Citizens United, or you will make preposterous claims that corporations are human beings and that when they give billions of dollars to politicians and get trillions in return, there's no corruption at all. I can't even see it. For God's sake, fight! Fight! That's what we want you to do. It's not that complicated. But here's my prediction. They will graze this topic because they don't want to get yelled at. They'll graze it, okay? Do you think they're going to go full bore after this? No, because they don't want to. First of all, most of the guys on the Judiciary Committee take millions upon millions of dollars from donors, and they don't want to highlight it. Who's corrupt? It's not just the Republicans, it's a lot of Democrats too. And some of the somewhat decent people on the Judiciary Committee on the Democratic side will not want to embarrass their colleagues. If I point out that Dianne Feinstein takes millions upon millions upon millions of dollars and largely does what her donors tell her to do, well, that would be deeply embarrassing. I do declare, Jang, you have to understand how sophisticated this argument is about how I want to protect my corrupt friends. I don't find that sophisticated. I find it cowardly and craven. Are you going to fight this guy who is more conservative than Antonin Scalia, or are you just going to graze these topics and just let them walk on in after they spit in your face and wouldn't even let Garland have a hearing? My guess is you're going to let him spit in your face and let the guy walk in. Hey, Democratic establishment, I'm not the one sitting up there. You're the one sitting up there. Show me what you got. So don't come crying later and say, oh, this should be the establishment Democrat slogan. There was nothing we could do. But Cenk, you don't understand. We're so sophisticated. We play three-dimensional chess out here and we go, oh, there was nothing we could do. Fight! That's what you can do. And this is how you fight on an issue where 90% of Americans agree with you. Not that complicated. Okay. I'm just getting started. Let's go to the next story. Okay. Now, a little while back, Donald Trump, in one of his usual midnight fervors, decided that he was going to tweet out in the middle of the night about how Obama was wiretapping him through his microwave or whatever. In fact, here, I'll give you the exact tweets now. He said, is it legal for a sitting president to be wiretapping a race for president prior to an election, turned down by court earlier, a new low? And then said, I'd bet a good lawyer could make a great case out of the fact that President Obama was tapping my phones in October, just prior to the election. Later, they would go on to pretend that he was just speaking generally. I believe that the word he used was fact. The fact that President Obama was tapping my phones, okay? But you know, he's a knucklehead, so his advisors keep saying, you should take the president seriously, but not literally, because he's a sociopathic liar. So all this was, of course, drivel. It's not true. And where did he get it from? We found out later he got it from Breitbart and Mark Levin, okay? Bunch of idiots who make up stuff all the time, but the president's an idiot who's also a conspiracy theorist, so he believed them instead of actually checking with the CIA, the FBI, who are all at his disposal because he's the president. He doesn't even know he's president. That's how dumb he is. Okay, one last tweet from him at the time. How low has President Obama gone to tap my phones? Of course, misspelled it. Hey dude, double check your spelling, you're the president. All right, anyway, but it's in the middle of the night. It's 4:02 a.m. This guy, he doesn't get any sleep. This guy's a lunatic. Anyway, how low has President Obama gone to tap my phones during the very sacred election process? This is Nixon/Watergate, bad or sick guy. These are gigantic, heavy charges against the former president. But he doesn't realize the consequences of his actions, the gravity of his words, the gravity of his position. It's just like, oh man, Breitbart told me at 4 in the morning. I'm going to tweet this out. This guy's sick. Okay. Now, at the time, I did a whole story about why it was, of course, very unlikely to be true. But what he was referring to was that there might be a real investigation. But hey, knucklehead, you might not want to point that out because that's an investigation of how you colluded with the Russians. Here's what I said at the time. So this is a very interesting story, but Trump should be a little bit careful what he asked for. If you ask for an investigation into why they wanted the warrant, then you might accidentally release the evidence that they had on you. Oops. Well, here we are at oops. So they bring in James Comey, the head of the FBI, to do a hearing because, hey, you asked for a hearing, you got a hearing. So first of all, was Obama wiretapping you? Let's find out.
Director Comey, was the president's statement that Obama had his wires tapped in Trump Tower a true statement?
With respect to the president's tweets about alleged wiretapping directed at him by the prior administration, I have no information that supports those tweets, and we have looked carefully inside the FBI. The Department of Justice has asked me to share with you that the answer is the same for the Department of Justice and all its components. The department has no information that supports those tweets.
The president accused Mr. Obama and presumably the FBI of engaging in McCarthyism. Were you engaged in McCarthyism, Director Comey?
Try very hard not to engage in any isms of any kind, including McCarthyism.
His initial charges against Obama, bunk, not true. But wait a minute, what about that idea of getting himself in trouble? Because we then find out there was a real investigation of him colluding with the Russians. Well, let's go to that section of the hearings.
I have been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of our counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. And that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts.
Oops. Now we have the sitting FBI director saying there is an official investigation that includes individuals associated with the Trump campaign colluding with the Russian government. Well, now what are you gonna do, knucklehead? I'm talking about Donald Trump. You're gonna remove James Comey for investigating you? Well, harder to do that because he just said it in public that he's investigating you. Then you look ridiculous. Now, none of this had to happen right now and in this way if Donald Trump hadn't tweeted in the first place and demanded investigations. Oops, I told you. Look, one part of the I told you is the immediate one. Don't open up this can of worms, it's gonna come back to bite you. And of course, he's an idiot, didn't listen. The second part is, I told you there is no great plan behind Donald Trump and his tweets. It's not some brilliant strategy where then, okay, and after he tweets that and he diverts attention to this instead of that, and then he's so clever. There's no clever, he's an idiot. It's that simple. Okay, so now he recognizes his mistake. Now he's trying to tweet in the other direction. So today, as the hearings are going on, he tweets, the real story that Congress, the FBI, and all others should be looking into is the leaking of classified information. Must find leaker now. And the story's fake news, everyone knows it. Also, by the way, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, etc. So even before things got started. Because then Breitbart must have told him, hey, sorry about that other thing, because it turns out he's gonna say on the record that he's investigating you. You're really screwed up. Don't investigate that. I meant don't investigate. No, what wiretaps? Whatever. The Russian stuff's fake news. A little too late, Donnie. A little too late. And then he tweets again. Democrats made up and pushed the Russian story as an excuse for running a terrible campaign. Big advantage in electoral college and lost. So, Donnie, cat's out of the bag. Sad day for you. So now we all know there's an official investigation of how you might have colluded with the Russian government. By the way, if you're wondering, hey, what's the big deal? Well, there's two sides to a trade. The Russians want Trump in, and you think, well, the other side of the trade is Trump gets to be president. I'm telling you, that might not be the only side of that trade. Because Trump, what does he care about the most? Money. So let's see where that investigation goes. And from time to time, they like to quote, and some of our hosts too do as well. James Clapper, for example, saying recently that there's no evidence of collusion yet. Well, that's saying, hey, have you finished the investigation and you have hard evidence yet? Well, he hasn't finished the investigation. So saying that there isn't evidence yet to definitively prove that Trump and the Russians had an exact deal doesn't mean that that evidence doesn't exist. It means that we have not finished our investigation. By the way, it also doesn't mean that this is the only reason the Democrats lost. The Democrats are incompetent. They lost for 1,000 different reasons. They lost to an orange buffoon who almost any of you, like literally, we could have picked a random dude from in the middle of the country and beat this clown, okay? And the Democrats lost to him for many reasons. So it is not an excuse for the Democrats. Doesn't mean that he didn't also do a deal with the Russians. So now, hopefully we'll get to find out, because there's an actual investigation, which Donald can't take back. All right, but I'm gonna add one last thing here, which is fun, or two last things. One is they asked Peter King. Peter King's no genius either, but a Republican Congress from New York. But he's got enough political sense to be like, backpedal, backpedal, backpedal. Here, watch.
Do you want the White House to drop this altogether? Is it time for them to move on?
Well, I wish the issue hadn't been raised, because quite frankly, this hearing would have been going ahead anyway this week or next week, and we would have been focusing on the extent of Russian influence in the election, which is a real issue. Listen, I think there was something there in the extent that there could have been information that worked its way to the media, worked its way to Democrats that came from either investigations or surveillance or whatever, but to overshoot it by saying that President Obama intentionally did it, no, I see no evidence.
So what should the White House do now? Should they completely walk it back? Should the President of the United States apologize to his predecessor?
I'm going to get through today's hearing first. I'm not going to tell the President what to do, but I wouldn't have said it in the first place.
Wouldn't have said it in the first place. I told you, there is no grand strategy. He's just stupid. So speaking of which, in the middle of the hearings, he tweets out, the NSA, and he used the official POTUS account too on top. The NSA and FBI tell Congress that Russia did not influence the electoral process. So since he did it in the middle of the hearings, they then turn to Comey and they go, is that true? Is the FBI saying that they did not influence the electoral process? Comey responds, it certainly wasn't our intention to say that today, because we don't have any information on that subject. Basically saying the same thing I said just a little while ago, which is, no, the investigation is not concluded. I can't tell you anything about the investigation. If you're asking me for evidence within that investigation, I'm not going to give it to you because we're in the middle of the investigation. But if you say, as Trump just did, that there is no such evidence, and I'm saying that, no, I cannot confirm that. Obviously, there's evidence, otherwise they wouldn't be doing the investigation. And then you force them to say, yes, there is evidence, I just can't tell you what it is. No grand strategy. Just an orange buffoon sitting up in the middle of the night without a clue as to what he's doing. And if you think he wasn't stupid enough to do an actual deal with the Russians, quid pro quo, you don't understand the man at all. Okay, now, I gotta take a quick break. I still have huge stories for you guys, including, I hope we have, well, definitely Tommy Lahren and Glenn Beck and that nonsense. And then we've got to do Donna Brazile. Giant day of news today. Donna Brazile admits that, in fact, we were right all along. She did leak the questions to Hillary Clinton. So let me tell you that story when we return. All right, back on the Young Turks, 3 quick tweets here. They're all good. Andrew says, let's not forget, founders went after a large corporation, East India Trading Company. They hated corporations like government. Go read the Founding Fathers and what they said about corporations. Here, I'll summarize it for you, which was, watch out, okay? It's not like they didn't exist back then. It's not like they didn't warn us. They did. Adam Gladwin said, need to told you graphic on a t-shirt. You're going to be using that a lot in the near future. Yeah, unfortunately, you're probably right, Adam. There will be a wit says, look for Donald Trump to tweet a new crazy theory soon to deflect from all this bad press. I'm not surprised by that either. I'll throw one last one. And your mama says, if corporations are people, maybe we should start rumors they're minorities so they can be heavily targeted by law enforcement. That's funny. Okay, nice job, your mama. Okay, so let me go forward here. Donna Brazile was challenged by our own Jordan Chariton that she had leaked emails, or she had leaked questions, I should say, to Hillary Clinton before one of the debates. And this was in some of the leaked emails that we found out through WikiLeaks. Now, Jordan was the first person to notice those emails among the WikiLeaks documents. He was the first one to tweet about it publicly. He was the first one to ask CNN about it. He was the first one to ask Donna Brazile about it. And he broke the story. And at the time, Donna Brazile denied it. Well, the story has changed now. She now says that she regrets it. Now, I'm going to show you exactly what she said in regards to changing her story. But first, even Fox News Channel gives credit to Jordan and showing exactly how Donna Brazile misled on the story. So here, let's go to that clip real quick, and our clip is within the Fox News segment here.
What Donna Brazile did was shameful and treasonous to our political system and stability, even threatening to journalism in America. At least CNN, for their part, demanded her resignation immediately. But let's now take a look at what she told Jordan Sheridan on the street, denying those accusations. Listen.
Do you owe the voters an apology for passing a question for a town hall off to the Hillary